Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. A Tuesday morning, a gloomy Tuesday morning. Hopefully you're driving safely out there. Good morning to all the graveyard shift workers. If you're getting off of work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? All the overnight dancers, all the muni drivers, all the parents out there getting their kids ready for summer camp, cops, carpenters, janitors, ushers, security guards. Hopefully I'm not forgetting everybody. And I know I am, but good morning to everybody out there. We're back on the road. Shasky, the Butcher Boy, Joe Shasky, the Butcher. Sam Lubman back there behind the glass, men ended up producing and running the board. I am Bonte Hill, of course, and we got action today. We got action with the Major League Baseball trading deadline, 3 p.m. West Coast time. And we've already seen a deal by the San Francisco Giants. We've seen a deal. We'll get to Brock Purdy, who sat down with Tim Kawakami, and I don't think he was too happy with the whole Brady conversation. We'll get into all that as the Niners hit the pads, and a lot of people were not practicing yesterday. So we'll ask Matt Burrows at 8:30, why weren't there a lot of guys practicing yesterday in the first day at pads? Well, let's start with business here because we had a riveting conversation yesterday. I say riveting. Maybe some people thought it was dumb, but whatever. The Giants, are they selling or are they buying? Well, we really don't know because it looks like a salary dump, and we'll break it all down. But the Braves said, you know what? We want our World Series MVP back. So the Braves trade for Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson, which I think we're all the remote controllers. Shasky dubbed him the human remote control whenever he pitched. Shasky turned the channel, which I don't believe, but it is what it is. I stay for the train wreck. But Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson go to Atlanta, and the Giants get 2 minor league prospects. But the Braves will assume the remainder of Soler's salary this season, as well as the $26 million owed for Jorge Soler over the next 2 seasons. So you move off his money, and we had a mixed feeling. But just your initial thoughts on the trade, and we'll get into Soler in this short stint with the San Francisco Giants.
Well, look, whether you think it's a good trade or not, I'm just looking at Jorge Soler. Like, the day he signed, I was really excited, you know? And when you got Jung Hoo Lee, I was really excited. And I'm shocked that not only is there a center fielder in the All-Star game who's not Jung Hoo Lee, it's Ramos. You already got rid of Jorge Soler, right? And look, it wasn't great, but to say it was this unmitigated disaster to me feels a little dramatic. It wasn't great. He was pressing, you know. We can argue about, like, did he have protection in the lineup?
Yeah.
Should he have been bounced around the 3, 4, 5 leadoff spots? And, you know, he was all over the place. I felt like they never really knew exactly what to do with him. And simultaneously, I thought he pressed and didn't adjust. He was trying to pull everything for 2 months. I thought he was having better at-bats the last month and a half.
Yeah.
And maybe I'm in the minority here. Like, when you trade him, and everyone who's reporting on it is like salary dump. That's the way it's described. Now, I understand Luke Jackson, get out of here. Like $6.5 million. It's a bad contract. Soler was like, you know, I was up in the air on. But here's what I don't understand. There's telling people in the media, Bob Nightingale saying this morning, well, they're not going to move Blake Snell because they're going to try to make a shot at the playoffs. Well, to me, that's an incongruent thought process because as bad as Soler was, he's better than Conforto.
Yeah.
He's better than Wilmer Flores, who they're talking about putting in the DH spot. Like, I like Luciano. I'm excited to see Luciano.
Yeah. Did they call him up officially yet?
Well, that's the rumor, is he's going to get the DH spot. But the way I view DH is like, you can't be a 20 home run guy at DH.
Yeah.
I'm looking for 30 or 40 at DH if you're just going to play the bat and not going to play in the field. So, again, we're miscasting another young player in a spot, and I think it's really difficult when you come up at 22 years old. Hey, you're only going to get 3 at-bats. That's the only way you're going to contribute. That's tough. Like, even older players, Edgar Martinez always talk about it. It's a grind to be a DH. And so, back to Soler, I think the task that he was asked to do, which is just perform through hitting, it's a harder one than we give credit to. I don't think it was as bad this season as everyone else said it was. It wasn't great. I'm not here to cape up for it. It wasn't great. But, like, you just got rid of them, and these guys they're nothing. So, to me, this is waving the white flag. This is not, I'm going for the playoffs. And I could be completely wrong.
Yeah.
I'm assuming there are other deals that go along with this. Otherwise, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
I'm confused because you mentioned Jorge Soler. Was it a disaster? No, it wasn't a disaster. You look at his last 28 days here.
Yeah, give it to me.
And he's batting .275 with an on-base percentage of .390. Slugging is .488. And you know what? His OPS was nearly at 900. All right? So So when we look at Jorge Soler over the last 14 days, he's batting .360 with the OPS over 1,000. And the home runs, they weren't coming over the last 28 days. Only 3 home runs and 9 RBIs. But is he drawing walks? He drew 15 walks. He struck out 27 times in 80 official at-bats. But in those plate appearances, again, the average is at 275. And here's the deal with Jorge Soler. We talked about this earlier this season. Right away, he was batting second.
It was so weird.
And it was weird. It's like, he's not one of my best hitters. So they did that for 6 games, Shasky. He batted second 6 times. Now, is he a third hitter? I don't think so. He batted third 16 times.
I know.
Is he a prototypical cleanup hitter? On a team like this, probably. 11 games as a cleanup hitter, 8 games as a fifth hitter, 21 games as a sixth hitter on this roster. But then you get to the leadoff spot. Why is Jorge Soler batting leadoff for 28 games? He had 129 plate appearances batting leadoff.
Well, here's what I would say to you.
Even though his batting average hit leadoff real quick, Shasky, he was actually batting .280 from the leadoff spot, had his best numbers from the leadoff spot.
Well, and he scored a lot of runs. He was second on the team in runs, not RBIs, runs. Like, to me, like, he's on base a lot, on a team that doesn't have a lot of guys that get on base, and relatively healthy. He's a threat. And so, like, I'm a big believer in this. Like, when I'm on the mound, okay, and I'm throwing to player X, and I look over into that batter's box, I see you, and then I look into the on-deck circle, and I see Jorge Soler. He looks like something. And I think that it forces whoever's in that 9 spot, when he was batting leadoff, it's like, I'm going to get a good pitch to see, because they don't want to see Soler come up with runners on. It's just the reality of it. He's one of your few threats. Is he the greatest player in the world? No. Ideally, God, I would have loved to have had him in a Buster Posey, Hunter Pence lineup where he's batting 5th or 6th.
Yeah, and I'm thinking yesterday when we were talking about the show, and look, I'm not going to lose sleep if they buy or sell. I'm trying to remain interested in this damn baseball team because they were still last week, and they sweep Colorado, and I didn't think it was exciting that they swept Colorado. It's just the fact that I'm looking at it from Farhan Zaidi's standpoint, where I'm trying to be inside of his mind thinking, if he doesn't make the playoffs, and I did a lot of digging. I just told you before the show. I did a lot of digging yesterday about this situation with the Giants. I don't know why, but it was intriguing to me, and I said, you know what? I need to find out what the hell is going on. What is really going on with this organization? Are they going to buy or sell? And nobody seems to know what they're doing, buying or selling. You hear conflicting reports. But one thing that was telling to me, and what I've heard over the last, not only yesterday, but over the last week, is that it is true that the playoffs are mandatory for this guy. And what Alex Pavlovich said, when he said on NBC Sports Bay Area, saying basically like, look, some people in this front office need to make the playoffs. That to me was a trigger saying, oh, it's Farhan on the line. So what does Farhan do to get this team to the playoffs? Well, you trade Soler, and now you're going to put more pressure on whoever bats leadoff, whether it's Wisely, Fitzgerald, Ramos, Luciano. I have no idea. I have no idea who's going to bat leadoff right now. Right now, you didn't have a prototypical leadoff hitter in the first place, batting Jorge Soler. So you miscast and misused him, and you don't build a good lineup around him. But again, ideally, Chapman needs to be batting 6.
Yes.
Soler needs to be batting 5th or 6th. Maybe those guys flip-flop.
That's
but
fine.
You got a misused lineup here, and you're asking guys to do. Like, that's why when everybody goes crazy about Yaz, I'm thinking, well, he's batting 8th. All right? How about you get better hitters 1 through 7? You know what I'm saying?
I think that's kind of the organizational problem that we have right now. And if you're like looking at the Farhan thing, like, Mitch Haniger, you had him for a year. You couldn't wait to move off of him. You signed him to a 3-year deal.
How many games he played with the Giants last year?
40 or 50.
Damn, it was that many?
I think it was 57.
It was that many?
Yeah. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was. I thought it was 50, 57. But you signed him to a 3-year deal. Within a year, you moved him.
Yeah.
Okay, you signed Soler to a 3-year deal. Within a year, you moved him.
4 months. We haven't even got to 4 months.
I mean, Luke Jackson, I said this for, I don't know, months. Who was giving Luke Jackson
I don't know.
$6.5 million?
I don't know.
Okay, then we go down the line. Tom Murphy. Who was giving Tom Murphy a 2-year, $8 million, $9 million deal?
Yeah.
So one thing that he's done is like, he corrected a bad mistake. It's like, you don't get credit for signing someone that doesn't work out, and then you have to move them, and you get pennies on the dollar.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
I don't know, man.
So you get some low-level prospects just to get off the money. It is weird. And look, if you do decide to buy, I know my target. I know my target more so now than ever. It remains to be Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Can you get, what are you going to give up for it? Now, look, that's the buy process. If you are serious about going to playoffs, then go out there, then go get a guy. To go replace him now. Vlad Jr. with Soler looks a lot better, right?
No doubt.
I mean,
no doubt.
Maybe you're going after Luis Robert as the White Sox are having a fire sale right now.
Again, reports are he's not being moved, but the pitcher will be moved.
The pitcher will be moved.
But again, who knows? Like, I mean, we're all over the place.
The White Sox are terrible. They don't even have 30 wins.
They're doing and they lost 15 in a row. Yep. I think Bobby Witt Jr. hit a
go-ahead grand slam yesterday.
Yeah, so, but point being is that, like, at least they have a direction. You know what I mean? Rock bottom, we're bottoming out even more, and we might even move.
Studs. Rip it to the studs.
So I look at the Giants, Bonte, I don't know what they're doing, and, like, so my mind is going like this. Okay, they have to get below this CBT. Why? Well, just like basketball, it makes it a little more restrictive to build your team if you're in the luxury tax.
Collective bargaining tax.
This team's not good enough to be able to, restrict itself in making itself better, whether that's draft picks, draft capital, money allotted to international signing, etc. So is this a preemptive move to dump salary because you're going to have to pay down some of the deal on Blake Snell to be able to get a better prospect? So case in point, let's say Blake Snell's got like about, I don't know, $8, $9, $12 million left on his deal. You pay down some of that on a deal, and someone's willing to offer you a better prospect. If that is the ultimate end game, all right, I can see the vision.
But if you're going to sell Snell, you might as well start selling everybody.
Well,
it's either you go all in or you don't do it at all. There's no half stepping. Well, nobody does, but you could probably flip for a single A prospect, right?
But
or a high A
wants
prospect.
To take on that money.
Yeah, nobody wants to. So the Giants are going to have to take some of that money. They're going to have to eat some of that. That's just the way. That's the way that's going to have to go down with Conforto. It is what it is. But if you're going to sell, then Flores, Conforto, I want everybody gone.
Well,
I want everybody gone. If you're going to go that route, sell everybody and give me the full youth movement and let me know that you're rebuilding. And then after the season, you fire Farhan, you bring in a new GM, and he can start to work from scratch. You know what I'm saying?
But here's the problem.
That's the deal. If you're going to sell, sell everybody.
I'm with you on that. But like, if Farhan stays, whether they make the playoffs or not,
I don't think he's staying. I think he's
evaluation.
Gone.
I think he's cooked too.
I think he's gone.
But think about this. Why would even middling free agent sign any kind of deal other than a one-year deal here when every guy who has been a free agent who signed a multi-year deal has either been dangled in trade talks or traded within a year?
Oh, it's bad business. It's bad business. Nobody's going to come here.
There's no job security.
I think Farhan, this is why Farhan is cooked. And that's why if I'm Farhan, you got to go out guns blazing to say, to hell with everything. I got to try to get to the playoffs to at least – when I have my next job interview, whether it's with Tampa Bay, whether it's with, some mid-league team. Farhan's cooked. I don't think he's ever getting a job in this role again. I think he's going to be an assistant GM forever or a scout, high-level scout. I don't think he's ever going to be president of baseball operations over the course of his career again. I could be wrong. I would not hire him.
I didn't think Balky would.
But he did resurface.
Yeah, he did.
Guys do resurface.
But I will give Balky this. You're talking about being a scout. Like, Balky was a scout.
Yeah, he was.
He was a high-level area scout.
And he drafted some damn good players.
I agree with that.
He had some damn good drafts. Now, he had some bad drafts, but he had some damn good drafts. And some really good free agency signings.
No, I agree. But Farhan, to his credit, there have been a couple of decent draft picks. There have. I don't want to, I'm not just going to kick him on the way out the door. Like, he's done a couple of nice things. To me, it's the totality's not good enough.
No.
And the totality of the business model of 1 year pillow deals where the player has all the control, or I sign you to a multi-year deal and it's a complete disaster and I get pennies on the dollar at the deadline.
It's also these deals where you have a lot of opt-outs. I mean, you see teams like the Yankees and the Dodgers, they're signing guys 5-year deals, 6-year deals, 4-year deals, 3 guaranteed. Every time the Giants sign somebody, there's an opt-out.
I know.
It's the Jimmy G contract all over again, except you're doing Jimmy G contracts for like 10 players. So how are you going to have any sustainability? By the way, Vlad Guerrero Jr., for all the Giants fans who told me, we got Lamont Wade Jr., we don't need no Vlad.
What did he do last night alone?
Last night alone? Well, last night alone, hold on, I'll pull it up because I got it in fantasy.
I know he had like a monster.
He scored like 61 points.
7 home runs, I believe, in his last 8 games.
Yeah, he scored like 61 points for me in the fantasy day. It was just unbelievable. No, he's unbelievable, even though my team's not going nowhere. But all right, so in the first game of the doubleheader, he goes 3 for 5 with a homer and 2 RBIs. In the second game of the doubleheader, he goes 4 for 5 with 3 doubles, a homer, and 3 RBIs. In the last month, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is batting .337 with 7 jacks, 20 RBIs, 18 RBIs. And I had people argue with me 6 weeks ago that we don't need Vlad. He ain't nobody. He's just a name. We got Lamont Wade Jr. And I'm just laughing to the bank. And this is some of the delusion that Farhan has brought to this region. He gives us hope. He tries to sell hope with these mid-league, fringe, Major League Baseball players. And that's why yesterday's show, my whole point was, I'm tired of this.
I hear it.
We're either playing for something or you're getting the hell out of downtown. Yeah, that's it. Because you know why, Shasky?
I'm with you.
And it frustrates me to this day. I remember in the middle of 2022, the Willard, and I'm not trying to dump on him. I'm trying to dump on Lubman. I'm trying to dump on anybody. But I just kept hearing over and I remember we were having this conversation. This is all about building for 2024. And I kept thinking in real time, and I remember saying this to you, and I was like, so we're going to just skip over 2023 and get straight to 20. We're going to simulate like we're playing Madden or something, simulate to the end of the game, play offense only. Like, wait a minute, we're going to skip over a season, and now here we are in 2024, and we're getting into the dog days of August and the trade deadline, and all of a sudden it's like, well, it's about 2025. Well, what is it going to be next year? Well, it's about 2027. So wait, are we 3 years away from 3 years being 3 years away? Are we 2 years away from being 2 years away? Wow. What is the plan?
But here's
what is the plan here?
No, it's a great point because I feel like they've been in the same cycle since 2017.
Yep.
Right? And this is why I'm so adamant, and we can philosophically disagree. And I thought it was very genuine because I get your point. Believe me, I get your point. Giants fans, I heard from more people yesterday that said, I just love that you guys were arguing about it because we actually cared. Because here's the problem. We don't know what your direction is. And this is why I just want them to, this is what I would do.
Pick a side.
Pick a side. But pay down the Blake Snell deal. Package Camilo Duvall with him, put whatever else you need to, and go get Jackson Holiday. Say, hey, we are going to center this team around this 19-year-old kid. For example, this 19-year-old kid, the Orioles get a starting pitcher for now. They get a team control reliever that can either be your closer or a high-leverage situation guy who's under team control for multiple years. If I have to staple another prospect to it, like Matos or whatever, then so be it. You need an identity. You need to have a couple of guys. We're going to build around Ramos, Jackson Holiday, like for example, Jackson Holiday, and we're going to build around Bailey. And, Tyler Fitzgerald's going to play second base or shortstop, and the other guy, Jackson Holiday, is going to play second base. Well, figure out what the identity of this team is.
But all my Baltimore buddies say that he's not going anywhere. Now, things can change. They may not know anything, but people who are tapped in with the Warriors are saying that, Jackson Holiday, good luck trying to get him. Good luck trying to get him.
Where's he going to play on the diamond?
Well, they still have a role for him. They'll find a way. Good players will find a way to crack lineups. You know what I'm saying? And so we'll see.
Pete Rose on line one. I played left field. I played right field. I played first base, second base.
By the way, that documentary, Pete Rose, it's a really good doc. The Cincinnati Reds, I did a deep dive on them. Was like, wow, the Big Red Machine was really
one
that
of the
team.
Greatest teams of all time.
I mean, they were just sick. But the fact that Pete Rose won an MVP, hitting 5 home runs. But it's kind of like the Ric Flair 30 for 30. I wish I hadn't watched the Ric Flair 30 for 30. Because you realize that he's a terrible, terrible father. Terrible.
Well,
terrible, borderline terrible human being.
Pete Rose is a disgusting human being, and it's a sad cautionary tale. To me, it's like a Greek tragedy. The guy is... He's one of the greatest players of all time and also one of the worst human beings on the planet. And clearly a lying...
Compulsive liar.
He's a compulsive liar.
He can't
an
tell
addict.
anything.
He's an addict. You can see it in his eyes.
Yeah, no, he's an addict. He doesn't know.
I also believe that he did steroids. Well, I'm convinced.
Well, the fact that he's wearing Gucci shoes as a 70, 80-year-old man.
Dyeing his hair.
Yeah, dyed his hair, rocking Gucci. He's like, dude, this guy's
You didn't see episode 4, but when you get to episode 4, I know, but there's a moment with Joe Morgan that's just going to stick out.
Buying or selling? What the hell is the plan with the Giants? 888-957-9570. They dumped Jorge Soler after 4 months, which kind of came out of nowhere. And then Bob Nightingale's tweeting. And when Bob Nightingale had the original tweet, the Giants are paying off. I'm like, what?
Well, I was thinking they're going to get a prospect.
No.
Because the more you pay down, the more the other team is willing to give up.
Correction. The Braves are taking
that guy.
Baggerly, we'll get the Baggerly's tweets, we'll get the Slusser's tweets. People are scrambling out here in these streets, man. Oh, man. Matt Bro is going to join us at 8:30 on the River Islands guest line. All the guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? What's coming up in the game brought to you by Mighty Key Car Care Centers. All right, Giants fans, we got the most Giants calls on the show yesterday that I think we had the last year. Actually, there were some Giants fans who cared out there. I was shocked. How we feeling today, Giants fans? 888-957-9570. Are you confused about Jorge Soler deal? Are you still wanting to buy? Where's your mindset this morning as we get closer and closer to the trade deadline today at 3 p.m. West Coast time? We'll continue to talk about that. Plus, in a little bit later, we'll talk about Brock Purdy and the latest from him on the football field. That's all coming up here on The Rust. I'm actually excited about the Giants.
I am rooting against the Giants.
Now, back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
All right, Giants fans, what's up? What's up? What's up? If we're looking for the best damn Giants talking to Bay, check out Garlic Fries, the Baseball Guys podcast with Joe Shasky and Seth Wellman. Say, hey, when you guys podcast? You guys podcasting today?
We're going to do it right at around 3 o'clock.
Right after the deadline?
So that way we'll start the show. We should have a good idea about trades. I know they'll come trickling in 5-10 minutes after, but we should have a good idea. We're going to do it 3 o'clock, and we'll probably post it before the game.
All right, that's good.
I'm going out to the game tonight.
A's, Giants, Battle of the Bay. Maybe the last Battle of the Bay, right? Or at Oracle Park.
Well, if you talk to, IMK Diddy, he thinks Sacramento's part of the Bay.
Oh.
I'm teasing. I don't think he does.
Don't do that. I'm teasing. Don't do that. By the way, John Fisher.
What did he do?
The last home game for the A's in Oakland, he hiked up the prices.
Oh, I did see that.
So the nosebleeds are going for at least $100.
Oh, God.
He is so...
I mean, you want to talk about an awful human being on a different level?
Yep.
I mean, that man, don't let the door hit you on the way out. Get out of here.
Deal with the devil.
So, Andrew Bagley, the latest on the Giants. We all have our thoughts on Andrew Bagley. I respect his reporting. I respect his writing. But at times, I feel like he's a mouthpiece for the Giants.
Well, he wrote this CBT article days before this Soler thing went down.
Yeah, no doubt. I just didn't like the way he tried to take a shot at me, saying the opportunities came down at the Farhan Zaidi presser. I was like, why do you care? We're asking questions you guys didn't ask down there. You guys were asking about what he watches and Netflix and whatnot. Some of the questioning sometimes. People are asking about Kyle Shanahan's mustache. What the hell are we doing these days? Anyway, Andrew Bagley. Andrew Bagley tweeted last night, my understanding of the Giants Soler trade, they're not in full sell mode. They plan to call up Marco Luciano and use him at DH.
Okay.
Along with Conforto and Flores when healthy. They're looking for a defensive upgrade at center field and slide Ramos to a corner. They're listening on Snell and prepared to deal, but not expecting something to materialize. They'd have to be overwhelmed. A prospect package like what the Astros gave up for Kikuchi wouldn't get it done. So they want a bigger package than what the Astros gave up for Kikuchi, the pitcher from Toronto. You want a bigger package for Kikuchi?
Don't we all want a bigger package? No.
What type of package you talking about?
I don't know where you're going.
I know where you're going.
So okay.
Kikuchi packages?
Move on,
what?
Joe.
Let me break this down. So they want to move Ramos to a corner outfield spot, which like next year, if you're going to bring Jung-Hoo Lee back next year, he has to go to a corner outfield spot because I would assume that Jung-Hoo Lee is the center fielder.
Can we trade Jung-Hoo Lee?
Well, that was a question I had. Did you see the contract goes
No.
years? It's only $7 million this year.
No, it goes up to 16, and then 23, and then 23. And we have listen, Larry Krueger, I give him credit. He's never liked the Jung-Hoo Lee deal. I was in wait and see mode, and after watching him, I was just like, all right, what's the big deal about him?
I still
like the hype and the fan love for Jung-Hoo Lee doesn't match.
Fonte, we were
doesn't match the production.
I know, we were so low. Again, I will raise my hand and admit, when Soler signed, when Jung-Hoo Lee signed, I was excited. I was.
Yeah.
They haven't worked out as well as I wanted them to. But I think Soler has been way better than Jung-Hoo Lee this year.
Really quick, just backtracking on what Bagley said about what the Giants are looking for in a potential Blake Snell trade. The Kikuchi trade to the
Houston.
Astros, to the Astros. The Astros gave up their number 9 and their number 13, and then a third prospect who was not ranked in their top 30. So the Giants apparently want something bigger than that for Blake Snell.
Yeah, and as they should. Blake Snell is the number one target for almost every team who wants to win. He's got postseason success. He's an older, ready-to-go player. Like Skubal, for example, who's available right now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you get team control. He wants a deal, an extended deal before he even pitches in the playoffs. We've never even seen him in the playoffs. Snell, I'll give him this with Tampa Bay. He's done it with San Diego. He's been to the playoffs multiple times.
And he's pitched well.
Yeah, obviously probably most known for getting yanked out of the World Series game, and everyone was throwing their hands up. But, this is a lefty who is on a one-year deal and has the option, and if you're a team that thinks that you can maybe re-sign him, it's great to get him in and test drive him and all that. And to me, he's the number one target for most teams.
I'm looking at Kikuchi here. He's going to be an unrestricted free agent after the season. Unrestricted free agent. So the Giants, they think that they're going to get a bigger package for Blake Snell, I think we're in for a big surprise.
But I would package Camilo Duvall as well because every team
you got to sweeten the pot.
Yeah, like to me, or Tyler Rogers or Taylor Rogers, like these relievers, you get a couple of years from them. I mean, most don't end up being Sergio Romo and Affel and Lopez, where they stay with you for a long, long time. Most don't, right. And so what I would do right now is you do have some bullpen arms that are coveted around baseball. Package those with Blake Snell.
No, something random I was thinking about.
What's that?
Sunday, watching the game. Sunday. And I'm thinking about the cream jerseys, right?
The names on the back?
The names on the back. And the reason why I remember when we first started the show, the morning roast, and you and I and Kate were arguing about the back names on the back of the jersey. And, and I get it. Some people were, Kate was like, you got to do it. You don't know who these players are. I'm like, I don't care. You're ruining the classic uniform. And it was like, okay, we're going to put names on the back of the jerseys so fans can connect with the players and know who's on the new Giants since they're moving off the core guys, right? And here we are in 2024, and people still don't know who the players are. And you ruin the jerseys, and we still don't have a jersey to buy. You're still swapping names off. Like Soler's jersey, if you bought a Soler jersey, well, that's done.
How many
after
people
4
knew
months.
what number he was?
Yeah, nobody.
For example.
Was he 51? What number? Was he 2? I have no idea. I had no idea.
Well, okay, for example, I know this. He doesn't have his name on the back. Every child I know knows who number 99 is.
Yeah, Aaron Judge.
It's one guy. Yeah, Aaron Judge.
By the way, 39 home runs. The bomb.
Well, he's the MVP.
I mean, he's having an unbelievable season.
It's one of the
really
greatest
regretting
seasons.
that deal.
The first half reminded me of a Juan Gonzalez-like first half.
Oh, wow.
You think I'm joking?
Yeah, no, I know you're not joking.
Juan Gonzalez had 100 RBIs at the break.
Oh, yeah, I know. Juan Gonzalez was like a mythical player because we didn't have MLB League Pass.
Now, that's the name I've
had. Dude, you either look at the baseball card and then you look at the newspaper, the Sporty Green, and you're like, who's this Juan Gonzalez guy? He's in the league leaders for everything. Doubles, RBIs, runs,
top 5
average. Home runs. I mean, Jerry Curl
Great
told
nickname,
me.
too. Juan Gon. I always love that.
Juan Gonzalez.
Juan
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez. And Jerry Curl just reeked of like, okay, this dude is hanging out with the mobsters
for sure
in Texas, and he's having all the fun in his life. All the fun.
God, I love Juan Gonzalez.
Juan Gonzalez is sick as hell.
I'm also convinced he, like Lattimore, put on 60 pounds in the offseason and showed up jacked out of his mind.
Every year. In that Texas heat.
His career.
How did he wilt in that Texas heat?
Well, because he's on the juice, dog.
With the curl. The curl.
But here's the thing about the Soler move. So if this is where, the indecisiveness of the Giants has been on display for 8 years. And it precedes Farhan. It goes back to the organization.
Bobby Evans.
So Soler, he leads you in, he's like top 3 basically in games played, at-bats, runs, hits, doubles, homers. He's like 5 in RBIs. Yep. Like every statistical category in terms of output and consistency, as bad as it's been, he's there. So I think, again, I go back to, you say you're going to compete for the playoffs, then why wasn't Michael Conforto the guy moved if that's what you're trying to do and eat money and dump money? Because to me, Jorge Soler is infinitely more productive than Michael Conforto.
Well, Buster Olney just had a tweet, and you look at what Jorge Soler has done since June 2nd, just batting average-wise. Let's look at his slash line. His slash line here, 286 batting average. I mean, 392 OBP, 507 slash line. So, I mean, he's batting damn near 286. He's batting damn near 300 since June 12th. I mean, I'm not mad at moving off the money. I think it's a smart move long term because who knows how Jorge Soler is going to age with this team and this roster and this lineup. But he was one of your best players over the last month. He was. As much as we got on him. And look, I was at the game Friday night where they had a runner on third with no outs and they didn't score. Oh. How many times we see Jorge Soler ground into a double play, runners on first and second, or bases loaded or whatnot.
Strike out.
I mean, look, he wasn't the greatest player in the world, so I'm not mad that they moved him. But it's another bad signing by Farhan that he had to pivot off of in less than a year. And now we get to the jerseys and we get to the names on the back, and you got guys like that's the thing with the Farhan era. You got the Sacramento shuttle going up to Sacramento left and right. You know, that's why I always thought the Giants should have had an Amtrak patch on their jerseys because you're shuttling guys back and forth to AAA, right? So the whole names on the back of the jerseys, you're trading guys left and right. I just want to know the direction of the damn team.
Well,
and if you're going to sell, then we need to see headlines all day long. Giants trade this guy. Giants trade that guy. Because they're going to go full youth movement. And rip it down to the studs. Rip it down to the studs, for crying out loud. Either buy or you sell, but you can't half step. You know what I'm saying?
They've been doing that for 8 years.
Which is why he's got to go. All right, let's break. More coming up here. 888-957-9570. Giants fans, where are you at this morning? You still want to buy? What's your thoughts on a Jorge Soler deal? Or are you asleep right now, just really don't care? Because there's a lot of Giants fans who reach out and say, Bonte, I don't get why you're passionate. We really don't care about this team no more. Well, I still care. I want to see some meaningless baseball in August, don't you? 888-957-9570 is the number. That's what's coming up in the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
I'm not optimistic. Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
What up, Larry? Uncle Larry June. I think he's coming out with an album over the next month or two. He always puts out albums, man. He stays consistent, man. By the way, New Zealand's kicking USA's ass in women's rugby. Man, New Zealand's, they're ballers, man.
I have some family members who could be our rugby correspondents.
We should.
JP Money and my boy Mike Schindler. My cousin Mike is in the Hall of Fame for the Maritime Academy for
Look
rugby.
at New Zealand. They're out there rolling.
Well, they are New Zealand.
Yeah,
and
24 to 5, just smoking USA. Wow. Olympic Games going on in Paris, France. By the way, JP Money, I should say.
Yeah.
Not JP Morgan. JP Money. Would he be able to give us a rugby breakdown within like 15 minutes? Because, it takes him like 5 minutes to get to the meat of the story.
You know that he's online under an anonymous account, and he was trolling you last night hard.
Was he?
Oh, yeah.
Did I reply to him?
Yeah, he was cooking you.
I replied to him on Twitter?
Yeah.
What I replied to him?
Well, he's just very anti-Farhan.
Oh, he came at me? Well, this is what happens with some of you guys, and I think I probably dominated him. He wasn't cooking me. I mean, just because you tweet at me and say something that you're wrong doesn't mean you're getting cooked. You have to make sense. And he wasn't making sense if I think that's who he is. Because trust me, I see all the comments. It's one thing about Bonte Hill. I may not reply to everybody, but I see everything. Everything. And there's a lot of idiots who don't know how to read and comprehend. So I hope he wasn't that idiot who wasn't reading and not comprehending. Because it was like, how can you give Farhan credit? You're supporting Farhan. I said, no. I'm not a Farhan guy. Like, let's be real.
No.
So I just realized that a lot of people in school didn't really pay attention to the Eagles class, or just our literacy as a culture. It's just gone down the drain. We read something to see a word. Oh my God, you're so wrong. It's like, can you read the whole tweet and can you just sit back, take a breath, and relax?
Well, can I be fully
and then JP Money, how about you be a man and just put your face on the name?
Well, this because he uses his account to
stand on it,
make a lot of political statements about San Francisco and the hierarchy, and I kind of love it. I can't like any of them, but I kind of love it.
Actually, you can because it's private.
Oh, are they?
The likes are private now.
Yeah, I'm still not going to do that. You talk about literacy, and I've noticed that I'm actually having a very difficult time reading, like, no joke, like reading some of my son's books properly. Like, because you got to flip the book, and then they put their hand on the book, and he's like moving it around. And I don't know, some of these books, man, they're very complicated.
Oh, I love them. It's actually reading the chess.
10 Little Toes?
Yeah, you got 10 Little Toes. You got Busy by Lucy Scott. You got all the Cat in the Hat books.
Cat in the Hat's classics.
I mean, Chessa, we read a book to Chessa, sometimes 2 books before she goes to bed. She always wants.
What's her favorite book currently?
She mixes it up. Every day is a different book. Every day.
Really?
Sometimes we read the Hands Are Not for Hitting book. So then she likes to hit things.
Hands are not for. We haven't reached that stage yet.
Hands are not for, or what? So
I have my favorite book. Cousin Nick sent me this baseball book, and it's ABCs all the way down, and every player throughout the history of the game of baseball is with a letter, and it brings me back to my childhood. There's like Ichiro and Griffey, and then Bonds is in there, and Willie Mays, and it's really, really cool. It's one of my favorite books.
No, so we have the USA loses 24-12 to New Zealand in rugby, 24-12.
That's pretty lame.
Yeah, that is lame. By the way, Klay Thompson, you know who he's hanging out with right now?
No.
Quick aside, as we like to say on the show, hanging out with boy Festus Ezeli out in Africa.
Oh.
I was talking to Fezzi Fell on IG yesterday. They're having the time of their lives. They're on a boat trying to go to a private beach, but the water was just too turbulent, so they had to turn it around. And they turned it around, and they were chilling at the beach. But Clay's Fezzi's hanging out with Klay Thompson in Africa. Go figure. Fezzi, I'm telling you, we talk about Baldy living a good life.
Same old Klay to me.
Yeah, same old Klay to me. You see him in that pickup game? Nobody was tweeting that yesterday. They were trying to cook him.
What pickup game?
Some pickup game. He was cooking some dudes.
Okay.
I mean, whatever. I don't really care. But Festus Ezeli lives a good life, man. The guy's been all over the place. Paris, Africa, Hawaii, Mexico. Dude's living. Well, must be nice.
Well, at least they know what direction they're going in.
Yeah, well, with direction of fun.
I mean, the Giants, like, honest to gosh.
That was a great segue.
Can I just ask, like on the real, does anybody think...
I'm going to text JP, buddy. I got a problem with it. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little rattled right now. He's acting like one of these little punk-ass Twitter users.
I think he told you who he is.
No,
too.
he didn't. I don't.
Oh, maybe you just didn't care.
He talks too much. So,
Yeah,
like, you know,
true.
you get kind of like
He buries the lead.
Oh my gosh, he was trying to explain one possession in a pickup game at Operation Contact in Filbo. I was like, dude, get to the story. I actually told him, I was like, dude, you got to get to the story. I'm like looking away every 7 minutes. Like, I was like, dude, you're just jaw jacking. Get to the damn meat of the story. All right, anyway.
Well,
continue.
no, like, this is what I don't understand with the Giants. They give us multiple signals that they're going in multiple directions constantly. Like, the one thing I will say about the 49ers, like, the 49ers have been very singular. At the beginning, it was like, this was at the beginning. We're an upstart.
Yeah.
We're the 2017 Niners. We literally have not one player that you want. Okay? And then by 2019, it was like, we need to try to make the playoffs. All right? And ever since then, it has been, not only are we trying to win a Super Bowl, anything short of that is pretty much a failure, right? And I respect it. Now, do I understand that not every organization can have that mindset every year? Absolutely. I'm not unreasonable, right? The Warriors, for the longest time, it is finals victory or failure. Yeah. And then I think the last couple of years, it's like, maybe we should adjust a little. And that has been its own difficulty. And I think that they're kind of stuck in a, not that they don't know what they want to be. They want to be competitive and they want to fight for championships. It's just, how do we go about getting there has been the conversation. The Giants, I just don't understand like what their exact MO is. So, for example, yesterday they trade Soler, and all these different people are they're getting information from the organization. Let's just call it what it is, right?
Oh yeah, some people are getting used as mouthpieces.
And it's like, do you
Giants
really,
are good at
do you
controlling the
really
media.
think that the Baltimore, for example, the Baltimore GM is sitting there like, oh my God, Giant beat writer X says that Snell's off the table. Well, we need to give him a deal because if they're not interested in our deal, like, that's not how it works. I just wish, and I know that you can't be 1,000% transparent, but could you just, like, what are you doing?
You know,
where are we going?
Well,
what's going on?
A great salesman to tell you that a negotiation starts with a no. That's when the negotiation starts, when somebody tells you no.
Well, I know this.
So you think Brian Castron's going to stop just because of reports out there that Farhan's not going to sell? They're still going to call him. By the way, Hard Knocks comes out today, and I can't wait to see it because, you know, we got a preview of what this episode could be, and it's the Jets in the war room.
Yes.
Calling the Giants, saying, are you sure you're going to make your pick? And the lines never die. Up until 3 o'clock today, the Giants' phones will be ringing. Now, do you trust Farhan to sell the right way? Because there's a lot of people mad, like my boy Israel, who's got to relax on the Twitter because, I mean, like, he works with the Giants, but he's like pissed off because they got the 17th overall prospect in the Brave system. I was like, well, what do you expect to get from Soler and Luke Jackson? We're lucky we got that. You know what I'm saying? And I did look up the prospect to see what he looks like, and I'm just like,
did you see the comp?
Oh, no, yeah, Matt Duffy. I sent it to the thread. They said it could be Matt Duffy.
Could be. Hey, if he has a 10-year Major League Baseball career, that's a great trade.
Wow, Matt Duffy.
Matt Duffy has had a 10-year career.
I mean, great.
No, but like I'm
need
just
to see
saying,
what this
like,
guy's cat looks like first before we get into Matt Duffy.
Look, I think only 20% of first-round picks make it to the bigs. I could be wrong, but I think only 20% of first-round picks make it to the bigs. So if any of your, late guys end up making it to the bigs, that's a great trade. But like the problem is that you gave up someone who was one of your better players. Like, as bad as Soler's been this year, he is still one. So, like,
which is sad, which is an indictment on the Giants.
Well, I agree.
He's one of your better players.
I mean,
but he's
am I wrong?
241.
Am I wrong?
He's had to bat 275 over the last month just to raise his average to 241. It's just incredible.
But he's still better than Yaz. He's still better than Conforto.
But he should be better than Yaz.
And he's better than, I think he's better than
He should be better than Yaz. He's getting paid to be better than Yaz.
No, I agree. But like, but how can you say that to me, we're still trying to compete and you're going to get rid of this guy? So to me, this is waving the white flag. Whether people want to admit it or not, like, that's what they're doing.
Well, what if they don't make a trade? What if they don't end up making a trade?
Well, this goes back to now you don't understand how to control your own assets.
Right.
Now you don't know how to maximize your return.
Well, what if you don't? What if you don't make another trade? What if the Giants do stand pat and they believe that, hey, we have enough, despite giving up Jorge Soler, to compete for a playoff spot? Like, what if Marco Luciano comes in? They think Marco Luciano's going to just pick up where Solera left off.
What position is Marco?
I have no idea. That's why I would flip him. I would flip him to try to get somebody.
Well, I'd be listening on the deal. I'd be definitely listening.
This is my thought process here today. If you get to noon, up until noon, if I'm Farhan, and I'm not Farhan, I'm not even close to being Farhan. He's got a lot of money in the bank. He's really good at fantasy football. I'm not. Farhan Zaidi. Up until noon, I would call teams and say, okay, Lamont Wade Jr., Flores Conforto, Luciano, Wisdom Hunt, they can go. Yes, everything.
Here's our 19th best prospect.
Here's our 19th best prospect. Here's some major leaguers. Hey, Toronto, can I give Vlad? I would start there. I would try to go get some big boys. I would call the White Sox and say, you sure you want to keep Luis Robert?
Can I ask this question?
You lost 15 straight games. You're 27 and 82. How's that announcer doing, by the way, the play-by-play announcer for the White Sox? He must be struggling right now during this 15. You know who I'm talking about?
The highlight of the season.
I mean, dude, talking about the Milwaukee Brewers. You don't want to mess with us, by the way. Tommy Pham, back in St. Louis, where it all started for him. He's now in a pennant race.
I mean, Fonte, the Giants don't have the ammunition to go get Vladdy, nor do I see Toronto being aggressively looking to move him. I can't wrap my head around why wouldn't Toronto want to keep him?
Because they have no chance of re-signing him when it's all said and done in the future. You want to talk about a team without a direction?
Well,
I mean,
they missed their window.
And
I
feel
like the AL East has always been very, very deep, and it's very difficult.
You know, the Yankees are going to always be in the mix. Yeah. And people thought the Red Sox was going to be out of the Red Sox are sneaky good.
Actually, I think they're a team that I'd be looking. Well, I know the Pirates traded with them.
They might buy.
They did. They already got a pitcher.
Yeah, well, they might buy again.
I know.
You know, they just re-signed their manager, Alex Cora. They gave him an extension the other day. So, I don't know what the plan is. Maybe Nick and Berkeley knows what the plan is. It's been a while since we heard from Nick and Berkeley. You got a plan with the Giants?
Yeah, man, we need to all go to the games and boo like the movie Major League and just rip the players because that's all we got left. There's a bunch of cats we don't even know. So what's our loyalty to, man? We heard just, Fonte, me and you banned them for one season a couple years ago. We weren't even on the baseball team. We were sticking with the Warriors and Niners, man.
You're
it
right.
was so pathetic. And then they promised they was going to get some picks. And we all were like, we keep biting into this thing from Farhan. The dude is a numbers cruncher. He just wants to hang around 500, man, and keep the books tidy for the owner. The owner don't want to win. It's obvious. And Shasky, if you own a professional team one day, brother, the only thing that your mission in life is to win a world title every single season. You got to hire with the right people. You got to bounce money around. It's a task, and you got to hope people don't get injured. But it's like, man, dude, it's not that hard. Bochi went down to Texas and won the whole thing, but we ran him out of town because Farhan didn't like him. Farhan is a womp womp womp. He's a truck, bro. He's an idiot. I don't care what anybody says. He doesn't know how to set a winning team. He might be that third, fourth scout in the back, pointing out a couple players that could put up potential numbers, but he doesn't know how to put a winning team together. Not any sense of the word. You know what I mean? So
what are they going to do, Nick? Are they going to sell? Are they going to buy? What do you want? What do you want this team to do?
I would like them to. I mean, other players come to our park and hit bombs into the stands. Why are we not going after young players? My boy's son lives in Double-A for the Pirates, big banger lefty. Why haven't we gone after him? I don't know. They're like, well, who are they looking at is the point. Like, you know what I mean? It's right now, I agree with you, Bonte. Man, dumpster fire, sell it all. Get rid of all anybody making over 500,000. Bye bye. If that's the case, and we'll start all over. Bring up a bunch of rookies. Why not?
Just sell and just fire everybody.
If you need a leadoff batter, go to your minor league system and find the fastest guy on both teams. I don't even care if it's a pitcher. If you got a super fast guy, let him just bat leadoff and make him bunt or do something, man. I don't know, man. It's crazy.
Well, so like, here's the interesting thing.
I need some Billy ball.
Here's the interesting thing. Like this whole rhetoric that Luciano's going to come up and play DH, but they're going to platoon him at DH with Conforto and Wilmer. That was what it was suggested by some of the beat writers. So like, I don't know how you view DH, but this is how I view DH. Okay. Either you have a guy like David Ortiz who is penciled in there every single day and is so prolific with the bat that it doesn't matter if he plays defense, okay? Most teams can't find that guy. The other way I view DH is, okay, I've got a plethora of guys who could be my DH, and based off of rest and situation and who's pitching and who's not pitching and who we're going up against, I'm going to mix and match who's my DH on any given day, right? Like, that's how I view it. But I don't just throw a 22-year-old who's got great legs and say, you're my DH. I don't understand. Like, they're already waving the white flag as a defensive player on him.
At 7:20, we're going to pivot to Brock Purdy because this is making me sleepy. Just thinking about it. First, you're going to bring up a young kid and say, we're going to platoon you. A kid who needs to play every day and get every day at bats, let's bring him up to play on part-time. You might as well keep his ass in Sacramento and let him play every day and figure out a position or trade him. What
position was he playing in Sacramento?
You know what I'm saying?
I know he got some starts at second.
Yeah, love it. What was going on with Luciano's sack? Do you know? Anyway, he's locked in. No, seriously. What position was Luciano in the minors? Did he play all second base or?
They were having him, shortstop, and they moved him to second base because they wanted to get him some extra reps there to see if he can play that position.
It does feel like Wisely's spot is on the, at least for the right now.
Every spot. Who has a solidified roster spot other than Patrick Bailey, Matt Chapman, Heliot Ramos, and I guess you got to go Tyler Fitzgerald.
For now, yeah.
For now.
Yeah.
Like, I would flip Lamont Wade Jr. right now. What is the fascination?
Be careful. The Lamont Wade Jr. stands are out there.
Giants, the lunatic fringe was out in full force yesterday.
Why do you say that?
Oh, they trust me. I read the comments. People were just angry.
What were they angry about?
I don't know. Maybe because I was tweeting.
Were they angry that they sold or angry that they didn't get enough?
I feel like some people have alerts in mind. Maybe I'm looking too deeply into it. But I just could just send a little tweet out and somebody's going to be, F you, you stink, you like it is the lunatic fridge actually got a kick. Last night are the nights that I live for on Twitter.
Why is that?
Because it's just the pendulum swings left and right to everybody. Like I went on a rant yesterday about Biden, and people don't even get it. You idiot! You were saying sell last week and how stale they are. Yes. That's why I want them to buy. I'm tired of watching stale baseball. Don't you get it, you dodos? I'm tired of watching this crap for the last 3 years. Jesus Christ, you guys go crazy about the Warriors not making the playoffs. At least they hung 4 banners in the last decade. The Niners have been knocking on the doorstep. At least they played in January and February. This team is done by August.
Always.
I'm tired of watching it, for crying out loud. So pick a lane, Giants. Pick a lane, Farhan, because let me tell you something. And this, again, I did my own investigating yesterday, and if you want to believe me or not, I believe I'm credible. I trust my sources. They don't make the playoffs, he's gone anyway. So you know what, Farhan? Do something. Wake up, buddy. Wake up. You know, like the little meme with the stick in the rock, like you're trying to, just poke at the guy, like, hey, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Do something.
Well, that's why I actually think that
This started getting frustrated with this guy.
This is just my read on it.
Now I'm thinking about it. We're talking through this for the last 2 days, Jessica. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
But he's really killed the soul and the life of baseball in San Francisco.
Yeah.
And you make a move like last night. Saying, wait a minute, we just traded a guy after 4 months, and the guy's having his best stretch of the season, and you flip him for the 17th best prospect in Atlanta. Not get the money part, but I'm looking at the way the rest of the nation responds, and everybody from New York to Atlanta to Miami to Ohio, everybody's like, wow, the Braves got Solera back. And they already instantly think it's a good move for the Braves. I'm like, damn, did we just get pimped?
Well, I mean, we're closer to the Carolina Panthers in the CMC deal than we are the Niners.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
But I think that speaks volumes. But
it does speak volumes. Sorry, I had to go out there. Right? It's just you hear Nick and Berkeley, and you just look at all the beat writers tweeting about this stuff, and I'm getting a headache from it, just thinking, we don't even have a damn direction. Midway through the year, 6 years in with Farhan Zaidi, and we still don't have a direction, man. And people wanted to advocate for this guy and write deep pieces on how media members went down to the industry's oppressor to be opportunists and pile off Farhan. Imagine caping for Farhan after last season. And then 4 months into this year, you're still caping for Farhan Zaidi. I mean, good Lord.
Well, I mean, just because you cover the game for the last 10 years or 15 years doesn't mean you know the game. And I've said that a long time.
Hey, here goes a little Giants fan. And they won 3 in the last 15 years. Stop it with the World
They
Series
haven't won
championships.
any since 2014. It's 2024. They have a 10-year drought. They've been to the playoffs twice in 10 years when everyone makes. The Marlins have made the playoffs the same amount of times as the Giants in the last 10 years. Say that sentence out loud.
Wow.
The Marlins. The Marlins. The Marlins. Okay? So my point being is that I truly believe, and I can't believe that some of these beat writers can't figure it out. The mandate came from the ownership. We're going to get under the CBT. To sell Snell, we gave him a horrific guaranteed contract in 2026 for $17 million. I think this is the first of a variety of moves to dump a bunch of money and get pennies on the dollar in terms of prospects so that the one big move that you can actually make, the Snell one, is the one where you're going to actually eat some of the money. I think that's coming down the pike today. That's my read on it. And if it doesn't happen, I'm going to be very disappointed.
Well, if you sell Snell, sell Ray, sell Wade, sell everybody. If you're going to bottom out with the best of them. Sell everybody. If that's the direction they go in,
I
commit
think you
to
have
something.
to staple Doval because he's got team control for 3 years, and he's a guy everyone's looking for right-handed power pitchers out of the bullpen. I think he fits a lot of teams. I think Tyler Rogers fits a lot of teams. I think Taylor Rogers fits a lot of teams. Heck, I'd even listen on Ryan Walker.
Listen, pick a lane. If you're going to bottom out, bottom out. If you're going to bottom out, bottom out. That means sell everybody. Sell everybody. And you know what? When you do that, when that's all done, if the Giants decide to sell everybody, then in 2 days, you might as well get a head start on this. Get Farhan his pink slip by the end of the week.
Well, I mean
that honest to God. Honest to God,
I would do it so that I could get out on the search and hire someone.
That's what I'm saying. Get ahead of it, and go find somebody to fix this organization. Because if you do sell after the pay runs you had for most of the season and all the moves you tried to make, and all the blah, blah, blah you try to sell the fans. You know what? If you do sell and you rip this thing down to the studs.
Oh, no.
What? I
got the worst. The Giants are the Jeff Fisher Rams.
Oh, my gosh.
Holy moly.
That is.
Is that the worst place to be in sports? The Jeff Fisher Rams?
7-9? They're not even that. They're not even that. At least they had some exciting players on those teams.
Todd Gurley?
They had some, Todd Gurley, Aaron Donald. They had some ballers. Trey Mason for a second before he lost his cool.
We've got Elliot Ramos, though.
Oh, gosh. By the way, Bobby Witt Jr. batting .575 since the All-Star break.
Oh, my God. I guess the home run derby didn't ruin his swing.
No, it didn't. The guy is unbelievable. Can we get a player like that?
Can I ask you a question?
I would like a player like that.
You're a big baseball fan. If I made you pick Gunnar, Bobby Witt, or one of the Cruzes, who's the guy that you would make your shortstop for the next 10 years?
It's either Bobby or Gunnar.
Because O'Neal Cruz had a rip down the line yesterday. I was like, oh my God.
I had a soft spot for Bobby Witt Jr. He led me to my first ever fantasy baseball championship as a rookie. My draft pick. You know what I'm saying?
It makes me laugh when you say that.
No, I know. I literally, you get on the phone, you're like, okay, he's coming up. Let me get the at-bat. And he got it off cold. It is, it's like, damn. He's got 20 jacks. He's got 30 pods.
Gunner's got 35 homers.
I had Gunner too.
Ridiculous.
Gunner's ridiculous. So I take Bobby, you take Gunner. You take Bobby, I take Gunner. It doesn't matter to me. Those both, but can I get a player like that for once? If you're going to rip it down to the suds, if you're going to sell, the trade deadline's in 7 hours, 49 minutes, and 20, 19, 18, 17 seconds. If you're going to sell everything. If you're going to buy, then go do something. Then go do something.
If you were going to buy, why would you sell Soler?
I mean, I don't know. Well, some beat writers think that they understand Farhan. Oh, this is Farhan. Huh. What if his big moves is undoing one of his bad moves?
You ever seen Austin Powers when he gets stuck in the little
Oh yeah, and he's trying to turn the little cart.
That is Farhan trying to navigate the direction of the Giants. He's stuck in the little tiny hallway, and he doesn't know whether he's going to go left or right because he's literally stuck. He's stuck.
My gosh.
The Austin Powers. That is where the Giants are at. They've been stuck in neutral. Not even neutral. They keep ramming into the hall.
Marco Luciano, I'm just looking at his minor league numbers. They had a batting ninth in some games. Oh, this is Major League. Never mind. Yeah, I forgot the Giants called him up in that A's game. We were at training camp last year. It's like, oh, Marco Luciano, our top prospect. He's going to bat ninth today. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank. Celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Get the lucky in San Francisco and the rest of you at 888-957-9570. What direction are the Giants in? What lane are they in right now? What is going on with this team as they get ready to play the Oakland A's later tonight? That's all coming up here on the Morning Roast.
Wah, wah, wah.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing, really.
Hey, yo, it's Zushi, man. You listening to the 95.7 The Game, The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
Oh, baby.
You know,
Zuchi.
It's Suchi May. You know the thing about sports? It's all fun and passion. I have a lot of fun with it. But when your team is bad or you got a bad president of basketball, it breaks you. And over the last hour, after yesterday's show, I was thinking, I was like, man, I have so much passion for it. I just want this team to be good again. I want the city buzzing again. I'm at the game Friday night. They're playing the Rockies in a lifeless 11-4 win. You know, it was cool. Saw Tyler Fitzgerald and a couple jacks, and I was like, wow. Ramos with a triple, and the fans went crazy, and Harrison did his thing. You know, FP seniors, Kyle Harrison's doing pretty good. Let me see a pitch against somebody other than the Rockies before we start crowding his ass, FP senior. You're better than that, all right? Anyway.
He was talking about parades yesterday. God bless him.
Wait, what?
He was like, I'm trying to get players that can get me parades. Dog, can we get over 500?
Dude, what? Oh, yeah, you know, I heard him. They were talking to Ned Coletti, former assistant GM of the Giants. I guess he's now a professor down at Pepperdine or whatnot. But FP was saying, you know, hopefully I can educate Dibs and Grady and the audience that it's not buying or selling. It's about getting better, right?
So what are the White Sox doing right now?
They're trying to get better, I guess.
Yeah, better chances of the number 1 overall pick and the worst record in baseball history. They had their 82nd loss yesterday.
I know, 27-82. They've lost 15 straight. And Jerry Reisdorf is notoriously cheap. And he ruined that franchise by hiring Tony La Russa. I mean, that was the beginning of the year for them. Did you see Isaac Gandy weekend? Eloy Jimenez said, yeah, I don't want to run hard because I don't want to do this. Isaac Gandy said something like, wait, you don't want to run hard? Well, guess what? I want to watch you ground out 4 times a game.
I feel him, though.
Isaac Gandy has been destroying the White Sox on NBC Sports Chicago. It's actually great to see. But I wish somebody had some passion like that out here. Whenever we had passion about the Giants, you get the Mickey Mouse fan talking about, well, you know, he got it. They literally, the Farhan era has broken me.
You know why it's broken?
I'm officially broken.
You know why it's broken me? I'm actually saying to myself, man, maybe I was too harsh on Brandon Belt. Like, that's how down bad I am. That's how down, on the real.
I know. I've been
Can you believe I said that?
I'm like massively shocked you just said that.
No. I can't believe you said it, but I understand why you said it.
I know.
I understand why you said it. Maybe he was underappreciated because I got to watch Lamar Wade Jr. hit 4 home runs, and people were coming at me talking about, oh, Vlad Jr., when he got off to a slow start. I haven't heard from those fans. I was searching on Twitter last night, liking their tweets to know. To let them know.
Wait, you're going back in time to like old tweets?
Oh, like the old tweets to let them know that I forgot about what the hell they were saying as they were propping up. It's so bad. And God bless Lamar Wade Jr. He's probably around listening right now.
Hard.
He's playing his ass off.
He's a platooner.
But come on, man. He's got 4 jacks at first base.
What was the movie was named Platoon back in the 80s? You've seen the movie, right?
I've seen the movie.
I mean, that's literally what the Giants have been over the last 7 or 8 years.
It's sad. Like, I couldn't believe maybe I should take the tweet down, but I was like, wow, we traded Pedro Serrano after 4 months. Because Jorge Soler was Pedro Serrano for a long time. Jung-Hoo Lee is Kamikaze Tanaka from Major League, running into the walls left and right. Now he's out, and we're selling his bobbleheads, and people are going crazy over his bobbleheads. Guys played 47 games. We don't even know he's going to be good. Now wait till he's making $16 million, and he steals 5 bases and get caught stealing 7 times and running 15 more walls because, he doesn't really know the league yet. He's got to get. Well, that's what pregame outfielders for. We signed Jung-Hoo Lee to $100 million and didn't even know who he was, and we got excited about it because we're so damn desperate as Giants fans to just glom onto something. I am mentally broken over this organization and what the hell is going on. Just pick a lane so I can pick my lane for the next 2 months.
I'm
having
a meltdown.
Okay, then I'll start watching the Yankees every single day or the Phillies every single day or the Dodgers every single day. I will pivot and go watch other baseball. Just let me know what lane you're in. I'm sorry, dude. I'm mentally broken before this deadline with this team. Farhan has killed the spirit in San Francisco. He's killed it. So you want to redeem yourself? Either go get us some big boys or rip it down to the studs and clear out your office by the end of the week. Well, that needs to happen.
We should have seen the omen when Jorge Soler got hurt in batting practice. No, I'm dead serious.
I forgot all about
I've been
that.
throwing BP. I've been throwing BP for 41 years of my life. either receiving or throwing. I have never seen any child, teenager, adult, young adult get hurt in BP. And I saw Jorge Soler go on the DL, essentially because of batting practice. I've never seen that.
I forgot all about that. We are literally the modern day Major League movie.
I mean,
as far like
this. No, that's not good. We're Major League 2, not even the good Major League. We're like the not as good Major League. Like that's where we're at right now.
We're back to the minors Major League. What the hell are you talking about? This team ain't even making snip in the playoffs.
I mean, at least their wild thing actually like delivered at the end. Our wild thing doesn't even want to like pitch.
Our wild
he's
thing
like
is just
mad
wild.
that he's coming into like non-safe situations, and I mean he's right now like okay. At least before you got into this year, you're saying to yourself, all right, I got a closer of the future. I don't know if I do. Now, I'll give them this. I thought I had a center fielder before the season started. Turns out I don't have a center fielder, but I have a guy who made the All-Star game as a center fielder who I didn't predict to be on the team this year, and he's probably one of my corner field outfielders moving forward. That's a good development. I don't believe Patrick Bailey is a 3-4-5 hitter. He's been miscast as that. I think he's a 7 or 8 hitter on a good team. Like I truly do. And he's kind of leaking oil right now because it's just been a long year for him. But I think he's a player. I think he's a keeper. Is he Buster? No, he's not even close to Buster. I mean, can we get to Benji before we get to Buster?
I mean get to Kurt Manwaring before we get to
right,
Benji.
And I'm not trying to hate. Come on. We've got our next Buster. No, we don't.
I keep hearing this stuff like Buster. Like, stop, dude. Stop. 408, Xfinity Mobile text line. It would be poetic for the A's to sweep the Giants and take Bonte and Shasky out of their misery. Butler's the truth. Bring out the brooms.
It's coming hard.
Oreo cookies.
They spent $300 million this offseason and have already unloaded basically $150 million of it.
Here's the deal. This is where we're at 2 months away. And there is a silver lining to everything that's happening right now. In real time, it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating.
I just want to watch good baseball.
Yeah, we have. Do you feel me from yesterday? I just want to watch good baseball.
I do.
Give
feel
me a bopper.
I do.
But here's the deal.
I literally tuned into the Yankees. I told you they're on Amazon now.
I know they play the Phillies. I'll watch them.
And I watch every game now. I'm like, the Yankees are on. All right, I'll watch them.
You might as well call me a Yankee fan.
Well,
because they went out there, and I'm like, look at Aaron Judge. And then even on Sunday Night Baseball when they're playing the Red Sox, which I can't stand Red Sox Yankees Sunday Night Baseball, but I'm not gonna lie. This past Sunday, when the guy who was mic'd up, and he was like, you can hear Aaron Judge walking from the dugout. It's like a horse. Just you hear him. He's just got a presence, right?
And then he's giving his back to Jazz Chisholm.
And he's hitting bombs. And there's
not one, two.
And silencing Philadelphia is always fun. But he hit a bomb at Citizens Bank. And I think I called you. I was like, dear Lord. I mean, Aaron Judge looked at us and said, yeah, I'm not playing there in that direction.
No, Aaron Judge looked at us and said, give me another $65 million, Yankees. That's what he did. He literally looked at us, and the Yankees were like, here's another $65 million. That's literally what happened.
This guy's got 39 jacks. 39 jacks. We're not even in August yet.
He moved out of he jumped out of a moving car during the quote-unquote wooing process with the Giants to have a reporter that he staged perfectly there with a video. The whole thing is
it was staged. It was staged.
I mean, Jesus.
It was staged. Yeah, it was staged. But
why would anyone ever want to sign a multi-year deal here if they know in year one you could get traded? Hey, I want to bring my kids and my family here. Let's go to San Francisco. It was very difficult for me to sign here. I'm going to lose a lot in taxes. The city is, downtown's not the cleanest, safest place to be. I really want to be here, though. It's tough to hit home runs here, but I want to be here. And then by the deadline of that July, you're dealt?
You're dealt.
I actually just got off the phone with the White House. I called to ask if negotiating 3 deals with Scott Boras in one offseason qualifies you for a Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Wah, wah, wah.
Well, and here's the thing, you can't even trade him because the way you structured the deal, actually, Scott Boras won, and we're finding this out.
Right.
Because you're giving him $17 million in 2026.
Yeah, Scott Boras pipped you. So Scott Boras has the last laugh. That's why Scott Boras, when you watch that video, if Farhan told that joke, just focus on Scott Boras.
Why? What does he do?
Just looks with a straight face like this idiot. This idiot. What is he talking about? He's got a little joke. What? So he looks like an idiot. He sounds like an idiot. Scott Boras thinks he's an idiot, and he pipped him. You can't have Aaron Judge, but here's Mitch Hedricker for you. Hey, Mitch Hedricker played like 50 games for him.
And you traded him.
And you traded him
for a guy who's on Tommy John, who's making actually more in the individual season than he was.
Lucky.
And he
Lucky
had one start. 1 second. He had one start, and he celebrated with Kirk Caselli. Like, yes, I'm opting out, getting the hell out of here. Well, that's the way I read it.
I didn't read it like that. I just read it like, man, he was happy to be back, and he pitched a great game to give up a hit. But lucky San Francisco. Lucky what's happening.
Man, top of the morning, fellas. Can somebody tell Horshack to take off the 1980s football helmet, the kicker size, and get out the office, man? Because what is he doing? You might as well put him on Eddie and Jones, man, at 1 o'clock in the morning and let him negotiate everybody else downtown, man. Like, what is he going to do, man?
Oh, my God.
I'm frustrated, man.
I feel you.
Off, man.
I feel you. Lucky, what pisses you off the most about this?
He doesn't know what he's doing. Yeah. We basically have a bunch of bad news bears and utility players, man. Like, what are you doing? Get out of the white section at Lucky's in the food stamp section. Get out of that, man.
Totally.
Don't spend some money. Make a good decision.
The EBT card and the food stamps could go a long way. They can get you something.
Yeah.
But again, we're not the Pittsburgh Pirates, Lucky. We're not the Tampa Bay Rays.
No,
we're not some small market afterthought. This is a big boy market, and this guy has sunk us to the point where we operate like we're the Oakland A's. No disrespect to any A's fan out there, but Lucky, I feel your frustration. I'm broken this morning just thinking about everything.
Right. So, Shafty, let me tell you this. This is just, I'm just throwing it out here. Do you think he was brought in to actually sabotage us?
You're not the only person that suggested that. I hear that all the time. No, I don't believe that. But I just think he's really inept at his job. Yeah. I don't think he's good. That's what I think.
Right. Well, hey, man, all I got to say, man, even if he does go to the grocery store and pick up some good fruit, he still needs to go.
He's got to go. He got to go. He got to go. And listen. I'm looking at Tim Kawakami right now, and he's tweeting, and we're going to get to his podcast with Brock Purdy in just a second.
What's he saying?
I think it's fair for anybody to be critical of where the Giants are right now. Zaidi is the architect of this. They haven't been good enough, but I think it comes with the context that the moves have mostly made sense. Wins and losses matter most, but I also lean to logic. There's more. It's been said frequently because it's correct. The Giants have a mostly solid roster, but 0 real stars. You need stars. Farhan hasn't found a star, but it's not like he hasn't really tried. And so that's my issue right there.
I mean, did we do that with Mike Nolan?
No, hold on, Shasky. Like, first of all, I have a problem. Nobody believes this is a mostly solid roster.
No.
Nobody believes this roster is solid.
Who wants Yaz, Conforto, Lamont Wade? Brett Wisely, God bless you.
They're under 500.
No one wanted Chapman this year.
They've been under 500. All right? Don't give me this 81 and 81 thing from a couple years ago because I know people are going to use that. Well, they were 500. No, they weren't. They sucked that year. And they played the Rockies and Diamondbacks in September and inflated their record and got fat and happy and lied to a lot of, and some of you suckers bought the whole damn thing talking about they were 500. And then last year was a complete joke. So I'm not trying to come down Kawakami's road. I'm really not. But you don't get points in pro sports for trying and failing.
What are we talking about?
Why do you think people are so down on the Niners? If that was the case, we'd be happy about them losing to Mahomes. But we're not. We're depressed about not winning a damn Super Bowl. What about the Warriors? Haven't we just watched the Warriors? They just won a championship 2 seasons ago, and 2 seasons later, people got pitchforks out saying Joe Lacob needs to sell, and Steve Kerr stinks, and they're done. You don't get points for trying. If that's the case, then let's get Joe Lacob all the flowers for trying to get Paul George. You don't get points for merely trying. You didn't land a star. You didn't build a good roster. You stuck us off the Slater for crying out loud, and Nick Ahmed. We don't think we forgot about that. You brought up Derek Hill. Nobody knows who Derek Hill is.
He's got for crying out loud. Career at bats in the bigs.
I'm gonna have I'm not gonna be healthy in a week watching this damn team, dude. I'm seriously. Farhan, I bet you hospital bills have gone through the roof for people watching the Giants baseball. They're probably leading to all kind of things. Who knows? Health problems. We all need tubs like Papa Shasky. This thing is a joke. It's frustrating, Shasky.
Can't find the tongue.
I'm sorry to bring this up, but I'm thinking about Papa Shasky right now. I am. Because what would he be saying? I watched Papa Shasky when we watched Dodgers Giants the first year with Farhan Zaidi, and he lost his mind for a Dodger series back in 2019, going over and over.
Yeah.
He's up in high heavens right now, rolling over thinking, get this guy out of here. You're killing baseball in the city of San Francisco. You really are.
I know.
Nobody even wants to wear their Giants hat anymore. During the month of July and August and June, you get a lot of people wearing their Giants gear all around the city and stuff like that.
Going to the game tonight.
I don't see anybody wearing Giants gear out here.
I know.
It is hard. I mean, I see Yankee hats. I see A's hats. I see Blue Jay hats. I see minor league hats. I don't see Giants hats out here. This guy has ruined the organization. For anybody to say, well, logically, he has built mostly solid rosters. No, he has not. No, he has not. No. Why do you think nobody wants to come here?
Mike Nolan, I bring him up for a reason.
Oh, my God.
It made sense. Logically, it made sense to draft Alex Smith. Logically, it made sense to hire Norv Turner. And then logically, he lost Norv Turner. And they went through all these OCs, remember? And then logically, I get wanting to have your quarterback come back. No, this is pro sports. It's about the end result. Every team in every sport is trying. If you don't think they are, well, I'm sorry. You're tripping, right?
Most teams are trying.
The Miami Dolphins owner wanted the coach to not win games.
Yes.
And the coach was like, no, this might be my only shot. I'm going to try. Literally. And he got fired for trying, okay? So everyone is trying. You don't get brownie points for trying.
You don't.
Okay? At the end of the day, you're either winning or you're not. And I look at the entire, I've said this multiple times, the Giants are just good enough to make you lose. It's the John Brody all over again. Is it not?
I'm looking at the Astros right now, Shasky.
Wait, you know what?
I'm looking at the Astros.
We shouldn't have moved off of Jimmy G.
Yeah.
He was trying.
Yeah, he was trying.
He was trying.
We flipped Mauricio Dubon, and he became a Gold Glover.
I know.
In Houston, right?
A utility Gold Glover.
It's actually one of the good moves. Yeah, World Series ring and whatnot, and treat him like crap out here, but it was mostly the manager he didn't like. He admitted that. But I'm looking at Houston. They're 55-51. They've had a down year for the most part. They've gotten hot, and they're still going out there trying to go get it. They're trying to squeeze the lemon out of Altuve, Bregman, Alvarez, Kyle Tucker, and all these guys in Houston. They're trying to squeeze every last drop because you know how they feel? You know how they feel? They say, you know what? If we get in, we got a shot. We got a shot because it's about getting in the damn playoffs. It's about winning.
Bonte,
I just saw it. They brought this guy here for a farm system, right? Oh, he's going to rebuild the farm system because he was the architect of the Dodgers, which was the biggest load of crap in the world. He didn't build the goddamn Dodgers. Andrew Friedman built the damn Dodgers for crying out loud.
Angry.
Oh, my gosh. These guys, dude, if they sell, I'm telling you right now, I will be on these airways every day. And every time you mention the damn Giants, I will say, fire Farhan. Fire Farhan. Fire Farhan. He should be gone by the end of the week. By the end of the week, if the Giants have any balls, and if they care about this organization, and they care about this city, and they care about this region, and they care about this fan base, then you need to do what you need to do and fire Farhan and clip him by the end of the damn week. I've had enough.
That's just
enough. And just I've had enough 2 years ago. Hey. But now I'm just like, we're getting down to the nitty gritty, and we got training camp coming up. I'm watching Yankees Phillies yesterday. Like, damn,
I know
that's baseball.
I know, it's sad. What is the Kevin Durant treat? I tried, Jennifer.
Oh my God!
All right, so you know how the Giants do these slogans like "Together we're giant." What's the one this year? We are SF. I don't even know.
No, was it nothing like it?
Nothing like it. What's their is that it? Nothing like it. Yeah.
I don't even know what the slogan is.
This year's slogan
like it.
We should switch it up right now. It made logical sense, and we tried.
Oh, my God.
That's how far the bar is low.
That's what I was saying. We put names on the jerseys and ruined the cream jerseys 4 years ago because you told me, well, nobody knows the players, so we want to get the fan base to know the players. We still don't know who the damn players. We don't even know what the lineup is an hour before the game.
So if you were running the team, the first act you would do is remove the names off the back of the jerseys.
Oh, so fast in the heart.
And then would you remove the City Connects? Because that's 100% what I would do.
The City Connects are trash. I would never wear those. I'm bringing back the cocaine white jerseys for Sundays.
Absolutely.
I'm bringing back the orange brims and all that stuff. What else are we doing? We got the black jerseys. We got the orange Fridays.
You know who I'm hiring as part of my my front office?
The OFC?
Well, Will Clark. I mean, I get Will Clark here immediately.
Saw Will Clark Friday night.
Yeah.
Hotel Via.
Will cannot be happy with where we're at.
Hotel Via. I wanted to go over and say, hey, Will, this is a joke. But I was like, you know what? I'm not even going to get him started.
You already know that.
Yeah, I already know that. I was like, I'm not going to spend 30 minutes with Will just ripping the team. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to put him in that spot. We know what it is. Just look at the post-game shows. Look at Caltos. How about, you know what's one thing we didn't get into? This team is so down bad. We got Eric freaking Miller showing up outfielders because they can't get to a ball. Eric Miller, who the hell are you to show up anybody? I forgot all about that. I took a mental note, and I was like, Eric Miller, your damn opener, lucky to get through an inning without giving up a hit or whatnot. And who the hell are you? We got Eric Millers of the world, Brevius of the world, showing up people in San Francisco. What is going on out here?
What was the name of that the no-name defense? Was that what it was called?
The no-name defense with the Miami Dolphins?
That should be the Giants. They're the no-name Giants.
The no-name Giants.
Conforto, Yastrzemski,
you know what?
Lamont Wade, Brett Wisely, Matt Chapman.
You know what they are? They're the stinking-ass Giants.
Yeah, they are.
We called the Niners the stinking-ass Niners a few years ago. They made it in the NFC Championship game. They turned their season around. Yeah. Actually, Shanahan and them are sitting on top of the world. They're missing one thing. And I can live with that. At least we're in the damn mix. At least I know they're trying.
The most exciting thing that's happened in the last 2 months for the Giants was a country concert smack dab in the middle of a doubleheader.
Am I wrong? That's embarrassing.
Am I wrong?
That is embarrassing. Sam Lutman was tweeting in all caps. Logan Webb is performing between doubleheader. He was so excited. He was so excited about it. I was like, damn, that's what we're getting excited about? So you know what? You know how you can win me back? I'll speak for myself here. You want to win me back? Go show me that you got some balls. Go out there, be aggressive, and make a move.
But they're trying. They're trying.
Show me something.
In the words of Tom Hanks, there's no trying in baseball.
No trying in baseball.
What are we talking about? Could you imagine if Brian Cashman said to the New York media, "But I tried."
You know, this is it's no disrespect because Kawakabe's giving us a lot of content with his podcast, and thank you to Tim Kawakabe.
And we'll get to him. Yeah,
but this is my problem with the media when it covers the Giants, and I've been saying this for years. Why do we cover the Giants differently than the Warriors and the Niners? Why?
I don't know.
Why do we treat this team with kid gloves so much, this organization?
Because the bars fall so low. So low.
Trying.
So let me ask you this.
We're trying.
So if I
trying to do what?
I'm on a group thread with a bunch. I'm on a group thread with a bunch of 12-year-olds for our baseball team, right? We all had on the summers that way. Hey, what field are we on? Blah blah blah, right? And I said to the boys, if I traded Chapman tomorrow, would anyone care? No.
Oh, damn.
Conforto tomorrow, would anyone care? No. Lamont Wade Jr., would anyone care? No. Soler, no. Like, it's an entire team of guys, all the 12-year-olds who are playing baseball all year round. They're now all going to be in 13s.
They don't even care.
There's not.
They don't even care.
And like Ramos, like they're excited for Ramos, but like, you know, it's 4 months.
They don't even care.
Yeah. It's a team full. The only guy they care about, Logan Webb.
Wow.
Harrison.
Imagine that. And we are 11, 12-year-olds, 93 team, one of my favorite teams of all time.
Robbie Thompson, Royce Clayton, Kurt Manwaring, Darren Lewis, Willie McGee, Barry Bonds, Billy Swift, John Burkett,
what I was
Rob
get to,
Beck coming out of the bullpen.
What I was going to get to, though, was we were crying when they're getting swept by the Braves in late August. Remember you sent the video? I was like, oh, yeah, they got beat 9-1 in that game. I remember.
John Patterson.
Otis Nixon leading off. Who's on dope. Anyway. They traded Matt Williams and I cried. And we got 12-year-olds right now saying, oh, trade Matt Chapman. I don't give a damn. Ain't that a shame, Giants fans? Aren't you ashamed to represent this team?
But there's nobody on their team that there's an emotional connection to. They've become a no-name team with turnstile players because that guy hits lefties 4 points higher. And that guy, like, okay, look what they're going to do with DH.
Austin Slater had stands. Think about that.
I know.
Austin freaking Slater.
The Mike Benjamin of this era.
Not even Mike Benjamin. That's disrespect to Mike Benjamin.
But you know
one of the greatest series ever at Wrigley Field.
Todd Benzinger of this era.
You mean World Series champion Todd Benzinger with the 90 Reds?
With this. Do you even know who Todd Benzinger is?
Name sounds familiar.
You have no
1990
idea
World Series champ with the Cincinnati Reds and swept the Oakland A's.
Yeah. Mark Carrion. He's the Mark Carrion of this year, right? Like, come on. He's the Dan Ortmeyer who stuck around for 8 years, right?
Dan Ortmeyer was around for like 8 weeks, but
Lance Negro.
Yeah, that's probably more on point.
Yeah, exactly.
John Bowker with no power.
John Bowker. I mean, the most popular thing the Giants have done is a Philly cheesesteak commercial with Alec Dickerson. Am I wrong?
This Farhan there is just...
By the way, let me rub dirt in your face. The guy you couldn't wait to get rid of, he won the World Series last year.
Who?
Bochy.
Oh, yeah, Bochy. Oh, yeah, that.
The greatest manager in Giants history.
I was like,
what?
We were
What do you
talking
mean,
players
who?
for a second. I said, yeah,
the
I forgot.
greatest manager ever.
You know, I'm just.
And you got rid of him. You could get rid of him. That's fine. You got rid of him for Gabe Kapler, for Christ's sake.
Gabe Kapler.
For Gabe Kapler, who's posting hamburger memes and TikTok videos, for Christ's sake.
When they hired Gabe Kapler, the Philly Zoo, one of my best friends, he goes, y'all really hired Gabe Kapler? He laughed. Angelo Cataldi laughed. The guy who's getting canceled out there in Philadelphia, who wears mink coats, laughed. He shall remain nameless. Probably won't be on the show ever again. But he laughed.
It's still ugly.
He laughed. Everybody in Philadelphia said, why? And then you fire Kapler and you don't fire Farhan alongside of him. I bet you we'd be all feeling a lot better if Farhan wasn't part of this organization and they were in the same spot they're in now.
Fired with him last year. And don't forget, you had to fire Kapler 2 days before the season ended.
Right.
Remember, because he was the problem. Am I wrong?
I just, I thought I was a little too strong on Farhan a couple years ago. And then when you see it play out, you start to see people come on board. You start to see them. And then, even to this day, there's still people who's caping up for Farhan saying, well, it's on the players. Well, who picked the damn groceries? Who's cooking the meal?
They haven't traded a prospect for 6 years. You get 30 draft picks a year. You get international free agency.
Prospects.
You get free agency.
Prospects.
It is almost impossible to build a team with so many no-namers.
I know.
When you have not traded a singular prospect for 6 full years.
That's impressive.
He's
That's
been
impressive.
here 6 full. You've had 6 off seasons. You've had 6 international.
No, Shasky, hold on. I'm going to cape off of Farhan right now. The pandemic did set them back and set their system back. Remember that one?
It really set Baltimore back.
Yeah, it set the Arizona Diamondbacks back. It set the Dodgers back.
You know what set the Giants back?
Seriously.
Selecting Hunter Bishop instead of Gunnar Henderson.
That's my problem with the way the coverage of the Giants have been. That was a legit excuse for Giants fans and media members. Oh, well, the pandemic really set them back in their minor league system and they couldn't get the practice time. And it's like, wait, every team had to deal with that. Wait, why did the Giants get an exception? Wait, is that our program back? That's the problem. Film on Mike. What's up, man? Film on Mike. What's happening?
Oh, man. It's a lot happening. First of all, I thought it was jacked up because, Bonte, you on here sounding like a black Mark Willard. You feel me? I thought it was 2 weeks ago, to keep it real. Honestly, the spirit you showing, the same team, right, that you want to keep all year. You've been saying they suck. You've been laughing at it. You've been laughing.
Filmo. What you don't get. I want you to think a little deeper here, buddy, and think a little deeper here. You're 4 games out of the Padres. Do you want to win or not? You got this rotation that's finally healthy. Do you want winners or do you want to just watch what you're watching? I'm trying to speak up for the people who are tired of watching stale-ass baseball. Now, if you're okay with that, then go be okay with that.
Mike, he wants Tom Murphy, who had 4 hits this year, to basically be the reason Joey Bart got traded away, who has 6 home runs this year.
Yeah, exactly.
And the Black Mark Willard, we see sports completely different. That film on that might be a low blow right there. You know what? I'm flushing your ass today for disrespecting me like that. Come on, man. Get out of here. Get out of here. Go contact Floyd Water, go plumbing and drain at floydwater.net. Go plumb the sugar out of your tank in your car, Filmo Mike. Get out of here with that crap.
What a great time for the A's to come into town, huh?
I hope they kick the Giants' ass if they don't sell. You know what? Do something, man. I mean, come on.
You know when you teach your children how to cook and they start with Kraft mac and cheese? That's the phase we're at here. Let Farhan cook.
The problem, part of my frustration.
Couldn't even cook with a microwave.
No, he couldn't. Part of my frustration, though, Shasky, is I go back to that series in Atlanta a couple years ago when I said, boys, this ain't sustainable. And Willard was like, well, they're not going to 500. You like winning? I said, dude, they're going to fall flat on their face.
You want to know the day for me that broke me before the game even started? I'll never forget it. It's game 5. And the Dodgers are like, ooh, we may start Urias. We may not.
Oh.
And then the Giants were like, oh my God, what are we going to do with the lineup?
Yeah.
What are we going to do? What are we going to do?
They made it such a big deal.
Remember that? And
yeah.
They were so flustered before the game even started. How many guys did they burn before Urias came into the game? I think it was 2 or 3 different position players.
Yeah.
In an elimination game, they lost their minds because their whole platooning way of working, it doesn't work in a one-game scenario. It doesn't work in a playoff series. It doesn't, okay? And that was the day I'll never forget. And I know the depression of losing to the Dodgers in Game 5.
I wasn't even depressed about that loss. I walked out of there, I was just like, you know what? It was a good season.
No, but I knew I go, the way that they acted pregame in the whole, like, oh my God, are they going to start the righty? Are they going to start the starter? Are they going to do the opener? What are they going to do? Who do we start? What do we do? And remember, it was Darren Ruff and Lamont Wade Jr. at first base because Belt was hurt and he couldn't play in that series. And they had a mini heart attack over what the starting lineup was going to be.
And everybody
changed it because Urias comes in the third inning.
You know what was weird about that situation was, Cap was like, Dave Roberts, we talked the night before, and we kind of games. The Dodgers can do what the hell they want to do. They don't have to tell the Giants anything.
Exactly.
The fact that you were like, oh my God, let's flip it, and then yours is coming in the second inning anyway, and now you're screwed. It was so dumb.
Bellinger was on a 2-year bender and showed up, and I go, great, of course, he's going to get a hit here. I mean, it's just again, it was the way the organization acted on that day. I was like, oh boy,
I want to make something clear.
No, Matt, think about it. One second. Yeah. Juxtapose that with the biggest, most chaotic moment during the Phillies-Giants series when Johnny Sanchez hits Chase Utley. And what does Bochy have the presence of mind? Calm, collective. Keep Affeldt throwing down the pen.
Right now.
Think about how these two organizations could not be more different from one point in time where it was the beginning of a dynasty to us. Really, the high watermark of the Farhan era was them losing their minds in a Game 5 against the Dodgers because the Dodgers were going to employ an opener for an inning or two.
So here's my. I want to make something clear here.
That's a deep cut, by the way.
That is a deep cut. That is a deep cut. I mean, it was. The whole era, like, it's coming to the culmination of just thinking about everything that's happened under Farhan Zaidi under his watch. And going back to that playoff series, the season after that, the way you're training, the way you're signing guys, whatever the process is, it hasn't been good. But I want to make something clear here because I see a lot of this. And look, I don't care what anybody really says at the end of the day. I know how I feel about the Giants. I love the Giants. But when I say they look stale, it's to put a pep in their step.
Yeah.
Yes, they suck. It's a tough watch. But damn it, I don't want them to suck. I want them to be better. I want to challenge them. I want them to have better players. Go get stars. So don't get it twisted that, oh, man, you flip-flopping or whatnot. I don't really care. I want them to buy because I want to freaking watch good baseball down the stretch. I'm tired of watching mediocre baseball, and I'm tired of people saying, well, this prospect's going to come up and that prospect's going to come up. Well, we got this prospect coming up. And then you don't see the damn prospects. And you finally get a couple guys to pop, but you don't know if it's sustainable or not. We don't know. So are you okay with just living in mediocrity?
Well,
no, nobody is. And that's where I'm at right now.
No, but it's one thing if you're mediocre. Like the Padres have been mediocre.
But at least they got stars.
And they're fun.
They got stars.
And if I hear from another fan, well, the Padres don't win anything. Well, neither do we. Yeah. So the worst recipe to be in sports is, yes, the Jeff Fisher zone, 7-9, and boring.
Right.
At least be 7-9 and fun.
When I'm going crazy, it's because I want some damn hope. And I hope, and it's the problem is, and this is where it comes to baseball talk. You and I talk about this off air. We've been talking about this for over a decade, Shasky, you and I. The lack of passion from people in our position when it comes to the Giants, I get sick and tired of them being treated like kid gloves. So some of our passion comes from, like, they need to be challenged.
I agree.
If we want to be considered a big boy market, which we are, folks, we are. We're a top 5, top 6 market. All right, there's New York, there's L.A., there's D.C., there's Chicago, there's Philly, and there's us. How would they be talking about this team?
Oh, I mean,
how would WFAN?
Luciano would be the Trey Lance of the New York Yankees, would he not?
Yep.
The way we discuss Trey Lance, oh my God, what are you doing with this guy? What's going on? Can he play? Can he not play?
Trey Lance.
Trade him, move him, use him, do something with him. You've been waiting 5 years and telling me he's the savior?
How would Philadelphia talk about this team?
Oh, well, Philadelphia would have ran him out of town.
How would Chicago talk about this team?
I think they would run him out of town, too.
They're getting into it with broadcasters to cut out loud.
I know.
L.A., how would they're panicking Dodgerland?
I mean, dude, Dave Roberts loses in the NLCS and they're furious.
They wanted
He's
him gone
closer
5
to
years ago.
Shanahan than he is, you know what I mean, anything else. He's won the division how many times in a row?
Dodger fans losing their minds on Twitter because the only move they've made is for Edman and Rosario. Like, Dodger fans are off the hook.
Look,
right now.
you think this is crazy, and I'm being real. If the Dodgers presented me with the right deal, I would deal Snell there.
You know?
We're so far behind. I'm not even competing with them.
So another thing, even RJ and Sean in Dallas, Texas, I see their tweets about the Cowboys and Rangers, and they lose their minds.
I know.
But I like that. We don't do that enough in this market. But we talk about the Niners in a certain way where it's like,
Brock Purdy threw 3 interceptions at practice.
And people are losing their minds. All right? Jimmy G threw the 5 interceptions on 5 straight plays, and the Lions were lit for 4 hours. The Warriors.
Oh, the
we say Draymond Green and
James Wiseman.
It's always fun game.
We could do 2 weeks straight on just James Wiseman.
Warrior fans are so insane. We're so insane about the Warriors that Steve Kerr's rotations in Team USA is getting dissected.
Here's where it pisses me off. But here's where it pisses me off. This market, Giants baseball made sports radio. That's the part that kills me the most. It made sports
top
radio
5 market
in this market.
So here's where one reason why I flush film on Mike from the Black Wheeler comment. I don't cape for organizations. I don't do that. I don't tell you everything is great. I don't tell you that it's sunshine out here in 90 degrees when it's raining and drizzly. I don't do that stuff. I keep it real with you every second of the day. And believe that when you call this damn show.
There is something ironic about Elliot Ramos, the first outfielder in, forever.
Forever.
And he's a Bobby Evans Sabian guy.
Bobby Evans, I've been wanting to say that, but I've been trying to be cool.
It is funny.
I've been trying to be cool.
It is
but
funny.
it is an Evans guy.
It is funny.
It ain't his guy.
It is
which
funny.
Explains everything on why
So
Austin
slogan
Slater, which is why Austin Slater was playing ahead of him.
I know.
Austin Slater's playing ahead of him. Because he's not his guy.
I don't get it.
It's Evans' guy.
I don't get it.
And Evans' guy's carrying his ass. Unbelievable. So, what are we doing here? Well, I want them to buy and win. I said I want to win.
Here's what we're doing. We're pretending that we're not selling Blake Snell, but in reality, we're dying for someone to blow us away.
We're trying. This is what we're doing. We're trying now. With a mostly solid roster, we're trying. That's right. When's the last time they've been 500? When's the last time?
May 29th, I think.
May 29th.
One of the 4 days they spent.
4 games out of the wild card.
We're relying on prospects, and we're relying on a farm, we're relying on opt-outs or whatnot. And I've been consistent in the way that I've covered this team over the last 3 years. There's one thing, you can say a lot of things about me out here in these streets, but I've been consistent in the way I cover the Giants. I've been consistent about Farhan Zaidi. First to the trough with that one was like, yeah, this guy ain't it. And here we are.
I just want one person who believes in Farhan.
Nobody.
To call in. No?
Nobody does.
I bet there is somebody. Call in and tell me why we should believe. This has got Mike Singletary, Mike Nolan, Tom Sula written all over it. Doesn't it?
I mean, it's bad. It's bad. This is bad where this team is at right now. When you really think about it, it's borderline depressing. We're pivoting to Brock Purdy because I want to be uplifted. Brock Purdy is trying to win. He's actually trying to win. He's not telling you he's trying. He's actually going out there to do it. All right, injury report.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Some of you want the truth, some of you don't. It's obvious. So what do you want me to tell you, or Shasky to tell you? That everything is great with Farhan? Everything is great, huh? Oh, the farms. Where's the farm at? Are they ranked lower than when he got here?
Brock Purdy's farm in Iowa is ranked higher than the San Francisco Giants minor league system.
That's a farm, man. Come on. Drake Jackson.
Number 4.
Remember him? Remember Drake Jackson? Well, he's recovering from patellar tendon surgery that he underwent back in January. And his recovery has been slower than anticipated. Kyle Shanahan said yesterday there is no timeline for getting Jackson back on the field, only that his return will not come during training camp. Wow. Damn. That's depressing, too. Injury report brought to you by Foxy and Carson.
Dude.
Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking. No compromises. I'm done talking about the Giants today. If you want to talk about the Giants, I'll just nod my head in approval. Because now I'm legit depressed on where this baseball team's at right now. I'm legit depressed. Reality has hit me right in the face as we're 7 hours away from the trade deadline. More coming up on the roast.
Farhan, you're a loser.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Oh, man. I love this from the 405. Good morning to everybody out there. Get off their graveyard shifts. We're taking a chill pill. I'm just trying to calm down, man. I'm sorry, guys. I'm passionate out there. I'm not going to apologize. I'm trying to, spark a fire. Give the Giants a jolt. Somebody light them in the ass here and get something done here. All right? I'm tired of them being treated with kid gloves and saying that everything is great. Oh, come out to the ballpark. Attendance is up. People are watching. The reason why attendance is up because the Warriors didn't make the playoffs. We had nothing to do. So as sports fiends, we're addicted. We needed some action. So he said, you know what the hell? Let's go to the ballpark and see some action. And the action hasn't been great this year. It hasn't been great the last 3 seasons. Let's be real. I
want to start somewhere, and I hope that he wants to come on one day. We've done a lot of promotion of his show, and he's done a great job. He gets a lot of access to a lot of people. Tim Kawakami is someone I grew up reading. Yeah. And he had a article in the Mercury News for the longest time. Yeah. He had a blog. He cut his teeth destroying the Warriors when they appropriately needed to be destroyed. And I just find it so fascinating that he is unwilling to criticize the San Francisco Giants at any single turn. He's going on a string of tweets right now, and we're going to talk about his pod. He did a great job interview Kyle Shanahan earlier. We played that. He had Laika, played that, and we were going to play some of the Brock Purdy sound. But he's defending Farhan Zaidi for trying. This is big boy business. Yeah, we are a top 5 market. You won 3 World Series in a 5-year period, and you elevated the payroll into what I call Red Sox status. Yeah. Okay? Yep. This fan base got accustomed to not going backwards. Now, we understand you're never going to be at top all the time. It's been long enough. And so I challenged him, and I know he listens, and I'll see him on the field at some point. We'll run into each other. I challenged him to explain to me, where'd your bike go, bud? Wow. You used to be all over these teams when they were mediocre. All right? And as a Giants fan, die hard. It pains me to see what they've become. They came back. They built this stadium so that they could sustain success and keep the thing rolling. They won those championships and they elevated themselves to a position where I thought they would be the haves. Mm-hmm. Well, the reality is over the last 6 years, they've been more the have-nots. They swing and miss in free agency left and right. You do not get credit for trying. The Yankees don't get credit for trying. Aaron Boone is fighting for his life at every post-game presser every single day because they haven't won a damn thing in forever.
He's losing his mind.
Dave Roberts won 1 Mickey Mouse ring and is fighting for his life every November. Is he not?
Yes.
Been wildly more successful than what the Giants are. All right? The Tampa Bay Rays are the smartest, most well-run team in most professional sports, given the payroll and the amount of winning they do. And they were cognizant to realize now is not our time. This is not our year. We're going to sell. We're going to sell Randy Arozarena. I know exactly what the business model is for them. The Milwaukee Brewers, one of the smartest teams in baseball, at the top of the division again, because they're always near the top every single year. They don't have to tell me how smart they are. I know by the moves that they make what direction they're in.
Jackson Chirino signed him to a long-term deal, 20 years old. Wow, he's getting better. You know why he's getting better? And he started off he was terrible to start the season. Guess what? He started getting at-bats every single day.
Exactly.
And he got to play every single day and got reps, and now he's one of the best players on that team. Already at 20 years old. But he got to play. They committed to him.
Exactly. The Texas Rangers went about it in a totally different way. They had some development. They were crummy for a couple years. They went in free agency and they said, no one is going to outspend us for Corey Seager. No one is going to outspend us for Marcus Semien. No one's going to outspend us for the pitcher DeGrom.
Jacob DeGrom, who's pitched, 2 times for him?
It doesn't matter. Okay? And then what did they do? They made a ton of deals at the deadline last year. They're going to be active again today. There is a clear MO as to what they're doing. I will give them this. The Miami Marlins at the bottom, who have been to the same amount of playoffs since the Giants last won their World Series as the Giants. I know their MO.
Yeah.
We're going to be as dirt cheap as possible, and we're going to do the best we can to compete with a very minimal payroll because our television deal expired, and we're getting no money from Bally's, and it's very difficult for us to have revenue. They're at the bottom of the heap.
Right.
All right? you really want to be compared with the Rockies and the Marlins? Or do you want to be compared to the Cardinals and the Brewers and the Dodgers and the Padres? I'm asking sincerely, where is the logic? Where is the discernment when you spend $200 million this year and you perform like you've done all year? You need to tell me, are you going even deeper into the luxury tax, or are you selling off and we're going to reflip this thing?
And if you sell off, it can't just be Blake Snell. It has to be everybody.
I agree.
Everybody should be on the block.
I agree. You've been stuck between development and trying to win, and it's gotten you nowhere. You spent $160 million at minimum the last X amount of years. You always had an excuse. At the beginning, when Farhan got here, it was, we got to move off these other contracts. Well, you gave Brandon Belt and Brandon Crawford multi-year deals. Yeah. You've brought in how many pitchers on one-year deals, and it has netted you nothing. Okay? So every 3-year deal you've given out, you've either traded within a minute or it was so depreciated like Wilmer Flores, you had to beg him to go on the IL. Excuse me, as a Giants fan, lifelong Giants fan, sitting in the Crow to Craw candlestick days with the bleachers with my dad when the freaking Frosties were so cold, you'd split the wooden spoon. Excuse me for being a little worked up over the team that I grew up rooting for and loving. I'm on a baseball diamond every single day. I love baseball. I live for baseball. I gave my little boy just got a Louisville Slugger bat with his name engraved on it, for crying out loud. I handed it to him. He's like putting it in his mouth, for crying out loud. I live, eat, breathe baseball. And you're over here, and it's not just him. Many people in the media giving them a pass. Andrew Begley, you owe your entire career to the Giants dynasty. Maybe you should have a little bit of reflection and realize, man, when times are good with the team, times are good for journalism. Nobody cares about this team. It's bad for business, not just for the Giants,
but for
all
everybody.
of us.
Sports radio,
for all of us.
Print newspapers, television, everybody.
Explain to me the difference between the Chris Cohan run Warriors that went to one playoff and the Farhan Zaidi Giants that have been to one playoff.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, they spent a little more money. They tried a little harder.
I'm with you.
Really?
I'm with you. This is frustrating.
And I respect him, Kawakami, but I'm sick of seeing excuses. It's an end result. You know what happens in sales when you don't get the job done?
You get fired.
Teams, companies downsize.
They fire you. Okay? They let you go.
You know what happens when it looks like the president isn't fit to run the country anymore? He's like, you know what? The Democrats are ready to run me out of town. I'm not going to run in the next race. I mean, this is real. Okay? When you go underwater on your mortgage, what do? You either file for bankruptcy or you sell. I mean, my God, come on, people. This is pretty obvious. The results are overwhelming. Yeah. This isn't a one-year sample. No, this is a multi-year sample. We're closing in on a decade soon.
Well, what's crazy, and it's well said. It's well said. I don't disagree with anything you said. I'm right there with you. You know, people don't understand that I got my job and I got my contract here in 95.7 The Game due to talking Giants baseball. Worked with Marty Larry, and we talk baseball. We talk baseball after hours, and I love this thing. Now, I love football and basketball a little bit more. I'm not going to lie to you, but I fantasy baseball and baseball in general, we love it. We watch it. We do of course, all this stuff. So when you look at Farhan and the way he's run this team, and I've seen people blame Larry Bear, I've seen people blame the manager, I've seen people blame the man. It's Farhan. He's been the architect from day one. This has been his show. And this is what we have to show for it. We're trading Jorge Soler 4 months into his deal, a 3-year deal. Maybe one of your best hitters in the last month outside of Heliot Ramos.
I just watched Bill Belichick, the greatest coach in football,
get fired
for 2 mediocre years.
He's fired.
Belichick.
So you know,
Belichick,
Bill Belichick,
Bill Belichick.
At least he had he did his thing. You could see it was getting stale. This thing has been stale since 2022. When they went on that series in Atlanta in the summer, and we had that crossover that said, guys, this is stale. This is not sustainable. I don't like this process. I'm not with this brand of baseball. And people say, well, Bonte, they're winning. And then they fell flat on their face, one on the slump, and it was like, okay, what are we going to do for 2023? Well, Bonte, you're going to have to wait till 2024. That's when the prospers. That literally was told to me.
I know.
Simulate 2023 and skip to 2024. What?
And your big offseason signing, tore his shoulder up in the first month, and the other guy, you couldn't wait to dump.
And the guy,
and you had to staple Luke Jackson to
look,
him.
I hate to do
What a
this.
sentence.
I hate to do this. I really do. Because he's probably a nice guy. Jung-Hoo Lee, that is. He's probably a nice guy. But to sign him to a $100 million contract and it bumps to $16 million next year and $23 million the next 2 seasons.
Look good.
Well, what did Jung-Hoo Lee did at 30? He played 37 games. Stole 2 bases. Got caught stealing 3 times. Batted .262 with an on-base percentage of .310 and an OPS at .641. Okay? And if all you war stats, war, we had a .2 war. When's the ball play? So he didn't do anything. I'm looking at a player, and I'm the only one who said it, and I feel bad because everybody's going crazy about him, and they're giving out bobbleheads from Jung-Hoo Lee, and he's got a cute little dog, and look at it, it's all fun, warm and fuzzy. Reminds me of Matt Duffy in a way. And this fat-ass Cat Skeeter, everybody, oh my God, he's Cat Skeeter, you got to trade him to Tampa Bay. Matt Moore, when it was a good trade for the Giants anyway.
I hate you.
Jung-Hoo Lee played 37 games, and we don't know who he is. Even when they signed him, everybody, I'm not asking Shasky, I'm like, who's Jung-Hoo Lee? You guys are like, it's for the KBO, I think. We're trying to figure out who he is, too. You guys even know who he was. I mean, Larry Kruger's like, Jung-Hoo Lee, KBO's minor league baseball. And he was coming off a fractured ankle.
Bonte,
and you gave him $100 million.
Can I just do this exercise with you?
Oh, my gosh.
Can I do the I'm 2 years, 18 months from now, is this guy on the team, yes or no? Patrick Bailey.
Oh, God, I hope so.
Okay, that's 1. Kirk Casale.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah. Matt Chapman.
He'll probably be gone.
Okay. Casey Schmidt. This is your 40 man.
Casey Schmidt, I mean.
I'm going to say no.
Yeah, probably not.
David VR. Lamont Wade. How about Brett Wisely?
No.
How about Conforto?
Oh, he'll be gone.
Tyler Fitzgerald.
I hope he stays.
Okay,
I mean, he looks all right.
2. Derek Hill, recently acquired.
Oh, he'll be gone probably next week. He'll
what about
probably be
Elliot
gone
Ramos?
today. I hope he's here.
3. Yastrzemski.
Oh, he'll be gone.
Yeah. Okay. So 3 guys on your active roster for your everyday players. Now let's go to the pitching staff.
All right, yeah.
Spencer Bivens.
Probably gone.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, hell of a story if he is on the roster.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Camilo Duval.
Probably gone.
Okay. Kyle Harrison.
He'll be here.
Okay. 4. Jordan Hicks.
Gone.
I think so too. Eric Miller, your boy.
Oh, Eric. Can you hold on for a second? That just got swept under the rug.
4 guys.
George Contos
on your active roster.
Contos was like, yo, buddy, what are you doing? Remember the postgame show?
I know, he's right.
Who the hell is Eric Miller to show up some outfit? I don't care if the outfitter was Austin Slater.
After John Brebbia last year showed up, Gabe Kapler.
Oh, Eric Miller showed up dudes on his team. Get your ass on a Greyhound and get back to Sacramento, please.
All right,
I've seen enough of him.
Will he be on the team?
Oh, he'll be gone.
Okay, Randy Rodriguez, poor guy.
He'll be gone.
Taylor Rogers.
He'll be gone.
Tyler Rogers.
He'll be gone.
Blake Snell.
Oh, he's gone.
Ryan Walker.
Probably gone.
Okay, and Logan Webb.
He'll be here.
All right, 5 guys will be here 18 months from now. That's the problem. That's the what? That's the problem.
Yeah, you know what? Tell Barrows we'll call him back tomorrow. You know what?
5 guys on your active roster.
I know people want to hear training camp and Niners, and we're going to get the Purdy sound. We'll get to the Purdy sound. It's about the Giants today. This is your day. We're giving you a platform, Giants fans. I see the lines lit up. We'll go to the lines in a second. This is about you and what you want to see this team do at the deadline.
We've had the same conversation since the morning roast was formed. Joe, they need stars.
Yes.
Yeah, I know, Bonte, but I love the Giants. Joe, they need stars. Yeah, I know, Bonte. Kate, wait a second. Let me get my words in. But they need stars. You're right. But I really like this young prospect in single A. Maybe he'll be the one. Shasky, they need stars. I know, Bonte. It's year 2. We've had the same conversation for 4 straight years.
It's unbelievable.
Since the Morning Roast came to show October of 2020.
Yep.
Since then, we have had the same conversation for 4 straight years. And you wonder why I'm going crazy. I feel like Jamiroquai in that video or Busta Rhymes when I'm like in the insane asylum going crazy. I feel like I'm in Arkham Asylum and I'm like, next year's the year. Next year's the year. As I've got the cup against the
So you can't be yesterday.
I'm losing my mind.
You can't be yesterday. 2 years ago was wait for 2024. Now we're in the midst of 2024. And it's 2025. We're gonna have this guy up and Bryce Elgers will be closing.
I know.
No, it's not you.
I know.
No, it's not you. But it's what, and I'm like, so we're just simulating seasons, and I gotta wait. This is pro sports.
I'll tell you, the most exciting thing that I wait for every day is a Bryce Eldridge highlight on my MLB Prospects Twitter page.
And that's bad.
And that's bad.
And that's bad. And that's bad. How about Farhan earlier this season? How about that? What was this, on the podcast? He did the podcast, right? Did he do somebody's podcast? He was chirping left and right.
Might have been Giants Talk or something,
Yeah, because he won't go on with us. He knows what time it is. He knows what time it is.
With us.
Yeah, no, he's never coming on with us.
I said, hey, man, come on and, prove us wrong. Tell us why we are wrong. And he's like, yeah, anytime. Just
no,
let
he's
Matt
not coming
Chisholm
on.
know.
I tell you why he's not coming on. I tell you why he's not coming on. Because at the end of the season presser, when I had his quotes and I asked him about his quotes, and he goes, he snapped at me and said, you're paraphrasing. And I knew what time it was because I've been around the block a couple times. I flipped over the phone and said, actually, these are your quotes right here. I'm reading them word for word. Your quotes in the Chronicle. These are. I remember that moment. I flipped over the phone and he gave some answer and he started laughing and did a little chuckle or whatnot. And I looked at, and I'll say his name, Murph from the other station.
It's okay.
I stood right next to Murph. I said, he ain't it. He ain't the guy. And you know what Farhan did 2 minutes later in front of me?
Yeah.
Hey Murph, anytime you want me on, just give me a call. Anytime you want me on, did it right in front of me. And I was like, yeah, he ain't never coming on my show. Because you ain't getting softballs here, buddy. You're not getting underhand tosses at 60 miles an hour, and you think you're going to just hit a grand slam and, just this little dog and pony show. No. We're not doing that here. So he'll never come on this show. And you know what? I don't want him on this show because he says things like this.
I've had the good fortune of being in the playoffs for a few years now, and, one thing that stood out to me, the thing that I appreciate most about that stretch is just playing meaningful baseball day in, day out, game in, game out, how energizing that is for the fans and for the players. Kind of playing out the string in a season where you're totally out of the playoff race. It takes its toll on the fans, the players, the entire organization. So, our goal is to play meaningful baseball as deep into the season and, as soon as we can.
You know what? Get BPA in here real quick. Get BPA. We got I see Skills on the board. I got Eric, Richie. We'll get to everybody. This guy's a joke. BPA, what's up?
What's up, buddy?
Just an absolute unmitigated fraudulent front office executive and person, by the way. Threw Gabe Kapler under the bus when, he well knew he was the problem, right? They didn't love Gabe Kapler, but it's been proven now. Like, the sample size is clear. The problem was Farhan's ID. He threw Kapler under the bus to save his own hide. But, yeah, he's a complete and total fraud. A total fraud and a total failure, and he knows it. I mean, given the fact that he essentially gave up all of his principles, abandoned them, bringing Melvin in. Oh, no, we're not about analytics anymore. Come on. I mean, and the fact that the ownership group either bought it or rationalized it is really kind of maybe the most disturbing part.
BPA.
This is a bad ownership. It's a bad ownership.
BPA. What about the coverage, though? What about the
ownership group that's disconnected from the fan base, and we're sick of it.
Hey,
anyways, that's my take.
You know what? No, real quick, BPA. What about the coverage of this team?
Oh, my God.
Because we come at the Warriors hard, and they've given us maybe the greatest decade of sports we've ever seen in the Bay Area. All right? The Niners in the 80s on line one, and the A's in the 70s on line two, and we get all that. But the Niners have been knocking on the doorstep and the vitriol for Shanahan and Brock and all this stuff. And yet this team, it feels like if you push back on them a little bit, oh, well, you're being too mean, Bonte and Joe.
Ridiculous.
You're being too mean. You guys are irrational. You guys are too emotional.
I would challenge Baggerly, Havlovitz, Slusser, Kawakami to come on and take questions from the fans on this station, right, about the Giants and Farhan, because they've been ducking it for 6 years. They've been ducking it for 6 years and writing puff pieces and rationalizations and all the rest. I mean, that's, anyways. I mean, we're here now, year 6. Baggerly's still propping the guy up.
It's insane. It's
It's
insane.
Baggerly, have some guts. Come on the channel, Bags, right? Take a tough question.
No,
right?
you know
it's not all comments in the Athletic.
No, you know what he's doing. You know what he's doing. You know what he's doing.
I love you, bro. Have a great day.
You know what he's doing. He's stealing a check from the other station, even though he disrespects Sports Talk Radio, calls us all opportunists. Even though he's stealing a check from the other station for years. They give us powder puff pieces for 15 minutes on air. Well, you want to talk about the human remote control. Whenever we hear Bagley on the airways, we change the channel because we don't want to hear from his ass and being a mouthpiece for the Giants because that's what it's become. You're either going to, come on, man. Let's go to Skills and Vallejo.
What's up, Skills?
Talk to me, Skills.
How you doing, buddy?
Skills pays the bills.
Good morning, Bonte. Good morning, Chasky. Good to be on with you. I want to agree with most of what Brian just said. I want to add to it. And I look back and I think about, first of all, we brought in this guy, Zaidi, and we brought in, I never trusted him from day one. I never trusted him. Number one, because he was a Dodger. And then he comes in, and then we had the situation with Larry Bear with his wife. And I wonder if Larry Bear had still been in the organization, not suspended for those 6 months. For years Zaidi was here, because Zaidi did not answer to anyone that first half of 2019. He had basically free reign and a lame duck manager. And what did he do? He populated our outfield with guys like Connor Joe and Michael Reed. And then when they dared to go 0 for 7, 0 for 8, they were gone. They were moved around. There was no rhythm, no continuity to that team starting from that day on. Fast forward to we'll go over we'll pass the COVID year because a lot of people have problems that year. 2021 comes along. And what do we see that year? We see some of Zaidi's little acquisitions like Dickerson, calls up like Yastrzemski, guys like that. Lamont Wade. Now that was a good. I will give him that. Lamont Wade was a good acquisition for Sean Anderson.
Yeah.
But these guys came in. They had career years. The Giants had a great historical year. And what does that do to Zaidi? It empowers him. It tells him that in his mind, he's uncovering stars. He uncovered gems. When the truth is, looking back, almost none of these guys have had years like that before or since that one season. And it shows in our record, and it shows in the record of the teams that most of them have played for since then. 2023 comes along. He has a chance, you remember, to bring in Judge, to bring in Correa, and then 24 comes along, he has a chance to bring in Shohei. And some people like to blame the ballpark and the dimensions of the ballpark for why they didn't come. I blame him. I blame him and his personality, because I have no doubt in my mind, when he met Shohei Ohtani, he was probably like, hi, Mr. Ohtani. You have a lot of muscle. Can I touch you? No? Oh, sorry. Oh, my bad. Like the young people say, my bad. Where is it you said you from, Mr. Ohtani? Germany, was it? Japan, my bad. That must have been Aaron Judge. That was from Germany, my bad. See, I have no faith in him. I don't care if the Giants win the last 40 games. I never want to see this guy with this team or with any other Major League team ever again. Somebody else get some time. Thanks, guys.
Anytime.
They're basically going to have to play 600 ball for the last 55 games of the year, 33 and 22.
You see the September schedule? Can I go through the schedule with you in September?
They're not going 33 and 22. They haven't gone 33 and 22 at any point since 2021.
Look at the September schedule. Arizona, San Diego, Milwaukee, San Diego, Baltimore, Kansas City, Arizona, St. Louis.
Yeah, it's done. Hence why I want to sell.
You know what? It's a win-win. It's a win-win if they do sell. Now I'm getting a little happy. And I'll explain why on the other side. Brought to you by Save Mart, Lucky, California.
All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shaq.
You know, 408 Xfinity Mobile text line. You know what's crazy? He says it's 408. You know what's crazy? This is the first season I haven't watched a live Giants game all year. I listen to y'all every day. So apparently I ain't missing nothing.
I think a lot of people feel that way.
And that's the problem. That's the problem right there. As we talk Giants here, the deadline is 6 hours, 27 minutes, or actually 6 hours, 26 minutes and 59, 58, 57 seconds away from happening here. So what will the Giants do so far? They traded Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson. The Braves have picked up all the money. The Giants get 2 low-level prospects. One is 24 years old, 21 years old, single A, whatever. They just basically got off the money. It's a money dump. It's basically admitting that you made a bad move, even though the move is starting to look okay. I mean, Soler's batting .275 over the last month. Get all the strikeouts, only 3 home runs. Power wasn't translating out here. Didn't work out, but they pivoted. And I do give a little credit to them for pivoting, especially Luke Jackson. We don't have to watch him pitch anymore and you get off the money, but it's the plan. It's the plan. And so when you think about Farhan Zaidi, what he's done to this organization, and everything under Farhan Zaidi has become small time. It's really small time. When the Niners introduced free agents and coaches and all that stuff, you get the big pressers, like Joe Lacob and the Warriors, you get the big pressers. They make everything big. They make it feel big. There's an underrated thing that just flew under the radar, and I was irate about it. Chasky was like, you so mad about this? That's when they introduced Buster Posey. They said he was rejoining the organization as a minority owner, having a stake in the team, and he's going to have some personnel.
It's probably the best PR thing that they've done in
best
6
PR
years.
thing. But they blew it. And I was like, get Buster Posey. I know he's got a family, but get him on a private jet when he needs to and introduce him back to the market. This is a big move. And what did they do? They introduced Buster Posey. Hey, he's going to be a minority owner and blah, blah, blah. And they did it over Zoom. And it was small time. The question, it wasn't so much the questions, but it was just clunky. It was disorganized. And I'm like, that's not how big boy markets do it. That's not how big boy teams do it. The Warriors and Niners don't do it like that.
Would the Yankees ever do it like that?
No.
Would the Red Sox?
No.
I mean,
and so that moment right there is kind of a little microcosm of what's gone on under Farhan Zaidi. Everything has felt small time. But there's a silver lining. And I say that with a smile on my face, folks. You sell, that means it is the end of the Farhan era Zaidi. Or Farhan Zaidi era, excuse me. It is the end of the Farhan Zaidi era if they sell off, if they don't make the playoffs. So there is a silver lining, Shasky. At the end of the day, in 2 months, a joke there could be a joke within this fan base that Farhan's finally gone. That's where we're at right now.
We could play this game at every position. Every single position. Go around the diamond. Who's played catcher for the Giants since Farhan got here? Buster, Chadwick Trump, Kirk Casale, Austin Wynn, Bailey, Tom Murphy. Who's the guy that got... What? Joey Bart. Who's the guy that got called up? He looked like a generic rental player.
Oh, my God.
The poor guy. He played 2 games.
Oh, yeah, he was awful.
That doesn't narrow it down. The guy who got called up randomly, like that's
he had to buy catcher's gear at Dick's Sporting Good because he didn't have the... I'm dead serious.
Oh, Jackson Reitz?
Jackson Reitz.
That's right. Oh, my God.
Okay, go to first base. Think of who's played for Brandon Belt, Austin Slater, Darren Ruff.
Oh, my God.
Wilmer Flores, Jock Peterson.
Wow.
Remember, he was fielding ground balls over there.
You tried. There's that word again.
Lamont Wade. Who else?
I think those are the main first basemen.
Okay, now let's go to second base. This is just in 6 years. Second base. Tyro Estrada, Donovan Solano, Brett Wisely, Tyler Fitzgerald, Wilmer Flores. I mean, do you get the pattern that I'm going here?
Yeah. They have been flipping. That's why. That's why the cruise ship. That's why if Larry Bear was in the mix, I'm sure he would have got the Amtrak deal because the Sacramento shuttle is getting used over and over and over again. I'm telling you, If Farhan somehow, some way survives and he's back next year,
the guy's a cockroach. Then that means he's surviving the apocalypse.
If the Giants are doing things for their fans, and they have a sense, and listen, we're going to get to everybody here in just a second. Here is Farhan Zaidi's introductory press conference, because we all thought, Andrew Freeman, does he take the lineup to Dave Roberts? Who fills out the lineup card? Well, Farhan said the manager will always have the final say with the lineup.
As far as managing the roster goes, I think that's in the purview of the front office. As far as the day-to-day management of the team, lineups, pitching rotation, bullpen, usage, that kind of thing, that's the manager's job. And as I see it, ideally those things work collaboratively. But to your point, when final say has to be had, I think it's in the domain of the person whose job description says that.
Now, does anything scream when you look at the lineups over the last 4 years, or the lineups in general under Farhan Zaidi? Does it scream to you that the manager is actually writing out the lineups?
Well,
is he figuring out the lineup order?
Let's talk about Soler, just specifically Soler. What makes you think Bob Melvin and Matt Williams, two hardcore 80s players, want to bat Jorge Soler in the leadoff?
I always remember when Soler first was in the leadoff spot, I asked Melvin the question, why Soler in the leadoff spot? His answer was straight up, because someone has to. Granted, there were guys injured at the time. This was right after Jung-Hoo Lee got hurt, blah, 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 blah. But that was and I've kind of been on the Soler leadoff spot for a while. I asked him a few weeks later, why do you still keep him there? Oh, he really likes hitting leadoff. Oh, it is great. Just like, I asked him Friday, still got to keep him there? You got to drop him? No, we like him. He's getting walks. And then, of course, Soler had a great night on Friday night. Made me look silly, but
it's a fair question.
No, it is.
You did your job.
Every time I talk to anybody about Soler, I always have this conversation with my dad. He always texts me, I've never seen Jorge Soler get a hit. Like, we're at the game Saturday night together, and Soler got a hit, and he's like, oh, hey, cool. I finally saw it happen. I think he's, a little sarcasm there, but that's how he feels about Jorge Soler. So never seen him get a hit.
Not only that, so then whose decision was it to bat Elsie Slater lead off all these years?
Come on.
I feel like that was a Farhan move.
That was 100% a Farhan move.
Come on. So that was his introductory press conference. And Bochy's laughing. He's scratching his belly right now with a World Series ring, thinking that's how they're going to do things in San Francisco? That's
it's a shame. It's embarrassing, really.
And then you get the J.D. Davises, you get the Ross Strip. We haven't even got to all the players who've spoken out about this organization, and they're not even good players. Like J.D. Davis is done.
Oh, let's do that.
You want to do that?
Let's use. Let me get a pen. You.
Ross Stripling. Okay, Ross Stripling has spoken out about the team, about the Phantom IL. Sean Manaea couldn't wait to get out of town. He was like, "Well, I'm kind of using this role. I don't know what to do." Alex Wood. Remember Alex Wood? Alex Wood. Oh, he had a few things to say. Brebbia.
The bucket.
Who? Dubon?
Gabe said we're going to take the high road on that one or something like that.
Oh, yeah. Dubon said, I'm going to just take the high road.
No, the best was the day they were exchanging lineup cards after when we went to the game, and Gabe Kapler was having like a 42-minute conversation at home plate about why he was apologizing for bunting up 1,000 runs.
It was unbelievable.
Even though he breaking unwritten rules. We're going to keep bunting.
Well, no, but remember when
it's new age baseball.
We had people defending it. If you want to stop us, if you don't want us to score, to stop us from scoring. All right. So I was like, be careful what you wish for.
Snell also was pissed off with his IL thing.
I forgot he was pissed off.
He was pretty. Let's just call it what it is.
He was pissed.
All right.
He was pissed.
Who else?
Brandon Belt. At times.
Oh yeah.
Brandon Crawford got pulled.
Crawford first game
got yanked out of Dodger Stadium. Yeah, got yanked out. He was happy. Defensive replacement. Brandon Crawford, greatest defensive shortstop in Giants history. Let's yank him for a defensive replacement. Oh, we forgot about that one. What else I'm sure we're missing something. You two, what you got? Derek Holland was not happy with this treatment.
Derek Holland!
Oh, I forgot about it.
I totally forgot he was on this team during the fall.
Dude, I forgot about it. Derek Rodriguez? Oh,
That's
my God.
That's right, Derek Rodriguez, Vaughn Rodriguez's son.
Oh, don't forget about Brian Sabian speaking out about the organization.
Well, that's obvious.
That's obvious. He didn't even want to come to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, and that's another thing. Well, as we continue this exercise,
Derek Holland.
I've watched Farhan, so I've seen him at pressers, obviously. And I've seen him at the Bay Area Hall of Fame twice. Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. DeSclafani, yeah.
Remember he did the phantom ankle injury?
Yeah, the phantom ankle injury.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to keep going.
Zach Littell?
Zach Littall.
That's from our boy Drew Down.
Zach Littall.
Wow.
Famous tunnel conversation.
Zach Littall.
He's been wildly mediocre for the Rays this year.
Estimated eyes. How can we forget Derek Holland? Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah, Jock with the Pusoy.
The Pusoy problem.
Jock.
The Pusoy problem.
I mean, that's 13 guys in a minute. In a minute.
Jock getting slapped. Yeah, we can't forget about that. But you know what? I'm gonna fall back on that one. Because I did a deep dive. I sent these guys at Shasky. I sent Shasky, Lutman, and Spadoni, like, threads. If you just go down Tommy Pham's Wikipedia,
I would never mess with Tommy.
Like, it is like, yeah, I understand why Jock Peterson didn't do anything. I mean, Tommy Pham literally after the game was like, I trained in the offseason to prepare myself, so if you want to try me, try me.
I'll tell you about Jock now that he's gone. I know this is a fact. He just stopped taking batting practice and just started eating and drinking. And he had a full locker of like liquor and booze and food. And he's just a big slob.
Wow.
And people were questioning him.
And he got $20 million.
Yeah.
And he got $20 million. I forgot about them signing Tommy La Stella.
Tommy La Stella.
You know what? I'll give Tommy La Stella
That was the first, I think, multi-year deal that Farhan gave out.
His ankle was hanging by a thread.
They probably just remember that walk-off he hit against the Giants in 2020.
I was in Mexico.
Let's get him for that.
True story. Puerto Vallarta, and I was pregnant with baby Chez, and I had money on the Angels. They hit the runs. I needed them to score over 5.5 runs against the Giants. So when they gave up that home run in the ninth inning, I say, well, Giants lose, but you know what? Money in the bank, baby.
Who was the pitcher that gave up the home run to Tommy La Stella when he was with the Angels?
Trevor Gott. That's what we're just talking about. Yeah, Trevor Gott.
He was angry with his role.
Oh, man.
Well, I thought they kind of just let Gott die on the vine during that stretch there because he had that meltdown.
5 days
he had that meltdown against the A's. They had him come in the next night. He had another meltdown against the A's.
Poor guy.
Days later, another one against the Angels. They just destroyed him.
Listen to these names.
Joey Bart kept it classy. You know he wasn't happy.
He took the high road.
He took the high road. When in doubt, take the high road. It helps him some.
He was just happy to get out of town.
Who was the catcher that they traded for DeBon? And then they DFA'd him immediately.
My God. Oh, my God.
Who was the guy they acquired this week?
Derek Hill.
No, the other guy.
Oh, the other guy. Boucher, whatever his name is.
He pitched one time, gave
Bauman,
up 4
Mike
runs.
Bauman, whatever his name was.
And then they got rid of him for Spencer Bivens, the guy who they should have just gone with the entire time.
I mean, honest to God, he makes more transactions than the worst player in your fantasy football league.
Connor Joe Michael Reed, first game ever down in San Diego.
Mike Papierski. That was the Dubon trade.
Who?
Exactly.
This guy literally plays fantasy baseball with the major league roster.
And don't forget,
Papierski had 10 at-bats.
Mark Melanson, right before he got traded. And didn't Will Smith have an issue, too, with how he was being utilized?
Oh, yeah, Will Smith had an issue.
I know Camilo's pissed. I know that.
So,
they traded Dubon to Houston and got Mike Papierski, who gave us 10 at-bats. Dubon's winning a Gold Glove with Houston.
And a World Series.
Great value there, Farhan.
And a World Series.
Those very 10 memorable at-bats.
So let me ask you, if I were to say the best moves Farhan's made, give them to me. 6 years.
Drafting Patrick Bailey's a good move.
Okay, Bailey.
I give him that.
I agree.
Extension for Logan Webb.
Okay.
I'll get that. I'll give him that.
All right.
The trade for Lamont Wade Jr.
Okay. I would put elevating Elliot Ramos and sticking with him. I'm going to give him credit for that.
Well, he only stuck with him because guys were hurt.
You know what? I've seen them do dumber things. All right.
I guess the trade for Chris Bryant, you gave up nothing for him.
You want to talk about salary dump?
Chris Bryant.
All right, Chris Bryant. All right. Anything else?
The problem with Farhan's best moves is that they're either moves like the Jorge Soler move or the Mitch Haniger move where you're cleaning up a past mistake, or it's like a move that you didn't make. That's kind of where we're at
Drafting
with
Harrison.
Farhan.
I'll put that in there. and I'll put Birdsong in there too.
Okay, cool. That's fine. Not resigning Chris Bryant from the 610. That's a good one. Xfinity Mobile text line.
They were never going to, but I get it.
But I get them. They could overpay.
All right, so 7 moves in 6 years?
Yeah.
You have 30 draft picks. 30 draft picks every year. Every year. Unless you're signing Blake Snell and then you
They
lose
really gave Soler 4 months. They said, and he's going to go to Atlanta, to SunTrust Park, whatever that park is down in Atlanta. He's going to hit bombs. You don't think he's going to go down there to Atlanta and just pick up where he left off with San Francisco? Oh, by the way, the Braves do come to Oracle Park next month.
We can give him a standing ovation.
You know, and we're going to get the lines in a second. 888-957.
You know what? Bringing back Matt Williams was a good move.
Yeah, I mean, guess.
Think of how low that is.
I guess.
Wow.
Bob Melvin, was that a good move?
No. What? Stephen Vogt, who another catcher for you.
Oh, I know.
Stephen Vogt, would have been.
I wanted him.
Yeah, I know. I wanted Venable, but
yeah, I just wanted something new.
I agreed with you.
Something new. Yeah, we want something fresh. No, but
one of the top 10 moves this organization has done is bring back Matt Williams at third base.
That's sad.
Wow.
That's sad. I mean, Bob Melvin got the biggest standing ovation at the home opener. That's bad when the manager gets the biggest standing ovation and not the players. But when I think about Farhan and being at the Boy Area Sports Hall of Fame and at the Positive Coach of the Alliance Awards, I've seen him move around a little bit. I just watch him sometimes. You know, you want to see how people work a room. Like, I've never been in a room with John Lynch, but I could tell he works a room. You can just tell he gets it.
I watched him walk onto the field at practice, and it's like, oh, my God.
He gets it.
There's John Lynch.
Bob Myers. Been in many rooms with Bob Myers.
Yeah, I have too.
He gets it.
Just a great
charisma, everything.
On and off air.
Yep. So whenever I see somebody, I see Farhan, and maybe he's just a quiet guy. But the first time I saw him at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, 2 years ago, and I'm in the bath waiting for the bathroom line. He happens to be standing. He was kind of right behind me, actually. And somebody's like, "Hey, man, good win, Farhan in Milwaukee." Blah 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 blah. And he goes, "Yeah." And I was like, "That's it." And I'm thinking to myself, boy, when we go out and about, and we're on a much lower scale than Farhan Zaidi in terms of the public, being viewed as public figures. We see somebody and they say, "Hey, what's up? Man, what's going on?" Blah, blah. You just give them 30 seconds. Mm-hmm. That little interaction right there, I was like, damn. He just this guy who probably spent $500 to get to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame and get a table and eat dinner. It's just like, hey, good win in Milwaukee, man. You guys are playing well. And he's like, yeah. That was it. Shasky, in that interaction, I was like, is he just not a people person? Or is he just uncomfortable? What's going on? And then I watched him work the room a few months ago at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. And I was talking with a former Giants player at the time, and this former player is just crushing Farhan. We see Farhan walking into the room. And I go, there's Farhan. You might want to just quiet down. And Farhan's trying to avoid walking past us, and he tries to walk through this table where there's obviously no space to walk through. So he ends up walking by. It's like, oh, hey. And it was just, and I watched him the entire time. I was like, man, this guy's awkward. Maybe he just doesn't like being around people. But he just I don't know, man. He's just not it for this market. It's just not it. You got to play the part, and he doesn't play the part at all. Maybe he's overwhelmed by the job. Maybe he thought he could just be in his basement typing up numbers on the computer saying, okay, I could just bring up Connor Joe, we're going to be good.
So I've told you this before. Like, there are some people that are great vice presidents, but they're not the dude. They're not the president. There's a lot of guys in football, great OCs. Like Norv Turner comes to mind. If Norv Turner is your offensive coordinator, dude, you're set. Like, he's awesome as an OC. Like, we're going to find out if Cliff Kingsbury, can he just be a great OC?
Maybe.
We'll see, right? I know this. McVay's a hell of a head coach. Yep. Shanahan's a hell of a head coach. Andy Reid, hell of a head coach. I know that Norv Turner's not a hell of a head coach. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's just probably better as an OC, right? And we're going to find that out about Robert Saleh. Bonte, we list, I think, 7 or 8 good things that they've done. Now, let's talk about the crazy things that have happened since Farhan got here. The Judge situation. Not reading the market and realizing you were getting used.
Yeah. Or just going over the top saying, here's $500 million. This is where it's starting.
What about the Correa thing where he's literally in the other room and you're going to sign him and then, that was just insane.
It was a disgrace to the organization. A disgrace to... They were literally looking at houses. They were looking at houses.
Whatever happened there is its own 30 for 30. Signing Gabe Kapler and defending him on day one.
Well, that was my next point. We ran that press conference on 95.7 The Game, that introductory presser. The first 40 minutes was defending Gabe Kapler about what happened down in L.A.
It's insane.
And it was like, wait, Farhan, you swept this under the rug? And we didn't know anything about it? And then he said something during that presser. I don't know the exact words. I'm going to paraphrase you here, Farhan. But he basically said, I know now I'm behind the 8 ball now. I'm swimming upstream now, or something he said. It was like, with this move, I get it. And I got to dig myself out of this ditch or whatnot. It's like, you hire Gabe Kapler with all this baggage. I don't even think Gabe's a bad guy, whatever. But you hire Gabe Kapler to replace an all-time legend. And Bruce Bochy.
The greatest manager in Giants history. John McGraw notwithstanding.
And the first presser, you're not even talking baseball. You're talking about a situation that you and Gabe Kapler botched in the LA Dodgers minor league system
10 years ago. So that's one. That's the fourth one. Oh, the Kapler firing. That I just didn't like how that whole thing went down.
You know, the day before, true story, the night before, the Giants were celebrating Mario Alioto.
Oh, yeah.
They're having a banquet. I've heard all about that night.
Oh, yeah?
I've heard all about that night.
What happened?
Farhan basically left, like, the beginning of the ceremonies. He, like, basically just dipped. Barely said a word to anybody, was on his phone, and was out.
Wow.
It was out. Gabe Kapler stayed the whole time.
Wow. I don't think Gabe, as a person, like, I think he's a good dude. As a manager, like...
No, whatever. But he's a good dude. Like, I hit him up on Instagram, and he replies.
But that's why I didn't like him getting fired with 2 days to go. Was he really that bad?
It was small time.
Yeah, that's
small time. It was basically like,
petty.
I'm throwing him under the bus. It's his fault. But Farhan, you got out the lineup cards.
Exactly.
Well, remember, Farhan was on the other station kind of basically saying, the managing has not been good enough this year. I forget what he actually said, but he basically kind of intimated that Kapler's probably not coming back this year. And so the reason they moved off him when they did is because they didn't want Gabe to have to field a bunch of, are you going to be back next year questions during that final weekend.
That's crap.
That was the explanation that was given.
That's just weak. So it said, you want to take that on?
No, it felt like
you want to answer the questions?
It felt like a public beheading.
Yeah,
that's what it felt like to me. It was to humiliate Kapler.
That was small time.
All right, and then the sixth thing. How about the 10,000 one-year deals where the player has all the options and all the power? How about those? That has always been sold to me as some big thing for them. I think that sucks. Okay.
I bought it for a second. I was like, oh, well, they get optionality. So if they don't work out, your books are clear next year.
Oh, stop.
And I bought that for a couple minutes.
They've had
did.
three.
I'm not going to lie.
They've had three.
It motivates the player to play really well.
Oh,
and then leave.
They've had three-year deals during the.
Oh.
And do you know what they are?
Oh, who? Tommy Listello?
No.
No?
Well, that's...
Jorge Soler?
He had an option. Soler,
yep.
Hanniger, and Wilmer Flores. How have those gone? I'll throw Listello in there. Let's throw 4 of them.
Was Jung Hoo Lee's 6-year deal count too?
Oh my God!
Well, that's
it's
a 6-year deal.
Great start.
That's a 6-year
deal.
So,
I thought you wanted 3 or more.
More than 2 years has been rife with craziness.
Just think about the structure of the Jung Hoo Lee deal for a second. I'm not to go back on Jung Hoo Lee, but in year 1 he's making 7. In year 2 he's making 16, and in year 3 or 4 he's making 23. That's that. Wait, we're gonna give him $7 million early. I just. Oh my God, we forgot about Renell Brooks Moon.
Oh yeah, well put that over. She's just crawled. We'll put her. That's number 20.
Poor Renell. Shout out to my auntie. I ran into her on Father's Day, and I've talked to her since then. After Willie Mays passing, I know that hurt. But the handling of Renell Brooks, you guys don't even know the half of what's gone on with that. I mean, that is a complete disaster. Our PA announcer, who's been there since day 1 of the park. And we just get rid of her. It was just announced it a couple weeks before the season.
Okay, and look, who's the new guy that they acquired from the Rangers? What's the new guy's name?
Oh, Derek Hill.
Derek Hill. He's wearing Pablo's number. Now, I'm not saying that Pablo... What?
I saw that.
Look, I don't even think Pablo deserves to have it, retired, per se. But can we at least designate the numbers appropriately for the right people? Matt Cain's 18's been issued a few times. I don't feel comfortable with that. I don't want to see Lincecum's 55 issued. I don't want to see just for the right guy. You can take 48.
Derek Hill, who may not be on this team next week. He might never be on this team next week.
What are we doing? Now, I know that doesn't mean anything to you, but that means something to me.
No, it does mean something.
And the reason why it means something to me is it's called honoring your own history.
No, it does mean something, because when I was at the game Friday night, I was like, damn, 48. And I was thinking, I'm not big on baseball numbers. Yeah, I don't remember baseball numbers like I do basketball numbers or football numbers, but I did see 48 Friday night. I was like, damn, that's Pablo's number.
It made me feel kind of
I was sitting next to Big Dog. I was like, yo, that's Pablo's number.
Right? That was weak. I think that's weak, especially considering Pablo was with you in spring training, and he was the most popular thing.
And this guy's going to be gone in probably a couple weeks.
Weeks? I mean, come on. The guy has a negative WAR, for Christ's sake. I mean, what are we doing? He had 75 career at-bats. Matos had 270 last year.
It should be one of those numbers where your most charismatic player or your fan favorite should always get that. Like the Raiders never retired numbers, or like the Cowboys, for example, number 88 is reserved for your top wide receiver. Drew Pearson, Dez Bryant, Michael Irvin, CeeDee Lamb.
Thank you.
Pablo's number should be treated like that. Lincecum's number should be treated like that. Matt Cain's number should be treated like that.
100%
Bumgarner's number should. And some rando and Derek Hill, no, he's not my cousin. is wearing number 48.
But that speaks to the disrespect of what has been accomplished here over the last 2 decades.
What about the clubhouse things?
Oh, I heard.
Taking down all the signage of all the World Series teams. I heard all about it.
Yeah.
I heard all about it from day one.
Yeah, I heard they took down all of the stuff that basically the team has accomplished over the last 2 decades.
There's so many things you hear about this organization over the last 6 years. There's 60% of it I don't think we could share with the public audience.
Well, you know what this era feels like to me? It's the equivalent of the post-Steve Young era
Niners
for the Niners until they found Harbaugh.
Yep.
Where they just were wandering in the desert.
Mike Nolan, Dennis Erickson.
Just wandering.
But there's a lot of things that we can't share about what's going on with this team. And people have been telling me about this stuff for 4 years. I've stayed back, I've fought, and we really haven't been on the Crush Farhan hype this season. We've kind of just left him alone and just talked about the team.
I've had a few moments.
Couple here and there. I tried to give a benefit of the doubt, but enough's enough. Enough's enough. We want a direction. We want to know where we're going here. Are we selling or are we buying? Are you keeping Snell? Are you trying to win? Because again, you said earlier this season, here's what Farhan said.
You know, I've had the good fortune of being in the playoffs for a few years now, and you know, one thing that stood out to me, the thing that I appreciate most about that stretch is just playing meaningful baseball day in, day out, game in, game out, how energizing that is for the fans and for the players. You know, kind of playing out the string in a season where you're totally out of the playoff race. You know, it takes its toll on the fans, the players, the entire organization. So, you know, our goal is to play meaningful baseball as deep into the season and, you know, as soon as we can.
All right, let's go to Greg Johnson.
That was the opening day.
Yep.
When he first got signed.
Yep.
They've played meaningful baseball into the last week of the season only one time.
Once, 2021. All right, here's Greg Johnson.
That's crazy.
Here's Greg Johnson with Tim Kawakami.
Well, I think it's mandatory every year, you know, for us to be hopeful of making the playoffs. And I think we've got a team that should make the playoffs. It's very competitive. National League West, there's a lot of good teams right now vying for those wild card spots. So it's going to be a good race. But, you know, I think we should make the playoffs this year. And I think if we do make the playoffs and we get some pitching back and get a Robbie Ray back in the second half and Cobb back, we could have one of the most formidable starting pitching staffs in baseball, which again puts us in a great position, you know, should we make the playoffs. But I think in the meantime, we'll just take it game by game and do what we're doing right now.
All right, so we got all that. And then I get to Dave Fleming, our boy Dave Fleming. He'll join us tomorrow.
You think he's happy?
Well, listen to this. You think he's happy about selling if they did sell?
Yeah, everybody would be disappointed. The group, you know, the players don't want that to happen. The players want right now. The Giants' chances of making the playoffs have been incredibly diminished. Like this week has really hurt their chances of making the playoffs.
Well, what if they go youth movement, Flem? What if they go youth movement? Does that change the expectations?
I don't think they're altering their expectations. I do think that it's going to be a massive challenge for the young guys to get to the finish line this year. All of these players. Now, look, Tyler Fitzgerald's played a ton of games in the minor leagues. He knows what a long season is like. But a lot of these younger guys, pitchers and position players, are sort of testing the limits of their baseball stamina. And that's going to really show up in August and September, and we'll see how they do.
And then let's get to Larry Bear. Larry Bear, I'm just going to play it, Shasky. It's about Farhan and leadership. Take it away, Larry Bear.
Let me just tell you who's had a direct experience with Farhan and said, let me just tell you something about Farhan. First of all, he's a great leader of people. He loves scouting. He loves listening. He loves players, has the highest integrity possible, and he's super competitive. So you put all that together, it's a pretty good combination. And then one other thing, in our conversations, what was especially compelling given the Giants organization, the way we like to present ourselves, is that he had a very much of a values-based approach to management and to the organization and to leadership.
That was his introductory press conference.
Do you get
his introductory press conference?
He's a leader of people.
A leader of men.
Is that a serious thing he said?
I'll play it one more time.
Are you kidding me?
One more time, folks.
Let me just tell you who's had a direct experience with Farhan and said, Let me just tell you something about Farhan. First of all, he's a great leader of people. He loves scouting. He loves listening. He loves players, has the highest integrity possible, and he's super competitive. So you put all that together, it's a pretty good combination. And then one other thing, in our conversations, what was especially compelling given the Giants organization, the way we like to present ourselves, is that he had a very much of a values-based approach to management and to the organization and to leadership.
So Larry, introductory press conference, hey, I was told Farhan's a great leader. I was told. So did we even have a thorough interview process? You were told. Well, what happened in the one-on-one interviews? Because Larry Bear's a smart guy. I like Larry a lot. I do. He's had some flaws, no doubt about it. No doubt. We don't need to go there. But Larry.
I respect Larry.
I respect Larry Bear and what he does and what he's done for the city. And he was told Farhan. So it sounds like to me that he wasn't really part of the process of hiring Farhan Zaidi. Maybe it was Greg Johnson's doing.
I don't know.
And maybe he was crushed out. What happened? Jesus Christ? I heard the Jesus Christ, dude. Did you hear that too?
No, I didn't hear
I heard
anything.
the Jesus Christ, dude.
Stuff behind the glass. It's
Oh,
all good.
all right.
By the way, you got to do the legal.
Oh, all right. You're listening
That
to
wasn't what it was about, by the way.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KG is Ibsy FM. What's San Francisco Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You know what this era has proven to me? This era has proven to me that if you're slightly better than completely lousy and inept, someone will stand for you.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Like the amount of people, we get these texts a lot. 530. Once everyone gets their wish and Farhan is fired, a few years from now, his young guys drafted and acquired will start beasting. You just wait and watch.
Well, it'd be great for his replacement then.
I mean, the guys that are beasting on his team right now are literally like Logan Webb, right? We all agree. Yeah, Bobby Evans, Brian Sabian. How about Ellie Ramos? Yeah, that was a Bobby Evans. All right. Yeah, okay.
Luciano?
Harrison, you get credit for Harrison. Luciano? I don't know if he's beasting right now. And then Birdsong. Birdsong's beasting. I'll give you that. Birdsong's been really good. I like him. Doval was also a Bobby Evans signing.
Yeah.
So, okay. Who that Farhan has acquired on the big league team is beasting. Anybody knocking their doors down? If I put Lamont Wade Jr., because a lot of people want to throw up his WAR and this and the other, I put him on the open market. What's that getting you?
Not much. Not much at all. Not much at all. I'm looking at Henry Schulman because he's been tweeting at me a lot. I didn't even know he was active.
What's up with Hank?
Tweeted out.
He took a break from politics?
Yeah. Giants have a legitimate case to go for it. Good rotation, weak schedule, 12-team format. If so, they don't need to make significant bullpen adds. Not because they have a bad bullpen, but a gassed bullpen. Seems to be a bigger need than a bat. Look.
They just got rid of one of their guys who's top 4 or 5 in every single category offensively.
Well, when I look at weak schedule, and I say to Giants fans, you sure the schedule's weak? Okay, so late August 23rd, you go to Seattle for 3 games.
They're a team that's trying to get into the playoffs.
They're trying to get back. They just traded for a Rosa. They got good pitching. They play defense. They don't hit. But that's a tough team. Then they go to Milwaukee for 3 games. The Brewers. They're playing for something. They're legit. They come home and play Miami. And then the beginning of September 1st, they got a game against Miami to get the second off. And that's who you know. They got 3 against Arizona, 3 against San Diego, 3 against Milwaukee, 3 against San Diego, 3 against Baltimore, 3 against Kansas City, 3 against Arizona. Then they finish the year with 3 against St. Louis.
They have to go 33-22 to get into the playoffs.
With that schedule.
Well, at least that's my guesstimate.
Does that sound like a weak schedule to you?
Bonte, they would have to play 600 ball.
I mean, honestly, Shask, does that sound like a weak schedule to you?
No.
That's not a weak schedule.
No. Baltimore's one of the best teams in
33-22.
baseball.
Yeah, no, Kansas City. You see Bobby Witt Jr.'s batting .575 since the All-Star break.
Yeah, they're surging.
I mean, that's not a weak schedule. So, I don't know. Let's go to Eric in Sacramento. Eric's been on hold for a while here. Let's get to Eric. What's up, Eric? Sorry to have you on hold so long.
Oh, no, not a problem. Now, I know you guys are bashing Farhan, but remember, he can't actually play the game. He doesn't go on the field, but I understand where you're coming from. There's a lot of frustration. I did want to mention something, too, about the Louisville Slugger bats. Back in the day, when I was about 13 or 14, I used to go to bat day at the Coliseum and against and the Giants at Candlestick. I would get free bats. Do you guys remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So they don't give away bats anymore, but like they used to.
They give you the mini ones every now and then.
People don't know how to act.
That's true. People get afraid to spin like club somebody over the head with a bat. Well, but the other thing is...
I got a story. Years ago, I went to Giants A's on my buddy Mikey's birthday at the Oakland Coliseum, and it was mini bat giveaway day. And yes, there was a huge fight out front, right in front of the BART station. So I'm kind of glad we stopped giving bats out.
We don't need to do that.
Can't trust people.
We don't need to do that. What was Eric trying to get to, by the way? We don't know.
I don't know. He was too off topic, so that's it.
All right. You want to get in the Brock next segment? Do we want to continue to crush Farhan? Giants fans, what do you think? Roasters, what do you think?
Here's what I think.
We're 5 hours, 51 minutes, and 37 seconds away from the trade deadline.
Do you think they're going to trade Snell? I want to know from Giants fans, like, come on, this is your chance. You've got one last chance.
What are they going to trade Snell for?
Are you jumping in the boat and you're going full tank mode?
Well, if you go full tank mode, then it's not just Snell you're selling. It's Snell, it's Duvall, it's Robbie Ray, it's Lamont Wade Jr., it's Conforto, it's Mike Gostkowski. You're selling Matt Chapman because he's probably going to opt out. He doesn't want to play on a loser. You're selling everything. Everything should be on the table.
Who wants, like, if I put it in front of my house and said, literally, just take it to go. Like, you know, people do that in front of their house.
Just take it for free.
Just take it for free. No one wants Conforto.
Right. You know, I see this too. You know, my bad, fellas, 530, Sabian. He had the longest leash in history. Well, Sabian got here, made both trades. And from 97 to 03, that was the best stretch of Giants baseball in the city of San Francisco up until they won the 3 World Series in 5 years.
It was even close.
Not even close.
The younger like Farhanites, as I'm calling them, literally need to just hit the Wikipedia page and look at what Brian Sabian did.
No, they can't. They weren't alive for that. They weren't alive for that. Now, you asked me yesterday, what did Sabian do at this deadline? I guarantee you he wouldn't have traded Soler like that.
Well, no, he wouldn't have dumped it. He never did a dump like that.
He never did dump.
Not like that. That was a dump.
Farhan Nights.
Am I wrong?
Oh, man. Like, you know, the problem is, too, the frustration and everything.
Farhanites, unite!
Farhan's just broken the fan base.
It has.
He's literally broken us. He has. We want to talk Giants baseball during the summer. But boy, the best thing that happened during the All-Star week was we went 10-2. We got the Brandon Ayuk breaking news. You got the Team USA stuff. We didn't even talk Giants since the All-Star break. Like, we didn't even do it. And that's supposed to be a slow period. It happened to be actually not too bad.
The Giants only know how to do 3 things. Trade with the Twins, the Mariners, and the Braves. That's it. That's literally it.
No
That's
relationships.
all they do.
You know, Brian Sabian once told me, man, there's not a lot of relationship building amongst GMs these days. The old guard has kind of gone away, and these guys don't know how to build relationships with each other. They're all scouts or on their computer or whatnot. I think they could just, oh, hey, Brian, how you doing? No, it doesn't work like that. You got to be a people person, too. Part of Joe Shane, I know you don't like Joe Shane all that much with the New York Giants, but at least he seems like he's got the cachet to talk to people.
Him and Dan Morgan clearly had a relationship.
Yep. And he's talking to the Patriots guy. He's going to seek them out and say, hey, man, what you doing at 3? Are you moving up? What's going on here? Talk to me.
They've made like 7,000 trades with the Braves, the Mariners, and the Twins. Look at it. Will Smith, Melanson, Jorge Soler, all to Atlanta. Like the Twins one goes very deep. Obviously, Derek Rodriguez, the Sean Alexander. There's been Sean Anderson. There's been a lot of different trades there.
And this is my problem.
Then the Mariners. How many times did we trade with the Mariners to get a player that we would eventually DFA?
You know,
I swear to God, he did it 9 times 2 years ago.
No, and you know what? And this is my problem, and we're going to move off this because I'm going to get angry again. This is the problem, and I don't get this fan. I don't get it for the life of me. 408. I'd rather be angry over Farhan and the Giants than sad and worried over the Niners. I mean, take a lap, homie. I'm tired of being angry about the Giants. I don't like being angry. I go home and I'm happy, and it's like, oh my God, your mood. And then when I'm down and out, it's because I just watched the damn Giants game. I'm saying I'm sitting here because my job requires me to watch them. I don't want to watch the Giants every night. Trust me, I don't want to watch them. They're terrible. And it's all because of one guy. Let's be real. It's one guy. It's Farhan Zaidi. Let's talk some Niners, Shasky. Let's uplift this bad boy. Let's get into Niners. Brock Purdy. Coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Hey, Bonte. 707. It's not Farhan's fault. It's the owners. You think Farhan told himself to shed salary? I mean, he's had 6 years to get it done. I mean, come on.
Right. The owners can't fire. The owners are not going to fire themselves. Didn't you hear from Lowell Cohn when he asked Jed York a decade ago? So, what did he say? Would you fire yourself?
Do you ever watch those like murder docs, like real true crime stuff?
Yeah.
I watch a lot of them, and I watch a lot of them. And what I've realized is that like these legitimately crazy individuals who are horrible humans, threats to society, even they have weirdos who write them love letters in prison. So the fact that Farhan is actually beloved by a certain part of the segment of the fan base is not surprising. I mean, it's really not. I was like, okay, are you part of the Marilyn Manson fan club too, or Charles Manson fan club?
You know,
I mean, Jesus.
415 Xfinity Mobile text line. Farhan is like that one girlfriend that knows she is wrong, but will keep arguing like she is right. Well, you could say some boyfriends too. How about you just
people
not,
in general?
How about you just not argue, especially with girls? I love you, Anna. I'm not arguing.
Let me tell you. You know what's made my marriage a little easier? Michelle, you're right. I'm wrong. You know what? You're right. I'm going to do that right now. Let me stop what I'm doing right now. I'm on that.
Sometimes I'm stubborn. Sometimes I'm stubborn. I sometimes just want to argue.
Here's when I know she's angry. She texts me from the other room what to do.
Oh, yeah. You
know when they're
wait. Yeah.
And I got the PS5.
You're like, why didn't you just say something? Why did they want to bother you in your little video game?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I don't know, Joe.
I did not play NCAA yesterday. I've taken a couple breaks after I lost to Florida to Swamp, and I'm really rattled about that. My passing game is anemic right now, and I got to get ready for Clemson in the ACC championship. It's not going to be an easy game, but watched the Pete Rose doc 3 times, and the first 3 episodes, and boy, I wish I never watched it. Just like the Ric Flair.
Did you get the same feeling from the doc? Because it's on HBO or Max or whatever.
Charlie
it's called.
Hustle.
It's excellent. As a player, he's one of my dad's favorites. Yeah. He always talked about Charlie Hustle. They couldn't even agree on how he got the nickname Charlie Hustle.
He didn't even know.
He's a complete liar.
Yeah, he didn't even know. He thought it was hustling in the third base or whatnot. And it was actually him like jumping for a ball in the outfield, and Mickey Mantle blasted right before. It's like, is he Charlie Hustle out there? What the hell
they were
is
like
he doing?
ripping him.
And he's like running to first base after walking.
But
he would be a player we hated.
Yeah, I'd also love him. He's got a lot of my vibes, actually, on the softball field. The guy's a competitionaholic.
Yep.
Clearly a gambling addict.
Wants to win.
I also believe that his connection to the whole community of Cincinnati, it was similar to the Barry Bonds connection to San Francisco.
Yeah.
And seeing it from afar, I understand why Cincinnati fans feel the way they do about him.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure that we as Giants fans look very similar to how Reds fans are caping up for Pete Rose. Look, as a player, clearly one of the greats.
Yep.
As a human being,
well, I see a text here, 650, taking out Ray Fosse was Bush League, and it was. It's how he played. But I didn't realize he took out Bruce Bochy in the NLCS.
How about that?
I mean, he crushed Bruce Bochy.
How about that?
Crushed him.
And everyone's like, yeah, Bruce knew it was coming.
Bruce knew it was coming. And he threw the extra little elbow shoulder into Bruce Bochy to send a message. He was sending messages.
Uh-huh.
He was stirring things up.
I'm also convinced he was on the juice.
Possibly.
Did you see him? He's like 40-something years old. He looked chiseled. I never worked out at Gold's Gym. It's like
I never looked at a weight. I never looked at weights in 24 years. Yeah, okay. I mean, the guy was 44 years old with that stance, still mashing balls to the gap, going first to third like it was nothing. Dog, you're 40 plus. Hey. You should be playing station-to-station baseball. This guy's stretching out singles and doubles.
I miss AstroTurf baseball.
I don't. I mean, I know what I know where you're getting at.
Games next year, then.
I know where you're getting at.
A lot of the kids play on turf now. They don't play on dirt.
I know where you're getting at with the turf because of the bounces and the way it looked. And when it rained, you would see the rain spots or whatnot.
It just plays different.
Veteran Stadium, Three Rivers Stadium. Obviously, Riverfront Stadium with the turf, the Expos when he was at the Olympic Stadium.
Yeah.
I mean, what a random team that was.
How about that Philly team? The way Michael Jack Schmidt talks about Pete Rose blew me away.
So I looked at his numbers.
Who?
Michael Jack Schmidt yesterday.
He's the greatest third baseman of all time.
I mean, not even
at
close.
least has an argument to be it.
Not even close. He said, Pete elevated my game.
How about Johnny Bench and Pete Rose's like
not getting along?
Bitterness?
Yeah, they hated each other.
I mean, hearing
so strange.
Johnny Bench, he knew what he did.
Johnny Bench did not get interviewed for that doc. He's like, no, I'm good.
Well, I will go to my grave one day saying Johnny Bench is the greatest catcher in the history of the game.
Easily.
It's him, it's Yogi, Ivan Rodriguez for me.
Michael Jack Smith, 548 home runs, but he had, years.
Christ.
I didn't realize the Phillies
How many?
548 home runs.
Wow.
I didn't realize he had years where the Phillies went to they won 3 straight NL East division titles. They couldn't get over the hump.
Yeah.
That's why they brought in Pete.
Very similar to the Niners.
But he had 36, 38, 38, 38, 45, 48, 31, 35, 40. He was 36 years old, going 37 and 119 home runs and RBIs.
Insane.
But they had another guy on that team, and I did a deep dive on him because he never gets talked about. I never heard his name before until I watched the doc. It was Greg Lazinski.
Oh, Lazinski?
Left fielder. Greg Lazinski is underrated. Huh. I had never seen him. I'm not going to lie.
Runs?
I looked at him. I looked at the numbers. Well, he had 29 homers, and he gets hurt the next year in 74. Then he goes 1975, 34 homers, 120 RBIs. It didn't. In 1977, he goes 39 for 130. Then he goes 35 and 101. Then in 83 with the White Sox, he goes 32 and 95. Greg Lazinski had 307 home runs.
That's what I'm saying.
That team was sick. And then, by the way, Steve Carlton is your ace, pitcher for over 23, 24 years. And just mowing dudes down. I mean, and Pete Rose goes to Philadelphia, they win a championship in 80. Then he gets mad in 83 because they pitch him in game 3.
I know.
And it leaves. And he's standing behind the owner and the presser. Did you see that?
I told you, and someone's texting this in right now, I'm at 216. I got major Draymond Green vibes from Pete Rose. He believes the things that he says. Pete Rose was insane.
No, he's a liar.
Well, clearly.
He's not, and, it was.
He's a bad human being.
And I don't know if this is appropriate, but I will say it anyway. Marty Brennaman, a longtime voice of the Cincinnati Reds, the father of Tom Brennaman. They go in and walk into a room with Pete Rose, and Marty Brennaman's wife is there. I think it was his second wife. And they start talking, and Pete Rose says something, goes, tells Marty Brennaman's wife, you still got those jugs. And Marty's laughing. They're all laughing about it. And I'm like, if somebody came up to Anna, I was like, I see. So I have a big problem. That person would have a big problem in their heads. I'm sorry.
Pete's out of his mind. The way he used that young guy was unbelievable.
My God.
You'll find out in the 4th episode.
Yeah, he got him to
Greg
Baltimore.
Anderson has nothing on that guy.
He got that dude the Baltimore Orioles job, and then have him driving down from Cincinnati to Florida to transport cocaine so he could pay his debts off. Are you kidding me? And the guy still didn't give up. Pete Rose.
Plus his hair. Pete's hair is just. I want a doc on just the hair. You haven't seen it yet, huh, Loveman?
I have not gotten to it now.
You got to understand, if you just go word association, betting on baseball, everyone will forever think of Pete Rose. I was watching that, and all I kept thinking about was Ohtani. Like Pete and Ohtani are very similar.
I mean, he's
Am I wrong?
He's not getting into the Hall of Fame. And by the way, I didn't realize. So remember we had the commissioner on, Vincent Fay?
Yeah.
We had him on the show. Mm-hmm. He was great. People told me that was one of our best interviews.
Yeah.
He had no problem talking.
Yeah.
Shooting it from the hip. But the previous GM who suspended Pete Rose originally was on the job for 5 months.
Yeah, he died at 51 years old.
Died at 51. The dude graduated from Yale.
8 days after he banned Pete Rose for life. And then everyone thought Pete killed him.
Yeah. Or it was due to Pete Rose and dealing with Pete Rose.
He was like,
Bart
he actually smoked. Yeah. Bart Giamatti. He actually smoked and drank and was out of shape. Pete was just ripping
Pete
him.
was like, he was 65 pounds overweight. He smoked 5 packs of cigarettes a day. It's like, what?
Pete Rose was insane.
I swear to God.
I honestly wanted more of the doc because the Cincinnati Reds team deserves a deep dive. Ken Griffey Sr., Joe Morgan.
George Foster.
I mean,
Tony Perez. Father of Eduardo Perez.
Johnny Bench, Sparky Anderson. I mean, you're talking about, and then the 1990 Reds, and you'll find this out, the 1990 Reds, that was Pete's team.
Well, I got to that part, and I remember that team.
Pete's like, that's my team.
Because you know what I remember about that series? When they swept the Oakland A's? Is Jose Rios blister. It's one of the only things I remember.
Eric
I
Davis
swear
was
to God.
so sick. Barry Larkin,
Chris Sabo.
I love Chris Sabo.
But no, the Nasty Boys,
Hal
Rob Dibble,
Morris.
Norm Charlton, Randy Myers at the back end.
Yeah, Randy
they were
Myers.
sick.
I loved Randy Myers.
Sick. But they kept showing Jose Rios blister, and he was dealing in that series. I think was he World Series MVP in that series?
I don't even know.
Maybe, I don't know. But
the Nasty Boys.
That was Pete Rose's team because they kept finishing in second place. And Pete was like, we're getting close and close. They had a young Paul O'Neill.
Yeah. Marge Schott was like, he's our cash cow.
Marge Schott.
I mean, hey, do you want to get traded from Montreal and be player coach in Cincinnati? Yeah, actually, I think I do.
I'm going to write myself in the lineup every day. How crazy is that? Dude.
It's Draymond. Hey, do you want to be GM and get a 4-year deal?
Oh, my God.
I mean, if you didn't think Draymond watching that, he believes the stories he's saying. Like, Pete's such a liar. He believes the lies he's telling.
No, he does. There's people who do believe their lies.
Oh, I know those people.
Oh, yeah, you know
I
those
know people like that.
And it just keeps going and going and going and going and going again. So the 90 Reds, by the way, they got Joe Morgan. And they were falling short. Obviously, lost a couple series to Baltimore and Cincinnati. Yeah. Lost to the Mets in the NLCS.
Frank Robinson and Brooks Robinson with Baltimore.
Right.
And
dude,
that was just incredible.
That play Brooks Robinson made, they showed a highlight.
Come on, dog.
At third base.
Come on, dog. The old Cincinnati Stadium, then the new one, Riverfront. I mean, it was just incredible.
Oh, no, Crosby Field.
Yeah.
They go with the grass and everything.
Cool is that? I love those old baseball videos.
Well, and then the red jerseys.
They're amazing.
They're underrated.
I think it's the greatest. Pirates, Giants, Reds, A's. The classic teams have classic uniforms.
Yep. And when they went black for a second, remember they had the black undersleeves? It was
it wasn't right.
It didn't hit. It wasn't right. But then you can look at the 1990 Reds, and I'm looking at this here. Wow, World Series. Who was the World Series MVP? Because they beat the Pirates in 6. Swept Jose Rios was a World Series MVP.
Unbelievable.
Because I remember the blister. I remember he was dealing, and CBS kept doing zoom-ins on the blister. I know old school fans remember that. Old school A's fans remember that. But that roster that Pete Rose helped build, Eric Davis.
Barry Larkin.
Paul O'Neill. Billy Hatcher. Remember him?
Billy Hatcher.
Chris Sabo. Mariano Duncan. Todd Benzinger.
My guy.
I know. Classic Giant. I love Todd Benzinger. I remember seeing him on that duck. I was like, wow, look at Todd Benzinger. Griffey was on that team for half the year. Then they traded him. They had a guy named Terry McGriff. And then their pitching staff. Todd Browning.
Rob Dibble.
Jose Rio. Denny Jackson. Then you had Norm Charlton.
It's Denny Jackson, right?
Danny. This one is Danny.
Oh, Danny.
I know who you're talking about.
I know
Norm Charlton. Danny, Norm Charlton, Rob Dibble, and of course, Randy Myers.
Charlton, God.
They were sick.
And then Rob
Dibble got to fight with Lou Piniella.
In the doc also, what I loved is they kind of briefly spoke about the A's and their dominance during the 70s. And then I still, to this day, and I've learned more and more about that series because of the advent of television, the 1975 World Series with the Boston Red Sox is the greatest
ever
of all time. And then seeing the Ephus pitch the second time that he used it, and Perez hits it over the wall. No one shows that one.
No, John Miller was great. Oh, Game 7, the old Ephus pitch. John Miller's recall on these series is incredible.
And Eduardo Perez was really good.
Eduardo Perez, he was good in that one. I did the deep dive. I didn't realize he played college baseball at Florida State, third baseman. But the 75 series, and it's the same thing with the New York Mets series against the Red Sox in 86.
Mm-hmm.
You don't realize that the Red Sox had a 3-0 lead in Game 7. Of that series at Shea Stadium.
And his base hit, slide into second, changes the whole play. And he's like, yeah, that's because of me.
That's because of me. Taking all the credit because of me.
And they just
sliding into dudes, starting fights.
Oh, my God.
But then the 75 series, I didn't realize the Red Sox were up 3-0.
In Game 7.
In Game 7.
Unbelievable.
Again. Like, what? I missed that. All you doing, Carlton Fisk. Stay fair.
It's unreal. And then, I just keep thinking about those Red Sox jerseys with the red hat and the red lettering with the V cut, those were iconic. The Phillies jerseys are iconic.
To see the numbers, or there's Cincinnati.
That's so sick.
And the names on the back, the big font, the big name font.
Yes.
Oh, I love them.
Yes.
We saw Johnny Bench jersey at Mitchell and Ness. Remember
I
that?
almost bought it.
I know you did. And I looked at it, it was like, ooh. And then I went for the Bo Jackson Royals one, but I will be back in Philadelphia next month, and I will be back at Mitchell and Ness.
My dad's would have been in his late 60s, early 70s, and for him, if you say the Big Red Machine, like it means something to that era of guys or gals, because baseball was at the height of America at that point, and so the Big Red Machine was in it every single year. God, those were some great teams.
Unbelievable. Wow, what do you know? You go down the lane with baseball, talk about a Pete Rose doc, and have some fun with that. You get a guy named Patrick O'Quinn who says, "Can you please talk Warriors? You guys suck." I love that.
If you think we suck, you just wait till later on in the day.
Wait. Shout out to YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, I'll apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. Real quick before we get to Brock Purdy, and I know Matt, he gets cringy right now, so why do you have to go here? But I do have to go here. When are you going to realize, folks, the folks that hate on us, we got 99 problems, but a hater ain't one. You're like my Gatorade, man. You quench my thirst. And because honestly,
I haven't heard that in forever.
I mean, you can really just say whatever you want to say about us. It don't bother me one bit. Because every other Friday, the check go cash, and I'm going to walk in here at 6 in the morning and do the show that I love and talk about the sports that I love every single day. I'm just well-rounded. There's nothing you can say that because it's going to hurt our feelings.
You know what's crazy? It's like, you look at
I'm going to be humble in this one.
Like, you're talking about all those great teams of the 70s. Like, look around baseball right now. Look at the Oriole lineup, okay? I just want you to look at the Oriole lineup.
Trust me, I know.
All right? And
I know.
Okay?
we had
They've got a catcher and a shortstop everyone in baseball would take, all right? You look at the Yankee lineup. Jazz Chisholm's an afterthought. I know he's having a good little run here, but he's an afterthought. Their team is loaded, all right? And they've been playing bad baseball for a month and a half.
And they've been panicking. Panicking.
And they should.
They're panicking in New York City. The WFAN, it's like, that's why the Steinbrenner interview with Mad Dog and Mike, it's a microcosm of what goes on in New York City.
Exactly.
It's urgency all the time.
And then I look at Atlanta and their lineup, and they're out their best star, and they're out Strider and Max Fried. They're out a lot of guys, and they're still in it, okay? Yep. And they have an unbelievable lineup. And I'm supposed to believe the Giants 4 back have some legitimate shot. Come on.
Listen,
I mean, come on.
Listen, man.
Come on. Look at the real lineups in baseball, and tell me that this lineup stacks up.
This is why I want to go get Vlad Jr. And when some of you haters were telling me that Vlad Jr. ain't doing nothing, he's overweight and he's this and he's that, well, let's go revisit Vlad Jr. and why. I just want to start. It's obvious this regime can go out and get a star in the open market when everybody's competing. You can't beat out the Padres. You can't beat out the Yankees. You can't beat out anybody, for crying out loud. The Dodgers. So maybe the best avenue to get a star player is via trade, which is why I was on my soapbox yesterday saying, go get me Vlad. It can solve a lot of problems at first base. Give me the good player, and I'll figure out the rest.
It's a great
I hear Mully and D tell me all the time at Fezzi, on the basketball team, just get me good players, and I'll figure out what to do with them. Just get me the players. Get me the talent. Well, Vlad Jr. is very talented. Very, very talented. Right now in the season, he's got 21 jacks with 69 RBIs, 904 OPS. Batting average is 311. And remember, he started the season off very, very slow. Very slow. In the month of April, Vlad Jr. had 2 home runs and was batting 219. 219, Jasky. Then he gets to May. All right, he only hits 2 home runs in the month of May, but he did bat 357. And then, what do you know? The power came back. He's got 8 home runs in June, 8 home runs in July. Was there any question that Vlad was going to get his numbers?
No.
That's what ballers do.
Exactly.
So I want a baller. As Kawakami's tweeting about the Giants' failure to get a star, because we know. They can't get a star. Maybe you could trade for one. Maybe you trade for one.
But again, I've been saying that for how many years. You do also have to have prospects that are coveted by other teams.
No doubt.
You can't just tout them up and say, well, they're the second best in our organization. If they're not coveted, they're not coveted.
It goes to my point about it always takes 2 to tango.
No, I agree.
And that's what we're dealing with in Warrior Land, is we getting reports that Larry Markkinen would prefer to stay in Utah, in Salt Lake City. Now, they've got a decision to make by August 6th, and we're looking at the dates. We're getting closer and closer to August 6th, 7 days away. But it always takes two to tango.
Agree.
Always. And so with the Giants, I get it. The Toronto Blue Jays may be looking at the Giants saying, yeah, there's not a thing we want on that team. And that's actually sad because, again, he's had 6 years to build this thing, 30 picks a season, and you still don't have anybody wants. At least the Warriors, they make a trade. It seems like everybody wants Brandon Podziemski. There's teams that will take Kuminga and Moody. Hell, the Detroit Pistons took James Wiseman.
I mean, for as bad as things are, Podziemski and Kuminga are absolutely coveted by teams around the league. Now, to what degree? I don't know. I'm going to the game tonight, though. Sitting in the bleachers for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, I don't.
On my credential, I might be walking around.
Yeah, I don't do. You know why I don't do the
Irish
bleachers?
goodbye for me tonight.
You know, I miss the bleachers. I do love the bleachers.
Good for you. Are you
but
going
they don't
to
have
game,
back
Lemon?
support.
No,
they don't
I'm
have
not
back
getting
support.
right.
I need back support now. You know, I'm getting older. You know what I'm saying?
Did you see
no
the
back
video?
support?
There was a TikTok of a guy. He's driving around, me at 22, and the car seat's back real low. And then it says me at 42, and the seat's all the way up. And he's like, bad back. And it's pretty funny.
No, I've noticed that my gangster lean, I don't really have one in the car anymore. Kind of look like a square car driving the Charger. Maybe I should go to a Honda.
More of a dad position than a gangster lean.
When I get into my car and my wife has, for whatever reason, used the car, and it's all the way up on the steering wheel. I'm like, did a 5-year-old get in the car and drive away? Like, how is it so close to the steering wheel?
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. So, you know.
She's also barely 5 feet.
Just had a really good couple years.
They went to the Oakland Zoo yesterday. Second time she's been to the Oakland Zoo.
Oh, it's great.
She loves the Oakland Zoo.
Oakland Zoo is legit.
Yeah,
It is great. They do.
She really loved it.
Hold on. San Francisco Zoo is great as well.
No, I agree.
Very good.
But
Very
she
good.
bought somebody got us a pass to go to the
Very
Oakland
good.
Zoo.
But my daughter does love the Oakland Zoo too. Because you can feed the goats. Go down there and feed the goats.
The tram ride up to the,
the
giant
gondola.
condor cage, that's also really
Get
cool.
on the gondola, go up there, see the Arctic, the pandas and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
the
Bears.
gondola. See, this is the problem with the gondola. My wife has a fear of heights.
Oh.
That's why she married me.
Oakland Zoo is good.
It's a height joke.
Oakland Zoo is really, really good. We still have our sponsorship with the SF Zoo. Shout out to the SF Zoo. They've been sponsors here at the station. They threw
You had a
Baby Tez
sweet
a
party
great.
there.
Yeah, you remember that? The first party? We had the Capri Suns with the alcohol in them. You got to take little Georgie around the zoo.
I do.
We gave everybody passes to the zoo.
George in the pool this weekend. Like you could tell they're starting to get old. I was throwing him across the pool, and he was having the greatest time. He had his full life jacket on.
Oh,
and
yeah,
everything.
no.
It was great.
Baby Chaz refuses to put her. She doesn't want to wear life jackets.
Oh, so she's that good at swimming.
She's really she's very impressive.
Yeah.
She'll sit in the pool. She's starting to swim on her back and stuff.
See-
but we've been flipping her for so long. She loves it.
So my dad used to quote unquote wrestle with all the cousins, and then my cousin Big Mike, like the day he became a man is the day like my dad went to go choke him in the pool and bring him down, and he couldn't do it.
Yep.
Well, last weekend I was there with Nate, my cousin he's probably 17 years old, gonna be 18. And he's big now,
right?
Like 6'1", and I went to go choke him out, and I had to work extra hard. Extra hard to bring him down, and I was like, damn.
Just wait until you got to scold your kid. Wait till you got to scold your kid and then come back 5 seconds later and give him a kiss on the cheek. Be like, hey, you know what? It's all good.
Dog,
it's all good.
I'm in the boom into the mouth.
Oh yeah.
You know, we're doing food and
Yeah,
stuff.
I got to do that with the toothbrush sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Oh, here I go. I'm landing the plane. Oh, I'm descending. You gotta make everything fun. You gotta make everything fun. You gotta make everything fun. But then, sometimes you don't listen to mama, and then I gotta be the bad cop. It's crazy how this is happening. All of a sudden, I'm the bad cop in the house because, babe, she's not listening, and then I gotta come in, and for whatever reason, she listens. I go, all right, if you don't do that right now, that's okay. Don't have to do it. But no popcorn tomorrow, no iPad, no toys.
Whoa.
Done. And then I walk away.
So you're the Roger Goodell of the family.
Well, no, I don't know why Adam puts me in that position. I'm like, well, you need to put your foot down one day.
Well, mom is different, dude.
Yeah, I know,
You know
I know,
that.
I know.
I'm learning that too. I can't.
You're gonna have to put your
mom
foot
comes
down.
into the room and I'm holding him, he's like, ah!
So, but she's daddy's girl.
I can't compete.
But, I do that, and then I walk away, and then next thing you know, she's turning off the iPad, and she's in line. I'm like, wow, that worked. Oh, my God, that worked. You never know. You never know. One day she's going to call my bluff. And then what do I do? What's Brock Purdy doing? What do you do when the Niners are pursuing Tom Brady? Tim Kawakami podcast with Brock Purdy. Purdy on the Niners' pursuit of Brady.
How I took it was, I understand. I was hurt, and there wasn't really a certainty as to when exactly I'd be back. Would I be back for the season? Would it be midway through the season? Like, who knows at that time? And so I totally understood, the fact of Kyle and the team needed a quarterback for next season. And so when he said Tom Brady, I'm like, all right, that's cool for your sake as a head coach and for a team to bring in, the best of all time. But yeah, a little bit of me was like, all right, well, I just proven that I beat this guy, this past year, and that I'm good enough to, take our team to, at the time it was an NFC championship. And so there was a little bit to me where I was like, I can obviously be the guy for this organization. So why not? But given the circumstances of me being hurt and having some certainty at quarterback, I understand why he, was willing to have that as a thought.
So a couple things, Shasky. The pause, I know you want to get into about the pause with Brady. Well, here's the deal. He obviously wasn't on board with that.
I kind of like that. I respect that.
I do too.
I respect it. I'm not mad at him at all.
I do too.
In fact, I think this enhances how I view him.
And not only that, there's no way he's going to take a discount when it's time to get paid. He's like, I know Shanahan's going to, he knew, that situation. You don't think deep down inside he's like, boy, I better ball out. And he balled out last year. And I want to talk tomorrow. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow a lot. I know we've been season Niners. We're in the training camp, day 2 with the pads and all that. And I know we've been focused on the Giants because it's a deadline or whatnot. But to me, that's been riveting on what the Giants in the direction they go in. But Brock Purdy, him having that season last year after being told that as he's getting ready for surgery on his elbow, a lot of respect for Brock Purdy. Saying, really was going to bring in Tom Brady? Really want to play me like that?
Well, he also, as you talk about the elbow surgery, he alluded to it throughout the interview, right. And we've heard different reports. Just me in general, I'm surprised we don't hear more quarterbacks having arm fatigue throughout the year, just in general. It really does surprise me that guys' arms aren't more sore. You're throwing a lot.
Yeah, no doubt.
You're throwing a lot. I mean, he even said he needed that week off. Yep. And I think the 3-game stretch without Trent, without Debo, the other part baked in is he literally worked his butt off for 5 months getting to that point, and his arm legitimately needed a rest.
And part of it was knowing that Shanahan was shopping elsewhere. There's only one guy who was going to go get Tom Brady, but yet you signed Sam Darnold to the guaranteed contract.
Yeah, he worked his butt off to
And he
to
heard
get
the
ready.
reports.
I agree.
He heard the reports about Sam Darnold possibly having a chance to start.
Yep.
And so he worked his ass off to say, Kyle, you are making a mistake talking to Brady, and you are making a mistake signing Sam Darnold. This is my show. This is my team. I'm running with this. So I love that aspect of it. And then when it comes to the contract, because everybody's talking about it, I'm exhausted from it, but it was interesting to hear Brock Purdy's answer on if he is thinking about the contract that he's going to get next season. Here's what Purdy said to Tim Kawakami.
Man, I think that's just what comes with playing this position in the NFL. Obviously, if you're on a team that's successful and you're a part of the growth and success of it, and you do your role well, then there's a reward for it. Obviously, the quarterbacks get paid the most in the league. But for me and myself, I don't look at that as to why I'm playing this game. I love this game because I've been playing it since I was a kid. And if you were to tell me growing up that you get to be a starting quarterback in the NFL, the first thing I wouldn't think of would be money. The first thing I would think about is, dude, I love the game, the sport, the competitive nature that comes with it, and leading a team to wins and grinding through losses together, all those things, man. That's the love of the game that I've had for it. And so reminding myself of that, of why I'm here and why I'm doing what I'm doing, and that's what has gotten me here. That's where my mindset's at.
That's where your mindset's at.
His disposition is exactly what you're looking for in a quarterback. Just his whole mindset, perfection, striving for perfection, love of the game, competition, the answers he gives, decisive, competitive as hell. What's there not to like?
Here's what he had to say about him again, not thinking about the contract. Is this a shorter version or here? I'll just play it.
Obviously, yes, if you play good and you do it well for a long time, you get a reward for it and you get paid, and that becomes your salary. And, just the nature of the sport, the position that I play, it is a little bit more than what others may make, but that is what it is, and that'll come when it comes. But for me, going into year 3, dude, like I still feel young, and I still feel like there's growth for me to be done, both physically and mentally, and with this game and this offense and Shanahan and Greasy. Like, I'm continuing to learn from these guys, and I can't let off the gas pedal just thinking of I'm going to possibly make money down the road if this all goes well. Like, I have to be better today, and that's where my mindset's at.
And that's why I want to tomorrow kind of talk about where can he get better at, because last year was a dream season.
Yeah.
And I do believe this offense can get better. They can score a lot more points. It is a scary proposition when if Ricky Pearsall, now Jacob Cowling's going to be out for 10 days with a hamstring injury, the young man out of Arizona. That's unfortunate. Maybe it's a shot for Ronnie Bell to step up or Danny Gray to step up. Maybe even Trent Taylor to step up.
I think Danny Bell's playing for his Niner career.
He is. But then Ricky Pearsall, there's opportunities there for him because from what I'm hearing, Juwan Jennings is having a hell of a camp. We saw it in the first day. Juwan Jennings looked great.
He does look great.
So,
and he's just different than the other receivers they have.
He is. He really is. So
physically,
I do think that Brock Purdy and his offense can take another step. But the leadership that he exudes, yeah, he's. I feel good. I told you this after last year. I walked out of week 2. And it was the first time in a long time, Shasky, where I said, you know what? We got a quarterback.
Yeah.
I don't know how great he is. I don't know how good he is. We got a quarterback for now. This guy's it. He went on that drive before halftime, no timeouts, and they go for it on the fourth right before halftime, and he gets a quarterback sneak and he scores. I was like, wow, okay. And then you watch the way that second half unfolded. That was pretty impressive.
What's his rating going to be in Madden?
Well, he's number 28 on the top 100.
Wow.
Top 100. He's rated 20. He's ranked 28th on the top 100 on NFL Network.
Wow.
Number 28.
Good for him. Good for him.
Brandon Ayuk's at 91 on Madden.
Is he?
Yes. He's number 9 on the receiver board.
That's right where he should be.
Yep.
It's good. I like that. What about Debo?
I don't think he was a 91.
Well, you see who was in 99?
Christian McCaffrey. Well, he's on the cover.
First ever.
87 is where
Debo's at 87.
19th ranked receiver, according to our guy, Joe Hoffman.
Okay, are they both stars or superstar X's?
Who knows, but Ayuk is a 91.
I bet Debo's got the superstar X.
Maybe he's only at 87.
Yeah, but he's superstar X. Because he's X factor. Is he not?
Is he a fast 5 factor?
Dude. Farhan, you're a loser.
Go ahead, Love It. Start us off, Love It.
Oh, okay. So shake it up a little bit.
Yeah.
So, Shasky, you were talking about... all right. I like that. You were talking about equestrian yesterday. So last night I saw some equestrian on. It's like, you know what? Let's watch some Olympic equestrian here. And I couldn't help but think of you because at one point the announcers were talking about how even equestrian has its own analytics department.
No.
They have all this data and numbers there with a crunch. I forget the horse they were talking about. It was one of the British horses or whatever. And the guy's like, oh, with all the data we have, we were able to determine that this horse is the most reliable horse in the field. Analytics, it's everywhere, Shaz.
I like the equestrian that uses his gut and his eyeballs. The old school scout.
I like the horse-alytics.
Yeah.
The horse-alytics.
He doesn't even use his gut. He uses the horse's butt. It's a joke.
As a rider of the horse, by the way, I didn't know, like, equestrian, the horse is a lot older. I'm always thinking about, like, track horses that are, like, 3-4 years old. They had some, like, 19, 20-year-old horses than these equestrian horses, and they're, I mean, obviously they're horses. They're better athletes than us, but, props to these horses, man. We always give, all the spotlight's always on the human athletes, rightfully so, because we are humans. But it is kind of cool, these events that use animals like horses like that. I always like to give a shout out to the horses.
Interesting. I was watching the Olympics as well, and I had a thought about like sports like handball, right?
Right.
Was it Wilt Chamberlain who did handball? And I know he did volleyball.
He did volleyball, no, for sure.
But when I say like Rick Barry, he's good in pickleball and handball and this. Could you imagine if, let's just say, hypothetically, Fred Warner said, like, I want to be the best rugby player ever. No, I'm dead serious.
I thought you were going to go handball there.
Or handball. Like, what if Deebo Samuel said, I want to play rugby? Like, would he, honest to God, would he be an elite? I don't know. I'm not well versed enough. Would he be an elite rugby player?
You get popped to that shoulder, get injured a little bit without the equipment.
Like
I
if
think
Trent
he'd be
Williams,
great.
if Trent Williams joined like the discus or long shot put, would he be able to like be one of those kind of guys if he did not play football?
It could be.
Do you never think of that?
Oh, I do all the time.
A lot of football players do track, like in high school and college.
They do. A lot of these high school, like they play basketball, they run track, they do everything.
Yeah, no doubt.
They're like 5 sports stars.
But if they dedicated themselves to the Olympic sport.
Trent's an athlete where if he dedicated himself to something, he's going to get it done.
That's kind of where I feel.
You know what I'm saying?
He definitely hits hard enough to be a good rugby player.
I believe if Fred Warner wanted to be a champion boxer, I think he could be a champion boxer.
Trent too. But boxing's tough though. The guy from Italy really put it on our boy from USA super heavyweight, I believe, yesterday. Or was it the day before? This Italian guy was putting it on him.
Did you see Simone Biles fighting through it?
Yeah, she's going on right now.
I'm worried that she's got the KD, the calf, man.
She's gonna gut through it though. She's a trooper. She's a trooper. My final thought is this: Giants, we gave you your time over the last 2 days. We put the Niners on the back burner. We put the Warriors on the back burner to give you your time. Now, people are going to say, well, what does Vontae Hill want? Does he want to buy or he want to sell? My first thought always is to go for it. I want to win. I look up to Al Davis. I want winners, baby. I would commitment to excellence. That's what I'm about. But, if you do sell everything. Don't halfway step and just say, Blake, we're selling Blake's. No, sell everybody. Just completely clean house. Pick a lane, Giants. Pick a lane. Joe Hawks, get in here, man. You've been doing a great job back there chilling with us. Get in here. Get on the mic with Sam Lubman. Get on the mic here real quick. Final thought.
We need to get Brandon Ayuk signed, brother. Let's just end this nightmare. Just get it done, and let's go ahead and win the Super Bowl this year.
Did the Ricky Pearsall inability to get off the line of scrimmage? I don't know if you guys saw that.
I saw that. That was horrible. Give me Juwan Jennings all day for the. If you can't block on this team, you can't play here.
No doubt. Well said, Joe. Hey, did you see that Ricky Pearsall tried to get a line? They compared him to Drewski.
Come on, man.
They had to side by side.
Come on, man.
It's cold, man. Training camp practices. I'm not falling for it. We went through it with Trey Lance. I'm not doing it no more. Brock Purdy threw 3 interceptions yesterday. Who cares? He almost won the MVP last year.
He's the next Jerry Rice.
It's time. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Evan Giddings, Guru, next right here on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, goo. We got something brewing. We got something going.
And it's not coffee.
No, it is not. Well, although I had about 4 cups this morning. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm so overly caffeinated.
Look at you.
And it's not just from drinking all the great stuff across the pond. It's just a natural excitement I have to be in this seat rocking with you, man.
Yeah, no doubt. And I cut my caffeine, the Red Bull, and the stomach is happy. The bread basket going down a little bit.
Even the sugar-free, getting rid of that?
No, I don't. The sugar-free was nasty. Shout out to the rapper. Got to get ready if you stay ready. I butchered that. Shout out Shasky. But I'm ready to go, man. We got to trade.
Well, I mean, yes, technically.
Who
knew? I didn't. I mean, seriously. And this is where we want to start today. Look, we got the MLB trade deadline coming up in about 5 hours, 3 o'clock Pacific Standard, 6 o'clock Eastern time. Will the Giants make a move? That's what we discussed yesterday, and they did, Goo. They did make a move. But I don't think it was one that, number one, anybody saw coming.
Thank you.
Number two, anyone really knows what it means. And that's where I think, if I can call you Inspector Gousseau, I think we want to get to the bottom of this today.
I'm going to bring that to, I love that, Kay, but Gousseau?
Gousseau.
I like that.
Not Gousseau, Gousseau.
But, Evan, I'm just perplexed. Like, I'm not one of these guys, you know this. I don't come in here and do I know it all radio because I'd have been fired a long time ago. But the bottom line is, of the list of guys that could have been moved, the one that chose you, the one that wanted to go out on a date was Jorge Soler, and he doesn't even make it a year. And the worst part about it is, Evan, you played college baseball. I will say this for Soler, if people want to say they didn't use him right by batting leadoff.
D3.
The dude I thought was going to be the first player since Lamar Bonds to hit 30 home runs in a Giant uniform. The plug has been pulled. I thought it was Operation Get In with the wild card, but what bothers me, because I don't like the baseball of operations, the current guy holding the position, Farhan. Not personal. I don't like the job he's done. I think he should have been gone. But, Evan, how can you make a move like this for nothing in return to enhance your immediate path to try to get the wild card and say night-night to a dude you had under your control? I don't understand it. And the worst part, before I throw it to you, is he was actually starting to warm up with the bat. How are they better? They're 4 back now.
They're not better. Like you subtracted a bat from your lineup that already struggled to produce runs, that struggled to hit home runs, and that struggled to produce extra base hits. That's what Jorge Soler is supposed to be. And though he wasn't hitting home runs this year, since I think it was June 12th, he's got an OPS near or above 800. He's been starting to swing it better, even in the leadoff spot. Exactly. And so he goes, along with Luke Jackson, who's kind of a toss-in. The trade is to the Atlanta Braves. And the Giants did not send any money with either of those two players, which we can get into in a moment, but they return a number 17 prospect from the Braves system, third baseman, corner infielder, whatever you make of it, and Tyler Matzek, who's a pitcher. It's a salary dump.
Yeah.
It's a salary dump.
Wow.
They got off of both of those guys' money in order to try and maybe repurpose it. And this is what has me confounded, confused. You use the word perplexed. I think it's perfect because I don't really know what direction it signals. And that was the one thing we talked about ad nauseum yesterday, Goo, was what direction is the rest of this season going to go in? I still don't know. I still don't have an inkling of which direction it's going in. And it's because of the guy who's been at the top of this for the last 6 years, Farhan Zaidi.
Yeah, Evan, that was special. I totally agree. And what bothers me about what I want to have happen with this Giants organization is I want a reset button and I want a new Farhan. But for him to make this move tells me, Evan, he's not all in. Meaning, I'm worried about the books. I'm worried about next year. And that signals to your boy, we're both in black. Yeah. That signals to your boy, he might not be on the hot seat, Evan.
Ebony and ivory.
Yeah.
That Farhan's not on the hot seat.
No, like why would he do this move?
That was your interpretation.
No doubt
that
about
he feels
it.
safe.
First thing, and I've been saying it, I just feel like he's not on the hot seat like a lot of people think. But for you to do this about the books, you might not even be here. And you're going to subtract the Bopper, who ended up being a rally stopper, but that just came up with that one.
That's a
but
three.
Come on, Evan. I mean, can you see where I'm coming from?
Yes, I can. But that's why if I'm trying to, and I feel like I've done this dance so many damn times with Farhan, is, okay, let me put on my GM cap. Let me actually figure out why they would do this. And there's just not a lot coming to top of mind. Outside of maybe ownership is telling him to get some money off the books for next season. Maybe it helps them with some future flexibility, but it doesn't help you now. You're right. This is a move for next season because you get off of some money this year. I think you free about $6 million towards the competitive balance tax, but you still have $10 million to go to get under. And there's some ramifications if you're over it and all the rest that we don't really need to dig into. The point is they didn't shed enough money to actually tangibly help you this season. It's about next season. And it always has felt like with Farhan and this current regime, it's always been about next season. There's been one year where it's been about this year, 2021. But even then, a Chris Bryant trade, I don't know if it was heralded at the time.
I loved it.
But it was relatively cheap. You didn't have to give up much for it. They didn't go all in my opinion. That was just a value buy. It's always been about next season, next year, looking down the line. Not much has, to me, pushed me towards a feeling like the Giants are about this year. Especially when I thought it was going to be about this year. I thought it was going to be an all-in offseason.
Because you and I said, stand pat, we would be okay. We understand.
Yes.
The nugget is still out there to try to qualify for the tournament.
That's what confuses me, is at the beginning of this year, this offseason, you spent $200 million. One of those larger investments was the guy you just shipped to Atlanta. And it feels like they've almost pivoted or is partially pivoted. And we don't really know where it's going.
Oh, man.
And that's why I think most people are listening in today or are reading about this and trying to kind of read the tea leaves. It just feels like, honestly, if this is the last trade that Farhan Zaidi makes as president of baseball operations with the San Francisco Giants, it would be appropriate.
Wow.
Because no one knows what it means.
Man, and I'll tell you what it should mean. A failure. I'm throwing the F word out there, and that's what his tenure has been. We got some sound we're going to play from Farhan when he initially got introduced, Evan, and you let it come full circle about, Pops always told me it's about actions, not words, but he played the part in regard to the verbal karate will play. It sounded good, but this dude has struck out at every turn. And when I got that news last night after leaving you, I was cool. I thought, I'm a rep Giant fan. Right now it's 3.5. You do with that what you will, but if you're a dreamer, there's 54 games left. You got action. And to get rid of your version, your bopper, for basically nothing that can help you for the immediate. And what did our own and our friend, former Giant FP Santangelo, you let me off the hook. He slam dunked me yesterday when I said, prospects, they reflect hope. He goes, I want pennants. I'm paraphrasing. Well,
so
now you got
everyone.
More prospects.
To be fair to him, it sounds nice.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
It sounds nice.
Can't wait to see you today, FP. But, explain this. I don't know what it means except this guy, Farhan, must be coming back. And if I'm a Giant fan, that sucks, Evan. At what point do you strike out and it's time for a new regime?
Well, we've been waiting for that answer, it feels like, for a couple of years.
Dude.
Really, after 2022, I would say. Where is this thing going? What's happening? What are they going to do? And it just feels like they've expended all measures at this point, right? Because they've tried the prospect game. They've tried the development game. They've had one good season, but really on their terms. Like none of those players were ones that you expected to pop.
Darren Ruff.
But they worked. Yeah, they worked together. Darren Ruff is back in Korea for all I know. But this offseason, they did spend. And that felt like the last bullet in the chamber for this regime to really try and make a difference. And 4 months into the season, you move off of one of those guys. And in fact, more trades might be coming. Again, we got a little less than 5 hours left until the Major League Baseball deadline. And a lot of people feel like the Giants are going to stand pat, all but perhaps adding, I think the report from a few of the beat writers was, maybe looking for an outfielder to move Ramos to the corner. But I could see them just saying, you know what, hey, we're going to ride out this season with Derek Hill in center field. Ramos is going to platoon out there.
Not
Maybe we bring
Bonte,
back
Derek
Matos.
Hill,
Derek Hill. Yeah, Elk Grove zone. And that wouldn't surprise me. And at this point, I don't really know what it makes fans feel. And so I'm curious at 888-957-9570.
Good call.
What do you feel right now after seeing another kind of sideways or backwards move by this front office? It feels like it's been like we've been doing this dance for some time, Goo, but it's just a different version of the tango.
No doubt about it. Well said. And I'll say this to you, Evan. So you're telling me all reports are Luciano, if he's not already been called up, and Flores and Luciano will get the DH at bats from Soler. But I'm excited to see Luciano at the dish, but not at the expense of Soler. And if I'm one of those guys, Evan, I'm riding or dying, or ladies, and I want to see the Giants qualify, I just don't understand why you pulled the plug on a guy that accepted your invitation. You had control over him for 2 more years. Is this year good for Soler? Hell no. I mean, but I thought he was coming here with a great chance to be the next 30 home run hitter since Barry Bonds. Just think about that. And that wasn't the case, but you pulled the plug. So I'm shocked. I feel like that's a sale. I don't think without Soler, they can't still qualify for the wild card. But the Farhan component of what this means, what are you guys doing? Do the Johnsons even care? Or did they say, you do this? Evan, I got more questions than answers. And the funny thing about this is tonight, I love ball. Battle of the Bay.
Yep.
The last time, well.
Last one in San Francisco.
Okay, there we go. But I can't wait for the lineup card to see who's batting leadoff. Like, how sad is that? You know, I know I'm weird, but I'm really like, I know you got multiple guys that can do it, but did they do Soler right? But like I said, you're a grown-ass man, Soler. You got paid. You're supposed to come hit home runs if you're batting first or ninth.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. With a lefty on the mound for the A's tonight, it's,
man,
I don't know. Maybe it's Tyler Fitzgerald is going to hit leadoff or something like that. Although apparently he's hitting like Brooks Robinson, so maybe you want him in the. It doesn't make a difference to me because, quite honestly, Jorge Soler was not brought in to be your leadoff hitter.
And there you go.
Now I know Jung Hoo Lee got hurt, and he's a guy that probably would be in that spot for the entirety of the year, but he's not. He got hurt. You don't have a single backup plan at that part of your lineup. Your manager doesn't feel comfortable with any other piece besides the power hitter that you bought this offseason to come in and hit 30 home runs, which he has not done. You think the computer's
pushing that, or is that Melvin? If you had to guess.
It's probably a combination of both. But again, there doesn't seem to be an answer that everyone is aligned with. And that's the same thing at the deadline. When I saw that trade yesterday, my first thing was, But every decision they make, it's like I got to go down a Wikipedia wormhole and go through my almanac to figure out why they made this choice. It shouldn't be that difficult. When you make a trade, there should not be 17 theories of why you've done it. And maybe that's the way that the Giants operate, and perhaps that's a reason why they've been stuck in the middle for the better part of a decade.
And if you allow me, okay, you're 4 games back. You lost a half game in the standings yesterday. But if this is about snapping right back, Evan, about next year, couldn't you have looked at Soler like, okay, he had a bad year. A lot of us did. We'll scratch this. If they didn't make it, we'll come back next year. You'll be our 3rd or 4th hitter. But to pull the plug on that and not have that guy with that power, not be able to try to get another chance at it next year and display and maybe be that 30 or 40 home run hitter is maddening to me, because now you're lesser when it comes to power, which you still, like the A's tonight, have way more power than the Giants collectively. And you're in a position, I'm at dinner celebrating Milan's 19th birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday.
And I sent you the text when I got the alert, like, WTF, I still don't know what this means.
And that's what we're going to try and figure out together today. Not just necessarily the trade itself, but the deadline. Like, what does it mean to the Giants? Because, again, when we went through this yesterday, the last 5 deadlines under Farhan Zaidi, maybe one of them has meant something, maybe 2. But right now, this trade deadline, quite honestly, it doesn't mean much. In fact, it could mean that you're taking a step backwards. And
feels like it.
But they're not willing to go all the way backwards. And I don't think, like you and I both believe that shouldn't be the direction. But it does make you wonder, well, how comfortable does Farhan Zaidi feel? Like, is he sitting in a cushion like you and I?
Wow, man, that's the $1 million question. But what?
Or is he sitting on a seat that's got the bottom cut out of it?
Another planet, and said GM, said baseball president of operations was on the hot seat. Does this move signal somebody on the hot seat, or somebody balancing their checkbook for the future, which will help them next year? Like, that's what's maddening.
Well, in a way, if I'm trying to parse this thing, the only hope to me that Farhan would have left is, number one, to make the postseason. I think that pushes things down the line. But also, it could be leaning more into your younger group, because it looks like they're starting to show promise. And maybe it is a move, just quite literally to clear a path for Marco Luciano, who, to his credit, has been tearing it up in Sacramento and has been a guy that's been promised, and everybody's been looking forward to seeing him. So maybe it is a move to shave some salary for the future, but promote this young guy. But again, that's not a clear direction. That's a twofold move. That's you got your hand in one pot and one hand in the other. You're 1 foot in, 1 foot out. I don't know what they're doing.
Wow, man.
I don't know.
How heavy is that?
That's a problem.
And I'll tell you this, it is a problem. Evan, what did I say yesterday? I just hate when we talk about Giants. It just feels like, in regard to players and talent, it's take it or leave it. There can't be multiple, no gremlins. But if you were doing your damn job, I'm talking about the scouting, Farhan, you could have had a lineup that had Luciano and Soler in it, if you get my drift. But now, in order for Soler to come up, you got for Luciano to come up, you got to jetson, one of your best power hitters or potential power hitters. So it's a head scratcher. And I told you and Kay and the boss this in the beginning, Evan, I mean this. I don't have the power to come in here and say somebody should be fired or not. This dude, Farhan, should be gone. And the great Brian Sabian, that's joined our show a few times and the station, always said, hey, we don't do what the fans say, but the respect factor of what they're feeling, we do hear it. We do care about the fan base. Now, my whole thing is, how many calls have we taken this week, the last month? You tell me, where Giant fans are pro Farhan. So to me, this is just, you're staring a reset. It's time for somebody else to come get the gig and try to work their magic. This thing is stale, but this trade last night, to me, I'm not going to say final straw. It's just, again, it's confusing, is the hardest algebra problem in the world.
But it is also what this regime has done. Like these are the kind of moves that make it just boggle your mind. And it's not that they're bad. It's not that they're good. It's that you don't really know what it accomplishes. Like, seriously, if I asked you what did trading Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson to the Atlanta Braves for Tyler Matzek and Sabin Sabalos, not said Sabalos, Sabin Sabalos,
yep.
What did it accomplish?
Get you closer to under the tax. I don't think they're there, but that's what that... But to me, Evan, that's the last effing thing you should be thinking about, because you weren't worried about it when you went and splurged and went to the baseball Nordstrom's and got that $200 million payroll. So with 54 games left, all of a sudden it's about the bottom line?
But it's not even about that at this point. And this is from the 925. And he or she is with you, Goo. This is an ownership move. They need to shed $16 million to get under the cap.
Man.
If anything, this is a sign they're thinking about going another route. So this is what the competitive balance tax does. Right now, he or she is right. They are currently $10 million above the tax with trading Soler and Jackson. If you are above it, well, then you lose, after repeating this season, you lose your second, your third, and I believe your fifth round picks in the upcoming MLB draft.
So apron type of problems.
Exactly. Like, there are consequences for operating in the tax. But they knew this. They knew this going into this season, which is why it doesn't make sense to me. Because you spent all this money, you knew you were going to be a repeat offender in the competitive balance tax. You knew that these consequences were possible and were honestly probable, because you don't make those choices unless you think on paper your team can get to the postseason, which I still think they do. But it's not looking that way. The issue is that by shedding salary, you haven't shed enough salary to accomplish the goal of getting out of the tax. Again, it is symbolic of where this franchise is, which is stuck in the middle. They are stuck between getting out of the tax and kind of keeping their team competitive. It needs to be one or the other, in my opinion. If you're going to shed salary, I don't mind. Get rid of Soler, get rid of Jackson, get rid of whoever you need to get rid of in order to get yourself out of the tax, to get yourself ready for the future. But to stay 1 foot in the money and 1 foot in the competitive place, well, you didn't accomplish either, because you're not out of the tax and you got worse by trading your one of your best hitters the last month of the season. They are just in purgatory right now, and they continue to operate in that place. And that's, to me, what has right now been defined by the deadline. It's, once again, we're stuck in the middle wondering, where are we going?
I know it's 10:21, Evan, with everything you just said, and I'm a diehard Giant fan, and I'm listening to what you just said, and you were spot on. I know it's early, but it's 5 o'clock somewhere. I'd pour a double shot. Like, that's what's scary, Evan. Like, everything you just itemized right
Later
there
tonight.
is fact. You do it or don't fake like you're doing it. And we had Schlerathon talking about Ayuk, and he was talking about the family jewels dropping, but it's almost that same type of, like, energy. You know, you're all in or you're not. And I got to throw this to you because I misquoted Willer, and he was here to defend himself because I thought he was saying maybe there was a problem in the Giants clubhouse among players, and he wasn't saying that. But I do wonder, but if you're Matt Chapman or you're Lamont Wade Jr., Evan, I'm just keeping it real because we'll never know. You go home or you're at home and you hear this news, how would a Giant current player take that if you were Operation All In on F what's going on? All we can control is trying to get into the playoffs. We're 3.5 out. We just won 4 in a row, and we basically give Soler away for nothing that's going to help us. Do you think that could be an issue? Morale? It would bother me if I were a player. Like, what's going on?
It would be confusing. I don't know if it would be a morale killer because I don't think players operate like that. I don't think they think, oh, well, this, the front office doesn't believe in us. That's why they're trading Soler or they're getting a Jackson. There's some guys who are friends, but it's also a business. A lot of these guys have been traded before. Matt Chapman on line 1. So I don't know if it's a morale killer, but they're probably sitting here like you, me, Ken, and Sam wondering what do you want from us? Like, they're going to go out tonight and they're going to try to win. They're going to play hard. But when you get that notification on your phone, everybody has an initial reaction. And that initial reaction is one of, I think you said it perfectly during our pre-show meeting. It's puzzling.
What is going on here?
Do you think they make another move by
Bob.
3 p.m.? Shout out Fitz.
I think they do make a move, but it's going to be another move that's like this move, which is, okay, so it's a trade deadline. Did we get better? Maybe, probably not. Did we get worse? Well, I guess I could kind of convince myself that we didn't because, maybe we added by subtraction. Like, there's no clarity. There's no clarity about their movement right now. And there hasn't been much clarity about the franchise as a whole since Farhan Zaidi took over. And that's why on the other side, I do want to get into the sound from his first press conference.
Man, this is amazing.
Because it is night and day from then to now.
Would you mind if I put this move, because there are a sector of Giant fans that want them to sell. If the scoreboard read on the Guru computer, the Giants sold, this move was a sell move, this trade.
That's probably the best category to fit it under.
All right. Because there's no way you could say they were adding, right?
No,
there's no way. Come on, Evan.
But this is the issue, though, because if you talk to someone in the Giants front office, I bet that there would be a few stanzas of why they did it. And they would be able to explain, how it impacts this and where it goes there. And these are the things that you need to do. We're trying to thread this needle, and it's a smart move for these reasons. I don't really care if I'm a fan.
Oh, man.
I don't care about you, breaking out your doctorate degree and explaining to me why moving Jorge Soler is not wholly a sell move. Like,
not a doctor.
Yeah, I can investigate this myself. But as a fan, why am I going to spend an hour trying to figure out why you moved off of Jorge Soler? Because he's not that big of a piece in the first place.
Wow. But Evan, if the goal was to try to make up that four games now, and you're telling me, hey, you know what, Goo? We are trying to get that third wild card. Soler, see you later. And now you get to see 54 games worth of Luciano. It doesn't add up. Like, I want to see Luciano, but not at that cost. And I do understand Soler has been struggling all season long, but we can't rob him of. He's been a lot better here lately. So that's what I was banking on. Maybe he'll heat up. Maybe they'll heat up, but all for naught. Wow.
Yeah, and look, I'm excited to see Marco Luciano play, but if he fails, again, and he's a young guy, so odds are he's probably going to fail at some point. He's not just going to come up and be Yasiel Puig for the rest of the season.
Or Matos when he got
or Tyler Fitzgerald.
Yeah, remember
he's
that.
Not just,
dude, this is incredible.
I hate to break it to Fitzgerald. The month does turn in a day. But for today, we're going to be talking about, again, what the direction of this thing is. What is your interpretation of the Giants trading Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson to the Atlanta Braves? There's also a couple of guys out there that I do think could help the Giants if they were willing to go out and pay for them if they were to acquire them in a trade, or maybe some guys that they could move off of that would help them towards their goal if they are indeed selling. All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. 888-957-9570 is the number. I also want to, on the other side, play the sound from Farhan Zaidi's opening initial press conference. It's a very different sounding man than the one 6 years later here standing today, in my opinion. That's what's coming up on The Game, presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Where were you when you were 17? Can you remember? I had acne.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Didn't we all, Goo? Didn't we all?
Yeah.
Some of us, every once in a while, it'll pop up.
Oxy 10.
Little pimple here and there.
Yeah.
Got to poke it. Got to get it away.
I had blackheads.
What?
Well,
is that a racial thing?
No, it's not. Not actually.
I know.
That's pretty good.
Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. No, it's funny. Okay, when we're talking about pimples, you got to pop them. You can't just let them fester, right?
Yeah, but
feels like the Giants have been a pimple for 6 years.
That's how you scar them, though. So my mom used to take the little tweezers and pop them, and then as I got older, that wasn't the way to do it, but it cleared up, man.
You got to go one way or the other, man. You got to go one way or the other. This is from the 707, the Xfinity Mobile text line. The Giants have no interest in winning. I don't know about that, but they have been a mediocre team for years, other than the fluke season. They've been fielding mid-teams for what seems like an eternity. The point being that some fans have that false hope that we could actually be a good team. The only thing that the Johnsons care about is the butts and seats, no matter what mediocre team this has been lately, and people still show up. Well, that's kind of been accomplished to this point. There have been more butts and seats. The attendance has been up. But, Goo, I would venture to guess that the reason why people have shown up this season is because there's been legitimate money invested in the team.
Right.
If they are selling and trading players like Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson to get money off their books, well, that indicates kind of just reverting back to the mean. And that means that people are not going to be in seats as much next year.
And it sounds like you're describing, without trying to do it, also frustration.
Yeah.
Of, hey, we're flocking to the ballpark. Okay, we see what you did, Farhan. And our guy Danker just texted into the show on the YouTube chat saying, hey, Soler, left a lot of runners on. And, hey, I'm not denying that. But the bottom line is he wasn't by himself. But at the end of the day, Evan, the fact that the cord was pulled on a guy you went out and got that was going to be your big home run hitter, he didn't last a year. That's a bad look. And I don't even feel like that's a stretch at all. That's a bad look to me for the organization, bigger than Soler.
I agree. I think the reason why you would give him a 3-year deal is because... Look, Jorge Soler has played like 2 full seasons in his career.
World Series MVP.
Well, but even during, I'm not sure if it was that year, he might have played more than 100 games, but he's been in the league for quite some time. He has a history of missing a lot of games, which is the one thing that he's actually been able to do quite consistently this year is be on the field. And that's because they've DH'd him. Okay, so if you sign him for 3 years, this year, a little bit of a down year, but what's the reason why teams give long-term contracts? Is because you don't want to operate on a year-by-year basis because you might miss on a guy 1 year and they get the better version of him next year. Blake Snell on line 1. He's looking for a long-term deal, and people have been hesitant to give him a long-term deal because they don't know what they're going to get. Jorge Soler, when he's healthy, has been a productive player. Them moving off of him, it does indicate that they're looking towards 2025 to me. Unless they do something else, which, again, they have until 3 o'clock Pacific Standard Time to do so. But the reports are that they're looking for an outfielder so that they can move Ramos to the corner. An outfielder probably not named Derek Hill. But that's not going to be a big name. I'll give you the names that right now would match that criteria.
Lay it on.
Cedric Mullins for the Baltimore Orioles, who's been subpar this season. Yeah, he was an all-star a couple of years ago, but he's fallen out of favor. They would be fine moving off of him. Kevin Pillar for the LA Angels. Giants fans are very familiar with him. Doesn't really do much, although he's been hitting a lot better this season.
Robbed a home run against the A's not too long ago, center field, but I remember.
They did. It was pretty nice.
Yeah.
And to some extent, Brian De La Cruz, who's a Marlins. He's played corner outfield primarily in his career, but he's played 80 games in center.
Those are lesser than Soler to me. Like, Soler excites me more than those guys.
I don't know if he does for me, but they don't move the needle whatsoever. Right. And if you bring those players in, again, it's what you kind of brought up before the show, Gu. It's just this maintaining this status quo of mediocrity. It doesn't move one way or the other. We just saw the Toronto Blue Jays sell most of their relevant players. They got 11 prospects in return. The Tampa Bay Rays are out of it this year in the AL East. I think they've gotten 16 prospects in return for a bevy of players, and they're looking to still move a couple of other ones. Those are teams that have decided that their season is done. even though they are technically within striking distance. Now, not as much as the Giants, but they've decided to look ahead. Okay, so that's the way we go. It's a seller's market. The Giants are neither right now. And the last five trade deadlines, they have been neither buyers nor sellers for I would identify as 3 of the 5, including the last 2. They haven't done anything.
Yeah, and it goes back to, and you brought that up yesterday, I feel like Farhan was in a different place in regard to pressure. There was no pressure. He was the man. This was his baby. He was going to get it fixed and turn an ugly portrait into Picasso. And that's not happened. And I saw Lucas at the coffee machine during the break, and he was like, well, Goo, you got to wait till 3. You're right, because you just touched on it. What if they make a move and that bat is bigger than Soler? But, Evan, I hope I'm wrong. I highly doubt that. And now I feel like, okay, if the fans or the people, the writers are correct, and there is, in fact, a lot of pressure on Farhan, you don't trade a guy that can hit you 35 or has hit 38 home runs in his career the last third of the season. That doesn't match. And that's why the sound we're about to play, Evan, if we were doing a report card on Farhan, he would get an F in everything he said contrasted to what he's done, which has been diddly squat.
Well, I don't know if I'd give him Fs and everything, but I certainly wouldn't give him anything better than just kind of a passing grade. You know,
well, F is for fired.
It's also for Farhan.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? We don't know if that happens. I just feel like he's in a safe place. That deal last night, to me, it's like a big billboard in New York City, Manhattan, saying, I am not going anywhere. Aha. Because a lot of Giant fans I've talked to and hear and call the show and look at it on social media, they want him out. And I feel like, Evan, if you look at his tenure, that wouldn't be like it constitutes a guy getting replaced.
Now, they could fire him at the end of the season, but he just got a contract extension, and I feel like a lot of people are more afraid of Farhan being here next year than anything else right now surrounding the Giants organization. But again, to your point, you still have until 3 o'clock in order to get some things done. But let's take a trip down memory lane.
Here we go.
How about that? Because I don't know about you, Goo. I wasn't here in the Bay Area when Farhan Zaidi was hired as president of baseball operations, but I was aware and worked with the Dodgers, had previous ties to the Oakland Athletics, appeared to be a pretty smart guy. And he had some comments in his opening press conference that just, to me, appear very and sound very different than the actual actions of the guy now evaluating 6 years later. So let's just go down the list. This is on playing meaningful baseball.
You know, I've had the good fortune of being in the playoffs for a few years now, and, you know, one thing that stood out to me, the thing that I appreciate most about that stretch is just playing meaningful baseball day in, day out, game in, game out, how energizing that is for the fans and for the players. You know, kind of playing out the string in a season where you're totally out of the playoff race. You know, it takes its toll on the fans, the players, the entire organization. So, you know, our goal is to play meaningful baseball as deep into the season and, you know, as soon as we can.
That sounds good, right? You want to play meaningful baseball?
Oh, watch out now.
If I had, present a percentage out of the whole pie, like what percentage of games would you say have been meaningful under Farhan Zaidi?
All right, so I got to include the 107.
Sure.
That series lost to the Dodgers. So, Evan, I'm going to go 65.
65% of games in 6 years?
Yep.
Ooh, I see. I would put that total much closer to 50, if not below 50.
Mm-hmm.
Half of the Giants' games that they've played during this last 6 years, I don't think have been very meaningful. Like, let's take last year for an example. At this time, last year at the deadline, they were either 8 games or 9 games above 500.
Think about that, where they'd be today.
Well, or even just focusing on that season. They traded for A.J. Pollock. That doesn't scream meaningful baseball to me. That means we think we're good enough, but we don't want to set ourselves too far back and, we're also focused on the future. No. It's interesting to me now that there appears to be more movement or more aggressive movement one way or another this season in what could be Zaidi's last year as president, as opposed to last year in which you were actually threatening for a postseason position. Like they were in the play. They were a wild card team at this point last year. They are out of the wild card and behind 4 teams right now for the wild card this year. And yet there seems to be more urgency. I don't know why there hasn't been urgency, why they haven't operated with urgency in prior years when they've been in better positions than they have now.
Well, you know what? I think a lot of it is what he came here with. I'm the smartest guy in the room, and you're right. A lot of the platoon system in that 107 year, which is now, getting older by the day, Evan, maybe they felt like they didn't need that Henry Aaron. The way they were doing it, Frank Sinatra, I'm going to do it my way. And they did it. They were successful. But at the end of the day, you got nothing from it. So as far as urgency, that went down the drain with yesterday's trade. The message you sent to your fan base, as close as you were, that Soler is no longer needed on this team. We'll get something back. 2 fellas that aren't going to have an impact at all. And quite frankly, if a Giant fan wants to pick up the phone and call us, Evan, and say they feel, they're offended by that move, I get it. But shame on me for thinking they would at least stand pat or add.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're just trying to figure this thing out right now. We're trying to figure out where the Giants stand at the trade deadline after moving Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson. What did the move say to you? What did it scream to you? Did it move the needle whatsoever? I don't even know if fans, like, let's say you are attached to Jorge Soler, or you've been attached to watching him hit the last month, because that's really the only time that he's been productive. I just think because of the carousel that we've been on with this front office for a long time, I don't know how many people felt anything when they saw that trade. And that's not where you want to be.
So you feel like the towel was already thrown in from a lot of fans?
Yeah, I think it's
or he's just not good enough to change our, like, we still can make it with or without him, the way he was actually playing, but he was eating up.
If you can find a replacement for him, but that's the only reason that you would trade him, unless it is indeed to move salary for next year. But that wouldn't breed any confidence as a fan, because I'm not thinking about next year. You spend so much money this offseason for this season.
And that's what was so offensive. I think Farhan's thinking about next year because he's not going to get ran. And that would bother me as a Giant fan, man.
Maybe there's a direction from ownership that we needed to clear. I think moving towards next season, close to $20 million with, I guess Luke Jackson had a buyout anyways, so he'd be off the books. But, Soler, you get off of close to $30 million, a little bit less over the next 2 seasons. You relieve yourself of that money. But again, it wasn't supposed to be about money this year.
Man.
You spent willy-nilly. You went after Ohtani. You went after Judge 2 off seasons ago. You've gone after Correa. You've been willing to spend money, and you finally did. And you finally got a couple players that were supposed to be decent, that took that money, that were willing to commit to your franchise. And one of them, you just sent back to the A.
Wow, man. You know what, Evan? I just had this thought. You tell me if and Fitzgerald's, he's in a zone right now, and hopefully he's the future shortstop for the Giants. But let me tell you who's having a pretty good season in Minnesota, Carlos Correa. I do wonder had, the medicals not jumped off, and let's just say he came in and he was serviceable, solid. What would the Giants look like now? And that's woulda, coulda, shoulda. We'll never know, Goo. But I do wonder, man, if they could have solidified that position after Crawford, what would they look like now?
At the shortstop position?
Yeah. Or overall, just him in the order. I don't know where you'd bat him, second, third, fourth. I don't know, but Soler batting first, there's no telling. He could have been in the 4 hole with whatever comes out through the computer or powers to be.
Yeah, Correa is certainly a middle of the order bat.
I'm watching him play like, team. Minnesota's
a game out of the division, I believe. Yeah. Or they're within striking distance of Cleveland.
Yeah.
No,
I'm looking at everything, Evan. That's all. Everything under Farhan.
But that's part of it too, is you have to look at everything, because there's not really one thing that appears clear. Again, neither of us thought that Jorge Soler was going to get traded. And it wasn't necessarily because he was so good.
I'm paraphrasing, he was the one guy that you thought was untouchable.
Not untouchable, but untradeable.
Untradeable,
But nobody would take him. And so maybe that's another part too. It's around the league, a lot of people, I think, are probably viewing Jorge Soler as dead weight. And so the Giants found one team that would take him and immediately took their chance to pounce, to get off of him.
Man.
Because he's worth more to Atlanta than he is to San Francisco. And that's not the type of confidence that I would feel good about if I'm a future free agent signing with the San Francisco Giants outside of money. They just paid this guy, which $42 million is not insignificant, but it's not one of the big boy deals that you're going to see. Obviously, Shohei Ohtani's making $700 million or whatever, but it's not an insignificant amount of money. If you're a free agent, you're saying, well, why did they get him in the first place? Like, why would I go there? So
somebody should have to answer that.
There's also a signal that's being sent by that, which is, these are pieces. And if the pieces don't work, then we need to reshuffle the deck. And they have reshuffled the deck, it feels like, multiple times throughout the last 2 or 3 seasons. And the deck is still coming up with a 3 of a kind at best. Like, you're not hitting any flushes. You don't find any straights on this roster.
And the worst part is, if by 3 o'clock, Evan, they don't move Snell, you and I sparred. I've been watching Cobra Kai season 6 on Netflix.
They're already on season 6.
Dude, it's incredible.
Oh my God.
But Evan, I got to tell you, why would I know it's a random, but why would Snell want to come back here? And I know you were like, Goo, he ain't going to get that money that he sought from any other place. But if the Giants are where you come not to make the playoffs, look at the last 10 years, why would Snell have any just inkling of wanting to come back to this? Evan, I think the way he's pitching, and you're right, his first half, hey, it was a disaster. But dude is looking like the former or current Cy Young winner from last year. Okay, maybe he doesn't get that big boohoo contract that he's looking for, but something to get him out of here shouldn't be too hard. That's why I'm like, this thing could get ugly fast if he says, you know what? Hey, San Francisco, love you, but I'm out of here.
For who?
No, if he just walks and after the end of the season. Snell.
Well, I don't think Snell's going anywhere, personally.
Why would he want to stay?
Because there's $30 million waiting for him on the other side.
That you think, no, the Yankees or no other team, the Mets, like he's pitching to where the Phillies, to where that wouldn't be attractive?
Well, right now he's pitching like a $30 million pitcher, but he hasn't been a $30 million pitcher this entire season. And
Facts.
Baseball's 162. So, Snell could test free agency. And I think he will, they'll put out feelers. The way that Snell's probably going to do things this offseason, or the way that Boris does things, is he's going to try and get the most money possible from whoever. I think the most money that he will get in a single year would be with the Giants.
Now,
$30
why
million.
would the Giants want that if
they don't have a choice?
This is going to.
He will opt in.
You're correct.
He has all the cards.
I think he's going to opt out, Evan.
I think he would be inclined to stay, because I also think that the Giants could probably convince him that next year is going to be different, even if it's not.
But how if I just saw you pull the plug on Soler in not even a full season? Like, how does that match? We might be worse next year. Like, who's looking at this Giant team like it's going to get better with moves like just with what transpired yesterday?
Well, I mean, yeah, like every player wants to win, but at the same time, it is about the money. I don't know. For Snell, I just also think that no one is going to pony up with a big boy unless he, I don't know. I mean, he's got a .75 ERA in his last 4 starts. If he does that the next 2 months.
Got about 6 starts left, you think? Would you? Oh, hopefully more if they made the playoffs, but somewhere.
Yeah, like 6 or 7 starts maybe. Right. But
let's just say he's just phenomenal.
And he probably will be. I think his history says that he will be phenomenal. But he also couldn't get more than a 2-year, $62 million deal with the Giants with an opt-in the year after he won the Cy Young. Like he wasn't willing to go out and get a big dollar deal or take someone's big dollar deal the year after he was the best pitcher in the National League. So I don't necessarily know why he would all of a sudden be okay with testing free agency this offseason when he hasn't had nearly as good of a year.
In fact, let me read this to you for YouTube chat, Giants for Life, in all caps, Evan. Is this not what all of you have been clamoring for since last year? We are finally getting the youth movement, and now that's a problem because he traded Soler. Give me a break. You didn't pay for the youth movement. You went the big boy bopper route, and that's why this payroll is what it is, Evan. So you could have, Giants for Life, if you're listening, and you obviously are, I mean, you didn't have to go spend if it was about the youth movement. And I think if the Giants weren't a playoff team, people would understand it because you feel like the youngsters are gaining experience and they'll be ready in a year or two. But to go do a 180 and spend and have one of the most expensive payrolls in baseball, and this is what you get 2 games under with 54 left, not ideal.
No, not at all. And in fact, we actually do have a trade that just came in from the Baltimore Orioles,
okay.
not with the Giants. Yeah, we're going to be monitoring you all day here, and we'll be trade deadline day on 95.7 The Game up until 3 p.m. Pacific Standard. The Giants have a chance to make some moves, but the Baltimore Orioles are finalizing a deal to acquire left-hander Trevor Rogers. He's the closer for the Miami Marlins. Sources tell ESPN infielder Connor Norby, who's the number 5 prospect in the Orioles system, and one other player are headed to Miami in the trade. So that's from Jeff Passan of ESPN. So teams are making moves, and prospects are being sent. And that's where I think a lot of people are wondering whether or not Snell is going to be moved, because the Astros just gave up 2 top 5 prospects yesterday to acquire Yusei Kikuchi, who's a serviceable southpaw, but he's not Blake Snell. I am wondering why the Giants would be so reluctant in a seller's market to not consider getting off of Blake Snell if he could get you a haul like that. It makes you wonder.
No, it does. And that's why yesterday we thought like it could be a possibility. But the guy that got traded is one that I don't think a lot of Giant fans had on their sheet as an option or a candidate to be traded. So, again, the Snell future doesn't match what I deem the Giant future in regard to what direction they're going. I think this thing is going to get worse before it gets better. But what are you going to say? We got Webb and we're paying $30 million to Snell, but he's not pitching meaningful games in October or even getting a chance? Like, that doesn't match to me. But like you said, he controls it. But I'm telling you, Evan, if they don't win or even, let's just say they kind of flame out or not even close for the 6th wild card, and you said $30 million, Goo, but why would he want to stay here?
Is it because the Giants are the best at everything? That's what Farhan Zaidi had to say during his opening press conference.
You know, when you're a franchise like the San Francisco Giants and you're at that stature, your goal should be to be the best at everything. It shouldn't be a choice of analytics or scouting or something else. So again, I think, you know, ideally what we have is a special level of diligence, not just with some of the big picture moves that we've touched on already today, but making sure we don't leave any stone unturned and, you know, picking up players, you know, that might not make headline news when we acquire them, but wind up being really impactful players for this organization.
Big picture moves. Now, I don't know if Jorge Soler is the biggest player that was out there, but when you give someone a 3-year deal, I assume you're looking at the big picture. That big picture changed in 4 months in regards to Soler. Maybe not with the Giants themselves, but that's Farhan Zaidi talking in his opening press conference about big picture moves, and the Giants should be the best at everything. I'll just throw this out there at 888-957-9570. What have they been the best at in 6 years?
Causing mass confusion. That's right. And that's what it is right now. Good. Operation Mass Confusion.
Well, I see everybody texting in on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Also, folks calling in. A reminder that all guests here at 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? We're trying to get to the bottom of the direction right now, and it doesn't appear to be much, but we're trying to wrap our minds around what the Jorge Soler trade means, what the direction is at the deadline later today. Just about 4 hours left between now and the end of the deadline. Will the Giants make a move? If they do make a move, is it going to matter? What do you want to see today? What do you hope to hear from Farhan when he eventually has to speak and talk about these deadline choices that they are or aren't making? 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Hey, join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. You can get on the action by going to 957thegame.com. That's 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company.
with
it was Guru till I die. It's all Guru all the time.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I wish anybody had that same energy for the Giants.
Man.
Like, seriously. When was the last time you walked down the street, you heard someone say, hey, Giants or die?
Well, Shasky, when the 107 season, he ran down in Embarcadero with the flag.
I was the one filming him.
Were you? So you had to keep up with them.
Yeah,
and Bonte was doing play-by-play.
He's actually in pretty good shape. I can't lie.
Dude, yeah, man.
I was winded, and I wasn't even the one yelling.
Yeah, Joe was running.
No,
that was the last time. How about that?
Yeah, probably. Instead of Giants or die, it's just the last word.
We got an answer on the text if you want to read it about what are they good at. I thought it was funny.
Oh, from the 925. Yeah, this is the question that we posed because Farhan Zaidi said this during his opening press conference, so I kind of wanted to get into it.
You know, when you're a franchise like the San Francisco Giants and you're at that stature, your goal should be to be the best at everything. It shouldn't be a choice of analytics or scouting or something else. So again, I think, you know, ideally what we have is a special level of diligence, not just with some of the big picture moves that we've touched on already today, but making sure we don't leave any stone unturned and, you know, picking up players, you know, that might not make headline news when we acquire them, but wind up being really impactful players for this organization.
Should be the best at everything. Okay, This is from the 925. This is what the Giants are the best at. Signing the most mediocre players, they are great at that.
Man. And I will say this for Farhan, though, because there's a code I want you to play too.
Mediocre position players. How about that? They've signed some good pitchers.
Yeah, well, you're right.
Look, Gosman, Rodon, you know, Snell.
Still wish they had Gosman. Yeah,
yeah, they do. But or Rodon, he's pitching pretty well in the Bronx.
They flirted with all the big fish, man. That when you asked me about the Farhan tenure, and you haven't, but if you were, just coming up second or third, man, not being able to close or solidify that deal with a bopper like a Judge or Bryce Harper or Correa, and the list goes on. But that, you know, and him having the audacity to say we can get low, it sounded, I'm paraphrasing, Evan, you know, lower end talent, but we'll get them to fit in our system and we'll still ball out. That goes against you trying to get the Judges or you making it look like you were in, but they were in. They were trying to get it. So bottom line is they haven't got any fan favorites here of late. We've seen Ramos have a hell of a first year. We've seen Casey Schmidt last year look like he might have had the goods. I'm not even mad at those players. Still excited about Ramos. And now it's Fitzgerald's turn. But the bottom line, Evan, is when it comes to offense with the Giants, nothing has been infectious. They just can't get hot at the same time. And I know a lot of people have written, you know, around here in the Bay, pitching is the reason the Giants are where they're at. But from my vantage point, my friend, it's been their lack of offense.
Yeah, and they just got rid of a bat. Now, not the bat, but a bat. And he was starting to hit better. Right when you thought he was starting to turn the corner. Poof, vamoose. Man. Gone.
I wonder how he's feeling before you go. You think he's like, what the hell?
Dude, he's going back to Atlanta. He's probably
the playoffs.
He's thinking everyone he possibly can. I'm going back to a place I was a World Series MVP.
He's smiling.
Dude, send me to Atlanta out of every place he was going to be traded to.
To hell with the San Francisco fog.
Yes.
Man.
Send me to a place I can actually hit.
Yeah.
Does he have more than 5 home runs
now,
at
how about
Oracle
my
Park?
bet with Steiny? Help me out, okay? It was for 30 home runs.
Yep.
My mentions blew up yesterday, and I don't have an answer.
Well, I was with you, and we're both in trouble.
This guy is such a D.
Yeah.
Because
it's just the math says it's impossible.
But remember, you cited Cespedes years ago. They got traded and went on a binge.
That's true. When they got traded, I think was it from the Tigers or the Red Sox, Ken, that Yoenis Cespedes got traded to the Mets. And that year, he had like 54 games from the Tigers, yeah. And he hit like 17 home runs in 50 games. He's actually an MVP candidate because he helped them get to the postseason. But that's the kind of run that Soler would have to go on.
Boy.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Stein, Matt Steele, the Guru Johnson. We're talking about, again, when you hear Farhan Zaidi, what have they been the best at? And as it relates to the trade deadline, which is coming up in 4 hours, what move must be made or not made? Like, seriously, what do people want to see between now and 2 o'clock if they want to see anything that doesn't involve getting rid of the president himself? All right, Gary's in Daly City. Let's get out to a little bit further south. How's the fog down there, Gary? What's going on?
It's good. Hey, take this at 100-degree weather any day of the week.
There you go.
I grew up here in the city. No problem at all. Everybody complains. No problem. Go to 108 in Antioch. No, I'll stay here. Anyway, I've been a Giant fan since the 60s. You got to, I mean, no player is going to come here. I mean, come on. Let's be real. The Harper and all that, that was Scott Boras is saying, hey, we got a sucker in the Giants. Let's drive the price up. Anybody knew that. Nobody. I mean, the only guy here is Ramos. But you got to have Snell's contract next year is probably $30 million, and the Giants have paid most of it. You got to have a buyer for him. I don't care who on that pitching staff, even Logan Webb. I would want to see who I could get for anyone. Duvall. People need a closer, but the Giants franchise hasn't operated like this. They need the people. They need the fair weather fans like the Warriors to put the butts in the seats. Because once those people start drying up, there goes the money for tickets for a lot of their things they want to promote. And the Giants aren't that type of organization. The Warriors aren't that type. I'm not comparing the Warriors to the Giants. Farhan's gone. Let's just put it like that. Well, Melvin was a recycled manager, but they don't usually operate. Excuse me, like you know, a Baltimore Oriole team where the fans can be patient and rebuild. But I would go for as many top prospects as I can, especially at that second wild card where a lot of teams might be interested, especially in the American League, and even if you got to deal with the National League. I mean, period. I mean, there should be Duvall, Webb, whoever else is out there. I won't even hesitate.
Let me ask you this. Are you so sure he's gone with that move yesterday? I hear your passion, but are you so sure?
I don't know. Who knows? Excuse me, my voice. Who knows? Who knows? Because his job's on the line. I mean, he's gone. I mean, Farhan's gone. And Melvin's got to be looking around, too, saying if he's gone, he's gone. So who knows? And, you know, Pat Burrell should have been gone a long time ago. I'm tired of hearing Pat the Bat. Yeah, right. Give me a break. But I don't know. But you got to have another buyer on the other team. But you got to make Logan Webb and see what I would put guys out there just to see what the offers are. It can't hurt Duvall. How many guys could use a closer?
Man.
Well, are the Giants willing to do that to the fans that pay the big bucks and the TV market also? You know, in the radio market, whatever it is. And they're willing to do that because that would dry up real quick. And then we see who the real fans are, like when there were 5,000 of us out there at you know, in Oakland when the Warriors were going through their heyday. But that's all I'm trying to say because that's their main thing.
Yeah, I got you, Gary. I mean, that's, look, all fair points, but, you know, if you are ownership, I don't think you can really think about the last thing you want. I know you don't want to be a bad team. You don't want to be stuck towards the bottom.
You are a bad team now, Evan.
No, they're slightly below average team.
Yeah, but you've been that. You hadn't made the playoffs. You haven't won a playoff series in 10 years.
Yeah, but there's a difference between being a non-playoff team and being where the Chicago White Sox are, which is a team that's lost 15 games in a row.
I got nothing for you.
And being forced to sell because the product that you put on the field is quite honestly disrespectful. And there are no fans that show up in Chicago to watch the White Sox. They might be watching at home. And ain't no way in hell I'm paying $1 to go see that team. That might be one of the worst teams in Major League history. $1. Not even $1. I wouldn't pay $1 to go watch last year's Oakland Athletics, and I love the team.
Right.
I'll be at the game tonight. But the thing you can't have is 5,000 fans in your stadium. Like, that's worst case scenario for any owner. It's not the team being bad. It's not missing the playoffs. It's not being seen as a laughingstock. Unless all of those things combine to produce empty seats.
You are correct, but Evan, I'm just one of those guys at this point in my life, I don't give a damn about the owner's pockets. The bottom line is, when is this team going to be competitive? And for all the Logan Webb fans, you tell me if I'm barking up the wrong tree. Evan, if you're going to do it, damn it. There should be no untouchables on this team if you feel like you're that far from contention. And that's why last year's 180, when they went and spent and splurged and did Gorilla Tape, Gorilla Glue, duct tape, everything on trying to, you know, make this thing into a winner or be competitive, it's obviously not worked. So why would you be afraid I'm just asking you, for fans to get rid of a Logan Webb who could fetch you some, like, if you're going to do it, go all in. And I'm bringing up the R word, but the rebuild. Stoney was on that before he left. Like, that's what they need to do. But have we got any indication that they're ready for that? Now, if you tell me the owner doesn't want, you know, lack of seats, I get that. But about the right, technically, baseball thing to do, nobody on this team should be untouchable, Logan Webb included.
No, but see, you can't do that, though. A rebuild is not, like, I don't think fans are ready for what a full rebuild actually is. Like, in baseball, seriously. Like, that is being the bottom of the barrel for like 5 straight seasons and not having a single reason to watch your team. That's a lot of games to be bad. And that is the one thing I guess I would agree with this front office about, is that at least their goal is to be competitive every year. Now, they haven't accomplished that, and it hasn't gotten them anywhere, but they've never been so bad that they've been boring. That's where they're stuck.
Yeah.
Is that they're not that good. They're also not historically bad, but anywhere you slot them, they're boring. And that was supposed to change this year with how much money they spent. It hasn't. So what do you do from here? And that's why actually
$1 million question.
Well, the caller also brought up something I found interesting and it's been rattling them around my brain. This concept of not being able to get anybody, right? You brought it up last segment, coming in second or third for all the big boys, Harper, Stanton, Judge, whatever. You're never going to be able to sign a big position player. The time to acquire, if you want one, a big position player is today. It's at the trade deadline. It's when the player doesn't have a say about where they go or if they're already under contract. That would be the reason why I would want to get a player out there. For example, there's a player tonight. He's playing for the Oakland Athletics. He's a pretty good bat. Brent Rooker hit 30 home runs last year, 25 home runs already this year. Has been the best DH in the American League. He's available at the deadline. I can go and trade for him, and then he has to show up next year because he's under contract. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., he's looking for an extension, but it's coming up in a year or two. If I trade for him, granted it's a haul, he doesn't have a choice. He has to show up next year. If I'm looking at Luis Robert, we talked about yesterday, he's under contract through 2027. He must be here. Brandon Lau is another player that's available for the Tampa Bay Rays. He's been hurt a bit, but he's a 30-year-old second baseman with some pop. He's got 2 more years left at $10.5 and $11.5 million. That's a player I can trade for, and I don't have to worry about courting him in free agency because he's already on my team.
Yeah, Evan, I'm not mad at any of that. I just hate that it sounds so one-sided in regard to obviously nobody's the Yankees or the Dodgers or the Mets, but they get what they want most of the time, or they're in it, the Padres. I just hate that you set it up that way, and I'm not saying you're wrong. You're right. It's almost like the Giants, in order to get something that fans want to flock to, they almost got to trap a said player and get them via trade.
But that's how it goes. Like, you have to the thing that does frustrate me with a lot of Bay Area baseball fans is I don't think they understand the market. Like the San Francisco Giants of the 1950s, it's not the same deal. Like, being the third best brand on the West Coast or the second best brand on the West Coast, however you want to slice it, means that you're going to come in second or third. If you are not the Los Angeles Dodgers, you don't get to cherry pick free agents. They say, I want to go to LA. And if I can't, well, then maybe I'll consider going to the Giants. But right now, there might be a team that has shown that they can get bigger names than the Giants in the San Diego Padres. So there's actually multiple choices on the West Coast of places you would rather go than perhaps San Francisco. That means that you're coming in second or third. So if that's the case, well, how do we get around that? You've shown that you can sign pitchers. That's good. You can get a big name pitcher, and you can get a productive
Throw me
one.
some players, Evan. What about the farm? That's what Farhan's specialty was supposed to be. And you're right in regard to the first place. Hey, that's not the only way in. That's not your only ticket into the playoffs. And if the Diamondbacks can go to the damn World Series out of nowhere, I don't think it's far-fetched for Giant fans to be like, well, what the hell are we doing? And it goes back to the homegrown talent that Farhan came over here with all that luster, being smartest man in the room. Luciano, Mata, all that was supposed to be ready now. So I'm not saying, I do understand the premise of you're not the Dodgers and maybe you're second and third. But what the Diamondbacks did to me, and shown me, if I'm a Giant fan, if they can do it, why can't we? It doesn't make up for the non-mistakes, and now you got Luciano. Nobody knows what position. Those are blunders that just don't go away. Now, I get not signing the big names, Evan, but damn it, it can be done, and we're just talking about competing for a third wild card. The bar's been lowered, and they can't even do that outside of a couple years ago when they won 107. And you fired the manager that oversaw 107 for whatever reason, but the guy still running it seems to have 9 or 10 or 11 lives. And I'm just asking, because I don't know, Evan, When does the clock strike 12? When does he have to return those glass slippers? Because right now, this is not a Cinderella story because it's just been a bunch of years of mediocrity.
Well, you asked about the manager. The first one was Kapler. Let's go back again to the initial press conference of Farhan Zaidi. Here's what he had to say about what he wants in a manager.
As far as managing the roster goes, I think that's in the purview of the front office. As far as the day-to-day management of the team, lineups, pitching rotation, bullpen, usage, that kind of thing, I mean, that's the manager's job. And as I see it, ideally those things work collaboratively. But to your point, when final say has to be had, I think it's in the domain of the person whose job description says that.
You believe him?
I did that day.
But see, that's how I feel. I feel hoodwinked and bamboozled. Like, analytics is like his last name, Farhan. Like, don't tell us that, because now we kind of, we got, you know what I mean, Evan? Like, come on, Farhan.
His first hire was a guy that is, I'm going to just be honest, like, Gabe Kapler's the antithesis of that.
Man.
Gabe Kapler's not a guy that, even in his brief stint in Philadelphia, that showed he makes those choices and consistently makes good ones. As far as in-game decision-making, roster construction, or lineup construction, I should say, managing a rotation. Was he bad at all those things? No. But was he, anything exceptional? No. So when I hear Farhan Zaidi talking about what he wants in a manager, Bob Melvin to me is closer to that than Gabe Kapler is. But the issue isn't with the selection of the manager. It's with basically you selecting someone that is an extension of yourself, or you wanting a manager that is an extension of the front office. And that's not what I hear when I listen to that statement. I hear Farhan telling us that they want someone that can make their own choices, that can fit the description of a manager. Well, it's almost like you want to be right in the middle, which is, again, where they are. That's where they are.
Bochy wasn't hanging around. If I just hate the fact that they ran a guy with 3 rings and he went and got a 4th one before you could even get back to the playoffs. But I believe Bochy, a guy I believe, Evan, manages old school with his gut like a Bob Melvin, those Oakland teams that we saw Melvin get in the playoffs. And I thought he did that lineup, but there's just something about his tenure, and I know it's been 1 year, Evan, and not even 1 year exactly here in the Giants, but I feel like the computer, Farhan, or the powers to be, they have a say about Soler batting first. I don't think that, you tell me what you think, I don't think that's a Melvin vision of Soler, a guy that 38 homers on his resume, batting leadoff for a majority of the season.
In a perfect world, he shouldn't be hitting there, but it's a result of kind of the hand you're dealt. And that's where it feels like the Giants have been stuck in this repetitive process of basically being forced to move players into unfair positions, not because they're misreading the spreadsheet. It's because they don't have a choice. Like your leadoff hitter, you were supposed to pencil in for the better part of 162, he tore his shoulder.
Well,
he's out for the season. Well, then you tried.
I didn't bring that up.
Then you tried Luis Matos, and you found out he's probably a better bottom third hitter, or maybe even a hitter in Sacramento. Then you tried, maybe Lamont Wade, but he can't hit leadoff against lefties because you want to keep his bat somewhere. Like, there's all these different configurations and machinations that Melvin has to sort through. And so, no, I don't think in a perfect world he wanted him to hit leadoff, but he could kind of be coaxed into it. And it feels like a lot of the decisions that they've made, I could kind of see it. I can. But then when they turn out a 500 team or a sub 500 team, then it makes you go, why is there any reason left for me to trust you? Why is there any reason left for me to say, I could see it? Because now all we hear are fans and pundits going, well, actually, I kind of don't see it. I really don't see it anymore. And it's not that these are poor, uninformed choices that they're making. It's that they have not hit on nearly enough of them for me to give the benefit of the doubt.
Not mad at all. Evan, my $1 million question to you is, and you've said that I've said this to you, even starting last night, you and Kay, what does one have to do to get relieved from his duties in Farhan's position?
Well, what have I told you is going to happen at the end of the year?
And that would mean, obviously, they didn't make the playoffs. then that would suffice. I think Giant fans would be like, okay, it's time for the next regime.
But you still have to wait 54 games for that to happen.
Yeah, and it could be an ugly 54, or you could get hot.
Yeah, I mean, if they get hot.
Like if they make the playoffs, I think he avoids getting fired.
I agree. Yeah. But a lot's going to have to change. A lot is going to have to change. And a lot.
Well, the lineup did with that trade last night. Not for the better.
Well, and that's why, I don't know about you, Goo, but like they can't be done, right?
I think they are.
You think that's the first and final move?
Because what they need, Evan, and you mentioned those names, what are everybody else needs something too. And whenever we saw the Giants outbid or do something or dangle or have the prospects to get that orca, that whale. But what bothers me is I wanted that whale to come and add to Soler and the rest of the Giants lineup. It keeps going to my theme that I'm holding on to. Okay, Evan, you get a bat, but you just let one get out of here.
Well, that's why
I hate that thought. Like, come on. Get bat, and bats like the Yankees, the Phillies, bats, the Dodgers. Like you got a headache thinking about getting through the order.
Well, you can't go get enough bats to compete with those. I mean, seriously.
Give me something.
Was anybody watching the Phillies-Yankees game last night?
I know you think.
Look at those damn lineups. Like, seriously.
It's filthy.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
You got Judge and Soto hitting back-to-back. That's like if...
oh, by the way, your new guy Chisholm hit 2 home runs. Oh, by the way. No wonder.
Yeah, apparently he can hit a little bit.
Yeah. Some help
Soto
and protection.
Judge is like having Alien and Predator on the same team.
Evan, it is, man.
It's a joke. I mean, the same with the Phillies lineup. And they're also struggling too, but they still have a ridiculous amount of talent. No. At the trade deadline, you can't... If I told you the Giants could somehow get, let's see, Luis Robert, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and... I don't know. We'll throw in Brent Rooker.
Oh, my gosh.
That lineup is still not better.
Oh, right.
Than those two that we saw last night. So that's not, you can't solve the problem in one day. But how can you at least move towards a solution? I didn't see them moving towards any sort of solution by trading Jorge Soler.
Okay. I'm with you, but can you understand how I was excited? And I think a lot of Giant fans, and you mentioned Jung-Hoo Lee who got hurt. You can't control that. But when they went and splurged, Evan, I thought we were going to get 162 of seeing if it could work. And to pull the plug this early on Soler, and now I don't know who will bat lead off. Luciano's back. But is it a good Luciano's back? He's back because you got rid of Soler, and he'll be manning the DH position with Flores. Miss me.
Oh, that's why. All right.
That's stupid almost.
I'll tell you who on the other side I would like to replace the DH spot, and I'll give you a hint. It's not Marco Luciano. It's not Wilmer Flores. It's not someone who's on the Giants team. Oh. But I'll give you that name on the other side.
Tease, people.
That's a tease. But that's the thing. It's like, I don't know, this name might not really impress you much because he's not going to wholesale shift and change anything about where the Giants appear to be headed, right?
Is he better than what they have, though?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. All right.
But you need everyone else to also play better. You need pitchers to pitch better. You need guys in the bullpen to throw better. You need Duvall to stop looking like a deer in the headlights on the mound of the 9th inning. You need all these players to play better. And I'm not sure that Farhan Zaidi has put them in a position to do that. But we're going to continue to talk about it on the other side. Again, about 3.5 hours away from the MLB trade deadline wrapping up, 3 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, and we are breaking down every angle of what has happened, or maybe better put, not happened with the San Francisco Giants between yesterday and now. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz or Daryl the Guru Johnson. Go download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Ask him if it has pop-outs. Do you know what those are?
Yeah, I'm a deer hunter. Yeah.
Sorry.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I thought you were talking about what the Giants going to do to lead off tonight.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Stay tuned.
We'll find out.
What do you think Steiny's doing?
Steiny?
Not golfing.
Do you want me to be honest?
Yeah, we do all the time.
There's a lot of pubs in London.
Okay, there you get after it.
A lot of pubs.
Yeah.
No, he might be taking his daughter around the camp. No, sorry, she's not in school. She's starting a new job in London. That's what's going on. Yeah, Steiny will be back next week. He is over in London town.
London.
And we're holding it down in the meantime.
Trying to figure out what's going on with the Gigantes.
Yeah, they got 3.5 hours left until the trade deadline is up. Farhan Zaidi is going to speak to the media at 3:30 p.m., so we'll hear from him after the deadline. And, I mean, look.
Ask him the rough question. Send me down there, Evan.
Well, you could go. 3:30, Goo. The thing about it is, like, do you think the tone for Farhan will, I don't know, be any different than, say, the one that we've heard like the last 2 or 3 years?
You know what? I love that question, and I'm going Marshawn Lynch. Hell yes, because I think the reporters and fans smell blood. And I wonder if this is different, and almost will he be able to Captain America it with his shield to not let people in his world if he is really on the hot seat. But, Evan, I think in life sometimes people can't hide that mechanism. And like I said, I went to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. I had the pleasure of going with Bonte, that ceremony a couple months back, and I watched a guy, he didn't know I was watching him, not work a room. And I've had some people tell me that wasn't his job. Y'all don't know what you're looking at. But, Evan, he just didn't have that pizzazz or sizzle or that outgoing mechanism that, that I feel like people in his line of work and in his job need. And we'll see. I can't wait to see how he operates. Can I call it under pressure, Evan?
Well, I'd like to think so. I'd like to think there's pressure, but your interpretation of them trading Jorge Soler last night was actually there might not be as much pressure as we thought on him.
And do you think that will come up somehow by some of the Bay Area peeps in regard to his job status?
No, I don't think anybody's going to ask about his job security with 54 games left in the season. But in a month or two, or maybe in a week, if they don't, again, they got 12 games against teams below 500.
Man, 12.
So after that, if they go 5-7 or 6-6 even, I do think we'll start to hear more noise from the beat writers about what Farhan Zaidi and his future is going to be in San Francisco. But it's funny you brought that up because, the tone, a lot of people are just sick of his tone. I don't know if his tone was necessarily taken that same way 6 years ago when he talked about the fans.
6 years ago, Evan.
At his initial press conference.
I love this city. I love this area. Whenever the Dodgers came up here to play series, I tried to make the trips because of my affinity for the area and stay in a hotel in Union Square. And I always made a point. I never took the team bus. I'd always walk, from Union Square to the park just to be able to take in the city. And, those last few blocks when you start getting the critical mass of fans in their Giants gear kind of walking into the park, that's a really energizing thing, and it's something that's really special about this city that I don't think you see in every city, in every urban ballpark. For me, given my background, the diversity of the fan base is also really special. I think gives the fan base a real sense of identity that, isn't very close-knit with the city itself. So, that's some of what, I think makes the Giants special and has created a great respect and admiration on my part for the organization.
Okay, hold on. Wait a minute.
What?
This is radio.
Go ahead.
People on YouTube and Twitch can see us, powered by First North Cal Credit Union. But you made a face during the middle of that soliloquy.
What's urban? Wow. And I was about to sing his praises because when we heard that before the show, I said, that's what I like. That's what you failed to sell. Because you morphed into the ballpark, the city, and people on the. That's how bad this thing has been. Your job since you've been on it, your tenure here, you morphed in from that. I love that's what you were supposed to sell to Harper and the judges of the world, and you failed there. But Evan, I did not hear the urban part, so I'm gonna throw it to you, partner.
Oh boy,
what did that mean?
I don't know if I'm equipped, but the thing is, when he talked about staying in a hotel in Union Square and walking to the ballpark, I can only assume when he was with the Dodgers or the A's, right? It actually kind of makes sense to me. Now, these are all things you cannot say if you are, the voice or the president of an organization.
Gotcha.
But we all talked about him being like too honest when he referenced how the city's got some, shortcomings.
He did himself no favors.
You reap what you sow, brother.
But 6 years ago, San Francisco and Union Square was very different.
Wow.
So maybe he, as an outsider, has just seen this city go in a direction that, he may not have been a fan of compared to the time where he first got here, and he was too open and honest about it. Again, you cannot say those things if you're the president of baseball operations and it's your job to try and get people to come to you. But actually hearing that again,
wow, Evan,
it kind of makes sense.
But what you just
that's
said,
for the dinner table, not for the podium.
No doubt about it. But Evan, I appreciate how you tried to break that down. And you are right. You're on unfortunately, my IG list is Shasky Kids Me. I want to send you guys videos because I want to share stuff and have fun. Yeah. But I have seen some of the city and some changes. So you are right. Initially, when he was with Oakland and the Dodgers, things were a bit different. But I mean, I can't get away from that zest that he had in regard to glowingly talking about the city and the rich history of the Giants. And after that, maybe it has tainted or waned because all of a sudden now he was the guy that nobody asked him to say it. He gave us excuses, things that sounded like excuses of why he couldn't close said deals. But Evan, I do got to say this. If you do look at where you're at in this city or where the ballpark is urban, there's something in your mind that feels like you might not necessarily be selling the best of the best. So that could explain to me in closed doors meetings, you may not be the best salesman or the pitch man to try to convince somebody to come to this locale when for the first time I just heard that and it hit me like you sound like you're selling an uphill battle for where you're at and who you're working for, if you allow me to just be honest with you.
No, and I'll get to that in a sec, but I would even dumb it down further past the salesman part of it, because he's talking to the fans. And whether you believe that the city has gone in a certain direction or not, you cannot take that tone and then come out years later and describe the city as being an issue. That's speaking directly to the fans. That's not even the salesman aspect of it or courting free agents. That is telling your fans that love the San Francisco Giants through thick and thin, whether the city is in a recession or an economic boom, that have been here since, to our caller's point, from the 1960s, since they got here in the 50s, they have been all in on this team, and you have told them that their city essentially is not what it was from when you got here. Well, sure, the city has its own problems.
Right.
That's not your concern. Your concern is the team. And so to blame or kind of insinuate
I love it.
that the city's direction is inherently tied to the direction of your ball club, that to me is a little over the line.
No doubt.
That's not in your pay grade. Chapman said it the other day. I don't get paid to make decisions in the front office. Farhan Zaidi doesn't get paid to make decisions about the city. So don't comment on that when you're talking to your fan base, when you're trying to inspire confidence. Whether you feel that way is one thing. To voice it publicly is out of bounds.
Yeah, I love that, Evan. And also, if you let me add, insulting too, at the minimum. But from the 49er writer on the YouTube chat, Farhan knows how to get the job, Evan. He just doesn't know how to do the job. And maybe it takes somebody. I mean, I don't know how many years this thing is going to continue if they don't make it and he still. I mean, that would be just a downer, right? Going into the offseason. Like, what does one have to do? There's got to be some standards. There's got to be, what word am I looking for? Accountability. And this guy has proven that up until this point in these last 54 games, I keep saying that, it'll be 53 after tonight. If they can't get in the playoffs, I mean, that's when I'll really say if he keeps his job, the Giants are ran by a faceless ownership that doesn't give a rat's behind about the on-field product.
If they don't make the playoffs, I do think we're going to see Arthur Miller.
Oh, Wow.
Death of a salesman.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is a 4.
That's what we're going to see.
That's awesome. I went Farhan's heard that.
Farhan's 80 is going to be gone. But I don't want to get to that point yet because, look, again, they could still potentially turn this around. But the point of it all is that it does come down to today in many ways, because I think that the tone that they have a chance to set at the deadline, it's already been set a little bit, that can change the direction. Like, we've seen teams make moves, right? I'll just go down some of them. Right. Jazz Chisholm to the Yankees. Isaac Paredes to the Cubs, who are behind the Giants, by the way. Zach Eflin, along with Trevor Scott, who just got traded to the Baltimore Orioles. Randy Arozarena is now a Seattle Mariner. He's going 7 for 13 in his first 3 games. He's got a home run. Yusei Kikuchi is traded to the Houston Astros for a bevy of prospects. Like, there are players that have been moved that, while they might not be the next coming of Eddie Murray, they're very good players. The Giants still have a chance to go get good players. And that's why, in a long-winded way, pay off the tease that I was talking about last segment.
Oh, here we go.
The guy who should be replacing Jorge Soler is a guy that you will see hit if he's not traded for by the end of the deadline for the Oakland A's, and that's Brent Rooker. That's the guy that I would want to see replace Jorge Soler at DH, because I don't think he's that expensive. I think he's productive, and he also fits into Farhan Zaidi's timeline, being under contract through next year. So all of those things, again, Brent Rooker he's not Roger Hornsby, but he is a very, very good hitter. He's the best DH in the AL.
Homers in Soler.
And right now you need a DH.
Man.
And I think you could get him for a relatively cheap price.
Now, you know what, Evan? You got me, or you convinced me to where I'm lightweight excited. Like, that could be a feasible name come 3 o'clock if we heard the Giants got him, because everything that we're talking about, or diehard fans are hoping and praying for, is to get into the wild card. And 2 days ago, yesterday, all we were talking about is the plus button on the calculator. You want them to add, and you go ahead and trade away a guy that in his career has hit 38 home runs and has been on the biggest of stages. So you can't afford Soler the luxury to try to let a brother work it out 54 more games. My fear is, Evan, if what you get, something has to go wrong, because Rutgers in a bad situation. So it's not like he's done anything. He's handled his business on the field.
Have been swindled multiple times the last few years.
No doubt about it. But, man, I just don't think, if it's not him, what could you really get that would get you more excited than Soler, who looked like he was coming out of it? That's why the timing of Soler's disappearance or his tenure coming to a close is like, really? Now? And I get it's the deadline, but he's been showing a pulse.
Well, and that's why, I don't know, 888-957-9570. I don't know if you think that the Giants are done. Nobody would be happy if they're done, but I almost feel like them making another, sideways move would kind of incite people more, which is, okay, so here are the targets that are out there. These are the names that have been connected to the Giants at one point or another. Right. The guy I just mentioned, Brent Rooker, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., although I don't think the Blue Jays are going to move him. Luis Robert, we talked about yesterday. I think he's a damn good player. Josh Lowe for the Tampa Bay Rays. Right. And then Bo Bichette. Those are all names that have been linked to the Giants at one point or another.
I'll take every one, Evan.
I would too. But the guy that it feels like they're going to get stuck with is Kevin Pillar.
Wow.
Or Cedric Mullins. And those players are not bad baseball players, but they're nobody that is going to come in and save your season, which is kind of what Farhan feels like he needs to do.
Or, again, if nothing pops off by 3 o'clock, Evan, victory lap in the process, maybe his job is not, he's not fighting for his job. So what I want to know is, if you were to facilitate a trade and get one of the guys you just mentioned, what are you giving up to get them? You know what I mean? Because what did you say in the morning? And that's my line. In order to get something in this world, you got to give up something.
You do.
So what do the Giants have? Because right now, an injured Wilmer Flores and Luciano seem to be the plan, with both those guys together to, replace the production of Soler.
But even that, to me, doesn't sound like much of a plan, because, okay, Flores is going to hit against lefties and he's going to DH against those guys. So that means, Luciano's going to hit against righties? that doesn't really sound like much of a, I don't know, a platform for
say
your.
He's been on fire and sack. Evan, if I could go ahead, I had to just lay that.
God, I mean, I love Sacramento, but the PCL is a hitter's paradise.
No doubt, man.
You know, I hope Luciano comes up and he tears it up. But now we're talking about the shortstop position being Tyler Fitzgerald's. And Tyler Fitzgerald has been
best thing going for the team right now.
Yeah, if Jesus had a bat, he'd be Tyler Fitzgerald the last 13 games.
Good call.
But is that your long-term solution at shortstop? I hope he can be, but I can't depend on that. He's 26 years old and he started to do this. There's a reason why no one has thought much about Tyler Fitzgerald. He got called up and started doing this. He was in AAA.
I got you.
He's floated back and forth.
Ride the wave.
So Luciano's not your answer at shortstop.
And he's coming up here with still positionless, basically. To me, that should cost somebody their job. Like, he's coming up here and they're going to stash him. And I get it, Evan. Now it's just a bat. It's not about, oh, man, the next corner outfielder for the Giants or shorts that the next Brandon Crawford with a bat. That's what he was built up to be for many of the years during this tenure of Farhan. And now he's coming up and we got to stash him, or they got to stash him in the DH. And the reason I bring that up is they haven't figured out or even found a solution to where he can play in the field. Like, that's a botch to the utmost.
Well, there's a lot of long-term solutions they don't have. So the shortstop is a question mark long-term. It also sounds like center field is a question mark because you want to move Ramos to the corner.
Man.
Now, you could say, all right, Jung-Hoo Lee is going to be the guy for the foreseeable future. You have 5 years of control of him. So he's your long-term center fielder. But then, all right, Conforto's coming off the books. Yaz is going to be gone. Would you want to re-sign Yaz and put him in right field? Do you want to move Ramos to right?
I don't.
Have Matos in left? Like, what do you want to do there? Do you want to try and move Luciano to a corner outfield spot?
I would. I thought that was being done last we saw him, and he went to sack. Macramento, I thought he was shagging. Like, why wouldn't that be the first? Hey, put the bat down, brother. We are going to. I know it's not Little League, but come on, Evan. And there are no reports of a position switch or change. Like, that's just maddening to me.
Maybe because he's just not a very good defender. You know, like, just because you can't play shortstop doesn't mean I can just put you in left field. It doesn't mean I can just put you at second base. Maybe he's just not a great defender. And if he's not, that's fine, because his bat was always the tool anyways. But the moment you become a DH, well, that takes that bats away from someone else. And that limits what you're able to do if you're a platoon first team. So look, the Giants are unnecessarily complex. And that's what the trade was yesterday to me. The Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson deal to the Atlanta Braves was just an unnecessarily complex trade to either get yourself off of money, but free some at-bats up for Luciano to have 3 different ways to get nowhere. And that's why I don't see it unless something else happens. And I'm just afraid that thing that's supposed to happen between now and 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time is also not really going to be an answer to much.
Yeah, I know. I'm right behind you, Evan, but damn, that was profound to me, man. 3 different ways to get nowhere.
This is from the 650, and I hate to break it to you. Evan, the Giants are more likely to acquire Josh Bell. Well, actually, he's gone because he was just signed by the Arizona Diamondbacks after getting DFA'd.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's got a place with a team that's a playoff hopeful. And look, the list is dwindling. You know, and the Giants, I don't think they should be, big buyers because
they bought coming in. That was their deadline. They splurged, and it has not worked. And I know the Lee injury happens, but Evan, the Braves have had injuries, and they're still got a playoff spot to their best player. So, I mean, everybody has a story, right? We cannot just sit here and say these moves from Farhan didn't work because Jung-Hoo Lee got hurt going over there trying to rob, a home run.
Yeah, it was almost a hell of a play,
Everybody has a story. Every team.
Shout out Biggie.
Yeah. Look at my man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Again, we're trying to figure this thing out. And it's been...
So are they. I believe on the fly, Evan. I'm sorry.
I actually agree with you. I'd like you to expound on that because I completely agree. I don't think they know what they're doing.
Yeah, I don't feel they had a plan. They're scrapping the plan, and now I feel like there's different agendas. And when I bring up the word agenda, if Farhan is actually, in fact, fighting for his job, why would that trade have gone down, which would take his chances or decrease his chances of making the playoffs? So I don't know who's running what. If somebody is telling Farhan what to do, but as excited as I am about 3 o'clock, I think you said, you correct me if I'm wrong, Evan, 3:30, I honestly, and he can get up there and lie. I know that's strong. I can't wait to hear Farhan talk. What, like, really? I really can't. Like, I feel like I got a good mechanism of knowing when somebody's just yapping or giving you the old company line. But Evan, the reporters got a big part in this too. If they ask the right questions, it's kind of like, you think you can do the Jedi mind trick, but our ears are our ears, and we're going to be able to know how you're feeling and how you're dealing, hopefully, come 3:30.
Well, I'm not really looking forward to hearing what Farhan says.
Just all talk?
I'm looking forward to seeing what Farhan does, because he's talked a lot his last 6 years, and people have talked him up a lot, including one Larry Bear, who right before and at the time Farhan was signed and made president of baseball operations, had to say this about him.
Let me just tell you who's had a direct experience with Farhan and said, let me just tell you something about Farhan. First of all, he's a great leader of people. He loves scouting. He loves listening. He loves players, has the highest integrity possible, and he's super competitive. So you put all that together, it's a pretty good combination. And then one other thing, in our conversations, what was especially compelling given the Giants organization, the way we like to present ourselves, is that he had a very much of a values-based approach to management and to the organization and to leadership.
Okay, so I just jotted a couple things down from that statement. Again, that's from Larry Bear talking about Farhan Zaidi when he was trying to sell him to the fan base, right? Okay, so he said Farhan's a leader. Farhan loves scouting. Farhan loves listening. Farhan is a competitor. Farhan, in so many words, likes connecting with players. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to go into the personal stuff. I can't really speak on his character as a human being. How many of those things would you say remain true?
Not one of them. You can love them all you want, Evan, but are you good at it? And I think that's where he comes up short.
I think he does.
And I think Larry thought he could not even grow, or maybe he could, he would be able to display those qualities and traits, but just because you love something doesn't mean you're good at it. And Evan, like I said, nobody cares. I saw a guy not work the room, and maybe he was, this was early on, the first half, so it wasn't like he was trying to hide from the masses, but the confidence and the swag and all that, Evan, I don't see it, man.
Well, and that's why when I say I'm not necessarily looking forward to hearing from Farhan, that's kind of what I mean. I'm looking forward to seeing what he does. I'm looking forward to seeing if he acts, because he told me that he loves to play meaningful baseball. I don't think the Giants have done that much in his tenure, or enough. Farhan told me at his first press conference that he wants his manager to have, power. I haven't really seen that much either. He's talked about how passionate the fan base was, but then he kind of reverted back on the city a few years later. The Giants should be the best at everything. We've already established that they haven't been the best at everything. So he can tell me everything that he wants, but it's been about the actual showing where the disconnect has been. And I want to dig a little bit deeper into that comment from Larry Bear, because there was one thing that was truthful, and it's a little bit damning. I'll tell you that on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. A reminder to join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. You can go to 957thegame.com to learn more. All presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. Also, what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. And that segment was finally brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Oh, that song Elton John sings. I know it's not much, but it's the best I can do. This song's for you. You ever heard that?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Home.
You want to hit it for me, Ken?
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
Farhan Zaidi.
Oh, here we go.
Strikes again.
Who did they get, E?
No, they didn't get anybody. They actually traded Alex Cobb to the Cleveland Guardians.
Oh, wow.
That's per Jeff Passan of ESPN. The Cleveland Guardians are finalizing a deal to acquire right-hander Alex Cobb for the San Francisco Giants.
So they are guys like me, the romantics, the dreamers, when Cobb gets back. If I had $1 for every time, Evan, and the dude is, as you just said it, gone. Shout out Kai. Man, I mean, wow. Way to go, Farhan. I mean, this is what you call selling, Evan. Do we know what they got back?
It certainly looks like it. Well, my guess is you're not getting much because I also can't imagine that the Giants will be sending any money out.
No.
Alex Cobb is also a free agent at the end of this season. He's on the second year of a 2-year, $20 million deal. So his money coming off the book should help the Giants get closer to climbing out of the competitive balance tax, but they still have, I believe, some room to go between now and then 3 o'clock when they would officially finalize it. So again, they're not completely out of the tax and they haven't made their team better. So this move is sort of interesting to me because Cobb was expected to come back and be a part of the rotation. Unless they got something, look, Cleveland's got a good farm system. Maybe they were able to get something for him. But if you're Cleveland, I don't know why you would give anything up for a pitcher that has not thrown a single big league pitch this year.
No doubt about it. And
35 years old, coming off of arm surgery.
But it sounded good when they went and got him, Evan, and they were like, maybe after the All-Star break, we saw Ray come back. He's on the bump tonight. But just it feels like another zero. It's not even so much to trade. How can you have any impact, Evan, and not throw one pitch?
But I also think it does indicate confidence in Hayden Birdsong. That might be a bit of a stretch, but I think it indicates a confidence that they want to keep him in the rotation because he's kind of the odd man out. So if Cobb, in a perfect world, at the beginning of the year, you're penciling in Ray, Snell, Webb, Hicks. I guess Hicks would have been moved to the bullpen, but Cobb's the fourth guy.
Gotcha.
And then Harrison, so that's 5. If you include Hicks, that makes 6. If you include Birdsong, that would be the 7th. So I actually, from one standpoint, it does look a little bit like a sell, and they weren't probably going to bring Cobb back at the end of the year anyways, but maybe they were able to move on from a little bit of money, get themselves closer to getting out of the tax, and also provide a runway, again, which aligns with the Soler thing. They're providing a runway, a pathway for Luciano. I think this is also about giving a firm piece of the rotation to Hayden Birdsong.
I like that, and it's still, to me, Evan, is whatever they looked at. We know injuries and science. Nobody knows. But at the end of the day, they thought he would be back up and running by this juncture. And you're right about Birdsong. But what if he didn't even, appear and work his magic like he has? The bottom line is this was a name that I got excited about just from Giant fan standpoint this offseason. And we gave him a pass thinking, okay, he'll be ready. And then we get this to where, Evan, you're right. He didn't throw one ball.
No, he didn't. And the Guardians are sending the Giants a pitching prospect, Jacob Bresnahan, and a player to be named later. My favorite prospect, P.T. Bannon.
Damn, there you go.
Yeah, but look, this is...
It's a strikeout if we can't bring Birdsong in because it's like the Brock Purdy thing. You got to, with the Trey Lance, it's still a mistake, but you benefited from it. But, I mean, the guy wasn't healthy.
Yeah, from the 650, if they didn't get anything back, the train is off the track, Jack. It's not necessarily about what they got back. I want to know how much money is going out because it's probably all of it. Because, again, they weren't willing to pay any money for Soler or for Jackson. And per John Heyman yesterday, they indicated they would not be willing to send any money out with Blake Snell if they traded him, which I think also means that they're not moving any other pitchers. Like Cobb was, It was a net. Well, actually, he was a net neutral. Like he didn't do anything for them this year.
Invisible man.
So they felt like they could clear a little bit of money. And this is from Evan Grant. I think he operates down in Texas. One name I keep hearing about as a prospective fit for the Rangers is Michael Conforto. Expiring contract to be a platoon in Texas. Not sure you properly value a part-time rental in the market, but $6 million remaining on the contract for Conforto. That's a name they also could get off of, which would make sense to me because that would move towards providing more of a runway for younger players. And so I think that's where the Giants, I see them that right now, and if they do nothing else between now and 3 o'clock, outside of move Soler, move Cobb, perhaps move Conforto, that indicates me they are doing what a lot of people thought they should have done last year, which is leaning into their young guys.
No doubt about it. I understand that. I see your math. I see where you're going. But damn, Evan, it's just like it gets real out there when, you make those transactions or those purchases and you try to get the fan base excited. And again, Cobb didn't do a damn thing. He's gone. But Conforto was the guy that I thought, in regard to everyday player, he would be moved before Soler. So even if that does come to fruition and Conforto's gone, Evan, I'm not going to come in here and say, they sold. That's the type of thing to where, okay, I get the logistics of you feel like you could just give it to the younger players and kind of get the same production because, he's been platooning at best. And he's out of here at the end of the year.
Yeah, and I don't really think the Giants got much back, although perhaps you never know. 19-year-old Jacob Bresnahan.
Oh, 19.
Yeah, he's made 12 starts this year in the minors, last with Lynchburg. That's single A in the Carolina League. So he'll probably go to San Jose. That'd be my guess. But he's a 19-year-old, and yeah, you're not going to hear about him for a few years.
And the scoreboard, and I know we keep going to the wallet, and you're right, Evan. I'm not saying you're saying this, but the bottom line is we talked about the sale or add scoreboard. Right now it's been, I think it's 3-0 sale if you allow me to bring that introduce it to the jury.
But again, that's why it feels like a dual move. It's a value move. You're getting off of a guy who you haven't got anything from this year, so you're saving a little bit of money. He wasn't going to be a part of your future anyways, and you recoup this guy who could potentially turn into something. But more importantly, you clear a runway for a valuable piece, ideally, of your future. Yeah. So once more, this is a move that has me thinking the Giants are looking at 2025.
Wow.
As opposed to 2024. So I'll ask you this because I'm starting to come around to the idea. You think Farhan feels comfortable?
Way comfortable. Like he's going to be here and see this thing through. And Evan, you got me thinking, like, why didn't you do or take this approach last year and save all that bread? If you're going to pull the plug that fast on splurging on the guys that we talked about, if now all of a sudden you trust at the deadline, putting it in the hand of the youngsters, or maybe you're just putting it in the hand of the youngsters to play this season out the last 54 games. But, I thought the deadline, Evan, was Farhan trying to bring in somebody that could do something right away, either on the heel or with the bat. But now I'm getting told by their actions that, we're just going to move it around to where our young guys get the opportunity.
Yeah, I think it also means, and this is from the 209 and the Xfinity mobile text line, so does this mean Birdsong will stay up as a starter? Yes. I think that's, you didn't get anything back for Alex Cobb except for more starts at the big league level for Hayden Birdsong. And what he's done so far is 6 starts, a 2.97 ERA, 3-0 record. He's struck out 11.5 batters per 9 innings, and he's been good. He's impressed me more than Kyle Harrison.
No doubt about it. I'll give you that. So I guess we could call that an ad then.
But again, it's
addition by subtraction.
Addition by subtraction, okay. Precisely.
This is the definition of it.
Yeah, but that's also a risky move because Birdsong, he looks like a promising rookie. By the end of the year, he'll have enough service time. But I don't know what he's going to be. He's 22 years old.
Can he sustain it?
He also could struggle down the rest of this season.
It happens.
He probably hasn't pitched this much, to this point in his career. The most innings he's ever thrown has been 100 over a full season. So, right now he's at between AAA, I guess AA earlier this year, in the majors, he's at 87 2/3 innings. So after a couple more starts, he will be at the threshold. He will have thrown more innings than he ever has in his life. How do I know? Down the stretch of a postseason push, that someone like Birdsong is going to be ready to do battle with the Padres or the Dodgers or the Diamondbacks or the Cardinals or the teams in front of you in both your division as well as the wild card standings. So there's risk to that. You might have believed that someone like Alex Cobb is an established veteran who's been in the league and has handled those pressure type situations before, would be better suited to help you compete for a postseason berth. But you just moved off of him. So
yeah, Evan, speaking of which, I know he's going to speak today and you're not kind of lightweight, excited. I kind of am, but I think everything's fallen into place now. You asked me, we've heard from everybody, callers, the chat, the text line. How important is it for the Giants, this year's Giants, to make the postseason to save Farhan's job? But again, by these moves, it signals to me for him, just him personally, Farhan, Evan, it's not do or die by making the postseason. And I kind of hate that. And I hope I'm wrong.
No, I do agree with you.
Man.
And the reason is it's maybe starting to become more clear to me what Farhan is doing and what eggs he's putting in which baskets. And that's this. I don't think Farhan believes this team was or is going to make the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you don't think your team can make and get into October, well, what's the one way you could save your job? Again, they've tried to spend money. They have tried to get a big free agent. Those things haven't worked. The one thing that Farhan has always hung his hat on, or people have hung his hat on it for him, has been development. Okay, so let's finally see with these guys.
Yeah.
And if Birdsong looks like he's a dude, if Harrison finishes the year strong, if if Luciano comes up and gives you good ABs from the DH spot, you already know that Ramos is a player for you. Well, then,
is that worth another year, Evan? He's got it on the paper.
But if your ownership, you could convince yourself that this is finally the plan that we had envisioned all along. It just took us a long time to get there.
And you know what? It may
fans aren't going to want to hear that.
No doubt. And it may be that same convincing that got him the 2-year deal after he fired his manager. Like that was kind of crazy. Let me read this tweet to you from Pavs. Barring a surprise over the next 3 hours, Giants will go into the final third of the season with the rotation of Webb, Snell, Ray, Harrison, and Birdsong.
Yep.
It's a very strong group, although, Evan, there's no longer much of a safety net if anyone gets hurt.
I mean, you can move Hicks back in.
Yeah. But I'm worried about scoring runs.
Mason Black.
Yeah.
But, well, no, I mean, they've had trouble scoring runs all season, but to me, it's like you're going to win and lose with your pitching staff. And so this might not have been the staff that they envisioned, because Birdsong, I think, has kind of been expedited due to his own progression. But basically, Cobb was supposed to have Birdsong's spot. Maybe not as the fifth starter, but one of the 5.
Yeah.
So you basically just swapped one out and saved money. That's what they did. You basically penny pinched the fifth starter in what was supposed to be a rotation because you found a better, younger, ideally more promising prospect.
Yeah, who's ready and able to throw the ball.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know if Cobb was, remember I was playing with you guys doing the crossover yesterday. Was he coming back? He still may come back, but we'll see, Evan. But now it's not their problem. Here we go. We'll see what goes on, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Inversteiny with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're talking about the Giants, who have made a couple moves. Again, late last night, they traded Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson to the Atlanta Braves for top 20 prospect and basically getting off some money. They also got off some money a few minutes ago by trading Alex Cobb to the Cleveland Guardians for a 19-year-old prospect in single A, and I guess a player to be named later. But they've cleared away now for Marco Luciano, DH, and Hayden Birdsong in the starting rotation.
So that, and I love you for that, but doesn't that kind of signal to you're selling because you're not replenishing those spots with, better talent? It's just like the opportunity now for your youngsters. Like you're giving them that, you're empowering the youngsters, go get them. Because we're not going to go spend more or try to swindle another team for somebody better than you two. It's almost like open tryouts. Let's go. And the Giant fans, if you're on the edge of your, on pins and needles, hey, 3.5, it's now 4. Let's go get them. if Birdsong getting more of an opportunity and is a constant, and now Luciano coming out of the middle of nowhere, I don't know if that would do it for me. So I'm kind of torn on. That's not what the deadline, and it's not over yet. I know we got a couple hours, Evan, but that's kind of not what I thought Farhan was going to do. I thought he was going to overspend or try to get something here to where we could change the fortune in the next 54 games. But now it's like back to, hey, you not JV, but youngsters, you take it, you got it. We kind of saved some money and we tapped out, ran some others. Let's see what you got.
It also means they're not getting a big boy.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if anybody believed that they actually would.
That kind of deal with.
Well, I'd hoped, but all the targets that we've thrown out, they're not getting them.
I got you.
Because that's, at least we have some semblance of a direction. Now, I might not like the direction because it also is a pivot to what this season was supposed to be, which was an all-out push to the postseason and a reliance on veterans. And that's actually probably the biggest takeaway I have from these two trades is it's an admission that your veterans are just not good enough.
Wow.
The ones you signed, which is blamed to be placed at Farhan's feet.
Man.
You signed guys that were not good enough, and so you believe that the better alternative is to rely more the last 2 months of the season on younger players. Now, there's still a fusion of both, but they're trying to move their way into a younger, new generation of Giants. That's what I see when I see these two trades.
Interesting. Evan, and let me add this. You may not agree, but let me know. I also feel like Farhan will be here to fly that plane of watching the youth movement take over. How about that? I really thought he might be gone, but I was right. I think I nailed it. And again, we won't find out to the end of the season. But Evan, I don't think you make moves like this not knowing you're going to be around to see them develop or see what they do.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that because while Farhan could have his anchor tied to his young guys, at the same time, like hypothetically, if you fire Farhan at the end of the season because you don't make the playoffs and you're not happy about it, or you fire Melvin, like it's not like those players go with him. It's not as if Hayden Birdsong goes to wherever Farhan's next stop is. Coaches or GM, they don't take their players. This isn't college. He's not Deion Sanders going to Colorado and taking his son and everybody worth his salt. So whoever is going to come in to potentially replace Zaidi, if that indeed happens, is going to have actually a pretty decent base. So it could be a twofold move by the ownership saying, well, we want to let Farhan do this and see if these young guys are good enough to make a postseason push. And if they're not, but they have promise, maybe someone else can come in and take over and grab the baton from Farhan. So there's still a lot of. I don't think Farhan's job is secure by any means.
Wow, but when you think about the division, Evan, the National League West, you had an option to do that a year earlier. I kind of respect it. I'm on record in it. I appreciate what they tried to do, what he did, and what he spent when they were just getting turned down left and right. But now if you do, and you are correct, you pivot to it's on the young guys, what message does that send to the fans? And then, Evan, on top of that, how long realistically is it going to be? I know you're not Evan Damas, but how long is it before they actually compete?
Before they compete? Well, ideally, it's next year. I mean, we talked about this yesterday, earlier this show. It's always about next season. It's always about next season. I don't know when that's going to change.
Wow.
But right now, these moves tell me that it's about 2025. With Farhan or without Farhan. Like, seriously. I mean, because they invested a lot of money in players that have not been able to put them in a position to challenge for the final or for any of the wild card spots. So,
I just want to know the balance. Go ahead, Evan.
No, I was just going to say, Alex Cobb was supposed to help you get to the playoffs. He's gone.
Yeah. So where's the balance of we're going all in with the youth movement? That's why I was.
But they're not all in though. That's the thing. They're kind of in. They're in with some players that they believe in, but Yaz is still going to be in right field tonight. Like, Conforto's still going to be in left.
Well, I was thinking more next year. Would you ask me? Like, he shouldn't. And I love what he's done. The Flores of the world, like that. I think that ship, if this is where they're going, that doesn't match. The Estradas, we'll see what happens with all of that. But You can't run that. Like if this is what it is, Evan, you got to go. You got to go all in regard to the youth, even if it constitutes L's.
Well, you also got to fill out a roster. You know, you can't just clean house and get rid of all these guys. You got to keep some of them. Like I think Estrada's probably going to be around. I don't think Conforto is, which is why people are talking about potentially selling him or trading him. You know, Yaz, maybe. Mike Yastrzemski, for example, is not a bad player.
No, not.
But among a lot of other mediocre guys, he doesn't help you. You know, for another team, he could be a solid right fielder. I mean, for crying out loud, Jason Hayward's, I think, like 36 or 37 years old. He's playing in the outfield for the Dodgers. Is he a great player, the former Rookie of the Year candidate and Gold Glover that he used to be? No, but he's a serviceable player. Those kind of players will get jobs, but their place is not really on the Giants because it's not what the Giants aren't ready to contend.
Wow, Evan, that's a drink. That's sobering. I'll just tell you, we're talking about boring or, the flair or whatnot. If that's the case, 2025, like if I'm a Giant fan, I'm dreading it.
Next season?
Yeah.
Well, you got to get there first. You still got 54 games starting tonight, 6:35 or 45 against the Oakland Athletics. You got to go out and try and win some games. But I think, and maybe we can get onto this more on the other side, I do think there is something about the signal that the front office is sending to this team. So if you're trading Cobb, who is supposed to be a dude, if you trade Soler, who is supposed to be a dude, whether those players have helped you or not, you're trading Luke Jackson, who it wasn't very good this season, but he's still a veteran. He probably has a voice in the clubhouse. Okay, so how do the rest of the veterans, especially the ones that were brought in to help you this year, how are they looking at the front office? Like,
Snell's one of those guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think Snell would probably still stick around, but it's more monetary. Chapman, perhaps the same reason. But I wouldn't be surprised if both of those guys put out feelers this offseason and tried to figure out what they could get.
I know I would if I was in their shoes. And that's why I was mentioning I have no proof morale of how these, and the Cobb move, hey, Evan, I'm not even talking about it, but the Soler one, and they're probably going to play their ass off tonight because they're pros. But I do wonder if, and we know this in sports, making the playoffs to Draymond Green, that doesn't interest him if they're just one and done. But to others, it's everything. I just wonder how the morale in that clubhouse, did it take a hit? Did nobody care? Is it just business as usual? So we'll find out. We won't find out, but I guess I'm just interested to see what playbook Farhan's going to speak from with everything that is his Giant team this year, 2 games under before they take the field tonight.
And Farhan Zaidi will speak a half hour, after the deadline is officially done, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard. That is when the deadline is up. The Giants have made some moves. Are they done? Well, they have about 2.5 hours left to move either in the same direction, which appears to be towards younger players, or to maybe go out and find someone that could help this team as they stand 2 games below 500, 3.5 games out of the wild card spot. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. What is the morale right now from people out there listening, from people out there looking at the Giants? Not just the players in the clubhouse. What is the morale right now? Is it flatlined? Is it down? Is it up? Are you happy that Birdsong is going to get more opportunity? Are you happy that you're going to see Luciano?
Are we hearing any positivity, Evan? We've been together. Are we hearing anybody say, I like this direction? I haven't heard one.
If there is positivity out there, I'd like to see it. But also, if you don't feel, again, Carter's given us a bit of a hint in the opposite direction. If you feel that way too, we're happy to take your call. 888-957-9570. And that's what's coming up on the game, presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Man.
His value is, it's not as high as you'd think. Like you say Kikuchi, again, and not many people might know him. He's a left-handed pitcher for the Blue Jays. He's pretty good, but the Houston Astros gave up the number 2 and number 5 prospects in their system. Blake Snell might fetch something similar or even less because there's more questions about Blake Snell than there is Kikuchi. Not on the field, but in regard to his contract.
Okay.
Because you don't know if he's going to opt in next year. So it could be a rental. And are you really going to overpay for a rental? And even if that happens, you're still not exactly sure because he's also got injury concerns. He's been hurt twice this year already in the IL. Kikuchi's at least pitched most of the season, and he's under contract for a few more years. But the things that the Giants have done is, to your point, they have sold Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson, and about a half hour ago, they sold Alex Cobb to the Cleveland Guardians. And I'm using the word sold because that's literally what they did. They just got off of money. They got a little bit back, but not much. So
trimming payroll.
Basically, or trimming this payroll.
Not Joan, trimming and payroll.
And they're prioritizing their younger players. Luciano's going to come up and probably get some DH at-bats, and Hayden Birdsong is going to get the 5th spot in the rotation. The latter of which I actually like. Now, Alex Cobb is...
Well, he earned that Birdsong. I'm with you.
Yeah, he's a good pitcher. Cobb is. He was an all-star last year, I think. But Birdsong, to me, is right now the most impressive young pitcher that I've seen.
Give it to you.
Harrison included. Now, I think someone behind him and Carson Wisenhunt could be also really good. But so I'm not mad at the Cobb move, but you're right. The overall direction of the team is not what you'd hope for, or not what we hoped for yesterday when we thought that they could add.
And it's kind of funny, Evan. I wish I had a magic wand and I could tell you if they're going to make the playoffs or not. But the crazy thing is, it's still out there for them to go get that. If Birdsong were to continue, doing what he's doing on the bump, and Luciano picked up or did more than Soler, which is not a lot. 2 home runs at Oracle Park, and my silly self says, I wonder if he's down because he got traded. No, he's going to a better team. He's in a more hitter-friendly park, and he had 2 dongs at his home park, Evan. Soler.
Yeah, he's probably happy to be hitting in Atlanta right now.
Man, hot Atlanta.
Going back to a place where he can see the baseball and actually hit it out of the park. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get out to CJ in New Jersey. Wants to talk about the Giants.
Jersey.
What's going on, CJ?
Yeah, I'm a Giant fan since the days of the Polo Grounds. I'm 78 years old, so I remember them from way back then.
Oh, thank you.
The problem is, nobody wants to play for the Giants. Every time they go after a big-name player like Aaron Judge, I hate the Yankees, okay? Remember Lester from the Cubs? They were after him, John Lester. Okay, they offered him more money than the Cubs. He wouldn't, then whoever he signed with, I forget. He refused to play with the Giants. They were after Stanton. Nobody wants to play for them. The player from Minnesota, because shortstop Correa, whatever his name was. Yeah. What is going on with this? I don't understand it. Can you tell me? You know?
Thanks, CJ.
Yeah. CJ, I love the voice too. I'll take a crack at it. I think the guy that's in control of closing those deals is in over his head, and he can't close one. So I'll leave that there. It's not a hard riddle to solve. It's just our question to get an answer to, Evan. Farhan can't close deals. Do we have a gauge of how close he's been? That doesn't matter, right? The bottom line is the bottom line. And right now, you spent over $200 million on this payroll, and right now you are just doing everything to send stuff away and get out of here. And I do worry, and I feel bad for Giant fans and their future if they don't get it done this year as far as making the playoffs. What's it look like next year and the year after? That's where I'm at with this team.
But even if the Giants' young players look like they're promising, because, again, the trades, to me, emphasize the youth movement, I don't know if that saves Farhan's job. Like,
Then why would he, you think, real quick, why would he be, I don't want to say ultra-focused, why would he be tasked to make these moves if it weren't going to benefit him and his future? Or like his boss could have came and said, hey, you're going to run this, see this thing out. This is what I want you to do. I just don't think the Johnsons are like that.
No, but I also don't think that Farhan is the only person that has a say in the matter. Like, if he does something that could potentially hurt the organization, no one's just going to let him do it. Like, they're not going to say, oh, yeah, we're actually going to greenlight you selling off every single prospect possible for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Why would I greenlight that if it's going to hurt the team long term? You don't make, I don't think he's allowed to make those choices. And so I think there's some direction internally that they want to get younger, that they want to promote these homegrown players. I'm just not sure enough of them are ready right now to help get them to the postseason. And that's why the pivot it's so reactionary at this point, and it still leaves me, like we were at the beginning of the show, perplexed because he spent all this money to go all in on this season, and now they're turning left.
And we're 4 months into the season, having like it ain't even the end or the last week.
You got a third of the season left.
That's crazy.
That's not. That's a lot of games.
Like those are mistakes or errors. Bottom line, they didn't help the vision you had, Farhan. You didn't like what you were seeing. It was so yucky. You just snatched it. We're 4 months in, bud. We got a long way to go.
Yeah, and they haven't relieved themselves of every piece of the offseason. Look, I mean, Lee's still going to be their starting center fielder on opening day next year. Hicks has been moved to the bullpen, but he's got 3 years left.
Ramos will be in left.
Well, Ramos wasn't an offseason signing, but I mean, like you hope that Chapman and Snell return. And
the Snell one, man, I know, Evan, you feel like to your core he ain't going nowhere and 30 is 30. I'm like, if they don't make it, why would he look around and be like, this is where I want to do it?
Because it's the only place that he could get paid. And he could also set himself up to get a bigger payday later. I think that would be the only reason. I mean, Oracle Park is a pitcher's park. So you would be better off pitching there than, say, I don't know, Cincinnati, or Colorado, a place where your ERA is naturally going to be inflated. And Snell is not young, but he's still young enough to still get a big offer after next season. But that's your hope, right? Like, you don't control that. And they knew that when they gave him that deal, and when also they gave Chapman a similar deal, which is player options. You do not get the right to choose. And that's the only reason you probably got those players in the first place.
You were desperate.
But you have to be willing to play that game. And I think that they are willing to play that game. Number one, because they can envision, like, if I told you that this rotation shows up next season, that's a pretty damn good rotation. But is that is that it, basically? So that's why, again, I think they're looking towards 2025. And that's not what this season was supposed to be about.
No doubt. But also, too, there's offense to it, too, Evan. I mean, you just gave one of your boppers away. He wasn't bopping for you, but you brought him in here to bop. You had him under team control for a couple more years, and you give up on that so you could have Sandy Koufax on the mound. At some point, this offense, and nobody knows why. Somebody mentioned earlier in the show, Pat Burrell. We never bring his name up, but good God, why has this team just been dead men walking at the plate collectively? Runners on base left. So I get what you're saying, and it does sound good. That's why I was like, if they could just qualify, and they still may, and get into a series with what I deem Robbie Ray to be, Webb and Snell, but you got to score runs to do that too, even with dominant pitching, and and getting rid of Soler doesn't make me feel any more confident unless Luciano comes in here and the combo of Flores or whatnot make up for his numbers, Evan. Maybe it can work. And obviously they think it can, or they wouldn't have made this move with Soler yesterday.
No, and there's still time to do some things. Again, 3:00 Pacific is the end of the deadline. Farhan Zaidi will speak to the media at about 3:30 p.m. at Oracle Park. But there have been moves made. I just don't think the Giants are going to fit in the category of acquiring a Chisholm or an Arozarena or even a Kikuchi at this point. Man. I think they're going the opposite direction. And for those that want, a Rooker, a Guerrero, a Robert, a Lowe, or Lau, or a Bichette, that is the direction that I see. Like that's not going. So at least there is somewhat of a direction now, but it's not. I don't think it's where anybody wants. It's kind of being stuck in the same place, and that's why I don't know. I do believe that Farhan feels comfortable more than I did yesterday.
And I wonder how much of what you just talked about glowingly and correctly and rightfully so, Evan, how fired up they are about this rotation right now. Because I know if I'm a team and I don't care where I'm at and the Giants are on my schedule, Evan, I got to face 3 dogs, and then you got the youngster Birdsong on the back end. Like, the pitching is their strong point right now. So I kind of went, oh, Evan, what about the offense? I mean that. But right now they're sitting pretty with some good-ass pitching, and I wonder in a crazy way if that has something to do to where Farhan might be more secure.
Well, that's the only thing you can get excited about.
Yeah, you preaching.
But let's say even Snell, you keep him, you don't deal him by 3 o'clock. He doesn't return.
That would hurt.
It would, but that's still a pretty good rotation you're bringing in next year. Like, again, Webb, Ray, Harrison, and Birdsong. That's a decent 4. And now is that top line, I don't know, Seattle Mariners level starting rotation? Probably not. Are you competing with the Phillies and the Dodgers? Probably not. But I don't know if you were going to compete with them anyways. So the question becomes, what do you do between now and 3 o'clock, and how does that signal where the rest of the season goes? I think right now, I don't know if Farhan's job security is great, but it does appear that the Giants as a franchise are okay with basically just rolling the ball out there and see what happens.
No doubt. And I'm going to read this. I like the way you put that. Theodore Rand on the YouTube chat. People have too much loyalty to Webb here. What I'm going to say, Evan, is I'm wondering if the Giants are going down a path, and we'll see. Let's just say Snell's gone. If he's like, you know what, I need to pitch in some meaningful baseball games, damn it. I don't want to just waste myself here if it's going to be a couple years before we get back into contention. You always got to worry about that too, because he's been a steward since he's been here. He's been on and off the field, Logan Webb, that is. But if I had to go to the counter and bet right now, I don't know when his next meaningful game that's going to put him or make him, which he already lightweight is, Evan, a household name, the tail end of his career, because he's not 21. And he's a damn good pitcher, but if they don't get their stuff together, this whole, I love it here, I just wonder, him watching the playoffs, if they don't make it, how old that can get quick and in a hurry.
Well, I think he's under contract for quite some time, and he's also a local guy. I mean, Webb, I wouldn't be too worried about. He's 27 years of age, and he's been about as dependable of a starting pitcher as you can have in Major League Baseball since he got to the show and was consistently a starter 3-4 years ago. So, this is true for the 925. Robbie Ray can opt out. That's also true. I don't know why he would, though, because he doesn't have a full season to prove himself. Like, he's just now gotten healthy. That's, again, why I think that Snell would be incentivized to stick around next year because, yes, if you pitch well in 2 months, that is 2 months. Major League Baseball season is 6 months. Blake Snell still does not have a single win. He is 0 and whatever is in the loss column. That's not what I want to pitch to another team if I'm a free agent. Because they're going to, I might throw, the last, in July and August, I had a sub-1 ERA. They're going to say, oh, that's great. How come your ERA was 5?
He could say, I didn't have an off season. You know that. I didn't get into spring training, and I got out to a slow start. Won't happen again.
Well, Blake, that means you're actually a $20 million pitcher. We're prepared to offer you 4 for $80.
Now, what if that's the Pinstripes offering that to where he knows I got a pretty damn good, or Boston, or the Dodgers, I got a pretty good, damn good chance of pitching late in October as opposed to what he would deem the Giants are at that point. Like, that's what, if I'm a Giant fan.
And if I'm Snell, I would say last offseason you offered me $100 million.
So I'm pitching for money, basically, Evan. I'm staying here, we're not going to win, but you're going to pay me, and that could happen. But I just hate that part of the Giants, and I could be wrong. The Giants could be, this year they don't make it, and next year's a better year. But it's kind of far-fetched to think, to keep Snell or have him opt in is just predicated on I'm here for my chicken, and that very well may be the case. But Evan, I gotta believe a guy like that when he gets going, Kurt, won the Cy Young last year. It's almost like you hold my beer. You know what I can do, MFer. You know what I can do when it counts, and our backs up against the wall.
Yeah, but also, I mean, the bottom line is the bottom line. Why did the Giants get Jorge Soler in the first place?
Right.
Because they paid him more than anybody else is willing to pay him, probably. If it was about winning, Jorge Soler would have never left Atlanta. Like the year after he was World Series MVP with the Braves, he signed with the Marlins, who at the time were not in as bad a position as they are now, but they're not very good.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, with Blake Snell, I don't think it's too outlandish to believe that it's about money. Now, you want to compete also, but it's about getting paid. So I think that he can get the most money here next year, and I think Ray can do so also. So,
even if he feels the Giants aren't trying to win.
I mean, every team's. I don't think the Giants aren't trying to win. I don't think that these trades signal that. I think they're looking towards next season more than this season. Like they'll ride it out, and if they make a late push, great.
I got you.
Maybe there's somebody on the trash heap that they can pick up. A designated free agent, a la Josh Bell going to the Diamondbacks, something like that. But they're not all in on the rest of this season. I think they're trying to look forward towards how they can build for 2025. And that's not what people want to hear. I mean, and I think that's kind of the tone we'll hear from Farhan Zaidi at 3:30 is like, well, we made the smartest moves that we believe were out there to help us for now to promote some players and build our younger core, but then also have them be ready to contribute next season. It's going to be a now and later move, and I'm not a big fan of that candy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with you.
So this is from the 925, the Xfinity Mobile text line. You think Snell wouldn't leave? Yeah, to your point, if they're not trying to win, I think that winning is important to Snell, but I think the dollars is the most important part of this. So in athletics. So he won't be in that dugout tonight at Oracle Park. Also from Little Birdie, I think Ken's going to be happy about where Paul Blackburn might be going in a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Heard that here first.
Stop.
Yep. Ken is a Mets fan, by the way. And then the other big moves from today, Trevor Rogers, closer from the Marlins, goes to the Orioles. And just trying to clean this up here. Also, Marcus Leiter was one that we missed. Mark Leiter Jr. was one that we missed earlier, going from the Cubs to the Yankees. So, look, there hasn't been a bunch of big names that have swapped spots. I think the ones that are probably the biggest names to this point have already been dealt. Jazz Chisholm, Randy Arozarena, as are names that people are familiar with. Garrett Crochet is probably the other big boy that's expected to be moved, but there's a hang-up with him and the fact that
he wants an extension.
Yeah, I've never heard of this before.
Dude, like, who, boy?
Just as a quick aside, I've never heard of this. So Garrett Crochet, his first year as a starter with the Chicago White Sox, he's been supremely dominant at times this year, is outside of Snell, probably seen as the best left-handed starter on the market. And he and his agent have told teams, or have told the White Sox to tell teams, that he will not play in October. He won't play for a postseason team unless he gets a contract extension beforehand. I've never heard of that, especially for a guy who's never been a starter before this season. So it also doesn't look like Luis Robert's going to get dealt.
Yeah, they said they're holding on. They're holding on.
Yeah, it's just there's a lot of weird stuff happening at the deadline, and the Giants kind of fit into that.
You got me. Man, $38 million, Snell. You got me thinking. I'm like, he's due $38 million next year, so he might be in the Giant uniform.
And it's not all going to count against the Giants. Dibs illustrated that yesterday, like there's some wrapped up in a signing bonus. But yeah, he's going to get a lot of money.
That's a whoa.
And
I guess if you're a Giant fan, that's good. But for him to say night to that, I doubt it.
And maybe if you're reading it optimistically, you could say, oh, well, Blake Snell's a competitor, right? So he's going to have a full off season. He's going to have spring training. What can we get from him next year?
38.
That's your hope. That's what you're resigned to.
Yeah.
At least for now.
I'd just like to see improved offense, Evan, from the Giant team. And I think Soler just not having the opportunity of that bat goes against that. But, hey, Luciano could tap into his Fitzgerald and get on a heater, and they could be on a heater together, and this Giants offense produces. But that's what's going to help get him there, not just the pitching. You got to score, man.
He'd been hitting good for a month.
Yeah.
And it's gotten him to the point where this season he's been, about league average in a few categories.
What was his on-base percentage?
330. No, I mean, he got on base. He also struck out a lot. But is he a quality player? Right? Not really.
I feel like he'll be better in Atlanta.
He will be.
Okay.
But also that they're not asking him to be the 3 or 4 hole hitter that the Giants really needed him to be. Like
they kind of gave up on that fast, though, the Giants, I feel like.
On Soler?
Yeah, batting 3 or 4. It was like, be Ricky Henderson.
Well, he couldn't do that either. I mean, he's played 93 games. That's not an insignificant amount of games. In fact, this is going to be the fourth time in his career that he'll play 100-plus games.
There you go.
In 11 years. So, I don't know, like the Giants getting off of Soler, it doesn't make them better. Getting off of Cobb, I think actually could make them better. Because I believe in Hayden Birdsong.
He wasn't doing it from a physical standpoint.
Well, yeah, he wasn't even out there. He had 6 rehab starts, but I don't really care if you're helping the Sacramento River Cats. I need you to help the San Francisco Giants. I'm not sure what Farhan has between now and 3 o'clock that is going to make us feel differently than how we feel now, Goo.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't expect anything. I think that it is what it is. And again, I know I'm weird. I can't wait to hear him talk at 3:30, predicated on nothing happening with the Giants until then.
Yeah, and Farhan Zaidi isn't a guest today, but remember that you can hear all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Also a reminder to join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society in San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. Evan in for Steiny with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're going to keep this conversation going on the other side. Also get back to something about Farhan we heard from Larry Baer that I believed is not only telling about what's been happening, but also about what happened today, which has been a lot of selling, not much buying. All that and more next on 95.7 The Game.
they got cheese in the truck. I asked for cheese on the taco, and they put it on, and it's the best taco ever. Are we really doing this? Now, how does it get on there? Come on.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Who is that, Evan?
That is Daryl the Guru Johnson,
Oh,
and that sound clip was also Daryl the Guru Johnson. Ken, I'm glad you came back with that because I actually listened to that live while I was in Sweden.
I need you.
No, I'm on your side.
Thank you. A lot of people were.
Are we the only two people that believes that cheese could go on a taco?
We got bombarded with people are like, why are you coming down Goose Road?
It might not be a necessity, but you can put it on a taco.
No doubt, man.
I mean, good Lord. Where are we at in society?
Yeah, there you go, Evan.
This is a world
back, baby.
for the choosers.
Yeah.
Come on, I need choice.
They were just like, it's just like cheese on ketchup, ketchup on eggs, which Steiny does. That just, But come on, cheese on tacos, it goes, baby.
By the way, shout out to Sweden. I think my sister's actually listening right now.
What's her name?
Julia.
Yeah,
we do love her. Send her love. By the way, that last segment was brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. Here's what we got going on. All right, Evan in for Steiny, Daily Guru Johnson. Jorge Soler, gone. Luke Jackson, gone. And, of course, lately, Alex Cobb, gone. Not much coming back. But you sent a bunch of cash out. So you are richer as a franchise.
Which a lot of fans are probably like, okay, where's that money going? Go get me something.
Right in my pocket.
Yeah, look at you. Go get me something. Evan, this was supposed to be adding. This was supposed to be, you know what? There's a carrot out there. It's the third wild card. Can you bolster or can we add to this anemic and impotent offense that's been the Giants all year long? And they didn't do that at the break. So from that standpoint, if you want to hit me with the cost-cutting stuff, miss me. I just want the Giants, who are in a division with the Padres, the Dodgers, and you just saw what the Yankees did when they came to town. Be something like that. Have a vision far on of getting some bats, but yet you send one off that was malfunctioning in Soler, but it was looking better, and you don't go get anything. Kind of just par for the course. And Evan, it's not for today. I do wonder where this thing is going, though. You know, and Farhan status, but I feel like now that's been bolstered. That's something at the deadline where I think he can middle double bird everybody without doing it. The Kyrie, like I ain't going nowhere.
No one knows where this is going. That's kind of the whole point.
Even him, Farhan.
I know.
Yeah.
And that's what we're going to hear at 3:30 from Farhan after
Tell us what it is, damn it.
After the 3 o'clock trade line thing again. We don't know where this is going. That's the problem. We have not known where this thing is going since Farhan Zaidi said that the Giants should be the best at everything during his opening press conference, and they have proven themselves to not be the best at everything.
And he's had enough cracks at it and many years, Evan, to where if he were relieved of his duties, nobody would be shocked. But it looks like, you know, I'll use the word for myself. Unfortunately, it doesn't look that way. I could be totally wrong. I won't dime some of my comrades out, but they have sources within the Giants organization saying that there is a mandate. If Farhan didn't make the playoffs, if the Giants didn't, he would be out the next day. But these moves and everything that has gone on, and I don't expect anything else to pop off, Evan, I just think he's going to be here. And I don't see the offense improving. Like, show me. I'm from Missouri. The show me state. Show me.
I'm not scared.
I'm not convinced that
BPA
Farhan's going to be around next year, but this is kind of what I'm feeling from the 408 and the Xfinity Mobile text line. We should play the young players to see who has potential for next year. Now, if I eliminate Farhan from the thought process, the Giants look like, as an organization, they're going young, or they're trying to get younger. They're trying to promote and prop up the players of promise, right? In a vacuum, I think that's a good thing. The issue is that, do you trust, if Farhan is still around next year, to really do something with those players, to surround them with the right pieces, to put them in positions to succeed? Because it feels like everything he's touched has turned to dust.
No doubt. Not Midas at all. So I'll say this to that, Evan. I don't have the confidence. He has not earned the benefit of the doubt, But you are right. There's sometimes in sports when you really look yourself in the mirror as a team and you know you're going young, there'll be a little turbulence, some hard times, maybe not as many wins, but collectively your fan base and the players know, what's going on, what time it is. My question to everything you just set up, and it was so sexy, why didn't the Giants do that this year?
Cut that.
Well, why did they go? Why did they go do what they did at the end before the season started? And why didn't Farhan? We're going young, and then it would be clear. What were you talking about earlier? Clarity. You would know. Okay, maybe it's not our year, but to go put the car in reverse and splurge. And then pull the plug on the splurge by saying night-night to Soler. And I get the Cobb thing, but Evan, it just doesn't match. And I think he's up there just Linda Blair on The Exorcist. He has no idea what he's doing, man. I really feel like that.
I hope he knows what he's doing. The issue for me is that if I'm reading these trade deadlines, the direction just appears to be like the opposite of what I would assume.
That is,
or the opposite of logical. Like last year, they were actually in a good position.
8 over, you said.
8 or 9 over. They had a wild card spot. They chose not to buy. They chose not to add. This year, they have neither added nor really, I guess they've technically sold, but they haven't exchanged any of their players for anything that's going to get you something in the future. Like Soler, Jackson, and Cobb are all cost-cutting moves. There's no prospects of real worth that are coming back. I don't know. One of these guys might turn into something.
You're right, but that stinks, man.
No, on paper, you just save money. So this would be the time to sell. Last year would be the time to buy. You did neither. Even in 2021, you could have gotten more aggressive than going out and getting Chris Bryant. The year before that,
I don't know why I like that.
What, Chris Bryant?
Yeah, I thought he was going. He's just a shell of himself now. He's on the Rockies, but good God, I liked him,
dude. He's Clyde. All he needs is his Bonnie. He's just been stealing money from the Colorado Rockies since he got to Denver.
Wow.
But
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No. Each time the Giants, they just haven't. They haven't done anything that has been providing us any clarity.
And I listen to the roast. I do every morning. I listen to Willard and Dibbs. I do every day. I'm here for our calls and our texts and the YouTube chat. Have we taken one call that is pro? Just forget Farhan right now. His vision. Has anybody called and said they're doing the right thing? Like, I feel like teams are laughing at the Giants right now. Yeah, that's a 4. But Evan, I feel like, come on, man. I thought this was going to be the car races, Daytona 500, the pit stop where they let's retooling, get back out there. I thought that's what the deadline symboled for the Giants, and you go do this? Like, Farhan's telling me he has no confidence in this team moving forward, and now it's about the money. It's about the savings.
Yeah, and that's also a signal to the team that you don't really believe in them.
And that's why I said that clubhouse. I'll never know, but maybe we'll find out what play. And I know guys are, auditioning for jobs and you're not going to self-sabotage, but Evan, let this team get swept this 2-game set with the
don't let them get beat by the A's.
And then they're just looking lethargic. I got to believe some of the guys are like, I can't believe you guys did Soler like that. And forget Soler, you did us like that. He was just coming around. We're 4 out now, not 3.5 because we didn't play. We were idle. But, dude, it just doesn't make sense. And if some say, Goo, shut your trapper, shut up, we know what it is this year. Explain everything else that he's done since he's taken over. The Luciano fiasco. And it's just kind of symbolic that Soler's gone. And here comes Luciano in the DH position. Yeah. Because we know he has no position. Like, when I watch him hit, I'm going to love it, but I'm like, that's a guy they thought could field, but he can't. And I don't know what his future holds. Like, that sucks.
That's what would actually make me feel kind of down about Luciano. It's like, dude, you're already a DH?
That is...
And I don't know. I mean, who knows?
I think it's
next year they might give him a chance.
His team's problem fault than his, if that makes any sense. Evan, they should have been out in front of this.
No, I can't blame the team for a guy not being able to play shortstop. Now, maybe they should have said earlier you're playing second base or third base, but if you can't field, you can't field. Like if you can't catch a pop-up or you can't catch a fly ball, you can't field a ground ball, then I can't really help you.
So you're saying you don't think he could do anything with the glove?
He can hit, which is what we're about to see him try to do.
Well,
that's why he's being brought up.
Watch him go get on a tear, Fitzgerald.
I hope so.
That was the greatest move ever.
That'd be kind of cool.
Go ahead.
No. This is from the 925. What's Solaire's WAR? It's 1.1.
Yeah.
So it's not great.
It was getting better. Atlanta said they can use him. I'll just leave that for whatever that's worth. They're going to be in the playoffs.
Oh, that's what you did say. This is what I do believe in. If the Giants get swept by it's a 2-game series. They get beat by the A's, and I don't know, they kind of got like 6-6, 5-7 the next 12 games. There's going to be a lot of players that are actually jealous of Jorge Soler.
Yeah, and that
because he's going to be playing for a team that's going to be in September and October.
In a hitter's park.
Yes. Yeah. And around his friends. Yeah. He knows all those guys. I don't know if he'll be there long term.
He had good times there when he was there.
I wouldn't be surprised if Luke Jackson pitches better in Atlanta.
His ERA was like, yikes. But I get you.
Yeah. I mean, he hasn't been the same pitcher since his injuries a couple of years ago. But that's also the only reason maybe the Giants got him in the first place. This is also for the 925. Farhan built it, laying it. Well, are you sure you wanted to lay in it? He's been laying in it for about 6 years.
Man.
I'm not sure if that's the remedy for this situation. Look, the Giants right now, and again, they got until 3 o'clock to make a move or not make a move before the deadline.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like they're going to make anything big. If anything, they could be moving in the other direction of cord cutting, basically, just getting rid of some money and looking towards next season. I think Blake Snell fits into the picture of next season, and it's a risk. But what we just saw is the Giants are willing to move players this year in order to save money next year. So that also means
this offseason they got action.
Well, no, it tells me that they're comfortable with Blake Snell perhaps leaving.
Oh, wow.
And just having his money come off the books. Now, it's not as much as the
38 M's.
Yeah, I mean,
or is that not all in them?
It's not all of it, but you'd save a significant amount of money. So I think they're okay with the prospect of him leaving. That doesn't sound like a team to me that's that urgent to win.
And the offense, just from my vantage point right now, Evan, unless I'm not privy to what they got going on, Snell doesn't match where you're at with the everyday players, especially with, these departures of Soler. So that doesn't like, what incentive would I get unless, Evan, you're going to tell me, oh, when Snell pitches, everybody comes to the ballpark. Well, not the first half of the season because that was ugly, and he's normally a slow starter, but Snell staying doesn't match where I believe this team is headed. Or I could say 2 games under where they're at now, if that makes any sense to you. The Soler, punting him and getting rid of him, to me, Evan, is somewhat of a white flag and an admittance of, yeah, we tried it, it didn't work, and we don't think it's going to get better anytime soon, include next year. So night-night to you, Soler. We don't even want to think or hope that you could hit 30 next year. We think you can't. We've seen enough.
No, I mean, I think they still want him on the team, and I don't think that they're going to trade him because they don't feel like the haul that they'd get is worth.
I understand that.
How good he is to maybe help them get to the playoffs.
But now he may just walk.
He might walk, but I also think they're okay with just having his money come off the books, and that
Evan, wow,
that stinks. Man. But either way, you're starting pitching next season to me with or without Blake Snell looks pretty good, right. And that is also look at this time last year, who was in your rotation?
Webb,
because I think last year they led the league in openers.
Yeah, Webb, Harrison. Because he was promising. I'm not saying he's falling off, but it was Webb, Harrison. Who am I missing?
Cobb. But it was, DeSclafani.
Oh, boy.
And, Anthony. I don't know, another pitcher to be named later, PTBNL. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
No, but your staff is in a much better position, even without Snell, right now than it was at this time last year. The question is, and this is why I think the trade deadline was perhaps a missed opportunity, is it's the only time the Giants can go and get a bat. Well, I guess they could trade for a guy in the offseason, but trades typically happen more, around this time. I think this was a missed opportunity for them to go get a position player that could help now and later.
All right, now let me throw this to you, and I hear you. Unlike the Warriors, where we knew they're just super strapped and the aprons are different, But what if the Giants are saying to themselves after this year, which could culminate in a playoff berth, we'll just rinse, repeat, do it all over again and try to get a free agent. We'll try to spend. Like they have that in their back pocket.
But when have they ever got one? Like I hope they do. I have no reason to believe at this point that someone named Farhan Zaidi or not, it could be Daryl the Guru Johnson that's the president of baseball operations, and God love you, but I have no reason to believe that you or him or me or anybody in the Bay Area has the ability of going out to get a big-name free agent position player because it just hasn't happened. And it hasn't just happened under Farhan. It happened under Bobby Evans. It happened under Sabian. Like, it's happened for a long time. That's just the lay of the land.
Wow, that was heavy. And you're telling the truth. And I don't want to say shame on me, but I mean, again, I'm the guy, Evan. You're saying there's a chance, but you are correct. When has it ever happened? And if they don't make the playoffs, you can't tell me, somebody that was available wanted to come here, that wouldn't matter. Like, you guys don't even got your stuff together.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny with Guru. What we're talking about is the Giants right now until the trade deadline at 3 p.m. What have they done? What does it signal? What are they going to do? You mentioned Farhan Zaidi, and this is from the 669. Did people actually think Farhan was a good hire all those years ago? I was against the hire from the start. I don't want to get into the undercover Dodger stuff. There's about a lot of conspiracy theories.
Dude, you got a duck.
They're coming out of left field. Right now, the Giants need a left fielder. But I'll tell you who was believing of Farhan being a good hire.
Please do.
Now is Larry Bear.
Let me just tell you who's had a direct experience with Farhan and said, let me just tell you something about Farhan. First of all, he's a great leader of people. He loves scouting. He loves listening. He loves players, has the highest integrity possible, and he's super competitive. So you put all that together, it's a pretty good combination. And then one other thing, in our conversations, what was especially compelling given the Giants organization, the way we like to present ourselves, is that he had very much of a values-based approach to management and to the organization and to leadership.
Yeah, so he's a great leader, scouting, listening, competitor, loves talking to players. We established all those things. He has not really done.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you the one thing that Bear was spot on about.
Give it to me.
In regards to Farhan Zaidi. His value-based approach. That was kind of towards the end of his comment.
That sounds like baseball EBT.
Farhan has a value-based approach. This deadline and all of his deadlines have been value-based approaches. Now, I don't think that he is unique in that. A lot of GMs or president of operations, they're trying to get value, right? They're not just going to give up players. They're not going to trade away players. But this is a deadline that indicates to me a value-based approach. Everything that Farhan Zaidi has done since taking over has been a value-based approach. And his value-based approach has gotten you to 6 years of one postseason berth.
And I'm tired of it. I'm like, Evan, I'm sick of that. I hate that that's even a term, just get it done. I don't want to hear that, but it's crazy how the fans think this man, and they could be proven right. I just want to hear from a Farhan supporter. I really do. I'm not prejudiced. This dude deserves to be relieved. This is tiring. And coming into a deadline to where your offense has been stagnant and you got a guy in Soler that you got 2 more years, Evan, he said yes to you, and you pay him back by saying night, you're going back to Atlanta. How dare you? And you weaken the team, to me, offensively in a year that you still could accomplish your goals. I know that sounds crazy to some, but just think, we work with brothers. We got some Giant fans that don't even want this collective team to make the playoffs. How heavy is that?
And sisters.
Yeah, so I'm sitting here like, Kay, if anybody heard from a Farhan supporter? Evan, I'm ready to say I haven't.
I think they got their heads in the sand. But, okay, so this is, I think the 408 hits it nail on the head. And this is from the Xfinity Mobile text line. Value-based methods means cheap.
That's
But that's why this previous offseason was so confusing, because they finally broke out of that perceived mold. They weren't cheap. They still have
Went
a top
to
12. They still have a top 12 payroll.
Yeah.
They're paying a lot of money for this team.
Yeah, that's the rat on the table brought to you by Atco. You're right. They're getting to these results. And Farhan kind of stuck his chest out. This is Evan. You were on vacation. I kind of told Steiny and the listeners this. When he said, hey, and you might have been here, you let me know, hey, the players got to start doing something. I was like, oh, you don't say that when you're biting your nails and stressing and staying up at night wondering about your job if you got to sell your home. He said that like, even then, he kind of knew he might have been on more solid footing than a lot of people think.
Well, I didn't hear it live, but when you talk about it, I read Farhan said the players are going to determine our season. Okay, well, you just traded away a few veterans. So it feels to me like the players have already determined the season, which is not worthy of adding, not worthy of buying. This isn't a team that he believes with, buying for, that they can make a run. That's the other part of this too. I mean, like, where's the vote of confidence from the front office in this team? Now, you could tell me that there shouldn't be one, but I just saw the actions of the front office, and they affirm that. They affirm that there's not much confidence in this current group. I think there's confidence in the young players on this team. I think there's confidence in the prospects and the
they're
development.
Going to be here. Yeah, they're going to be here.
They're going to be around.
It's
but the
bigger
veterans,
than just this year. And what about the other message? That's excellent. What about the other message? You tell me if I'm barking up the wrong tree. It's almost like we're resigned to the fact that if we don't make the third wild card, Evan, we still got the young players, and they'll be back next year. So it's not operation by any means necessary. Malcolm X make the third wild card, because my job's not in jeopardy like all you yokel-dokels think. And the young players are going to be the young players, and they'll come back and be happy as hell to play and grow. Like that would stink for me if I'm a Giant fan.
We also have a trade from Jeff Passan, not with the Giants, but the team they're playing tonight, the Oakland Athletics, just traded Paul Blackburn to New Jersey Ken's Mets. So,
yay!
And
count the bucket.
Don't call me a snitch. Somebody here had sources and gave him that info. He didn't want to believe you. I think you thought you were just talking.
A lot of A's on the Mets right now, Ken.
Look at it, just blushing and laughing, happy.
A lot of A's.
Just got rid of Dykeman.
We might want to apologize to Evan. Yeah.
Yeah, come on, man. Yeah. I wouldn't.
You didn't believe him, Kay.
I wouldn't spoon feed you something if it wasn't true.
I just didn't want to believe it.
At least on air. At least on air. Off air, I lie to you all the time.
I'm excited about the game tonight.
Why?
How do they respond, the Giants?
The Giants?
We're going to be able to tell if they're like, I know Kahoot, get her life. Evan, I think we can read when teams are mad collectively. And if I'm Webb, Snell, who, I don't know if you caught him Sunday or after his last start, he said, we know what time it is. We know these last 5 or 8 days were big in regard to what we were going to do. And then they win 4 in a row, and Solaire's gone. Gone.
That's another part of it, too, is, okay, like, how do the Giants respond? Well, they just responded by winning 4 games in a row.
Yes.
Now, I know it was against the Rockies, who are an abomination, in my opinion, but you still won 4 games. So that was your response. If the players were going to tell you how the season should go or dictate the rest of the season, they're clearly telling you that they still have something left.
Damn, Evan.
And you just said, well, then in that case, I'll take that.
Right.
I'll take Soler. I'll take Cobb. And we're just going to turn him into pixie dust, aka a few dollars. So I don't think Farhan is letting the players dictate the direction of this season.
And a guy fighting for his job doesn't make those maneuvers unless he's not fighting for his job, I believe. Like, he's got some security.
Farhan?
Yeah, there's no doubt. I'll take anybody, I'll make the bet. There's no way you do this, and then you're going to hold court, State of the Union at 3:30, knowing everybody's going to throw snowballs at you of like, a lot of stuff ain't adding up here, bud. And, but like, he's going to, I'm Farhan, man, because he's going to have a cape of knowing I got security.
Well, how about this? I'll let you ask him a question on the other side.
There we go.
We got a couple questions lined up for Farhan. I think Sam Lubman is out there, And
Sammy,
maybe he'll ask him, but we'll talk about it on the other side. We got our Too Short segment coming up. Make sure to download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Evan in for Steiny, Daryl the Guru Johnson, back after this 95.7 The Game. Skippy.
Yeah.
Not talking Bayless.
Oh, yeah, he's looking for work.
By the way, there's one minor trade that, well, not a minor trade. I guess it's technically a big trade. Tanner Scott is actually being traded to the Padres per Jeff Passan.
From the Marlins.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go to the Orioles. That's what was reported earlier.
Snooze, you lose.
It's true. So he's going to the Padres. They're getting aggressive. They already have a closer, by the way. But Tanner Scott might have been the best on the market, especially because it didn't appear like Camilo Doval was available. Or the Giants weren't willing to move off of him. But they got 90 minutes left, 90 minutes left to make or not make a trade.
Yeah, but wink, wink. They did what they were doing, cutting cost. Solaire's gone. I don't expect, Hank Aaron ain't coming back, Evan. That's what they need, an infusion of offense. So Luciano, who I guess in a couple hours, or we should know here soon, will be in the lineup tonight, right?
Perhaps. RIP to the Hammer, too. 9570 is the number. You were asking for this before the break, and our fantastic producer, Carter Chickering, happened to find.
Oh,
that's a 4. Yeah. I wish. No, a Farhan supporter. Let's go down to Santa Cruz. Let's go down to Santa Cruz and talk to Marty. Marty, what's going on, man? Is there sunlight down there?
Talk to us, Marty.
How's it going?
All right.
How you guys doing?
Hanging in there.
Awesome.
Hey.
All right. So let me start by saying I loved the hire when it happened because he did such a fantastic job with the Dodgers minor league system. And you got to start there. You got to have a general manager that focuses first on development, and he did that. Then I lost faith completely with Kapler. Because Kapler was a joke from the beginning. He didn't deserve a manager spot. His philosophies were all wrong. He was a loser. And I like him as a person, but as a manager, totally against him, and I lost faith in Farhan. Now, Soler was a fantastic signing because we went and paid more than the rest of the market, and if he had panned out, if he was sitting on 25 home runs right now, we'd be in a wild card position. So it was worth the bet. And we now got rid of him because he didn't pan out, and now we got a prospect we didn't used to have before that signing. That signing bought us a prospect, right? And value for the organization. Cobb, I like Cobb as a guy, but he wasn't going to be one of our pitchers going forward. And I think that's fine to move him, let him go do his thing. And the other thing is the DH is a spot where we should be using it, not with some 36-year-old who may or may not do well that year, but cycle through guys who are coming up. Give Fitzgerald more hits. Give Matos a chance. Luciano, let's see what he can do. DH is a perfect spot for a group with when you got a lot of jammed up spots like we got in the outfield and the infield. Why are we wasting that on a guy who isn't performing? So I think they're good moves.
Thanks, Marty.
Yeah, appreciate the call.
At face value, I can see it. The issue is that in August and September, and I don't mean to make a blanket statement by your comments, but it sounds like what you're asking for and what you want, or what you like about these deals is, well, now we got tryouts. I'm sorry. The last 2 months of the season are not for tryouts. Spring training is for tryouts.
Well said.
The beginning months of the season are to establish a hierarchy of your team and effectively have tryouts. The last couple months are not generally when you bring up young guys unless they're A, going to help you towards the postseason or in the postseason, or B, because you have waved the white flag and you just want to give young guys a chance.
No doubt, Evan. And to the caller's point, I'm right behind you. Some well thought out points, but why I would say he's wrong is who he should question is the organization because they chose to do everything opposite of what he laid out. And I liked what he was saying, but why did they feel a need to go spend $200 million? What were their goals? Why did they think Soler could be the guy? Why did they do everything that you just echoed, that caller? You know, it's their fault because they went one way, and it's obvious, Evan. Now it's go time. You pull the switch on your power, and a guy that's showing you a flicker of hope, you just say, you know what? We don't need that. And now I think it's my prerogative, Bobby Brown. I can step back and say, I do wonder how, to the higher-ups with the Giants, not the players, how important is that third wild card? I don't think it's that important because now we're finding out they're cost-cutting. If it's the youth movement that you speak about, that's not going anywhere. So that kind of makes me, I get mad for Giant fans because the signal to me is not, hey, we need Batman. It's, we don't give a damn if we make the third wild card. It's about next year, and it's about the growth these next 54 games of youngsters that might not have been here otherwise.
Well, I don't think it's not as – they do care about the third wild card. I mean, I think you
management,
have to,
you mean?
Well, players and management.
No,
they want to win.
The players are in.
But they don't care – the front office doesn't care about it enough to mortgage anything beyond this year. Like, they don't want to give up the possibility of competing at the highest level they can next season to help improve this year because they don't deem they're close enough to do that. They're not the San Diego Padres who just traded probably a few prospects for what was the best closer on the market, Tanner Scott. Also got that confused. The Orioles traded for Trevor Rogers, who's a left-handed starter. Gotcha. But that does pertain to the Giants because that's maybe the last lefty starter outside of Garrett Crochet that's available on the market. So that also tells me that the Giants will not be trading Blake Snell today. They're going to ride it out with him, and he's going to be a Giant for the final 54 games of the season.
And, Evan, I love that that's going to happen, but I guess at the end of the day, I wish the reason it was going to happen is they're all in on trying to get this wild card, the front office. And we'll never know because they're not going to come out and say, yay, that's my Steiny, that we didn't make it. But you know what I mean, man. I'm getting so many conflicted stuff from the Giants that I don't even know what to think anymore. I really don't. And maybe in a weird nerd way, that's why I'm looking forward to 3:30. And I may get nothing from that, Evan, but I love body language, timing, and I just feel like the powers to be, the media, they're not coming with softballs today.
We'll see.
I hope.
We'll see.
All right.
Let's get out to the city. Talk to our guy, Phil Mo Mike. Mike, how are you doing on trade deadline day?
Oh man, how do you pronounce his last name?
Zaidi.
Yeah, that's what he's getting. Add an A-N in front of that. He's giving me anxiety, whatever his name is.
Swear to God,
the man can't evaluate talent.
Not bad.
He can't evaluate talent. He don't know. He don't know how to acquire talent. He don't know how to trade away good talent. That's all you got for Jorge Soler. You know what he remind me of? Somebody got an 89, 90 Mustang. You feel me? They don't really know what they got. They got a classic car. You know, yeah, just give me $500 for it. It's an old piece of thing. Yeah, it may be old, but you got something right there, bro. Like, you sleeping on what you really got. You don't know what you have. And that's why he can't be no general manager. He needs to be the guy on the sideline saying, hey, some dude this morning gave a crazy impression of Zaidi. It was hella funny. But anyway, he needs to be on the sideline besides somebody like a Brian Sabian and a Ned Khalidi breaking down numbers. He don't need to be in the room making the decisions because he don't know how to shop. You feel me? They were talking about food stamps. You got food stamps, you go to the store one time and buy hella stuff. Instead, no, you got to spread it along. Let me go to Food for Less. Then let me go to Safeway. Oh, let me go to Costco. Oh, let me go back to Lucky's. You trying to find bargain. You trying to find the best value. This guy, he goes to the 99-cent store and think he got something. I came back with all this stuff, bro. He came back with $10 of junk. Get up out of here, man.
Wow. Mike, tell us how you really feel.
So we can find out how the guys on the other side also really feel, too, because we got another three-man wave in the crossover.
There we go.
FP Santangelo along with Mark Grandian for Mark Willard, and then Dan Dibley.
Somebody just text, was that the guy that called the morning show and called Bonte the Black Willard? That's pretty funny. I'll text B if that happens.
Yeah, I don't know. You might
probably was Mike. That sounds like some of his material.
Might want to leave that one alone.
Yeah.
Let's try and sneak in V and Pacifica if we can right before we got to hit a break. V, what's going on? How are you?
What's up, Evan? What's up, Goop?
Hey.
Yo.
I'm going to keep it simple with Soler, man. Even before the signing, just check the back of his baseball card. He was due to have a bad year. He got paid, and he ended up having a bad year for us, man. Just check out the back of his baseball card, man. That's all I'm going to say.
All right. He got the Benjamins, and I guess he was a fat cat, Evan. That's what I take from that call. Not saying that's it.
Well, the frustrating part about Soler, real quick before he got hit a break, is that whenever he has played a full season, which he's been on pace to do, full season being like 130-plus games, he's hit at least 27 home runs, and it doesn't look like he was going to do that this year.
That's like 40 to this team.
Yeah, it is. And now it could be 40 to the Atlanta Braves because he's gone. All right, check it out. Crossover on the other side. Mark Grandy, FP Santangelo, Dan Dibley in with Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Dale the Guru Johnson. And that's what's coming up next on The Game, presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
how do you pronounce his last name?
Zaidi.
Yeah, that's what he's getting. Add an A-N in front of that. He's giving me anxiety, whatever his name is.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this is the crossover five-man starting unit. Dan Dibley, Mark Grandy, Epi Santangelo, Daryl the Guru Johnson, Evan in for Steiny. And I don't know if Farhan's giving me anxiety or whatever Filmo Mike said when we came back, but I don't know if he's necessarily inspired a ton of confidence, Dibs. You know, he's just operated with the same value-based approach that Larry Beer told us he had about 6 years ago.
And I think that he is marching to the beat of the Johnson's drum, which is let's save some money and let's not totally gut everything. And I know we still have another hour and change to go, and Blake Snell is still a giant last time I checked. But what they've done so far, I don't think has lessened the product that they're putting out on the field. And if it has wins above replacement, what have you dropped? About a half of a win, a half a WAR. Your rotation is unchanged. Cobb was never a part of it. Your bullpen is better. Mark Grandy will chime in momentarily about his ongoing hatred, sports hatred, for Luke Jackson. He's said it many, 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 many times. So that's addition by subtraction. And the rest of it, Solera's gone, and now you're going to have other people DH. You might lose a little bit there, but your rotation's still good. Your bullpen probably got better. So honestly, for right now, 2024, I think that your team is probably exactly what it was before.
If I can chime in, Evan, I would say Dibs is bigger than just on the field. The optics, you haven't been able to close anything. Put the coffee down as for closers. And the one guy you closed on was Soler, and you had him for 2 more years, and you pulled the plug, and he was having an awful year for his standards.
Getting hot, though.
But the guy that you got to come here, you pulled the plug, 3.5 out, now 4. That stinks to me from the optics standpoint.
Well, I think the optics are maybe bad, but the reality is you don't want to pay him for 2 more years because the way he has gone about being a hitter is not befitting of what you do approach-wise. And you know, I don't talk to a lot of baseball people inside the organization, but I watch the game. I watch every game, and I watch every at-bat. And the way he goes about his at-bat, it reminds me a little bit of Serrano from Major League.
Pedro.
Yeah, exactly, which is, you know.
Same at-bat.
I'm going to take a massive cut. I'm looking for the home run. If it's, first and third with 1 out, or, second and third, 1 out, and the infield's back, and maybe a ground ball to the right side would get it done, and he's swinging for the fences. Right. And, runner on third with 1 out, same thing.
I got you.
He's going for the big cut. So I think that his approach was maybe not matching up with the analytics of the organization. What do I know? I'm a college tennis player, as somebody called me out yesterday. Yeah, blasting away. Junior college, by the way.
Look at
but
counts.
What I see
Couple dubs.
is a guy who forced his way.
It's more high school.
Yeah, well, actually, I was a great high school player.
Junior college is more high school.
Depends on which JUCO program.
Yeah, we were on College of Marin. We were 24-0 going into the state tournament. So yeah, we were not your average garden variety JUCO team. We went to Rockland. And we took them down.
There you go.
Los Medanos had no chance.
El Dorado Hills.
Siskiyous. We took them all down, FP.
We're going down memory lane, Dib.
Oh, dude, I can
Did you
go
wear
down
the tighty whities? That's a bad visual.
No, but
Speaking
just
of bad visuals.
20 more seconds on my JUCO career. I was the first player off the bench, but they had me travel because I was so much fun to be around.
That is, look at
Your boy almost never played, but they needed me in the van.
I love
They
it.
had to have me in the van. Dude, no doubt.
Yeah, Come on,
anyway.
FP, give us the synopsis of the deal, baby.
Well,
you played this game.
I heard this recently.
Speaking of memory lane.
Jorge Soler wanted to lead off, that he felt more comfortable leading off. And the Giants didn't sign Jorge Soler to lead off. They signed him to drive in runs. Like, you get a big bat in the middle of a lineup.
Right.
You want bases loaded with Jorge up, right? Strike out or not. And apparently he felt more comfortable leading games off. And in their defense, the Giants' defense, that's not what I got you for. So you had success in Atlanta. There's kumbaya there.
Yeah.
You won a World Series. They put him in a good situation.
So did Luke Jackson, by the way.
And Luke Jackson, familiar area, and he's been pitching well lately. I know he drives you crazy. He drove all of us crazy. Like, come on, dude. So he's in a good situation. You trade 2 guys that are in the wild card now, and then the third guy, Alex Cobb, who's a great Giant, a great teammate, goes to a first-place team, and a guy that he played with as the manager. I think, Dibs, the staff is better now without Alex Cobb because you got a guy with a blister who knows when they go away. You got a guy that's coming off hip surgery. Apparently he was throwing really well, but he's also at the end of his career. And now you get to see Hayden Birdsong every fifth day, where maybe you weren't going to see him. Maybe he goes back to Sacramento and you were like, wait, what? This guy's been dealing. So I think the staff got better today. I really do.
But you got to score runs. And now Luciano is supposed to be Soler/Flores. Like, how is that supposed to work? Like, the fact that I'm going to watch Luciano, and I'm looking forward to it, get at bats, knowing the debacle that was, you can tell me, get over it, Goo.
No.
His glove is like, it's just, I can't get past it. Like, that was a blunder.
Well,
if he hits 8 home runs in a row, it's like, this dude was supposed to be Brandon Crawford.
Well, I mean, in the short term, the end of this season, it's okay if he leaves his glove in Sacramento and he DHs.
Not his batting glove.
There's his fielding glove. Like, let him hit.
Okay.
Let him just let him feel what it's like to hit on an everyday basis in the big leagues and not have the pressure of catching a ground ball, which at times was hard. He would wrestle some grounders. I think there's a lot for him to learn.
I love it.
There's a lot for him to learn on where to be, the internal clock and the ground ball and where to line up on cutoffs and tough things to learn at the big league. So let him just swing as hard as he can and see what happens for a couple of months. So we talked about it yesterday. You guys want this dynamic trade deadline from Farhan. We all have tech bro buddies. How many of our tech bro buddies are dynamic? Like, we go, I want to go out with him. No, he's on the computer 24 hours a day. Like, they just do things methodically. They do them calculated. You're never going to get dynamic from tech bros. You're not. I mean, they're going to be our bosses. They're going to be billionaires. Like, they're great at what they do. They're super smart. But if you're looking for something that's just not in the personality or the DNA or the makeup of somebody, and you're waiting for these wild moves to come down the line, and what happened to Farhan? That's just not who he is.
No, I mean, well, some work hard and play hard, but I think you're right that that's not who he is. And also, his previous deadlines would tell us that's not who he is. Like, he's the most impactful trade deadline that Farhan Zaidi has had is when he's done nothing. It's when he chose to not trade a few players that ended up turning into pieces for you in the future. So I wasn't necessarily, I mean, you can wish for a Guerrero or for, I don't know, a Bichette or whoever else you wanted on your wish list. I never really felt like that was possible, but it does feel, I don't know if you'd say this, FP, like the kind of stagnant position they're in. If Farhan did indeed look at his players and say, you're going to dictate where this season goes, so you're going to tell us what our movement is at the deadline. Well, I don't know if his players have really told him much because they're kind of in the same place. Like, I agree the starting rotation is better. They just need to pitch better, but they haven't been able to score much. That might be addressed. It could be replaceable. Soler wasn't that great this entire season. But the players have basically told him and via us that they're a sub-500 team currently that doesn't really deserve to be invested in.
I would push back just a little bit, and those are all real fair points, that the biggest question mark was shortstop, and that's been answered recently. The biggest question mark was a rotation. They're going with openers and doing that whole thing again. And now they have Ray and Cy Young Blake Snell. So they have 2 Cy Young Award winners back-to-back and a runner-up Cy Young third. So in my opinion, and I said this for 4 hours yesterday, I think this is a little bit different makeup with that rotation and taking Jordan Hicks and putting him in the 8th inning instead of a starter, because I just didn't love him as a starter. His stuff got real flat toward the end. He was tired. Now he just come in and air it out for an inning and hand it to hopefully Camilo figures things out, and then that solves itself. This team, and I could be way wrong, guys. They could lose 15-0 tonight to the A's. I could be way off on this, but my spider senses and my baseball senses are saying that this is a better team than it was, even just as recently as the Dodgers. Just seeing Robbie Ray back, seeing Blake Snell strike out 15. I know it was the Rockies, but you got to start somewhere, and you got to get that feeling back somewhere. You got to get your mojo back somewhere, and I think they did. Like, this team is maddening. There's been times this year I'm like, all right, here we go. Something special's going on. They come from behind against the Pirates 2 nights in a row. This is great. And then they just lay an egg. So I'm saying this tentatively, but I don't know. Sometimes the best moves are no moves. I know you want to bat.
Addition by subtraction.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that's what you're getting.
Now you're going to get a real leadoff hitter, a guy that can run a little bit and steal a base. Jorge Soler was 3 hits away from scoring.
But shame on the Giants for letting the kid tell the parent what time the curfew should be.
Right.
I want to come home at 2. Okay. You got to be here at 12. Like,
But you want to put people in situations to succeed.
Right, and the analytics of, a guy hitting leadoff and Soler goes out there and he hits a home run over the weekend in the leadoff spot, first batter of the game. That is kind of what we talked about yesterday, FP, about the old school versus the new school approach. And honestly, Lamont Wade Jr. would be your best leadoff hitter. Even though he doesn't run, he gets on base almost every time. So you would put him at leadoff as opposed to somebody who is more befitting of that. Maybe it's Tyler Fitzgerald now who leads off.
Yeah, maybe, or Lucky Luciano.
Now, real quick here. My dad was in the Navy 30 years. He sat me down, wanted me to go. I wasn't going. And he always talks about rank and respect. And I threw this to Evan. I'll never know, but I want to run this by you. Do you think there are some giant players, and the subject of the matter is morale, are like, hey, we were 3.5, now 4 back of the wild card. Why the hell would you get rid of a guy? Yeah, he hadn't got hot, but he can, and he possesses the tools to provide us power. FP, you've been in the clubhouse. Are there any guys maybe feeling lightweight, irritated? Like, why the F would you guys make that move when our goal, our personal goal, was to try to make the wild card? May not be cost-cutting what you guys are, but is there a risk of that in that clubhouse of like, why'd they get rid of the dude?
There's 26 guys in a clubhouse with 26 different personalities. So I can't speak for everybody in that clubhouse, but I'm sure there's some guys that feel like that. I'm sure there's some guys that like, I don't care. Now we get a real leadoff hitter. Now we get somebody that can steal a base. I would throw Tyler Fitzgerald up there and just let it rip. He has a lot of swing and miss in him, though. A lot of strikeouts. That part I wish maybe there's some 2 strike. He does choke up. I was sitting right there the other day, and he's up about a half an inch with 2 strikes on the bat. I know he doesn't want to strike out, but he's got that. To me, and this is once again the risk of sounding old. I want a leadoff hitter that the threat of the stolen base gets in the pitcher's head, so that 30% of my concentration's on the runner and only 70's on the hitter. But with the Giants, they're last in the league in stolen bases. 100% of my concentration's on every single hitter if I'm a pitcher.
Wow. Yeah.
I don't have to worry about the guy behind me stealing.
No.
I have to look him back. I have to throw over. I don't have to 2-look the guy at second or no-look the guy at second.
FP. I'm not saying you're not saying he built it that way.
He does not like the stolen base. And the stolen base was taken away from the Giants for a while this year, and they've lobbied to get it back. And now it's kind of a work in progress to see if it's successful or not. But they just can't string together 3 or 4 hits in a row. So you got to manufacture some sort of pressure on the defense. So now they're starting to run a little bit more. But the analytic thought is you don't give up outs on the bases because you only get 27. And I just think there's so much more that goes into it with the pressure that you put on a pitcher when you have true speed at first base, a true threat at first base. I'm thinking about Tyler Fitzgerald. Is he going right here? Is he going, do I got to keep, here's my pitch, and now my pitch is a hanging slider. And the guy behind him benefits from it because all my concentration isn't on the hitter. It's half and half. So that's why I like speed on the bases. I think it's exciting.
And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. An hour left until the deadline is officially up, and then 90 minutes left until Farhan Zaidi is supposed to speak. Grandy, I don't know, what have you made of the last 24 hours, and is there anything you hope for in the next 60 minutes?
I'm just trying to figure out the motivation for these moves, because if the motivation is cost-cutting, save some money, maybe get under the CBT, the competitive balance tax, they're not quite there yet. So if that's the goal, maybe you got another cost-cutting move coming. I don't know. If the goal was to improve your team, as I think FP and Dibs feel, at the very least, these moves haven't made your team worse. You could have actively gone out and improved your team more by going out and actually adding something here. If your goal was to, just beef up your farm system totally, there's a lot of other moves that you could make. So it's something I think you let off the show with, Evan. You guys did a great job breaking it down. I'm just having a hard time finding the motivation for what these moves are, because every single angle I can think of, it feels like a half measure. And I'm kind of sick of the half measures.
Man, well said.
You don't like
$200 million, and now we're cost cutting.
You don't like the opportunity for Birdsong and Luciano here?
The Alex Cobb trade makes a lot more sense to me because he had 6 starters and Birdsong was awesome. I think he kind of surprised him.
What if Luciano comes up and rakes like he's been raking? He's been the hottest hitter in AAA for the whole month of July. What if he does. What if he's your new DH and he's better than Soler?
They better hope he does.
I would think that's not real hard to do, even though Soler has been good the last couple of weeks.
In a perfect world, FP, and we're watching it around the league with dominant lineups, why does one have to offset the other? Why couldn't people in power have a vision and have those two dudes in the lineup together And
because
the reason
Luciano
but that's
Luciano
shame on you for not knowing the dude couldn't field.
Well, they tried.
Why couldn't those guys be in the lineup together?
And that's what I've been criticizing them a long time about not having him do anything other than shortstop.
He was untouchable 3 years ago.
So this was the first time they had him play anything other than shortstop. So yes, they get criticized for that. They didn't try him in the outfield. When he played winter ball, he played a little bit of second base, and then he came up this year and played short, and they realized, oh my God, he can't play short. So now we're going to try him at second base.
At the
Shame on you, organization.
Though. So FP, I'm not saying you're wrong. I just keep hearing we can't have both. We can't have multiple. It's like one or the other. So if we're going to come in here and act like they got better because Luciano's coming back at the expense of Soler, that's negligence.
Well, the balance sheet got
Grandy's
better.
right.
Yeah.
You didn't get better.
No, you didn't get worse because the balance sheet got better. And so on the field, if Luciano can come up and do what Soler has done, and
which is not impossible,
and it's not a guarantee, but it's not like Soler has carried you to an 11-game win streak. I mean, he's had some good at-bats and he's had some good power against Colorado mostly, but in general, you bring up Luciano, a guy who's been hot, and now you get a chance to see. I don't think that you got worse by trading Alex Cobb. What's the best outing that he's had this year?
I feel that.
I'll wait, and he hasn't had one.
So he threw 5 scoreless in Sacramento.
Yeah, I apologize, Evan. You're right. And shout out the minors. So the only thing that hurt you is your pitching depth. Now, if something were to happen to one of your 5 starters, now you're looking at Mason Black or Sean Jelly, or we're going back to openers or whatever. But I don't think that the Alex Cobb move hurt you at all for this year.
No, but I think you also have to think about, okay, if the goal is to still make the postseason, yes, I don't think they got any worse. I also am not sure they necessarily got better, though I'm excited to see the young players and if they have something. But the teams in front of you did get better. Like, the Braves got better. The Mets got better.
Cardinals.
The Padres got better. The Cardinals got better. The Diamondbacks got better. So if your goal is to truly make the postseason, yes, you may not have made your team worse, but compared to what everyone else did, you also have not made up any ground, which is currently 3.5 games or 4 games.
You feel like the ground you made up is what's coming with Robbie Ray and Blake Snell for the better part of what is remaining for the season, because you haven't had them. All the ground that you've lost, you've had 8 starts of Blake Snell, and you've had 1 from Robbie Ray. So for you, if you're the Giants, you're thinking the ground we're going to make up is by having these 2 guys pitch more, and Jordan Hicks in the bullpen, and the bullpen gets better, and Birdsong now you get the ball every 5th day. I think you're looking at that as the ground that you've quote-unquote made up based on the additions you've made here just by guys getting healthy.
Dude, I wondered if Soler had a glove and we were in Denver, and I looked on the bench before batting practice, and there was this floppy blue glove that looked like it was built in 1992, and it said Soler on the side.
Crazy.
And it was blue.
Braves blue?
I think it was Chicago Cubs blue, and that's where he played in 2014, 15, and 16.
Royals blue.
Yeah, maybe, It might have been Royals blue. But I always wondered if he even had a glove, but they was sitting on the bench. Like
he's gonna need one now.
If you're the DH and it's time to shag, does he go out there and shag?
No.
You just kind of go chill and you go underneath. Yeah.
Wow.
But even as a DH, you don't go shag.
It was a neglected, abused glove.
Oh man,
it was just sitting there.
Hate to see it.
I don't even think the Giants would take it on their glove drive.
Wow.
It was like, okay,
the junior Giants said no, thank you.
Yeah, he did have a glove, but
that's amazing.
It wasn't oiled. It wasn't used. It wasn't shiny and new. It was just like, I don't know, the one you put under your mattress.
Which glove is broken in more, Marcelo Zuna's or Jorge Soler's?
Yeah, I don't know. But to your answer, like Luciano, to your question, an answer to your question more accurately, Luciano, you can't play them both because his glove is so questionable that he doesn't have a position. So now you have a kid come up and just hit.
Yeah.
Establish yourself as an offensive player, and in the offseason, we'll send you somewhere to play winter ball, and you can keep learning. I always think the ceiling's higher on defense. Like if you apply yourself and work your ass off on defense, like Wade Boggs made 50 errors a year in the minor leagues. He won a Gold Glove in the big leagues. Like, so it's something that the ceiling's only so high offensively. You can only deal with what God gave you and your work ethic, and you just kind of top out. But defensively, if you have a mindset and an attitude that you want to improve, you can. You can.
Do you think they felt that Luciano didn't have a spot in the outfield or somewhere on the field, maybe shortstop this offseason when they signed Soler? Because you signed Soler to a 3-year deal. You lock him in as your DH. And if you feel at that point that Luciano's questionable at best as your shortstop, you're kind of locking him out of the lineup too as long as Soler's still there.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't sign Ahmed until later, right? So they probably thought going into spring training that he could be the shortstop.
Man.
Yeah, probably. So, I mean, then they would have felt that the last offseason when they signed Soler, they were confident that Luciano was good enough to play shortstop. And they were obviously the Giants' decision makers, right?
Farhan.
I know that anybody that's played baseball for 10 minutes could look at him in spring training and say he's not ready defensively.
So it seems like the plan this offseason was wrong. It's just a mistake.
Wow.
Misevaluation.
If you felt like Luciano's bat was ready.
Sensation,
Yeah.
It's a buck.
Yeah.
Because if you felt like his bat was ready, but after watching him take ground balls for 10 minutes in spring training, you could tell that his glove wasn't ready.
There was a sense that maybe, I don't know, that the front office wanted to show that he was ready and that he wasn't defensively.
Also appears, according to Mark Feinstein, that Vladito is off the board.
Yeah.
So the Blue Jays, some thought they might reverse course and trade their controllable players. Sources saying Toronto has no plans of moving Vladimir Guerrero Jr. or any other big-name players, which include Bo Bichette.
And you guys were mentioning earlier, and I was listening to you both, and it was great, just about the big names, and the Giants probably not going to be out there able to land a big name. And I don't know if anybody's going to land a big name. And I blame the Major League Baseball playoff format, because you got 22 teams that feel like they're still in it.
Oh,
so
yeah, wow.
Even if you're Toronto, and yeah, you're 7 games below 500, and you're probably not in the mix. I mean, you can rightly think that you're close enough to maybe make a run, and you're not so bad like Chicago or Oakland that you're going to look to fire sale your pieces. Tampa, even though Tampa's a lot closer than Toronto is, they're still making more sales than Toronto.
Yeah, the Tampa one's interesting because they're 3.5 back, and they
over
got rid of
500, and they sold
guys.
everyone.
Yes, they did. Whereas there are teams that are, like, I think it's interesting just philosophically, like how aggressive, say, the San Diego Padres are. Like, they seem okay with giving up prospects left and right because they seem to keep churning out different ones, but they just gave up their number 5 prospect and a package for a closer. So, the Houston Astros gave up their number 2 and number 5 prospects for Kikuchi, who's a decent starting pitcher, but he's not,
He's got a
Blake
5,
Snell.
dude. He's got a 5.
Yeah, he's been getting lit up this year.
And that's not, I don't think that's a good move. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, we'll find out. I guess, but it depends to your point yesterday, FP. Like, if you really do know your guys, your own people, then maybe they're okay with giving up on some of the higher upside. I think the prospects they gave up, one of them was like 19. So I don't know. I mean, the guy that the Giants got back from the Guardians is 19 years old and apparently is a flamethrower. I don't know. But I just think it comes down to what you believe in. And a team like the Padres, whether they have a chance to challenge for a postseason berth or not, like, they're always, if they're close, going to go in. They did it a couple of years ago with Soto. The Cardinals even, like, the Pirates didn't buy a big boy, but there are teams that are in and around the Giants that are making moves. Meanwhile, a team like Cincinnati, right behind the Giants, chose to sell a starting pitcher. So I think it also just comes down to what you believe in, and Farhan has shown that his method is value-based.
Right, and he likes to make the micro deal, like, Mike Baumann, who he just acquired recently. He's been traded now for cash consideration, so it was basically 2 or 3 weeks of Baumann, and he came in, and I think he pitched once, maybe twice, and that's it. Thanks for your time here.
What was the verbiage real quick, Evan, of the Farhan deals? We talked about it and laughed at it. There was a phrase,
value-based approach.
Yeah, that's baseball EBT. What's that mean? Cheap? Come on, man.
Totally.
What is it? Come on.
EBT.
Dude, man, I hate to hear the Dodgers ain't doing that.
No, that's Farhan going to a garage sale and seeing a bicycle and, spending $7 on it, and you go home and you pump up the tires and you give it a quick wash, and then you put it on your own garage sale for $9.
Exactly,
and you settle for $8.
And in the process,
flipping bicycles.
Where's that got you, Grandy? Where's that got you?
In the process of washing that bike and reselling it, you send your promising young pitcher Hayden Birdsong down to the minors so he doesn't get to watch a series in LA against the Dodgers.
He was coming back.
Last thing, my mentions blew up last night. Stoney and I had a bet that Soler was going to get 30 homers.
Night.
I was in trouble, but is that bet off now?
No, as a matter of fact, he's playing Atlanta.
The odds probably went up.
He might get there in that launching pad. He might.
Yeah, and my partner made a bold prediction before he went to Hawaii that Snell and Conforto would both be traded. So he's down to the final 48 minutes.
Not looking good for old Willie.
Yeah, it's not looking good for our guy Mark Willie.
The bluffs are off right now, right?
The bluffs are off. Final 60 minutes. 48 minutes until the deadline.
Yeah,
no more
quick,
bluffing. There's no more bluffing.
Considering what starting pitching like Kikuchi, what they got back for Kikuchi, if the Giants are looking at that as the baseline, Snell is 5 times better than that.
Oh, no doubt.
So if you are really looking to get past bluff season and you really do want to make a bold move and you want to trade Blake Snell, your return should be way bigger than it would have been maybe yesterday.
Jackson Holiday.
Orioles just traded for a left-handed starter earlier today. I mean, not as good as Snell.
I'd trade Blake Snell for James McCann straight up because that guy's a badass.
James McCann.
Did you see that, Goo?
James
McCann?
Yeah. He got hit in the face and played 9 innings.
Right in the face.
Nah, he's no Matheny.
In the face.
That thing, can kill you.
Matheny.
It can?
The hardest hit, do you remember have you got hit in the head before? Fastball off the dome.
I have.
Oh, man.
We talked about it yesterday. He got hit by a pitch 83 times.
Are you not listening to me?
You know you're my
we can
guy.
tell.
I was playing Winter Ball Mexico with like a plastic helmet with no padding, and some dude just the fastball right to the temple.
Man.
And I was toast.
Yeah, he missed the moneymaker. You're all good.
Oh, man, that was a mess. It sounded like a big M80 went off in my head.
Man, I bet.
He got hit by a pitch 83 times. We talked about it yesterday, including he set the record for most HBPs by a switch hitter in 1 year.
Do you realize? So everyone's throwing from the other side. Do you realize how much of a jerk I was? The guys still hit me, that I was hitting left-handed against a right-hander and right-handed against the left-hander.
Oh, that's gotta
like
be
this
the
guy's
worst.
a jerk.
Still getting dotted.
Kevin Brown told me a story once. He's like, you leaned into a pitch your first time and you came up your second time is when he was with the Dodgers and I was with the Expos. And he said, you want to get hit that bad? I said, all right, here we go. And he threw one right in my back the next time. So he decided to bat, he says, to my favorite target. And he put the bullseye.
Oh, man. K. Brown was a beast in his day.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, yes, he was. Yeah, well, we'll see if there's any
listening.
Kevin Browns left on the market in about 45 minutes. All coming up next. Again, Mark Randy, Epi Santangelo, Dan Dibley. Coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome in. It's trade deadline day. We're about 45 minutes away from the 3 o'clock trade deadline. We'll see what other moves, if any moves, the Giants makes. And, of course, any big news across Major League Baseball. We'll keep you updated here on 95.7 The Game. It's Willard and Dibbs. No Willard this week. FP Santangelo, Dan Dibley, Mark Randy with you as, again, we count down to the trade deadline. Now less than 45 minutes away. The Giants have been busy-ish over the last handful of hours. They make a trade, of course, last night. Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson back to the Atlanta Braves. They get back an injured relief pitcher and a very young minor leaguer. They make a trade earlier today. Alex Cobb out to the Cleveland Guardians. They get back a 19-year-old left-handed pitcher who's currently in high A, single A in that area. So basically nobody that's going to help the team win baseball games right now, but depends on who you talk to. Maybe the team got rid of a couple of players that aren't really that big of contributors for this team. Anyway, we can break all of that down, get into what's coming up here over the next 45 minutes as well. It's Willard and Dibbs, again alongside FP and Dibbs. I'm Mark Randy. 45 minutes, guys. Another move coming up for the Giants. What do we think?
I don't think so, but I mean, I will reserve the possibility that Snell could be moved. I don't know if Conforto could be on the go. Matt Chapman is somebody that everyone's talked about, but I look at what they've done so far, and it feels very much out of the Farhan playbook. And maybe the Johnsons, the owners of the Giants, came to him and said, look, this didn't work. We need to cut payroll for next year. We need to try to find our way to get closer to being below the CBT, the balance tax. And, you know, so you make that move with Soler, who had 2 more years in his deal. You get out from underneath Cobb, and you start to think about moves for next year. And really, for this year, I don't think it hurts you because Cobb was your 6th best pitcher if he ever would have made it back. And Soler has been good, but it's not like he's a mainstay in your offense. And you could bring up Luciano and maybe he can produce at the same level. So I look at these moves, and I think that they're more balance sheet than they are on the field.
You agree, FP?
I agree. I'm everything he said. Yes, what he said. The one thing I will say to keep our eyes on it is that if you do trade a Blake Snell, there'd be a lot of moving parts because you're going to get a lot of prospects for him. So that trade wouldn't just happen, in my mind, until the last minute. So stay tuned. I don't know anything.
Yeah.
I did a Giants fantasy camp today and had a blast with a bunch of really good people, and we were all talking about what's going to happen, and nobody knows. But usually, when big trades happen, there's so many physicals going back and forth, and so if there's say 4 or 5 prospects or 5 or 6, who knows, for Blake Snell, when you see the hauls that the Orioles got for Trevor, like there's just that would take a minute. The logistics of it would take a minute.
And generally, you could hear some trades that trickle out after the deadline officially comes to a close. So if we don't know anything by 3, give it maybe another 10 minutes until we know for sure that nothing is going to happen or something might happen. It might take a little bit.
Give it till 6 o'clock. Give it till right at 6 o'clock. Listen to the show for 4 hours. And then after that, you're on your own.
Maybe we'll hit breaking news for you at 5:55. You'll never know.
You just don't know.
You never know. But I think it's interesting you guys are in agreement that these moves are more motivated, and not necessarily in terms of maybe trying to build a winner for this season and try to give this team the best chance to win, but they're motivated by the balance sheet, by, saving a little bit of money here, and maybe with one more move you get beneath the CBT, and the CBT is basically baseball's salary cap. There's technically no salary cap. But there is a level of money, of salary, that if you're over that, there are some ramifications. You pay more for every amount above that certain level. You could lose draft picks in future years if you stay over it for a number of years. So it's basically baseball's salary cap. If that's the motivation here, these moves are to help your balance sheet a little bit, help the owners save a little bit of money, help their bottom line a little bit. That's a little bit frustrating for me as a Giants fan, because I either want them to put out a team that they think has the best chance to win, or not just take a half measure and kind of somewhat a little bit save a little bit of money on the balance sheet, as opposed to doing this, which is kind of right down the middle, and it's hard for me to figure out exactly what the motivation is.
But to me, this goes to the player. The Giants aren't cheap. They're not trying to save money. They signed Jorge Soler to this 3-year deal to hit home runs and drive-in runs. And if he's not doing that, and he doesn't feel comfortable hitting in the middle of the order, and he wants to be a leadoff hitter, and you pay this amount of money for him, then for me, you're not getting what the value of what you paid for.
I mean, he was pretty good the last month.
Why would I pay him to lead off? Like, if he doesn't want to drive in runs, and he's not good at driving in runs, which he wasn't for the entire time he was here. He was hitting better. He's getting on base. He hit some monster taters. Like that's more of we're not getting what we thought we're getting out of you. This isn't what we bought. This is buyer's remorse, in the sense that we signed you to be a middle of the order guy, to be an OPS guy, to drive in runs and to hit far home runs. And he really hasn't done that until the last 2 weeks, but he's doing it out of the leadoff spot. Like, Shohei bats first, but Shohei steals bases. Shohei can run. So, and he only lead off once. But I guess my point is, like, this is more on the player for underperforming and not living up to what they envisioned this contract to be. And if you got a guy that you signed to be a middle of the order guy, and he doesn't feel comfortable hitting the middle of the order, and he wasn't very good hitting the middle of the order, then I'm not going to waste that money on a home run hitter that hits 220, that strikes out 200 times a year and leads off. That's not what they signed him for. So I have zero problem with this move by the Giants. In my mind, being a baseball guy my whole life, this isn't they're trying to cut salary. They're just not getting what they paid for. And if you have a chance to get out of a bad contract and you're not getting what you paid for in that contract, this is a smart move.
Especially when you look at trying to be outside of the CBT and the tax in future years, which, as you mentioned, Grandy, it is punitive when you want to make moves and you want to have draft picks, and they had to lose a couple draft picks this year. And if you're a repeat team in that tax, then you lose 4 picks instead of 2. So you're trying to rebuild this team, and you look at a player like Soler, who has not worked out as well as you thought, and he's got $32 million more over the next 2 years that you're going to have to pay. So you're able to make a deal and package Luke Jackson away, and something that you were passionate about. You wanted him off the team a month ago, and he's a guy who made a lot of money, and he's got a guaranteed deal. So now you get outside of some guaranteed money, and you free up a spot for Marco Luciano to come up and be able to do what he does best, which is not field, it's hit. So if Luciano can come up, and now you've got a real core of young guys with Fitzgerald and Wisely and Matos and Ramos and Luciano, that's going to be 5 of your 9 hitters most nights, and that might be good enough. And if it's not good enough, well, at least they're getting experience, and you're getting ready for next year. It's not a full-on punt for this year because you trade Alex Cobb, and he's not even in your rotation, and nor would he maybe have been ever. I mean, you would have had to send Birdsong down, and instead you have Cobb in, a 36-year-old Alex Cobb, but instead you got Birdsong, and you get to look at 2 young pitchers, and you saw Jordan Hicks already, and he looked good as a starter, and you think maybe if he stretches out next year, he could be a starter for more than just half the year. I think there are positives for this year and for next year that make it so, as a Giants fan, I look at these moves, and I don't think that this is a full-on punt.
Over the last 25 games, last month essentially for Jorge Soler, since June 27th, hitting .289, on base of .389, 11 doubles, 3 home runs, 12 RBIs. I know the RBIs, the runs batted in numbers aren't great, and that's to your point. You paid him to be a middle-of-the-order guy, hit a lot of home runs, drive in a lot of runs, not be a leadoff hitter. But let's not pretend like he hasn't been good for the last month either. He's been pretty good. I mean, it's best stretch of the year by a mile, and I know it's still, overall, you look at the season stats, not great, but for what he's done over the last month, and while it hasn't necessarily translated to consistent wins and losses, maybe until the last 4 games when you happen to sweep the Colorado Rockies, I think you could still look at that. In my opinion, I don't know how you could say the team got better by losing Jorge Soler. I know that it's good to create the opportunity for Marco Luciano, and he was up here for a couple of weeks earlier, and while we love to focus on the issues that he had fielding the ball, and he had a couple of nice moments with the bat. Let's not pretend that he's a proven commodity in terms of a bat at this level either. I have a hard time believing that this move makes you better, and if your motivation was to get better, then there was a lot of other things that you could have done to actually bring someone in instead of just selling someone else away to make room for a young guy who's unproven for you.
Well, and what does get better mean? I mean, does get better mean between now and the end of September get better, or does get better mean get your franchise in a situation to be better now and also be better next year? And so I think that by getting off of Soler's money, and you get rid of Alex Cobb, and you get rid of Luke Jackson, I do think it puts you in a position to where maybe next year you have a chance to be better. And right now, if you bring up Luciano or you have other hitters step in and be the DH, it doesn't necessarily make you that much worse. Yeah, Soler had 1 good month, and previous to that, he was pretty shaky. He's a strikeout machine, and he's a guy who's your leadoff hitter, and you would rather not have him be your leadoff hitter. So I think the fit is a little bit awkward for Soler. So now you get a real chance to put in a leadoff hitter, and you get a DH who maybe it's Luciano, maybe it's going to be somebody else, and you have a chance to still get that same productivity.
Maybe. I don't know.
We'll know if they got better. If they got better, we don't know that
right
yet. We don't know. We're all speculating. They could have gotten worse today. Soler, if Soler would have hit third and driven in like 65 runs to this point and had 20 homers, you're not trading him. He traded himself by not feeling comfortable in the middle of the lineup and being a leadoff hitter and not being what you wanted him to be. So if you got a guy that you have for 3 years that doesn't want to do what you signed him to do and doesn't feel comfortable with that, I wouldn't keep him around. Do they get better with Luciano as a DH? If that indeed is the case, I don't know. I don't know what he's. I don't know.
We'll find out.
I don't know how. I don't know if Luciano's ready for even offense up here. I don't know if he can run the bases. I don't know. Maybe he is. Maybe it's 500, and he's the talk of the next 2 months. And they catch lightning in a bottle. This kid is. He's not going to be a DH for life. He's too young to be a DH for life. So maybe he just gets his feet wet at the major league level, gets 200 at bats under his belt for the next 2 months. But I don't know. They got worse today. I don't know if they got better today. Only time will tell that.
Soler with 3 home runs over the past 26 games or 23 games. So it's not like he's been driving the ball out of the park. And I know you mentioned He's batting .292, which is good.
He's a leadoff hitter. He's not a leadoff hitter.
But he's not a leadoff
hitter. It takes
hitter.
7 hits to score him once he gets to first.
Right, but if you're the leadoff hitter and you're a power hitter, then hit home runs because that's what you were brought in to do. He had 3 home runs the past month. That's not great.
He's probably going to hit 3 in his first game as a Brave. Just watch.
He will.
That's what he does.
He will.
That's what he does. All right, we got to hit a break. We'll get into this more. We got a little more than 30 minutes until the official trade deadline. We'll take you up to that. We'll take you through it. We're on until 6, as always, here on 95.7 The Game. What's the motivation for the Giants and their moves thus far? Maybe there's another move coming, but for me, I'm having a hard time figuring out exactly what the motivation was. Was it to help this team? Was it to save some money? Was it to look to the future? I don't know. We can dive into it. You can let us know. 888-957-9570. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And while you're there, make sure to check out the Morning Roast and how they reacted to the Giants shipping off Jorge Soler. More Willard and Dibs coming up next with Dibs, FP, and Grandy on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. About 28 minutes until the MLB trade deadline. The Giants have made a couple of moves. Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson gone to the Atlanta Braves. You get back an injured reliever who's just had Tommy John last year. Might not ever pitch for the Giants. You'll find out there. It was more so just a salary dump. You got Atlanta to take the full contract of both Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson. You then later on make a trade to send Alex Cobb to the Cleveland Guardians. You get off that money. That is an expiring deal. Maybe the last couple of months of Alex Cobb's big league career. You hope that he closes things out well. You're right, FB. He's been a good Giant, and I think most Giants fans certainly rooting for Alex Cobb. You get back a young 19-year-old left-handed pitcher who's in high A, I think, at this stage. Don't expect him to be in the majors for a number of years. But as you guys are talking about, maybe those are both from positions of strengths for the San Francisco Giants. If you're trying to sell off these moves as good moves, and I think you guys both believe they are, you're clearing up spots for guys that you think are ready to fill those spots. One of the things we talked about yesterday, and it's Willard and Dibbs with FP, Dibbs, and Grandy here in for Mark Willard. You had 6 starting pitchers as of yesterday. Now you trade one of those away, a guy who hasn't even pitched for you yet, and you give Hayden Birdsong, young Hayden Birdsong, a nice vote of confidence, and now you know most likely that he's going to have a starting job for the rest of the season. That in and of itself, even if things go poorly and you miss the postseason, nice little bit of confidence for the young guy, and maybe you look ahead to 2025 with him, and he's better for it. You never know.
He should be, and I don't look at these moves as go-for-it moves, but I also don't look at them as give-up moves. They're like FP was saying yesterday, and I really took it to heart, and I thought a lot about not using the B word or the S word, not that B word and not that S word.
We're not together.
I love that B word and I love that S word, second only to the F word among my words, but buy and sell, because this was not a buy, and I don't think that this was a sell either. I think that this was
what it is.
Right, it's a reshuffle. You know what it is? It's the other S word, save. They're saving money, and that's not sexy. Another S word, a lot of 4-letter S words coming out in this segment, but it's not sexy to save money, but I do think this is what they did. You look at a rotation with 6 pitchers, and you think, how do we get a 5-man rotation? Well, you trade one. And would you like to trade Blake Snell? Maybe, and they still might. 25 minutes to go. They might have something on the table where they get a couple of major leaguers and a couple of prospects, and who knows, because Blake Snell right now would be the hottest name that could possibly be dealt in the next 25 minutes, but I look at this move, and it doesn't feel to me like they're waving the white flag on the year. Obviously, they didn't make any big additions, but this one feels to me like a little bit of a reshuffle. You're going to save money. You're going to let a couple of young players have a bigger role down the stretch, and who knows? It either works or it doesn't work, and if it doesn't work, I do think that Farhan can go to his bosses and say, well, we kind of fixed things up a little bit with the books. Please don't fire me.
I probably shouldn't share this on the air, but I'm going to.
You won't.
Anyways. And it's a story about Luke Jackson. And so when you're on the charter.
Now that he's gone, you can just bury the guy.
No, this is a good story.
Okay.
I was in the elevator. I was in the elevator with him the other day in Denver, and he said, you know, we better get our stuff together here in the next couple games, or else it's going to get weird around the trade deadline. And I said, on the elevator, just him and I, well, you might find yourself in a better situation. You never know. And he laughed. He goes, you're right. You never know. And here he is, back in a familiar place that he won a World Series.
And was really good on that World Series.
He was really good on that team, and he was really good the last couple of weeks for the Giants too. But even things that I heard in the clubhouse and on the charter, which I shouldn't be lifting the curtain back this far, but if it paints somebody in a good light, I think it's okay. That he was all about camaraderie. And I would hear him say things at times like, I don't care about X, Y, and Z. I just want us to get close as a team. I'd be like, oh, that's a veteran move. Or like, I don't care about who owes me what in this card game. I'm here for the team bonding and the team building. And like, so that's what you get from a veteran player that has resume. Well, we just see, you know, maybe he gave it up 3 nights in a row and boy, he's really struggling and that guy sucks. If behind the scenes he's mentoring younger pitchers and he has a World Series ring and he's played October baseball, there's value to that, even though he's not getting the job done. And he's been around so long that he's not dumb. He knows what's going on. He's smart. He's been in baseball a long time. So when we sit here and we say Soler and he got traded, like with our fantasy football mentality, there's more to it than that. Like I don't know what kind of guy Jorge Soler was as a teammate. I didn't hear these things from him because obviously English is his second language. He seemed to be well-liked and well-loved in that clubhouse, but I don't know the dynamic behind the scenes where if I'm Farhan and I go to Bob Melvin, like what kind of guy is this? Is he a winning guy? Is he laughing 5 minutes after we lose? Is he a happy hit guy, meaning I got 3 hits today and we lost 7-2 and I'm happy? Like there's a lot more that goes into a trade, what determines the value of a player. Like you can't hit 190 and be a great teammate. I'd still be playing if that was the case. But you do have to bring value in other places that we'll never see. You do have to do things behind the scenes that makes your team a better team. It's not always the obvious. As fans, we just see the obvious. We see 2 for 4. We see 222 with 13 home runs and 12 RB, whatever it is. We see the numbers. But when we're talking about trade deadline, it's scout your own players. Scouting your own players and knowing your own players better than anybody knows your own player is more valuable to me than who you're getting in return. So they obviously knew who Luke Jackson was. They got him injured. He worked his way back from Tommy John to become the pitcher I think he once was the last couple of days. He's going to add value in a familiar situation with a familiar manager and a familiar pitching coach. Jorge Soler won a World Series in Atlanta.
World Series MVP.
A lot of his frustrating outs at Oracle Park are going to be 26 rows back in Atlanta. And so in that regard that he's locked it in, there's value to the Braves. Like they know they got themselves a DH. They're riddled with injuries. They need their team is built on home runs. That's how they win, pitching and home runs. So they got both. They got pitching and they got home runs. So I guess my long-winded take here is that there's so much more that goes. We talked about it for 4 hours yesterday. There's so much more that goes into a trade than just like, oh, he hit 220. His ERA is 5.4. Like, what kind of people are these people? Do they add value to your clubhouse? Are they good teammates? Are they winning baseball players? Sometimes a winning baseball player is having a bad year, but that doesn't make him a cancer in the clubhouse. If he's a winning player and that's in his DNA and that's in his makeup, there's value to that. Not that you can go out there and have a 7 ERA and be a great guy on the plane and in the clubhouse. But, you know, if you're struggling, how are you handling the struggles? Are you walking around making it all about yourself? Are you woe is me, pity pot, everybody come over and show me love and show me attention? Or are you just going around being the same guy every single day with a positive attitude and helping your teammates and helping this guy and helping that guy? And you would never know that this guy's hitting 190, or you would never know that this guy's ERA is 6.5. So there's so many different things. It's not just about numbers. It's not just about fantasy football mentality. There's other ways you can be a winning player on a ball club, even if you're having a tough year. And I think Luke Jackson was that guy. I know he didn't. He frustrated all of us. What are we doing?
Especially this guy, the guy to your right.
Well, I get Grandy's frustration because I was right there doing the games going, why are we bringing him in right now? Like, oh my God, this guy's like an arsonist at this point. But then, you know, then you see the behind the scenes thing and you remember the resume and you remember the quality person that he is. Not that it's a popularity contest by any means. The bottom line is you go out and got to produce at the highest level. But if you're having good outing, bad outing, good outing, bad outing, bad outing, bad outing, and you're still the same guy in the clubhouse and you're still helping young players and you're still about team and you're about we and not me, to me, that's a championship mentality. And he has a ring to prove that.
And that's a great quality. And that's something that, you know, we oftentimes can't quantify as fans. And, you know, Mark and I on our show thread, every time Luke Jackson comes in and gives up 2 or 3 runs in a third of an inning or 2/3. And
I know
Grandy's blowing him up. And I'm like, yeah, Grandy, you know, go off on him. And as fans, you don't know all those little things. And I'm glad you told that story about the elevator because, you know, sometimes a change of scenery can really help a pitcher, can help a player. And you just never know until it actually happens. But I look at that trade, Soler and Jackson for a guy coming off Tommy John and a single A player. And it felt to me like it was almost exclusively about the money. Atlanta was willing to take on the money. The Giants didn't have to pay another cent to these guys. And whatever they got back, it might be something we won't know for a while. I mean, Tyler Matzek is a guy coming off of Tommy John, and you got a single A player as well. So maybe down the road, this will be a trade that you look at and think that it's more than about money. But for right now, this one felt exclusively about the money.
Yeah, but for the Braves, they didn't have to do any background checks.
Right, because they know these guys.
They know these guys. They wouldn't ask Soler to be back if he wasn't a good teammate. They wouldn't have. If he was a cancer or somebody like, oh my God, I don't care if he hits home runs, dude. He's going to disrupt everything we got going here that's good. This was a no-brainer for them. These were two champions that they brought back into a championship clubhouse and a championship atmosphere. And I'm sure they feel like, even though with the Albies injury and the Acuna injury and the Fried injury,
Strider,
that they can still, they feel like they can still, if they get into October, they have the recipe, the coaching staff, and the makeup and the mentality to win another one.
I think everything that you're laying out is entirely fair. And obviously you have the perspective of being a former player and being in clubhouses and talking to other players and knowing, things that organizations do that makes players respect them. And I think a lot of players keep in mind and realize what the Giants have done here, which is trade away 3 veterans to quality places. Like all 3 of those guys are going to better places than they currently were at. Alex Cobb now has a chance to win a division. He's going to win a division with the Cleveland Guardians, has a chance to maybe win a World Series with the Guardians, and Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson have a chance to compete for a postseason spot. They're very likely going to make the postseason. Maybe they won't win their division, probably not. The Phillies are dominating. But they have a chance to claim a wild card spot and go deeper into the playoffs, and that's all great. And Luke Jackson, by all accounts, a great teammate and a really good person, and don't have a negative word to say about Jorge Soler, but don't know exactly what he was like behind the scenes. Maybe his desire to hit leadoff and not be an RBI guy as he was paid was enough to frustrate the Giants and say, well, you're not worth our $14 million a year. But FP, I think it's kind of simple. I mean, at a certain point, you're a Giants team who doesn't really have the ability to hang around and just employ good teammates and good professionals. You got to employ good baseball players.
Agreed.
And this team has been mediocre for so long that you don't have the ability to just be like, well, at least he's a good guy. You got to go out and you got to put the best team as you possibly can on the field. And I guess maybe where we differ is I feel like the best team on the field, although his struggles early in the season, for me, still might include Jorge Soler, but now you don't have that opportunity.
Yeah, I'll disagree in the sense that Jorge Soler is not a leadoff hitter. And if that's where he felt comfortable and that's where he wanted to hit, and you put him third and he's not comfortable there, or fourth and he's not comfortable there, then he has no value to my team. He's just not a leadoff hitter. Like he clogs up the bases. He's not fast. He's not slow either, but he's not fast. So where's the value in having a 40 home run guy that can't run and strikes out more than anybody on the team leading the game off?
I mean, you don't really have another leadoff hitter anyway. When asked about it earlier in the season, Bob Melvin was asked, why is Jorge Soler leading off? And he said, well, someone's got to.
Yeah, because you lost your leadoff hitter to a season-ending injury.
That's unfortunate. But like you're talking, and you guys were talking during the crossover about Tyler Fitzgerald hitting leadoff, and while he's probably a little bit more of a prototypical leadoff guy, generally speaking, and FP, you could speak to this, hitting leadoff for a young guy is a really difficult thing to do. It's hard. It's not easy.
And Soler with his best numbers across all positions in the order, he was 866 OPS as a leadoff hitter. And his batting average is 279, which was second highest to when he batted fifth. So it seemed like he was more productive. I know what you're saying about clogging the bases and not a real speed guy, but this team doesn't do speed anyway. So I can kind of defend it to the extent that Soler, when he was leading off, was the best hitter that he had been in any other spot in the lineup. And you didn't have another leadoff hitter,
But I don't think Giants fans ever wrap their arms around Jorge Soler.
Agreed. And it's because most of his home runs were solo home runs in largely meaningless spots. I don't remember a lot of big home runs like, Soler with 2 runners aboard to take a 4-2 game and make it 5-4. A lot of his home runs were afterthought home runs.
You were down by 10 or up by 10 already when he hit his home runs.
That's why I don't think they got worse by getting rid of him. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. I'm just looking at this from a baseball standpoint. And if I have to evaluate, he had some of the most head-scratching at-bats this year I ever saw. Like in big situations, 3-pitch Cias on sliders that were like the one they threw Javi Baez yesterday, where they set up in the first base dugout and he swung at it. And I'm like you just swung and missed at a slider that was in the left-handed batter's box. Guess what you're getting? And then you swing at the second one wildly. Guess what you're getting? And there was no adjustments made. And so there was a lot of times with runners in scoring position in big situations where his mind just turned off, it seemed, I don't know, and he was just swinging. So if you signed a guy to drive in runs and to be a middle of the order guy and to be a presence in the middle of the order, and he wants to lead off, or I was told, and I don't even know if this is true, that he felt more comfortable leading off. That's not why I signed him. So if I can get out from a 3-year deal on a guy that just is going to be my leadoff hitter, for what happens when Jung-Hoo Lee comes back next year? And hey, bro, you got to hit third. You got to hit fourth. Well, I don't feel comfortable there. And I'm going to swing at 3 sliders in the dirt with the bases loaded every time.
He was terrible hitting fourth this year.
Give me the numbers. I mean, I'm just
539 OPS in 11 games, 45 at bats, hitting fourth, and he had no home runs. He was 9 for 40 hitting cleanup.
I'm not crushing the guy,
I'm just saying
the numbers, I can understand
you know.
why they did this move. This makes sense to me.
I mean, where has he hit the majority of his career? It's probably been in the middle part of the order, right? He hasn't had an issue with it before. Why does he have an issue with it now, potentially?
I don't know.
This year he led off more than any other spot, and second on his list was hitting sixth. And he did pretty well batting sixth with a 772 OPS and the most home runs with 4.
And when they first put him up there, he did jumpstart the offense, or his presence right out of the gate. If I'm a starting pitcher and I got a guy that can hit the ball 700 feet, I got to have my A stuff. And maybe you get like red line pitches out of a starting pitcher in the first inning with his first 6 or 7 pitches, or 3 in some cases. I just, maybe I'm too old school, but I want my leadoff guy to see pitches. I want him to be a presence on the base pass. I want the pitcher to think about him on first, and maybe not so much the hitter, and had divided attention and hang a 2-2 slider to my second place or third place hitter.
Yeah, second is where he's batted the most in his career. He's had 963 plate appearances, batting second, 52 home runs, batting second, and then fourth, and then fifth in the order. Leadoff is something that's kind of been new for him, which makes it even a little bit more curious. Like all of a sudden now you want to be more comfortable batting leadoff, and maybe it's because the team didn't have a leadoff hitter. And I also do think that it might be a little bit of a marching order from upstairs, because I think about Bob Melvin, and I don't know Bob super well, but I've had a chance to talk to him over the course of 15 years since he's been with the A's and in and out. And I don't look at Bob Melvin and have him think, yeah, Jorge Soler, you're the guy who I want leading off.
So, it doesn't seem like a normal Bob Melvin decision.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So whatever, that's done. The trade deadline is now 10 minutes away. And all of us refreshing Twitter with every sentence. I talk, you guys refresh. You talk, I refresh.
A little bit of news.
It's kind of how this is going.
A couple of trades. Brian De La Cruz, outfielder from the Marlins, big power hitter, goes to the Pittsburgh Pirates. So the Pirates add a power hitting outfielder. That's Brian De La Cruz from Miami to Pittsburgh. And then another big one is, let's see here, the Baltimore Orioles are finalizing a deal to acquire outfielder Eloy Jimenez from the Chicago White Sox.
Yeah.
That's a big name. The bigger Chicago White Sox potential trade piece outfielder is Luis Robert, but Eloy Jimenez does get traded to the Baltimore Orioles. The Orioles have been busy. Of course, they're locked in a battle.
Acquiring left-hander Tanner Banks from the White Sox. So that's now happening.
The White Sox are just selling
I got
absolutely
little news right here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Grandy for Marty Lurie. Straight up. That's just on Twitter right now. Can you imagine if
I'm going to need a board op to be named later?
And a board op to be named later?
I like Marty. I like the host. I like the show. But, I mean, Grandy's
That's a
hot
lopsided
prospect.
trade. That's a lopsided trade.
I don't know.
It's a win-now move for one side and not for the other
It's
side.
a futures play for the other side. I like it, FP. I always joked with our boss, Matt Nahigian, like we should do something like this as a company where, whatever, our station in Pittsburgh can send an afternoon host and we'll send them a morning host, and just for like a week or
Send
whatever.
Guru
just
for a week
bit.
to Pittsburgh.
No doubt.
I got
thought
that idea from my son. He just tweeted, and it's pretty clever, that imagine if you found out you got traded to another company on Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
Like you're just scrolling through Twitter and like, oh, I'm working for Salesforce now. I got traded to Salesforce.
Totally.
Can you imagine?
That would be wild. Yeah. I mean, exactly. Just thinking about the salary going with you and, new management and all the rest of it.
And most of these guys do find out real time on Twitter before their agents call them, before they get called into the manager's office. They'll just be like, oh, hey, guess what? I got traded. And did you see the bullpen in Chicago, the White Sox? One of their relievers got traded. And they were
yesterday, right?
Brebbia. They were in a circle and they were passing around like a a big monster. I think it was a beer. It could have been an energy drink, but they were all in a circle passing it around, and they were pouring one out for their buddy who
was gone. Just got down.
And for like the 10 other White Sox who have been traded
during the game. Maybe they're celebrating the fact that he got out of Chicago.
All right, we got about 7.5 minutes until the trade deadline. We got a break coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Then we'll come back, and if there's any news during the time we are at break, we'll let you know. The Giants have made a couple of moves. Yesterday, they traded Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson to the Atlanta Braves. You get back the Braves' number 17th overall prospect. He's currently in high A, 21 years old. Don't expect him to have an impact on the Giants' big league squad for a number of years if he does ever. Tyler Matzik, a left-handed relief pitcher. He's currently on the IL with throwing elbow inflammation. It's kind of a red flag because he had Tommy John just last year. He's 33 years old. We don't know if he's ever going to pitch for the Giants. It's essentially a salary dump. The Giants save a lot of money as the Braves take on all of the Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson contracts, which weren't cheap by any stretch of the imagination. The Giants, earlier today, they trade Alex Cobb to the Cleveland Guardians for a 19-year-old left-handed pitcher who's also currently in around single A. And they also traded Mike Baumann, who they just recently acquired. They trade him away to the Angels for cash considerations. At this point, I think we can sum up the Giants' moves as generally being financially motivated. Maybe you think the Giants are a little bit better. Maybe you think they didn't really get any worse. Maybe you think they're a little bit worse. However you label it, I'm not so sure the Giants are that different of a baseball team from yesterday to now, but it's also a little bit frustrating, Dibs, because you're in a spot where maybe you believe that this is a Giants team that can actually put a run together, and you could have supplemented that by going out and getting someone else. You traded pieces away, and I know you guys both feel like it's not the end of the world. You're not like you're going to be a whole lot worse as a result, but you're also relatively clearly not a whole lot better, in my opinion.
I don't think that you could have added anything that would make you a whole lot better without costing a lot in what you're trying to do for maybe this year and also next year. And I think that job one was to try to get below the competitive balance tax as close as you could.
And you're not there yet.
No, but you're closer. You're much closer. And if you look at the offseason and Snell and Ray, one or both, if they opt out, then you're going to be below the CBT for sure at that point.
But you'll be over this year and you lose, I think it's your second and your fifth most earliest picks in next year's draft,
right?
If you're over.
Well, that's the cost of what you did back in March and April where you decided to go for it. So you decided to go for it, and so far it hasn't worked out. But I think the moves that you've made today and the deadline now coming up here in 5 minutes and trades are still starting to trickle in. Maybe they will make a big deal, but even if they don't, I feel like you haven't sacrificed your chance between now and September of still being a wild card team. The wild card is fairly wide open. You have the best rotation in the National League, and you lost Soler and you added Luciano. If that's going to be the way that move goes, for me, even if you got worse, you only got a little tiny bit worse.
We do have some major breaking news, not related to the Giants, but one of the best pitchers on the market has been traded. Let's hit the breaking news. If we got it. No, we don't. That's all right. That's all right.
Breaking news.
There we go.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
I was closest, by the way. On that.
You were.
My sound effects were money.
Good job, FP. One of the biggest pitchers on the market has been traded to the Los Angeles Dodgers as they acquired Jack Flaherty. Jack Flaherty, previously of the Detroit Tigers. He is now a Los Angeles Dodger. Might be one of the biggest pitchers that does get moved. Of course, Blake Snell, I think most would agree, better than Jack Flaherty. But the Dodgers make another move. They acquire Jack Flaherty, and their pitching staff suddenly gets a little bit better. Interesting move there for the Dodgers. They got one of the best pitchers on the market. We'll see if the Giants have a move to react to that. But I would not be crossing my fingers waiting for that.
Well, the move to react would not be trading Blake Snell. So, I mean, if you're going to try to react to that, the Dodgers getting a better pitching staff, even though you
trade away maybe your best pitcher?
Exactly. Even though you don't play the Dodgers again. But
what if you trade with the Dodgers for Jack Flaherty?
Yeah, there you
Blake
go.
Snell to the Dodgers for Jack Flaherty and like 74 prospects that the Dodgers have.
Perfect.
I love your creativity, FP. All right, we got to hit a break. We got 3 minutes left until the MLB trade deadline. Some trades could still come through a few minutes after the trade deadline. So we'll come back. We'll break down any news that we missed during the next 5 minutes, and we will put a bow on the Giants' moves for this season. All that is coming up on the other side. It's Willard and Dibs, FP and Mark Randy, alongside Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. More Willard and Dibs next on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Willard today here on 95.7 The Game. He's out for this week. It's Dan Dibley, FP Santangelo, Mark Randy with you here on Willard and Dibs all the way until 6 o'clock as we officially are past the MLB trade deadline. There still might be a couple of moves that trickle in over the next handful of minutes, but the trade deadline has officially expired, and there's a lot of news and moves that have come down the wire over the last 10 minutes or so. The biggest one and the most important one to the San Francisco Giants does not have to do with the Giants. It has to do with the Los Angeles Dodgers, who have acquired Jack Flaherty from the Detroit Tigers. He's been very good with the Tigers so far this year, so they beef up their starting rotation, which they desperately needed. Doesn't necessarily impact the Giants all that much. The Giants are not going to catch the Dodgers, and the two don't play. But one that does affect the Giants a little bit more, guys, as we continue to get some deals that are trickling in over the next handful of minutes. The Dodgers have also required center fielder Kevin Kiermaier, arguably the best defensive center fielder in Major League Baseball, and a position that the Giants were reportedly interested in was upgrading their center field defense. They were thinking of trying to move Elliot Ramos to a corner outfield spot, maybe allow him to DH here and there as well to save up his body a little bit, because he's been playing nonstop since he got recalled and has been on this run. But Kevin Kiermaier goes to the Dodgers. Jack Flaherty goes to the Dodgers. A lot of other moves we can get to in a little bit, but those are the biggest ones at the moment, and the ones with the biggest impact on the Giants. Kevin Kiermaier, who I'm sure the Giants were at least interested in, guys, is now a Los Angeles Dodger.
They were definitely, and they wanted to shore up their center field defense, because I don't think Elliott's been playing great out there lately. He's misjudged a few balls and some drop balls. And then you get your leadoff hitter, too. I'm 100% they were in on that. That one kind of hurts for me.
It hurts, but he's having a terrible year. So, I mean, would it just be a guy who comes in for defense, or, I mean, something
How bad?
I mean, really bad. OPS of 546.
All right, never mind.
He's batting 195 with 4 home runs. He's 39 for 200 on the year.
That's not bad. Those are good numbers.
I mean,
they need somebody to go get the ball in center field. If you're basing this whole thing on the rotation that we've been talking about, then I don't think Elliott's bad out there, by the way. I just think he's had
a couple bad moments lately.
Couple hiccups lately.
He's not bad. He's just not a center fielder.
Might be getting tired.
He's a corner outfielder. And I do wonder about the future of center field, because it feels to me like you'd be looking at Jung-Hoo Lee, put him in there for years to come. But there's also the thought that, maybe you want to have some center field defense or an insurance policy just in case he's not able to be back at 100% off that bad shoulder injury.
But unless something comes down the wire here in the next handful of minutes, not going to be another move for the San Francisco Giants. They have made a couple of moves so far. They traded Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson to Atlanta, not really getting anyone back that's going to help the team right now, but maybe you clear up a spot for Marco Luciano to DH. You also make a trade. You send Alex Cobb to the Cleveland Guardians, and you don't get back again anyone who's going to help you anytime soon, but you have 5 other starting pitchers who you feel pretty confident in as the Giants move forward through this season. But I'm having a hard time putting a term on what this trade deadline has been for the San Francisco Giants. Maybe I view this in ways entirely different than you guys, but if I feel like my team has a chance to compete, and I think the Giants feel that way, I think you guys feel that way. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but considering their pitching staff, they got a pretty damn good pitching staff. And if this group of 5 stays healthy, you've got Blake Snell, you've got Logan Webb, you've got Robbie Ray, you've got Harrison, and you've got Hayden Birdsong. That's a pretty damn good group of 5. And if they stay healthy throughout the end of the season, you're probably going to be in a lot of baseball games, and maybe you win a decent amount of baseball games. But if you feel that way, if you feel like your team is good enough to maybe make that a run together, you feel like you got to go. I feel like you got to go out and try to help that group somehow. And FP, you were talking about yesterday, you need that jolt. The clubhouse needs that jolt. You get a guy in here and you feel like, all right, the front office, the GM, the ownership, they're on our side. They believe in us. They want us to go out and win and get the job done. They're helping us out. But what you do is you trade away 2 of the guys who are regulars in that clubhouse, in Jorge Soler and in Alex Cobb. Cobb. And Luke Jackson, of course, he's kind
Cobb's
of a throw-in
not a regular
there.
in the clubhouse. He hasn't been in the clubhouse.
He hasn't been there all year, dude.
He hasn't thrown one pitch. He's done nothing for them. And Luke Jackson is a guy that you have wanted gone for weeks now. So you really got rid of one guy.
You didn't bring anyone in. There's no new faces in here.
Marco Luciano is your new face. That's who you brought in. And you bring
He's going to be the jolt that's going to turn this offense around?
He might be. I mean, he's only had a very small sample, but the problem with Marco Luciano wasn't his bat. It was his glove. And now you don't have to even have him use a glove. He can use Jorge Soler's blue glove that FP was talking about in the handoff thingy. His blue glove from 12 years ago that he never uses. So you can have Marco Luciano just come up and be a hitter, and you can mix and match your DH as you see fit. And yeah, you lose Jorge Soler, who this year has a WAR, wins above replacement of 1.1, which is good. Marco Luciano's a 0.3. So your net loss in WAR is 0.8 in those two players. And I'd have to check Luke Jackson, but I would imagine his WAR is negative at least 0.5. So if you want to just talk about wins above replacement, your net gain versus your net loss, it's almost negligible, and you saved a ton of money. So I don't see this as, no, you didn't make a bold move to add, and you didn't do a bold move to sell. It was not a fire sale. It was just a couple of pieces that you felt were either extra or didn't fit, and you have a chance now to promote a younger guy, and you go with a 5-man rotation that you know. I don't think that your team got any worse from yesterday to today.
It is 3:09. We got breaking news.
The game. Breaking news.
The Giants have made a deal the buzzer. They snuck one in. Farhan hits the buzzer beater. The San Francisco Giants are acquiring Mark Canha from the Detroit Tigers. According to a source familiar with the deal, this comes courtesy of by Robert Murray on Twitter. The San Francisco Giants are acquiring Mark Canha from the Detroit Tigers. If you are a Bay Area native, you probably know him best from when he was in Oakland A. He's been a Met. He's a Tiger this year. He is on his way to the San Francisco Giants. You can put him in the outfield. You could DH him. Decent bat, Mark Canha. He is the newest San Francisco Giant, according to Robert Murray.
All right.
Mark Canha.
That's better than going with no replacement. So I don't know what the trade compensation will be. I would imagine that when you get Mark Canha, you're probably not sending one of your top 10 prospects. Maybe it's a top 20 prospect, or could be another smaller piece to it. I'm just seeing the report from, like you said, by Robert Murray on Twitter. I don't know who that reporter is. He is a guy from Fansided, so it comes from Fansided, and here it is now on MLB Network. Mark Canha, no known compensation going back the other way, but Mark Canha's a professional guy. He's a good outfielder, good defensive outfielder. Guy with a little bit of pop historically.
231 batting average this year, 7 home runs in 93 games. Never been a terribly great hitter for average. Let's see, his best season average-wise, he hit 273 in 2019 with the A's. Has hit double-digit home runs relatively often. That 2019 year was his best. He hit 26 bombs, drove in 58 runs that year while hitting 273. But he's not, it's nothing that makes you incredibly confident that this Giants offense is going to turn things around, but there are worse bats out there than Mark Canha. He's a solid baseball player.
Yeah, go Bears.
Yeah, Cal Berkeley alum.
Positive WAR. He's a 0.5 WAR to the good this year, and he will be a free agent at the end of this season.
This isn't something to get super excited about, but the last 15 games, he's hit 6 home runs. He's hit 271.
Yay!
Yeah.
Well played, Carter.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, but I think that
he's 35.
He's 35, and he is a guy who is in a contract year. So it's an expiring deal, and you have a guy who can come in and be a DH. He can play a little bit of outfield. I think that this is a perfect Farhan Zaidi kind of move. No deep investment in Canha. It's a guy who can come in and be a pinch hitter off the bench. He can DH. He can play the outfield. It's a natural fit, I think, for what they're trying to do. And it's also a little bit of Luciano insurance. So if Marco comes up and is the DH and tries his hand and it looks like he's a little bit overwhelmed, you've got Canha who can DH. And if Wilmer ever makes it back, FP, we talked about it yesterday, the poor guy's knee, he may not be able to come back. But I think that Canha just gives you more options with a right-handed bat.
So Giants go out and they acquire Marcana.
I don't know what to say.
They acquire Marcana. They trade away Jorge Soler. They trade away Luke Jackson. They trade away Alex Cobb. They get back Marcana. It's a bat that you can throw into, I don't know, maybe the 6th spot in the order when he does play. Marcana headed to the San Francisco Giants, confirmed by a number of different outlets. Now Jeff Passan has confirmed it, so it is legitimate. Marcana is the newest San Francisco Giant. He's really the only guy that they add to the trade deadline that is expected to be with the Major League club, maybe other than Tyler Matzik, a left-handed relief pitcher they got from the Braves, who is currently on the injured list with throwing elbow inflammation. You don't know if he's ever going to pitch. That's not the expectation, or that's not what the plan would be for the Giants in that move. The goal there was to get off of the money. The Braves take all that money. You do acquire Marcana. You got a couple of minor leaguers back for the trades you made earlier. So maybe it's a net minor positive in terms of minor league assets after you make this move, but this isn't one that's going to completely change the fortunes of this offense. The offense is still going to be led, guys, by, everyone else on this roster. The young guys, it's going to take Marco Luciano not looking overwhelmed, as you were talking about, Dibs. It's going to take Elliot Ramos continuing to perform at this level. Tyler Fitzgerald to continue playing well. He's not going to stay on an 8-home run in 10 games pace, but you're going to need something from him. Brett Wisely leading, playing at second base while Tyro Estrada's on the IL. Mike Yastrzemski and Michael Conforto are still here. You didn't trade away any of your outfielders. You throw another outfielder into the mix now with Marcana. It just feels to me like all the moves at this trade deadline, and maybe an outside chance there's another one that trickles in a little bit later. I would be shocked. This seems to be it for the Giants. I can't really find a rhyme or reason for a lot of these moves, and I was just hoping for a more solid decision one way or the other, and this just kind of feels like a lot of moves down the middle, and I don't know exactly what to make of it.
This one doesn't. This doesn't get me going.
Well, Canna also playing first base a lot this year.
Great.
So, it is great. So you don't have a right-hand hitting first baseman. This is a guy who can come in and play first. You don't have one of your big holes has been a first baseman who can bat right-handed because Wilmer Flores has been terrible.
Sell it.
Canna's played 31 games at first. He can play the outfield. He can DH. He'll play left. He'll play right. This is a utility piece that you can add.
Classic Farhan player is what it is.
It's a classic Farhan move. And so I'm not saying that Canna's the difference between getting over the hump or not, but you all want to cry about trading Soler, and he's been good of late, but by and large, he's not been spectacular. So you bring in Canna, who is Soler light, but the difference is he can actually play the field. So he can play first in the outfield. He can DH. He's a little bit more of a versatile player, and he's largely the same kind of player as Soler, not quite the same power. Batting average is about the same. I think that this is something that it's not a desperation move, but if you're looking for a major league player who fits what you need, he fits better than Jorge Soler, in my opinion, because he can actually play defense. There, I sold it. You buying it, FP?
No, I'm not buying it.
No one's buying it?
He played for Bob Melvin, so maybe that's the connection there. Dylan Carlson from Elk Grove went to the Rays, by the way. I'm sure there's some people
Shout
listening.
out Elk Grove.
Yes, Elk Grove High.
Sneaky big city, by the way.
Dylan Carlson.
Eric Armstead. Yeah.
It used to just be all horses and stuff.
Elk Grove's got like 160,000 people or something.
Really?
It's
just
sneaky big.
Less horses now.
Yeah, more people.
Less cows? Less horses?
Yeah, fewer, I think the same amount of cows.
Do they keep their mascot Thundering Herd, or was that offensive to like cows and they had to change it?
Seriously.
Maybe?
No, it's still the Thundering Herd.
I'm not sure. Dude, this doesn't move the needle. I mean, Mark Canna's a great player, but I just feel like we're the San Francisco Giants. Like, we're the Giants. This is a big franchise in a big market. Okay.
I'm surprised it took this move to make you feel that way. I was feeling this way.
I like the first two moves. I don't like Jorge Soler.
You got stuck on the horse.
Or just the whore part of it. I don't like him as a leadoff hitter. I want my big guys to go deep with runners on base. I didn't like him leading off, if I'm being honest. That just wasn't a fit for me. So I'm fine with that.
I think what's interesting is I get what you're saying entirely, and you got someone to take away the money, and that's great, and you save money here. You don't have to pay him $14 million next year and $14 million the following year, but it's also something that you're talking about, scouting your own personnel and knowing your own guys. And I know, a free agent signing is a little bit different because you don't know exactly what it's going to be like once you get the guy in your clubhouse and how he reacts to a win, how he reacts to a loss and all of that. But it's also like you 4 months into a 3-year, $42 million contract, you were so I don't know, not satisfied with how he played, how he was willing to play, where he was willing to hit in the order, that you wanted to get rid of him for essentially nothing. The only thing you cared about, just about, was having someone else take the money. 4 months into a 3-year contract. And it's great. If it was a mistake, it was a mistake.
So is he supposed to ride it out to the end? Or
let's just not shy away from the fact that it turned out to be a massive mistake to sign him to a 3-year, $42 million deal.
Mistakes are made, and
but
you can either ride it out to the end, or you can
cleanup hitter, dude.
And he wasn't willing to be a cleanup hitter.
Then he's not living up to his part of the deal. So why do you want to keep a guy around for all that money that's not living up to the bargain?
At some
it's
point,
on the player, dude.
Don't you feel like you have the conversation
money
before,
after bad is what you're doing if you keep him around?
$42 million. Don't you talk to him and say, hey, would you be willing to hit cleanup for us or 3, 4, 5, 6 for us this year? And he says, no, I want to hit leadoff.
Well, what you say when you're signing a contract
and
what you do, right? But when you get into it, what you do and what you say can be markedly different. And you get 3 months into a year and you realize that you're not comfortable with whatever your situation is, and now you want to hit leadoff. And well, okay, we have this guy for 3 years. Sure, we'll try you at leadoff, and you put him at leadoff, and you don't want him to hit there, and you realize, man, this is not working for us. What do? Then you trade him instead of waiting for 2 more years and not admitting your mistake until 3 years down the road. You don't shovel good money after bad. If the deal was bad and you get into a spot where you can trade it, you make the trade now. And that's what they did. And you packaged Luke Jackson, which nobody wanted him around among fans. And so you're able to get a couple guys back, one of whom won't be able to pitch this year, I don't think. And I want to ask the doc that, Doc Pandya, coming up at 4 o'clock, because Tyler Matzik has flexor tendon signaling, which it's not his UCL, but it's the flexor tendon right next to it. What does that mean when you have flexor tendon signaling?
I think I have that.
Yeah, seriously.
I threw one ball at one of those fantasy deals
today.
No, like a month ago from short. I don't know if I still had it. I ended on a high note, 4-seamer right on the money, and I felt something go pow. And now it hurts. I can't throw anymore.
Jeez,
I couldn't even throw from second today. I was taking grounders with the people out there. I can't make the throw from second.
So some 51-year-old is trying to beat out a grounder, and the old ego kicked in, so FP had to pump him out from short.
It's just batting practice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just batting practice. And then we take grounders and fungos. It's cool. I mean, they're just see the looks on their faces when they're standing on a major league field, looking up at the third deck. It's really cool. But yeah, I'm going to ask the doc about my elbow.
Okay.
I think I broke it. I think my elbow's broke.
Could be flexor tendon signaling, but that's what Tyler Matzik has, so yes.
Wouldn't expect him anytime soon.
Signaling? No. Signaling, like your flexor tendon is giving you a signal.
He can't signal he's making a right turn on a bike?
On his bike, no. Yeah. Exactly. That would be, you go with the left hand, right?
Is it this one? Up, left hand down?
It's
or just
either right hand up or right hand out. I can't remember which arm. I haven't ridden a bike in sneaky 15 years.
Right hand down is stopping, right hand up. Left hand down is stopping, left hand up is turning right. Left hand pointed out, left is turning left.
There you go.
So,
you can't ride a bike.
Get on my e-scooter and dodge those buses on Market Street. It's fun, dude. You'd like it, I think. You're zigzagging outside of the buses.
I don't think I have the heart for it anymore.
The electric connection thing popping while you're going by them. It's a rush, dude.
Yeah.
Just like surfing.
I do think that when you look at these deals and the Jorge Soler one, if you were looking at 3 years of Jorge Soler and you weren't happy with the way it was trending, then you make the trade now. And it doesn't mean that the signing was any less of a mistake. It just means that you get out now, and Farhan Zaidi is going to talk in about 10 minutes, and we'll carry a lot of it for you, and we'll get his comments. And I wonder how he's going to frame everything that's gone on, because you're right, Mark. A lot of moves have been made around them. Dodgers loading up, Cardinals, Pirates, other teams have added significantly, and the Giants have added incrementally, which is what Farhan does. He does increments. And so here you sit, the trade deadline is over, and your big ad is Mark Canha. Mark Canha and Tyler Matzik, who's got flexor tendon signaling, and a couple of minor leaguers. No, I want to ask Doc about that, because Tyler's coming off of...
I've never heard of that, dude.
He had Tommy John. And then you come back from Tommy John. He pitched 11 innings, and now he's got, and it's not his UCL, but it's near his UCL. It's UCL adjacent.
Is it UCLA?
It's kind of, UCLA adjacent.
It's kind of
I like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to use that. It's a 4.
Yeah.
So you probably won't have Matzik. So really your trade deadline was getting rid of 3 guys and getting a couple of minor leaguers,
Mark Canha,
an injured guy, and Mark Canha. So
Mark Canha wants to be a Giant. Like that's they're saying right now. He's like landed in a great spot. He's got a 940 career OPS at Oracle Park. He likes to hit there. I'll see on this one.
And he's a San Jose kid. The only players the Giants can get are people that have Bay Area ties. No one else wants to come here.
Cal, Brian Price, the manager, Bob Melvin. Now
Brian Price from Mill Valley, Tam High.
Go Bears.
Yep.
Way more Bears than Stanford.
County.
That's good.
Yeah.
So Mark Canha in, Jorge Soler, Luke Jackson, Alex Cobb out. The trade deadline expired 23 minutes ago. That's going to be all for the San Francisco Giants. Mark Canha is essentially the only addition to this roster. Giants fans, how does this make you feel? What's the direction of this franchise? Because it feels to me there isn't an easy answer to that question. This is a piece from an article that I read from Ken Rosenthal yesterday about the Tampa Bay Rays, who have essentially traded away, as they always do, a number of their best best players for prospects. The line here, they will never be accused of indecision. I feel like the Giants have been stuck in indecision over the Farhan Zaidi tenure, and I don't see it ending anytime soon. This is a frustrating trade deadline for me, FP.
Austin Slater got traded to the Orioles. Good for him.
Wow, so he's playing for a third team this year.
And he gets to play for a winner. He goes to first.
And he gets a chance
to
cool. Potentially win a division and have October baseball
I
once
like
again.
that a lot. Except for we won't see him now in Cincinnati. The team is going to Cincinnati on Thursday, but that's good for him. Good for Austin Slater, even though he went to Stanford.
How about this note as well about the trade deadline? This comes from Mark Feinsand. Or actually, where did it go? There was one. No top 100 MLB top 100 prospects were traded throughout the trade deadline today.
Everyone holding on to their prospects.
Even though there were a lot of big name guys that got traded, and we talk about the haul that the Tampa Bay the Toronto Blue Jays got for Yusei Kikuchi. The Houston Astros giving up 3 of their best prospects. None of them were top 100. Everybody is holding on to all their prospects, and maybe ultimately that's what led for the Giants to hold on to Blake Snell. No one blew them away with a crazy offer.
J.D. Davis to the Rays. Another Elk Grove's finest goes to the Rays.
So many ex-Giants going all over the place right now.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. And I think that's a good point about the Blake Snell trade, because we talked yesterday on the show, and the whole idea of having a conversation where you can't get off the phone because the offer is so good. Ned Colletti had that, and I don't think the Giants had that offer on the other end of the phone.
I'm sure they were dangling Blake out there.
Oh, you have
they
to.
were dangling him
just to see what the potential return would get. But if you don't get the return that you were hoping for, as you were just laying out, did this Ned Colletti put it out? If there's an offer that makes you stay on the phone, then you consider it. But if the offer that comes across and Farhan immediately doesn't like it, you hang it up, then that deal is over and it's never going to work out. And maybe that's how it all happened. I know Farhan Zaidi is going to address the media here coming up in just a little bit, and we will eventually let you hear the vast majority of it, and we'll react to everything that he does say. As the trade deadline has come and gone, the San Francisco Giants don't just stand pat, but they trade away a couple of pieces. Jorge Soler, Luke Jackson, Alex Cobb. They get some minor leaguers. They get an injured relief pitcher who maybe doesn't pitch again this season. And they also just go out and make a trade for Mark Canha. We don't know what's being sent out from the Giants back to Detroit in return for Mark Canha. I would imagine it's nothing crazy in terms of a prospect. Mark Canha is a 35-year-old outfielder who's hitting .231 this year.
Everybody listening and you guys here, raise your hand if you thought Farhan was just going to go ballistic and nuts and trade everybody on the trade deadline.
No,
that's not Farhan.
We said yesterday they're probably not going to do anything, and you and I, Dibs, we're okay with that.
It's micro deals.
They checked the box at shortstop. That was their biggest need. So if all of a sudden your biggest need at the trade deadline is going out and getting a shortstop, and Tyler Fitzgerald has stepped up and took the bull by the horns, you check that box. There's your shortstop. They wanted defense in center field. I thought Kiermaier would be a big fit. I don't care if he's bad. Whatever he hits for you, he hits for you. It's
sub 200.
It's a 2-month window. He could catch fire. He could not. But at least he's going to run down every ball at Oracle Park. And then they acquired Robbie Ray. They acquired Blake Snell, the real Blake Snell. I thought Alex Cobb would be a nice fit. But now Hayden Birdsong's like an acquisition because you didn't see that coming. That's why I have faith that this team is going to make a push. I don't know where it's going to end up. I'm not confident enough in it to say they're going to be the playoffs. I told you. I don't have that confidence, but I have confidence that they're going to play better baseball based solely on their pitching staff, their starting five is pretty badass right now.
We'll see. They kick things off post-trade deadline tonight at home against the Oakland A's as the Bay Bridge Series gets underway, the last iteration of the Bay Bridge Series, because this is the last time the Giants and A's will play while the A's are still in Oakland. All right, time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. It's FP, Dibs, and Grandy with you in for Mark Willard. The trade deadline has come and gone. Mark Canha is a Giant. That's just about it for the San Francisco Giants. We'll talk more about it on the other side as Willard and Dibs continues here on 95.7 The Game.
What an exciting day here, not only because of the trade deadline that's come and gone, but because I get to talk about my favorite bank. It's Fremont Bank, which is a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel, and I know they're deeply committed to not only my goals, but all of their clients' goals, and they are such a big part of the community. They just celebrated a 60th anniversary, and 60 years ago, they set out to build not only a bank, but a local ecosystem that is built on those relationships. And the relationships that I really enjoy with my banker, my bank manager, my teller at the Oakland branch right there on College Avenue, one of 21 branches, by the way. I go in there and I matter to them, and they remember me, and I know them, and we have a great relationship that goes beyond banking. And that's important to me. You could be a part of one of these big box banks, or you could bank somewhere where the people actually care about you and they're sensitive to what you're trying to do and your goals, and your relationship with them is something that actually matters. When you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, it stays locally, and they use that money to support home ownership and businesses right here in the Bay Area. It's Fremont Bank. It's full service banking with no compromises. could have come in and helped you. And if you look at who that player is, and everyone want to talk about Vladdy Jr. and Bo Bichette and all these other players that didn't get traded, even Luis Robert from Chicago didn't get traded. The more you look at bats around baseball, the majority of these guys didn't get traded. So do you want to go out there and sacrifice your future to bring in a bat for 2 months, a rental? I wouldn't want them to do that. And I do think it's interesting about the notion of Farhan Zaidi. If they don't make the playoffs, is Farhan in trouble? Maybe Farhan Zaidi did exactly what the front office, or what the ownership rather, wanted him to do, which was get a little bit closer to getting underneath the competitive balance tax for the future while also not sacrificing this year. That might have been his marching orders. So if that's the case, then maybe he keeps his job based on doing what ownership wanted, because we know this about ownership. They want to break even. They want to come close to breaking even. And that's going to be hard this year when you spent more than $200 million in the offseason and you haven't gotten the results, and attendance is up, but not up enough to where you're probably going to make money. So maybe the marching orders for Farhan were to cut some payroll while also making sure the team stayed good.
Is that not frustrating, though? If the marching orders is cut payroll, like, just go out there and try to go for it. Try to win.
It's frustrating, but you got to be real about the business and what the business model is, and how Farhan Zaidi has done things ever since he's taken this team. He's never been one to go out there and do things reckless at the deadline. He's the king of the micro move.
You guys sound like you want moves just to make moves. And if you make moves just to make moves to appease a fan base, you're going to make the wrong moves. Like, who's out there? Like, what guy would have made a difference in the Giants lineup that they didn't get? Like, who is it? I mean, I like Jazz Chisholm. As soon as Jazz Chisholm was off the board and he went to the Yankees, then what? You want your starting lineup for tonight?
Yeah, give it to me.
Tyler Fitzgerald leading off at shortstop. Casey Schmidt batting second, Elliot Ramos in center batting third, Matt Chapman at third base, cleanup hitter. Patrick Bailey do the catching. Marco Luciano is your DH. Hitting, what is that? Sixth. Hitting seventh, Mike Yastrzemski. Hitting eighth, David VR. Hitting ninth, Derek Hill. And on the mound for your Giants, Robbie Ray.
Against the A's at Oracle Park.
Tyler Fitzgerald in the leadoff spot is what we speculated would happen. And now you got a true leadoff hitter with speed. Maybe a little too much swing and miss for that spot in the order. But the guy that was there before had more swing and miss. So.
Yeah. All right, we do have Farhan Zaidi is addressing the media down at Oracle Park right now. We do have his opening statement. Here's Farhan Zaidi after the Giants' moves at the trade deadline. To sum it up, Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson to Atlanta, Alex Cobb to Cleveland. The Giants get back an injured reliever and a couple of low-level prospects. That was yesterday and earlier today, and just as the deadline came, the Giants acquired Mark Canha from the Detroit Tigers for a low-level prospect of their own. That was the moves for the Giants at the deadline. Marco Luciano and Blake Sable are up to take the spots on the active roster for Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson. Here's Farhan Zaidi on his team's moves at the trade deadline.
You know, I think as we looked at how this season has unfolded so far, a couple things really stand out. You know, one, which people have talked a lot about, and it's certainly how we feel internally, is it's been a long road to get our rotation to the place it's in now. We feel like we have the best rotation in baseball. So, you know, when you have starting pitching like that, it can get you on a roll. You know, for us to keep that group together, seeing how we played this past weekend was, you know, really high priority. And obviously we had to be open to things that might come up, but that was really, you know, really our central philosophy going into the deadline is, and we have a rotation that can carry this team down the stretch and get us on a roll.
There's Farhan opening statement down to the at Oracle Park addressing the media after the trade deadline comes and goes. He says the Giants' main goal was to just keep the starting rotation together. They made one move from a pitcher's perspective. They traded away Alex Cobb, but he was not part of the rotation all season because he was coming back from off-season hip surgery. Then he had the shoulder derail his rehab a couple of times. Most recently, had a blister pop on his last rehab start that pushed back his return date a little bit more, and now his return will not come with the Giants. It will come with the Cleveland Guardians, perhaps in another week or so. He says, quote, we feel like we have the best rotation in baseball. That's Farhan Zaidi. And when you have that, you feel like it's enough to keep you in the mix for things. And they better hope it keeps them in the mix for things, because you read down that lineup earlier today, or just a little bit ago, FP, the Giants are going to trot out against the A's. It doesn't necessarily put a lot of fear into opposing pitchers, some of those names in that lineup.
But could you have changed that narrative with a trade or 2 trades? Probably not, because I don't think that those big bats were available. Like, everybody wants to dream about fantasy baseball and, what you might be able to acquire out there. It felt to me like the majority of hitters that were moved, Jazz Chisholm, maybe one of the bigger offensive threats that actually was on the move this year. But beyond that, there weren't a lot of big bats. So you kind of are stuck with what you came into the trade deadline with, and a lot of that is a reliance on the younger players. Fitzgerald's been great. Now you get Luciano gets a crack at it. Ramos was an all-star. You keep Chapman and Yaz toward the bottom. Patrick Bailey's had a good year. You should have enough combined with good pitching to win the way the Giants were going to have to win anyway, which is more 4-3 than 8-3.
Grandy, how do you like your sports?
What do you mean?
Like, are you the kind of fan that even if the team's playing well, you're looking for ways to get better? Are you the kind of fan that's glass half empty all the time? Are you the kind of fan that even if your team's playing well, you're like, well, the Dodgers are better, the Phillies are better? Like, how do you like your sports? It seems to me like you don't enjoy them like you could. Like, it seems like you're frustrated.
I'm frustrated by this Giants team for the last handful of years, no doubt about it.
And all my friends are Giants fans, and the reason I'm getting to this is because they all have the same attitude you do, and I get that. I understand the frustration, but for you to be super excited right now on the air, not off the air, but on the air, super excited, what would the Giants have had to do for you? Like, what were you looking for in the trade deadline?
I'm looking for just a hard step in one direction or the other, and this just feels like you're treading water. You're not going one way or the other.
But that's a very general term. What do you mean
together a major package and being willing to part with some of your promising younger players.
Names. I want names.
Bryce Eldridge, Elliot Ramos, whatever it takes, Luis Matos, to go out and get someone like Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Now, ultimately, the Blue Jays came out and said, we're not going to move him.
What if they tried to do that and it just didn't happen? What if that offer was right on the table?
Trying is great. At some point, you got to just do it.
But if the Blue Jays say we're not trading him for that, and your prospects
much like the Giants saying we're not going to trade Blake Snell. It's so you ultimately everyone has a price eventually. You're just going to sit here and trot out a mediocre lineup night after night after night and hope that things work out for you. You have to take matters in your own hand and do something. Now, that's what's one avenue. Package together a lot of your younger promising pieces and get a legitimate star hitter that hasn't been here forever. You can't acquire him in free agency. You have to try to acquire that guy in a different way.
Who's that guy, though?
Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Okay.
Luis Robert.
The report is that Toronto didn't want to trade Vladimir Guerrero
because
Jr.
they didn't get the package that they wanted. It's the same reason the Giants didn't trade Blake Snell.
Maybe they realized that he's a really good player and that they would like to have really good players on their team. Just because you want to acquire a player doesn't mean you can find 8 prospects and pry that player from another team just because you feel like your offer is overwhelming. I get the frustration.
And if that's not working, then the other option is go the other way. And if you're going to trade Alex Cobb and you're going to trade Jorge Soler and you want to save yourself some money and you're trying to beef up your prospects, and maybe you gear that up for an offseason trade where you can trade prospects to bring in someone else, a proven star in the offseason, then take a full step in the other direction and trade Blake Snell and trade Robbie Ray and trade Matt Chapman.
That makes no sense because you're 4 games out of the wild card.
Water.
You're not treading water. You've won 4
Everyone else ahead of you got better and you're just standing
out
still.
Of the wild card, and you've got the best rotation in baseball. There's no treading water about it with a third of the year left to go. The deadline comes, you got 54 games left, and you look at your team and you look at your rotation and you think, we've got enough pitching, we have a good enough rotation to win games with a schedule that stacks up to not be very difficult compared to the rest of the league. So you're not in a spot where you absolutely have to give up on the year when you're 4 games out. That, to me, is the kind of mentality that would get Farhan Zaidi fired.
And there's a very real possibility they miss the postseason. Blake Snell opts out, Robbie Ray opts out, Matt Chapman opts out, and then you're stuck with nothing next year.
I think he answered your question about what kind of fan is he.
Yeah.
Because that is glass half empty thinking, in my opinion.
What have the Giants done for the last 5-6 years that proves that suggests that they're going to have anything other than that happen to them?
You can't look at the last 6 years in the lens of what's going on this year. This year is this year. Most of these guys weren't here 6 years ago.
This year feels like last year, feels like 2 years ago.
It feels that way to you because you're not there. And if you're Farhan Zaidi and you're the guy charged with making a winner happen and you spent all this money in the offseason, to pull the plug now, for me, would be loser mentality. And it would be basically him saying, please fire me because I don't think that I made enough of the right moves to make this work. Instead, you make these incremental moves here at the deadline. You try to slightly improve your team or improve your situation, and you've got 5 pitchers coming back. You have a real rotation, and you're only 4 games out. For me, there's no reason to go dramatically the other way. And I know what you're saying about you want to have them commit, either go all in or be all out. That's not the way this regime works. They've never done it this way. Like it or hate it, they've never been that sort of a front office. They've never gone fire sale, and they've never gone completely balls to the wall.
And what has it gotten
traded
them?
Prospects and gone out and gotten the biggest hitter out there.
And what has it gotten them?
Got them 107 wins one year.
That's great. How many playoff wins was that?
0.
2 playoff wins, 0 series wins.
And you can't look at your own results and change your process just based on past results. Farhan Zaidi he's going to do it one way, and this is the way that he's always done it. And if you don't like the way he goes about it, then you make a change, and maybe they will at the end of the season, depending on how it goes.
I'm frustrated by this being the feeling I have at this stage of the season every single year. I feel this way every single year. In my opinion, I feel like the franchise is stuck in the mud. They can't pick a lane. They're trying to compete, but they're not willing to spend all of the money necessary to get it done. They're saving some money, but they're still trying to compete with these moves at the trade deadline.
$300 million in the offseason.
And then they just got cut costs at the trade deadline. And they're still trying to convince us that they are confident that this team has enough to make a run into the postseason. They're 2 games under 500 after 108 games played. They can hardly catch the ball out, defensively. Their pitchers can't hold anybody on base. They don't walk much. They don't steal bases on their own. I'm just having a hard time finding out what this team does well, other than the promise of a pitching staff who, for the most of the season, you haven't had anyone even available. And now they're
available now. So
you hope they stay that way.
Well, and you can never.
Dude, you might be the most
count.
negative dude I've ever heard on the air.
Seriously. I don't know how you can look at this team and be positive.
Every time somebody says something it could happen, you say that it couldn't happen.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's either going to happen or it's going to not.
You can't bank on injuries. I mean, you could have every player for every other team get hurt, and then the Giants might have the best roster in baseball. You can't look at injuries and bank on that. All you can do is look at where you sit at this point, and you've got 3 really good pitchers and 2 very good pitchers, and you feel like if that's good enough to go on a little bit of a run,
who knows?
Then
though?
that's your best chance at it.
I mean,
nobody knows.
Nobody knows, but it is a damn good rotation. And you take a guy that throws 100 and put him in the 8th inning now, and he's not out there trying to get through 5, trying to get through the order again. You put him in a familiar spot, even though he may not like it. And Jordan Hicks. Now your bullpen got stronger, your rotation got stronger. And maybe you score 3 runs. Maybe your stat dibs about 4 runs in the record is 3 runs now with this staff. I don't know. I like my baseball however it is. But you sound miserable, Grandy. Seriously, you do.
This
you sound miserable.
It's been miserable to be a fan of this team for a number of years.
There's so much joy in sports. There's so much to take out of it from a positive aspect, to enjoy baseball and the love of the game and go watch a ball game. You just sound like miserable. Why would you even watch the Giants with your takes right now? Like, you just sound so upset.
I'm so upset.
I am upset. I don't know how you can't feel that way after watching this team the last 3 years. It's been one of the most infuriating processes for me as a fan.
If I was a White Sox fan,
you just sound miserable.
I would be of that mindset. If I was a fan of the White Sox,
San Francisco freaking Giants,
right? And they're
unacceptable.
He's the Giants.
Is that Butcher Boy?
That was Butcher.
Butch? Yeah. Well,
like the expectation for the Giants shouldn't be like, okay, we're 2 games under 500. Let's give it a chance. It should be, no, let's go out and freaking take it.
The expectation is to make the playoffs, and you're in a spot where you're very much in the playoff picture. You're
and
4
they made the
games
playoffs
out.
1 year in this regime.
Right, which is a disappointment, and that might ultimately cost Farhan Zaidi his job, and it cost the manager his job because he was unable to get it done. And you've got ownership that has a lot of questions to answer to the fans. And so this offseason, they did what everybody wanted, which was go out and spend a bunch of money, bring in better players, and let's give it a go. And you got to the trade deadline, and so far it has not worked. And so you made moves, and you got rid of Jorge Soler, and you got rid of Luke Jackson, and you brought in Mark Canna. And is that going to get you from being 2 games below 500 to 15 above? Probably not. But is it enough to where you can stay in it in August, you can make a run in September, and maybe you become the 3rd wild card team? And at that point, if you're 85 and 77 and you're a wild card team, you're going to feel better about it.
Grandy, you have 2 minutes with your rebuttal. Go.
Less than that. We got to hit a break. We got the doc coming up on the other side for Cleared to Play, and I got to take a deep breath. I mean, they got Casey Schmidt, David VR, and Derek Hill in the lineup tonight, the first game after the trade deadline. That's frustrating me. I want my team to be better than they are, and I feel like I'm being punished for wanting that. I got to take a deep breath. We're taking a break. We got the doc Cleared to Play coming up next on the other side, and then we will hear from Farhan Zaidi, his full comments after the trade deadline. That's coming up in half an hour at 4:30. It's Willard and Dibs, Dan Dibley, FP Santangelo, Mark Grandy with you. More coming up on the other side on Willard and Dibs as we continue. We are presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Mark Willard this week. It's Dan Dibley, FP Santangelo, Mark Randy with you here on Willard and Dibs. The trade deadline is an hour old. We will hear from Farhan Zaidi, Giants president of baseball operations, coming up in just a little bit. But first, all guests at 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop, and that includes, of course, one of our favorites, Dr. Nirav Pandya, who joins us on Cleared to Play, where we take you inside the tent and get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Doc, how you doing? Happy deadline day.
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well. The Giants make a couple of moves. They trade out Alex Cobb. They trade out Jorge Soler, Luke Jackson. They bring in Mark Hanna and a couple of others. But maybe the biggest news of what this all means is Hayden Birdsong probably going to get a rotation spot, a consistent rotation spot for the rest of the season. Keeping an eye on him and Kyle Harrison and these young guys who maybe haven't pitched a number of full professional seasons for quite a while. Just how important is it for guys, young guys, developing guys, to make sure they don't go crazy with their innings pitched, and how might that impact the way the Giants manage these things, specifically with Kyle Harrison and Hayden Birdsong down the stretch?
Yeah, no, I think it's really important, and I think especially as you get in the latter half of the season, number one, it's looking at how frequently are they pitching, which may be different, especially if they're going down to the minors, coming back up. So you're looking for that they have enough recovery in between starts. And the second thing, you are looking at pitch counts, and I think as opposed to 10, 15 years ago, these players have a lot more wear and tear on their arms than years past. So as you get later in the season, if they're hitting up high pitch counts, their arms may not necessarily be able to handle that prolonged stress. So absolutely looking at them pitching potentially 4 or 5 innings, making sure you're not getting that shoulder soreness, that elbow soreness. So very important, particularly as the season goes on.
From forearm soreness is another thing as well. Tyler Matzik, the new acquisition coming off of Tommy John, now has flexor tendon signaling. Exactly what is that, Doc?
Yeah, so, this is a common thing that we see with, patients who basically either get a UCL tear or have UCL surgery. And what happens is essentially on the inside part of your elbow, there's something called the flexor pronator mass, which is essentially the muscles that basically help to kind of like move your wrist up and down and turn it kind of side to side. And when you are throwing repetitively, not only does your UCL get strained, but those muscles in that area also get strained, and the nerve, which is the ulnar nerve on the inside, all gets irritated. So a lot of times coming off UCL surgery, even though the ligament may be healed, that area gets irritated as well too. So it's a warning sign that something may not necessarily be going right. So immediately, particularly after a UCL injury, when someone goes surgery, you get that pain, you shut them down to make sure that inflammation goes away and doesn't impact that surgery that they had done.
Doc, I chucked one from short about 3 weeks ago, and something felt weird in my elbow, and it's just like it's very sore, and I can't throw. And when I do throw, it feels like there's a knife in there. Did I blow out? Do I need Tommy Johnson surgery now?
Tommy Johnson.
Well, you don't need Tommy Johnson surgery, definitely. But no, I mean, you can't. I mean, as we get older as well, too, you can blow out a UCL. But typically, usually this is more of a tendonitis type issue. It'll feel like a sharp stabbing pain. May hurt at night. So yeah. I think a little ice, little anti-inflammatories, you'll be okay.
Yeah, maybe. Can you give me a shot, Doc? Just I need a cortisone shot for old time's sake. Just like shoot me up. Let's go. I'm doing these fantasy camps. It's important.
Exactly.
All right,
get you back out on the field.
Thanks, Doc. I appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Doc. Appreciate your time as always. We'll check in with Niners camp coming up next week, and we'll get into more of that other stuff. We appreciate you taking out the time as always, and we'll catch up with you next week. Okay, Doc?
Okay, sounds good.
All right, that's Dr. Nirav Pandya. We appreciate it. As always, the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health, and that was Cleared to Play here on 95.7 The Game. All right, Farhan Zaidi has addressed the media down at Oracle Park after the Giants trade deadline. No more Jorge Soler, no more Luke Jackson, no more Alex Cobb. In comes, for the San Francisco Giants, Mark Hanna, Giants president of baseball operations. Farhan Zaidi addressed it all. Here it is on 95.7 The Game.
I think as we looked at how this season has unfolded so far, a couple things really stand out. One which people talked a lot about, and it's certainly how we feel internally, is it's been a long road to get our rotation to the place it's in now, and we feel like we have the best rotation in baseball. So, and when you have starting pitching like that, it can get you on a roll. And, for us to keep that group together, seeing how we played this past weekend was, really high priority. And obviously we had to be open to things that might come up. But that was really our central philosophy going into the deadline is we have a rotation that can carry this team down the stretch and get us on a roll. The other thing is this season for us really, I think, has been about some breakthroughs by young players. And oftentimes those breakthroughs don't happen until you give a guy a real opportunity. So Ramos' opportunity came after Lee got hurt. We released Nick Ahmed and traded Austin Slater at kind of difficult times to give Luis Matos and Tyler Fitzgerald an opportunity. Obviously, Fitz has been unbelievable for us, and Luis is still obviously a guy we believe in and think he'll be here down the stretch at some point as well. Hayden Birdsong at a time when our rotation was beat up, really accelerated his timetable, and a lot of the Alex Cobb deal was really just about creating a spot for him. The deal last night was a lot about creating at-bats for Luciano, who's really come a long way offensively. I think we have seen his trajectory over the last few years, and we talked a little bit about how he can get put under a microscope because he's been such a highly thought of prospect from the time he signed at 16. Sometimes you lose the zoom out big picture of how much progress he's made. And we've really seen that over the last month. So I think this, the first couple of trades were really about creating opportunities for young players, which has been, the catalyst for some of our best play so far. And, then kind of here at the buzzer, Bob got a hold of the car keys and brought in another one of his guys. So, Mark Hanna is just like a perfect fit for this roster with, his versatility, ability to play the corners, play first base, start, come off the bench. We're very left-handed in the corner, so he fits that perfectly. And I think the relationships he has in the clubhouse, which obviously Bob can speak more to, and really this city and this region, just a great fit for us. And I know people are excited about it. So, that's kind of our thinking in a nutshell.
You've already seen this year, Farhan, just how you can never have enough pitching depth with what you had to go through in the first half. Was it difficult to give up some of that depth with Cobb, even though, like you said, you are making a space for Birdsong? Because you do have two more months to get there.
No, it was tough, partly because of the guy Alex is, and we know how hard he's worked to get back to this point, between the surgery and some of the setbacks he had along the way. And to move him right at this point, right as he's ready to take the mound for us, is tough because of the guy he is. And kind of to your point, Bags, like, you don't know if someone's going to get hit by a line drive there, first inning out there. So it, creates some risk, but for us, the job Hayden's done, and for us to kind of really believe in the role that this group of 5 starters can get on, you've got to sort of take a little bit of a chance and a leap of faith that they're going to pitch, they're going to be healthy, and if something happens, we'll have to figure out another plan. I mean, we've got a couple of guys in AAA that we think can come up and do the job for us, and we've had to sort of improvise at different times this year. Obviously, that's not plan A, but if it happens, we'll figure it out. But it's always nice to have that safety net, but sometimes, again, when you're talking about creating pathways for young players, that's some of the discomfort you have to deal with. Is when you're a young player, your optionable player is the best option, and the guy who, might be in front of him has to, you've got to make a move with that person. yeah, you'd love to sort of have your cake and eat it too, but that's often not how it works. So,
hi Farhan, I imagine you received a bit of calls for Blake Snell. What would it have taken for another team for you to trade him away?
Yeah, I think trading him would have changed the course of this season, where we still believe in what we can accomplish. And again, leaning into our youth, leaning to our rotation is really the plan. So if someone really came to us with something we thought could really change our future, then, and you're making that sort of trade-off of the present versus, 2026, 2027, that's challenging. But again, I think the way things have come together this rotation, it was really going to have to be something that we thought would do just that, just like really change the course of future years for this organization, and not just be sort of a package of prospects that, would slide into this slot and that slot on your Baseball America list, and that just didn't happen.
Farhan, when you trade a guy like Soler, who's less than a year into a 3-year deal and he just signed, do you have to consider what impending future free agents might think about that?
I think it's a fair question. Look, Jorge was a total pro. We loved having him here. He's going to a team he's played for before, has relationships. I know he's happy about it, even though I think anytime you get traded, there's some degree of sadness or disappointment. So, we do take that kind of thing into account, understanding that there are places that a player is going to be more comfortable getting traded to, a place where he's been before. I mean, you even look like a guy like Alex Cobb. He mentioned to me when I talked to him earlier today that Stephen Vogt and Craig Albernaz were his 2 first catchers in Pro Ball. So, look, you can't always prioritize that and execute on that, but it's important to us. And so, again, I think any player you sign a 1-year deal, multi-year deal, you understand this is part of the game. And he was just a total pro while he was here. I know it's always tough when we're talking about our belief in what we can do down the stretch. It's always tough to trade out of your major league clubhouse. But obviously bringing Mark in helps. Getting a chance to give Marco Luciano some at-bats is something we're all excited about. So I think it's a totally fair question. But again, it's part of the business. And I still think on the grand, in the big picture, guys are really happy here, really enjoy playing here. And that's, I think, a reputation we want to see continue.
One real quick one, then another longer one. A quick one. Is Luciano going to get any shortstop time, you think?
Yeah, I think it's possible. Obviously, this is really about getting him at bats in the DH spot. I don't think we're kind of putting in ink that he's a career DH now. Obviously, he's young. We've talked about his defensive progress. So there may be spots where he moves around the infield, but this is the role for him right now.
And secondly, I know, you've got a season, weeks, months left in the season. You don't want to look entirely big picture, but you have to look big picture when you're looking at the trade deadline. 6 years into it, Farhan, where do you think this franchise is? Do you think it's significantly moved forward from when you took over? Do you think there's been a stall? Where are you at with it?
Yeah, look, our record is we're 2 games under 500. So, and to your point, Tim, that's, we've had stretches in 22 and 23 where we got some separation from 500. We're in really good playoff position and weren't able to sustain it. And so I think that's why it was so important for us in this case to really just leverage the strength of our team and keep the rotation intact. When I look at the progress that's being made, to me, it's breaking young players in. We've talked about that a lot. This year, between Ramos, Fitzgerald, Birdsong, I think those are things you can really hang your hat on as something that represents long-term progress for the organization. Players who've been drafted, and that's part of this. I know you get to this time of year, and frankly, whenever you're a little bit on the competing bubble like we are, we're 3 games out in the wild card race. There's a notion of, let's just let's sell and let's enhance the farm system. But, you can have all the prospects you want. It's not going to matter until you actually create opportunities for them, right? So you can go out and get a bunch of guys, but if you're not willing to do some of the things we did over the last couple of days to create opportunities for those guys, it's just not going to have a chance to impact your major league team. So, really to answer your question, I would say, I think what fans want to see, I think what we can hang our hat on as an organization is the progress of young players coming up and impacting us. And I named 3 guys, and that's not including, guys like Eric Miller and Brett Wisely that were acquired into this organization, but are young players who have a chance to be here for a long time. So the more of that, the more we have guys coming up, establishing themselves, like a Pat Bailey did last year, I think that's where the progress is coming from.
Hey, Farhan, was there for you a fine line that you had to cross between, slashing payroll versus being all in on this year? How was that measured?
Yeah, there's no, for us, these were all kind of baseball decisions. And like I mentioned, John, they were decisions that had to do with creating opportunities for young players, very specific young players. And, again, we're trying to compete. We have this rotation that we think can carry us. And, we're making an organizational decision, a baseball decision for these, that we believe some of these young guys can help us get to where we're trying to get to. And, that's a responsibility that we have to sort of be right about that. That's not a responsibility that they carry. So, I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, you talked about the best rotation in baseball. What about the offense, which has been very inconsistent? Why not bring in a big-time hitter to help support that rotation?
Yeah, I guess you'd like to have the best rotation in baseball and the best offense in baseball, but, that's, I guess, something to aspire to. Again, I kind of mentioned this before. I think for us, the upside that we saw was, giving at-bats and opportunities to some of our own guys. There are, always a certain group of players out there in the trade deadline. There are players that I think were rumored out there that wound up not getting traded, a lot of those guys. So, some of it is just really a hypothetical and not really a function of availability. So you've got to kind of make decisions based on, what's real and what's attainable. And, like I said, seeing the success of some of our other young players to kind of continue in that direction, and try to give them the opportunity to build on that momentum. And again, I think that's what fans want to see. It's what we want to see. We want to see these guys who are going to be here for a long time get opportunities and hit their stride. And I don't, from an organization standpoint, from a fan standpoint, I don't think anything, gets people more excited than that. And again, for us, bringing in a guy like Mark Canha, who I think is going to be huge for our clubhouse and just the functionality of our roster, you're hoping those are complementary to, homegrown players, young guys who are really doing the heavy lifting. And so that's kind of the vision we hope to see.
Just kind of playing off that, Farhan. At our radio station, we take a lot of calls from fans who are kind of, I guess they're frustrated over what they perceive to be as a lack of direction with this team. What would you say to those fans who are feeling frustrated and who have maybe kind of lost hope to kind of get them excited about the future of this organization?
Yeah, I'd say, we're kind of leaning into our young players. I mean, we have heard a lot from our, look, development is not a straight line, right? I think when we're talking about guys like Ramos and Fitzgerald, they're perfect examples of it. Ramos has been in AAA for 3 years and, was getting hot and got an opportunity. And, now we see where he is. Tyler Fitzgerald, was a 4th round pick for us back in 2019, went a level at a time, had a nice minor league career, got an opportunity to come up last year, did a nice job. And, we kind of kept the shortstop position open, hoping that somebody from our group of young players could, take the reins, and he did it. So I think that's going to be the fun of the rest of the season is we're going to continue to bring guys up. Marco Luciano's here today. We want to see him get the DH at bats and see if he can run with those. We created a rotation spot for Hayden Birdsong, and I know people are really excited about what he's doing. So, I think to me, that's kind of baseball. It's most exciting when you're playing competitive baseball, meaningful baseball, and you've got young guys coming up who can be part of it.
And then you said back in your intro presser that you believe that the Giants should be the best at everything. I'm curious, in your 6 years here, what do you think, you and this organization have been the best at during that time?
Yeah, look, we don't have the best record. So I think to your point, anything I say is not, it's not manifested in the bottom line. So I think for us, it's, continuing to build a culture of players who want to be here, players who are proud of the city, of the organization, of the uniform. I think we have that. We have a manager who guys love playing for. We saw that this past offseason in our free agent recruiting, the excitement that guys had about coming here, being part of this organization. And again, I think farm system rankings are going to be farm system rankings. But for us to, I think we've really hit our stride the last couple of years and guys actually coming up and becoming contributors and being part of this team. And I think sometimes there's been frustration at, guys that didn't get over the hump or maybe didn't become part of that. But, every organization goes through it. And I think over the last couple of years, the examples of players we have, is getting us there. Look, we're not going to be, if you look at like rookie production, WAR, whatever, we number one. There's no team that's number one in that every year. But that's, I think, what we want to see.
I haven't looked at the Fangraphs playoff percentages for you today. I would imagine they were not great. They weren't great even 2 days ago, 3 days ago. Would you be disappointed this team is not right there at the end? Do you expect to be there? Do you expect the playoff? Or where do you think your chances really are?
We expect to be there. I mean, I probably look at the playoff odds, a little too much, as probably a lot of baseball fans do, because it's hard to really interpret what they mean beyond the number. At some point, it's not really about the probability. It's a discrete question of, do you have a 10-2, 14-3 run in you to get to where you need to be? Because it's just like any individual game. A win probability goes from 0.1% and someone hits a grand slam and suddenly it's 95%. So, is it 20? Is it 70? Is it 33? I think what our playoff odds are telling us is we've got to have a big run in us. And if we do, we'll be there. And if we don't, we won't, So that's where I think the pitching and the fact that I think when you look at the starting pitching matchups, almost every game the rest of the season, we're going to look at it and believe we have an advantage there. It's a pretty good place to start any baseball game. And again, it's gonna take that run. Our guys know it, we know it, and again, I think the common thread when you see teams get on a run is just pitching that gives you a chance to win every day.
My sort of question in a similar vein. Do you see this roster as constructed as a team that can make the playoffs, or is there more looking towards the future? Yeah,
100%. I think we can. I mean, we have felt that way since the start of the season, and our roster looks different than it did at the start of the season. We've had guys come back. We've lost some guys. But 100% I believe that. And like I said, I can't sit here and guarantee it. It's going to take us getting on a roll. And, 2 weeks from now, we may look at those playoff odds and they may look very different. They may look the same. I mean, at some point here between now and the end of the season, we're going to have a 1 week or 2 week stretch where people are really talking about us being as hot as any team out there. That's what it's going to take. Okay. Thanks, everyone.
All right, that's Giants President of Baseball Operations Farhan Zaidi addressing the media after the MLB trade deadline earlier today down at Oracle Park before the Giants take on the Oakland Athletics in what is the final Bay Bridge series between the Giants and the Oakland A's. All right, time for a break here on Willard and Nibs. When we come back, we'll break down everything Farhan said, including him saying, quote, 100%, I think we can make the postseason. What do you think? 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs with Dibs, FP, and Grandy. More next on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. The trade deadline has come and gone. Farhan Zaidi, Giants president of baseball operations, has addressed the media. The Giants have acquired Mark Hanna. They've said goodbye to Jorge Soler, Luke Jackson, and Alex Cobb. And now they enter the final third of their regular season. 4 games out of a playoff spot, 2 games below 500 with hopes of making the postseason. It's Willard and Dibbs here on 95.7 The Game. Dibbs, FP, and Grandy with you. Guys, we just heard from Farhan Zaidi, his full comments addressing the media at Oracle Park. If you missed it, rewind on the free Odyssey app. You can check it out on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/957 The Game. It will be up there shortly. You can also rewind on our YouTube live stream as well if you missed it. But the highlight of the whole thing, essentially Farhan Zaidi, for the vast majority of the questions he was asked, some form of saying, yeah, the moves we made, getting rid of Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson and Alex Cobb, was to open up opportunities, to create opportunities for the young guys. That was the theme of this presser. Dibbs, FP, he must have said something along those lines like 8 different times in those 20 minutes.
In 7 different ways. And, I buy it. Maybe I'm just in a mood of defending Farhan, and I have for a couple of weeks, because I do think he was set out to do a certain thing, and he tried to do it. And, it didn't work with Soler, and so you make the move, and you realize you've got younger players coming up. You mentioned it earlier. Sable up, Luciano up. Birdsong has a chance now to be in the rotation. Harrison's already there, and he's going to be in the rotation. I don't think that he is being disingenuous, FP. I don't think that he's lying with the motivation. He didn't mention the other benefit, which is, hey, we saved a ton of money as well. But I do think it's about creating opportunity.
Yeah, one thing you could say about Farhan, he's never been disingenuous. Like, when he says something, he means it. He's as honest as they come. Maybe sometimes too frank, I think, at times. And my biggest point of contention with Farhan as president of baseball operations has been, to develop young players, you have to give them a chance to play. To call up a 21-year-old prospect from from AAA, he's got to play. He can't play one day, sit 4 days, play one day, get sent down, get called up,
pinch hit every third game.
If you want to develop a championship player and a winning player, you have to let them struggle at the highest level and learn how to work through that struggle. And if every time they go 1 for 20 they get sent down, or 1 for 15 they get sent down, or they come up and they're platoon players because they're used to playing every day in the big leagues, when you make the commitment and you roll the dice on a 21 or 22-year-old to call them up, they have to play. They're not going to develop by playing once every 5 days. So it sounds like, based on recent developments, maybe the new coaching staff, that's the case. And I love everything he said. I'm not defending Farhan. I'm not going to criticize him, but I'm not going to say he's great. But what he's done right here, I'm buying completely. Because if you've given guys opportunities, and they've taken advantage of those opportunities, and they show they can play at the highest level, then why wouldn't you do it with other guys? And they haven't done this in the past, whether it's been because of injuries this year, and let's try Elliot Ramos. He's an all-star. Let's put Hayden Birdsong in there. Most swings and misses and strikeouts in Colorado since Tim Lincecum. So now he's seen it with his own eyes that if you give these guys a chance to perform, they're doing it. Now, if they don't, and Luciano falls flat on his face, that's valuable too. Because now you know he can't play here. But you never really know unless you take the reins off and say, here it is. You're my DH. You're going to get 200 at-bats the rest of the year. Show me what you got. Hopefully it's in a wild card race. Because you can't evaluate a guy in the month of September in games that are meaningless. You can't evaluate a guy in Scottsdale in games that are meaningless. The worst evaluators, if September holds weight and you're not in a pennant race to an evaluator, they don't know what they're doing. But if now you get Luciano in some heat, now you get Casey Schmidt in some heat, now you have Hayden Birdsong in some big games in September against they're not playing the Dodgers anymore, but some big games in September, which is stupid, by the way. Don't get me going.
I hate it.
Don't get me going.
I hate it.
Balanced schedule.
But now you're developing championship players. Now you're developing winning players that you can lean on in a pennant race. So whether they perform or not, I don't know. But you're going to find out either way. And the only way you find out is letting them go. Not playing once every 4 days. Not platooning. Not going to Sacramento. Not getting called up. Let these guys play. Let's see what they got.
So you get that information, which is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Information on all these guys.
It's value.
So you get to the offseason and maybe you realize, hey, Luciano showed something. He can play a little bit of second, and you work on his glove in the offseason. You already have something with Fitzgerald. Patrick Bailey is a legitimate second contract catcher. You're going to keep him. Ramos is an all-star, and you start to look at a real core of younger players, so you go into the offseason, even if you don't make the playoffs, which is not ideal, and Farhan was 100% set on believing that they still can, and I think that they absolutely can. If the pitching holds up, there's no reason why they can't win 3 of every 5 down the stretch and be a playoff team.
You're real quick, Grandy. You're increasing the value of these players too. If Luciano comes up and performs and hits 3-something with homers, and you think he can't play defensively anywhere for you, now in the offseason, you've increased his value. So now he's a piece in a trade opportunity that has more value than he does right now as we're talking. So that you're gambling. I mean, he might not hit.
It's a pretty big gamble.
But if he does, they think he's ready. And he had a great month of July.
It's even more of a gamble because of what you're talking about, Dibs. Farhan said this when asked if he thinks this team still has a chance and their goal is to make the postseason. Here's how Farhan answered that.
Yeah, 100% I think we can. I mean, we have felt that way since the start of the season, and our roster looks different than it did at the start of the season. We've had guys come back. We've lost some guys, but 100% I believe that. And like I said, I can't sit here and guarantee it. It's going to take us getting on a roll, and 2 weeks from now, we may look at those playoff odds and they may look very different. They may look the same. I mean, at some point here between now and the end of the season, we're going to have a 1 week or 2 week stretch where people are really talking about us being as hot as any team out there. That's what it's going to take.
So that's Farhan. When asked if he thinks his team can still make the postseason, he says, quote, 100% I think we can. Why I say that's a little bit of a bigger risk now, because you are opening the opportunities for the young guys. If that's your goal to make the postseason, and I guess when he's saying young guys, he's probably specifically talking about just Luciano and Birdsong. I wouldn't imagine there's an everyday spot for Casey Schmidt, an everyday spot for Luis Matos. I would be shocked if that was the case. I mean, they added an outfielder in Mark Hanna. You didn't trade away Conforto or Yastrzemski. It seems unlikely there's room for youngsters other than Luciano and Birdsong on an everyday rotation schedule for Birdsong. But say Luciano struggles to begin and the team is the offense is really struggling, and you have those goals to make the postseason
again, dude. Like, why is it always got to go to the worst case scenario?
Best case scenario, he hits 300.
Okay. Oh my God.
Best case scenario, he hits 300.
What if Luciano gets hit by a bus on the way to the ballpark today?
That would be bad.
If your goal is 100%, we think we can make the postseason, and you have a young guy who hasn't been able to stick at the major league level yet, not that it's been crazy. I mean, he hasn't had a lot of opportunity, but if he isn't able to stick still, there's going to be pressure to change your decision and not go with the youngster if he's costing you chances to win and make the postseason. You have no time to mess around anymore.
But you have roster flexibility, and if you look at Mark Canha's game log, he's been playing a lot more first base than he has outfield, so I would profile him as a first base DH. Luciano probably DHs a bunch. Matos will get some chances in the outfield. You're not just going to go with an absolute set lineup of youngsters and say, all right, Yaz and Conforto, you guys just aren't going to play anymore. We're going to go all with the young guys. You're still trying to win, and you're going to try to put your best defensive team out there that you can. And if guys start to struggle, you're going to give them more leash than you would have otherwise, I think. And, Farhan said it, and FP made a great point about Luciano. All right, Marco, you got 200 at-bats. Maybe it's 150. I don't know what the number will be, but 54 games left. You're going to start at least 40 of them, maybe 45, maybe 50. Here's your chance to show us that you are a major league hitter. And if he looks really bad and he's overwhelmed, then you're not just going to ride it out.
He's never looked at, though.
I know, but if he does go 1 for 26 and he's starting to really look like it's in his head,
right,
you're going to make a move and you're going to do what's appropriate to protect him. But I do think you bring him up in a spot where he can be most successful. And you're right, Grandy. You're not just going to punt the year in the interest of giving Matos 200 at-bats and Luciano and all the rest of these guys. You're still trying to win, but you're trying to win and develop the young guys, which it's worked in many ways this year. And Fitzgerald's been developed, and you've been able to win. And Birdsong has come in and developed and won. So it doesn't have to be exclusive, develop or win. I don't think so. I don't think they look at it that way. And, if you fall 8 games out in the wild card, well then, yeah, all bets are off. And no more Conforto, no more Yaz. You're going to play the kids. You're going to bring up Mason Black, and you're just going to go, Carson Wisenhunt will get some pitching. Whatever happens if you fall out of the race, then it's a different calculus in how you play these guys.
And that's the worst case scenario too, because now you're not exposing these young players to meaningful games in September.
Yeah, September baseball, playoff baseball.
If they played some really meaningful games in September and fall short, I mean, the value of that alone for these young guys to know what it feels like to be in that heat, and for next year when they do it again, now you're starting to really develop players. It's more about the numbers. It's about playing games mid-September because we're 2 out, playing games in the end of September because we're a game and a half out. We tied this thing up. We're the 3rd wild card today. Oh, we're the 4th one tomorrow. And then to really feel what that feels like, that would be the best case scenario is they sneak into the 3rd, but the second best case scenario is these kids get exposed to really, really, really tough baseball in September.
And yeah, you're playing, even if you miss out, you're playing into the final week of the season with a chance for winning games and getting into the postseason. And you hope that your youngsters are part of it and are playing well through it. Marco Luciano and Hayden Birdsong are going to be the 2 that have that chance. I mean, Effie, what do you think? I mean, when he's talking about, quote, creating opportunities for the young guys, it's essentially just Luciano and Birdsong, right? Like, we're not going to get consistent, I would imagine, not a ton from Casey Schmidt or a ton from Luis Matos.
If you perform at the highest level and you get the job done, you're playing for Bob Melvin. It's not like if you go 2 for 4, you're sitting the bench. If you make some plays to help him out, like just pay attention to what he's done this year. So you earn your playing time, unless you're the guys like Chapman that doesn't have to look at the lineup every day, or Patrick Bailey doesn't have to look at the lineup every day.
That's about the end of the list, yeah.
Maybe Lamont Wade Jr., when he's healthy, doesn't have to look at the lineup every day. I think Tyro has to look at the lineup when he walks in the clubhouse now when he comes back, righty or lefty.
Especially when Schmidt's here now, because he can play second.
If Tyler Fitzgerald keeps doing what he's doing, he don't have to look at the lineup. He's in there. You come at a certain point as a player when you're free, and you don't have to look at the lineup when you walk in the clubhouse. It's a beautiful feeling that you earn because of your play.
But I mean, as of now, Casey Schmidt and Luis Matos have to look at the lineup every day because they're not going to be in it every day.
Of course.
The opportunities that he's talking about here are specific to Luciano and Birdsong.
Mainly.
There's opportunity for anybody that steps foot in between the lines of a major league game and plays in a competition at the highest level. That's opportunity. And if you perform that day, you're going to get another chance the next day. That's how it goes. And if you get hot, like Tyler Fitzgerald, now all of a sudden you're the starting shortstop. So it's not just these 2 guys get opportunity. Every time you get behind a mic in a big market like San Francisco, it's an opportunity. And you take advantage of that opportunity. And somebody's listening out there, whether it's your boss right here or somebody in their car. Like it's life is about taking advantage of opportunities. So it's not these guys are getting more opportunity than others. Bob Melvin's going to put the best lineup out there, or Farhan, whoever does it every day, to win that game. And if you get in that game and you do something to help them win, when every game means so much from now on, you're going to play in the next day too. I mean, unless there's just a matchup thing and it's weird and you're 1 for 46 off this guy, or you faced him 2 months ago and you looked bad, you're going to earn your playing time. So for Casey Schmidt to hit a home run the other day, that's big. He's getting a call up. To play second base decently is big, to make all the plays. Like, he's getting opportunity. It doesn't matter the score, the opponent. If you get into a major league game and do something, that's an opportunity.
And there's a lot of those to go around, but I do think when Farhan spoke today about the moves they made, it felt like the opportunities immediately were for Hayden Birdsong. Okay, now you're going to be in the 5-man rotation. No more worry about Alex Cobb and who goes out when Cobb comes up. When Cobb's blister's better, that's gone. So now it's Birdsong.
Good point.
That's the opportunity. And for Marco Luciano, it is, okay, we know you've struggled at short. Everybody knows it. There's no mystery, but you've been hitting the cover off it in Sacramento, and we want to get your bat up here. So how about you DH? Don't even worry about your glove, Marco. Maybe you play a little bit of second. We're not putting you at short. We know that. And we probably won't put you at third either because you haven't played third. So just come up here and hit. Do the one thing you've been doing so well. Just come up here and rake. So that's the opportunity for Marco Luciano. And it's not pressure-free, but it's not as pressure-packed as it was when, all right, you're the shortstop, and now we're going to give you a real look. And we said back in spring training that you were going to be the starting shortstop, and that never materialized. So when he finally came up, there was a lot more pressure on him to go out there and do the job because we all expected it to happen in April. And it didn't. So now just come up and hit. So those are opportunities. But FP's right, wisely still. Can you be a mainstay on this team? And Fitzgerald, are you really this good? And Ramos, can you find it again after your pre-All-Star flurry? He's been in a little bit of a spot. I wouldn't call it a slump or a funk, but the league has kind of solved him a little bit. So for all these players, there's opportunity.
Yeah, there is for all of them, and we'll see how the Giants season turns out. I mean, they're going to hope to ride their pitching staff, and they hope that almost no matter how these young guys who are potentially getting more opportunities now perform, the Giants feel like they're going to be in games because of their pitching staff. And Farhan Zaidi was asked about that. He said a couple of times in his presser down at Oracle Park with the media that he feels like they have the best pitching staff in baseball, at least one of the very best. A follow-up question was, well, what about trying to go out and take a big swing for a big bat at the trade deadline, something that has frustrated me just a little bit. And here is what Farhan said about that. Farhan, you got a great pitching staff, but what about adding to your team and adding to the lineup?
I mean, I guess you'd like to have the best rotation in baseball and the best offense in baseball, but, that's, I guess, something to aspire to. Yeah, again, I kind of mentioned this before. I think for us, the upside that we saw was giving at-bats and opportunities to some of our own guys. There are, always certain group of players out there in the trade deadline. There are players that I think were rumored out there that wound up not getting traded. A lot of those guys, some of it is just really a hypothetical and not really a function of availability. So you've got to kind of make decisions based on what's real and what's attainable. And, like I said, seeing the success of some of our other young players to kind of continue in that direction and try to give them the opportunity to build on that momentum. And again, I think that's what fans want to see. It's what we want to see. We want to see these guys who are going to be here for a long time get opportunities and hit their stride. And I don't, from an organization standpoint, from a fan standpoint, I don't think anything, gets people more excited than that. And again, for us, bringing in a guy like Mark Canha, who I think is going to be huge for our clubhouse and just the functionality of our roster, you're hoping those are complementary to homegrown players, young guys who are really doing the heavy lifting. And so that's kind of the vision we hope to see.
We got a classic Farhan chuckle in that answer, guys. I know you love that one.
And also the functionality of our roster. So Mark Canha, good clubhouse guy, according to Farhan. I've never met him, but it seems like, he's been in clubhouses, and I don't think there's ever been a dust up, but also the functionality of our roster. And that tells me that Canha can DH, Canha can play left, he can spot you in right, he can play first base. So their roster needs a little bit more functionality because you don't have a right-hand hitting first baseman, and your left-hand hitting first baseman's hurt all the time, and you've got outfield pieces that are moved around a lot.
Let me speak for Grandy right here. What if his personality changes and he murders everybody on the team?
Yeah, that's
Come
bad. That would be bad for morale, FP. Back to you.
Hey, I got a news flash for Farhan. They will never have the best offensive lineup in baseball ever. Unless the average temperature of San Francisco goes up to 84 degrees in the summer and they move the fences in 50 feet everywhere, then maybe they could lure some big hitters here. But until that happens, you're going to have to either trade for them or develop them yourself.
And that's what Grandy
that's why
was
this
saying.
is so important right now.
And that's why Grandy, and I don't want to speak for you, but the frustration of the Mark Grandys and the fan base is the only way you're getting a slugger, and I want a slugger, is you trade for him. And yet, here you go out and you acquire Mark Canha and a couple of hurt pitchers. A hurt pitcher and a few minor leaguers. That's where the frustration lies.
Yeah, no doubt.
I get that.
No doubt. And I get that you're creating opportunities for the young guys, but I guess my question would be, beyond that, what did you accomplish this offseason or this trade deadline? And you could say the opportunities for the young guys is better than the people that were holding those spots in the first place. And that's fair enough. But
or the opportunity for the young guys is better than trading them for mediocre players that were out there.
Yeah, maybe. I'm
not giving up my I'd rather have parades than prospects any day, but I'm not giving up my prospects for some of the names that were traded.
And look,
today.
I mean, to take a word out or take a phrase out of the Warriors handbook and Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lickup's handbook, trades are hard. And just because you didn't make a trade doesn't mean that you didn't try. Like, it takes two sides to make a deal. And I'm not flaming Farhan because I didn't think he tried. But at some point, you're going to have to try something different to get a different result because it hasn't really quite been working. But my holdup is, and my frustration is generally when you're creating opportunities for the young guys, and you're hoping that it works out with your young guys. I mean, we just ran through this with the Golden State Warriors and the 2-timeline approach. You hope to win and develop at the same time. Generally, it doesn't really work that well. Generally, when you're trying to create opportunities for the young guys and you're going to see what your young guys have, that generally coincides with you kind of waving the white flag on the year, and the Giants are kind of trying to thread that needle, and I think it's a really hard needle to thread.
It is, but in baseball, you do have the benefit of playing both sides of the ball, and so if your offense is middle of the pack, and I think they're right in their 15th, 16th in most metrics, runs scored and all the rest of it, but you look at your pitching staff, and it's been subpar. It's been bottom third all year. But you look at where you might be over the final 54, and you think, well, with these 5 starters and a shored-up bullpen, a bullpen that we should rely on less as we go away from openers and we get better starting pitching, you can think that your pitching could be good enough to where your mediocre offense allows you to win enough to make a playoff run. And that's
what I'm hanging my hat on, dude.
That's what they're hanging their hat on.
Let's see how it all plays out.
And that's really the only approach they could take if they wanted to try to win. The other approach would be what you were talking about, Grandy, which is sell 4 or 5 guys and get as much back as you can, and then we'll see you next year.
Yeah,
and they're not. I don't think that Farhan or the front office is in a mindset or in a position to even do that.
Yeah, I mean, they probably had a price that they were willing to part with Blake Snell for, but no one met that price, and then you just keep him. You say, all right, we'll keep him. He's been pretty good for the last month. We hope he leads us to a postseason berth, and then you hope that he opts in. If he doesn't opt in, you hope that you could re-sign him again. But the nightmare scenario is, and I know FP is going to hate me because I'm going nightmare scenario, and that's where I tend to go. You miss the postseason, and these guys that are on the 1+1 deals opt out, and then your incredibly successful offseason where you finally were able to sign some big-name guys is all for nothing.
What if these guys like playing for Bob Melvin, and they like the way the organization treats them?
That would be great.
And they're really happy here.
That would be great. I hope that happens.
What if that's actually the case right now?
I would, and then if the Giants have an idea that their player like Chapman and Snell and Ray feel that way, and they feel confident that they're going to re-sign them or keep them around, then yeah, I think they probably would have made the right decision to not trade them. But only time will tell, and I don't really know what the answer to that is just yet.
Yeah, I don't think any of us do.
Yeah. We'll find out. All right, we got to hit a break. We'll come back. We got 1 hour left. I see you, Mike, on hold. We'll get to you coming up on the other side. We'll hear more from Farhan Zaidi. Farhan has addressed the media after the Giants wrapped up their trade deadline by trading away Jorge Soler, Luke Jackson, and Alex Cobb. They acquire Mark Canha, an injured relief pitcher, and a couple of minor league players as well. More coming up on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs, FP, and Grandy with you here on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Final hour of Willard and Dibs. It's Stan Dibley, FP Santangelo, Mark Randy with you in for Mark Willard, who's off for the week, enjoying some time out in Hawaii. Hope he's doing well out there. He'll be back next week here on Willard and Dibs as always. Trade deadline has come and gone. The deadline was 2 hours ago at 3 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. The Giants made a few moves. One last night, Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson to Atlanta. You get back a right-handed hitting infielder who's currently in high A, 21 years old, and an injured left-handed relief pitcher, Tyler Matzik, who you might see pitch for the Giants later on this season. You don't quite know there. More so a salary dump than anything else, and as Farhan laid out earlier today, quote, that move was to create opportunities for the young guys. Similar story for Alex Cobb, who was shipped off to the Cleveland Guardians. The Giants had 6 starters if you include Hayden Birdsong. You trade one away who hadn't pitched for you yet, who's been working his way back really all season long, is now on the precipice of returning, but you feel good about Hayden Birdsong. You give him a concrete spot in your rotation for the final 2 months of the season, and you move Alex Cobb to a place where he has a chance to compete in the postseason. And then the only real addition that you made, because the return for Alex Cobb, more young minor leaguers that maybe have an impact on your franchise in a couple of years. You do add a veteran right-handed hitter, Mark Canha, Bay Area native, began his career with the Oakland A's. Has kind of bounced around a bit since then, most recently with the Detroit Tigers. But that's the moves for the Giants at the deadline. The assumption is that Marco Luciano will be the semi-regular DH, and Hayden Birdsong is now going to slide into the 5th spot in your rotation. Again, as Farhan said, you're creating opportunities for the young guys. And now, guys, I mean, the season is dependent, of course, on how the rotation pitches and how well Snell throws and Robbie Ray and Logan Webb and Kyle Harrison and Hayden Birdsong. But offensively, so much of this is going to be on the continuation good play of your young guys. You hope Elliot Ramos continues to play as an all-star. You hope that Tyler Fitzgerald, you hope that he hits 8 home runs every 10 games, but you hope that he at least stays productive and plays a good shortstop, whether or not it's Wisely playing second base or maybe Casey Schmidt mixed in along here. And then you hope Marco Luciano shows what he's been doing with the bat in AAA for quite a while now. And if all those things work out together, this could be a move that's a couple of moves that's looked on in a positive light, because not only did you save some money, but you gave these opportunities for the youngsters. And if it works out, you're going to look like a genius. But if some of these youngsters struggle, it's going to be tough for this organization to get past that. But it's a risk. You hope it pays off, and if it does, it's going to pay some dividends for a while to come, because you have these guys under team control for years into the future.
And you look at where they are, and Farhan even made reference to the FanGraphs playoff possibility odds. They're at 17% right now. So you have a 17% chance as it sits, according to FanGraphs, to make the playoffs. So if that is the calculus involved, were there moves out there that could have made that 17% immediately 40%, 45%. I don't know if there were players available out there that would have gotten you to the point where all of a sudden you're going to be ready to roll, and now you get a 50-50 shot to make the playoffs. So if the moves you made didn't change your FanGraphs odds at all, either positively or negatively, and I think you could argue that the team might have gotten a little bit worse. It depends on Luciano and if Canha can contribute and whatever, but 17%, your rotation's getting better, and you're giving young people opportunities, and you add to that the financial flexibility that you started to attain for next year. I understand why they made these moves, and they maybe aren't good enough moves to save Farhan's job. That's to be determined.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen. I'm dumb if I sit here and tell you I know exactly what's going to happen. I don't. I mean, yeah, we get paid for an opinion, but I don't know if these moves or non-moves are going to work out. I don't even know if they know at this point. What they do know is they're going younger. They're giving guys opportunity, and we'll see how this whole thing plays out. I understand why Giants fans are frustrated. 10, 12, and 14, we won World Series, and that's the standard, and you want your fans to want that. You want your fan base to want to be great. I love that. I would never want Giants fans to go like, 500 is a good year for us. Like, screw that. Parades are a good year for us. And that's the bar that's been set here. And so when you're not seeing that and you're seeing somebody new do things different than what you're used to, like we're all Brian Sabian guys. We're all Ned Coletti guys. Like those are the guys that got us parades. And so we see that, but the game is evolving so much. Like, did I like the way Gabe Kapler managed? No. Didn't mean Gabe was a bad guy. It didn't mean he was awful. I couldn't, as a Giants fan or a former player, wrap my head around the fact that I was in the starting lineup and I get 2 at-bats and I get pinch hit for in the 4th inning. Or I'm a pitcher and I'm a starter one day, I'm a closer the next day, and I'm a bulk innings guy the next day. And when you talk to some of the players, you were hearing, like, I don't know what my role is. And so in that regard, they were uncomfortable. As fans, we were uncomfortable because we couldn't wrap our arms around anybody. Like, if I drive 2 hours to see a Giants game and my favorite player gets pinch hit for in the 5th inning, like, how am I supposed to fall in love with that guy? Baseball's a romantic sport. It's the greatest sport that's ever been invented. And we as fans, like when I was a kid, Grandy, when you were a kid and Dibbs was a kid, we love to fall in love with players. That's my guy. Robbie Thompson's my guy. Jose Uribe's my guy. Will Clark, I'm hitting like him in wiffle ball every day. I go watch Dwayne Kuiper play second base. That's my guy. I'm going to emulate him. What happened is they played 9 innings a game. They got 5 at-bats. And you were given the opportunity to fall in or out of love with them. Johnny LeMaster, we booed Johnny LeMaster. But we had that opportunity. And when you had that platoon system set up, how am I going to fall in love with a dude that plays some days, doesn't play some days, gets pitch hit for some days, is a starting pitcher, is a closer, is an opener? So the math and the matchups, it's hard to fall in love with. Now at least you have which is not getting any play. Nobody talks about it. You have a manager that's playing his players. Elliot Ramos started however many games in a row, 35-something games before he got a day off. Like, he's playing.
I think it was like 48, actually.
Yeah. I think I'm selling him short. Matt Chapman's playing. Pat Bailey's playing. Like, guys are playing the whole. Conforto's playing the whole game, and he's hitting off lefties late, and you're up there going, well, should we be hitting? No, he's hitting 318 against lefties. So, like, now, it's all they got to do is win. Now we have a chance to watch our guys play. Now, if we add some pieces at the end of the year, they're a little more sexy. Now we fall in love with these guys. So they're trending in the right direction. All the math that happened over the last 3 years, I don't think that's something you solve in what is it, 4 months of a 6-month season. Like, that's going to take a minute to get the trust of the fan base back, to help us all fall in love with this team again, wrap our arms around this team. But I always say baseball's like pizza. I like it anyway, whether it's frozen crap pizza at 2 a.m. or whether it's, I don't know, whatever sponsor we have that's the best pizza that I should probably say right now.
It's all right. Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's a good effort.
So, you know, I'm a Giants fan. I've been a Giants fan a lot longer than I've been a player or a broadcaster. And I grew up watching this team, and I grew up watching crappy teams, but I still fell in love with players. So I don't need a parade every year to be satisfied with a baseball season. I just want to watch some guys play the game the right way. If I go to a game, I want to see guys give an effort and run every ball out, and they have been this year where they haven't in the past. They're busting it down the line every single time. And I just want to see an exciting brand of baseball. And I think this year, more so than years in the past, even though they were 12 games over at this point last year, 12 games over 500, which we failed to recognize. And they're, what are they, 2 games under right now?
Then they faded.
So maybe this year's going to go different. Maybe they don't fade and they take off and go the other way. I guess this long-winded point is like, I think there's an opportunity for things to change right now, and they are heading in the right direction. But it's like a big ocean liner, a big ship. It's not just going to whip a Yui and we're all going to be happy overnight.
No, but
it's going to take a while to turn this thing around.
Yeah, and I like the soliloquy there. It was beautiful.
Thanks.
It moved me. And
I'm drinking coffee. I'm awake.
Finally, one thing that you did touch on, and it had me thinking about your point and taking it even a little bit further, because this year, and this is why maybe I'm more in on Farhan Zaidi than other people, and I'm more in on Farhan than I probably thought I was going to be, and it's because of what you talked about, being able to tune into a Giants game and know for the most part with amount of certainty that you knew who was going to be in the lineup. Chapman's played 105 games at third base. Doesn't matter if it's a lefty, a righty, a Virgo, a Taurus. He's your third baseman.
How do they get along?
They don't, actually. I'm married to a Virgo. I'm a Leo, so things can get a little spicy.
Ooh, that's not bad.
It's not terrible, and I love her. She's beautiful.
Is she listening
She's my
right now?
wife. Nah, probably not. Yeah, it's a little late for her. We're getting close to dinner time.
Sorry, I didn't mean to go off.
No, and you met my wife. She's a lovely woman.
awesome.
We met her at the Warrior
You're
game.
way over your skis. You outkicked the coverage.
Big time. Way outkicked the coverage.
Outkicked the coverage.
The greater point is what you were saying about being a fan. You want to be able to think about the game and know 7 or 8 of the regulars who are going to be in there. And this year you've been able to do that for the most part. And, you've had parts change and you've had injuries and all the rest of it. But unlike previous years where, it's been a lot of moving roster pieces. And I think it was 2022 when they used 94 different players at the major league level. And that's hard to fall in love with a team.
And they went 500.
Yeah.
You can fall in love with 94 players.
It
just
more
makes you
difficult,
super
though.
slutty.
Right. Wow, well played. And it also makes it so you're constantly checking the transaction wire because it's always somebody's up and somebody's down and, another trade with Seattle for cash or a player to be named later. It feels like this year they were a little bit more definitive, and maybe it's the Bo Mel influence, and maybe it's just the fact that they finally have more players that they feel like they can rely on. But even though this team has not been record-wise as good as last year, it's felt a little bit, I don't know, for me, easier to watch because there's more regular players on this team.
The biggest thing I heard today, the very biggest thing that
From
we
Farhan?
kind of snuck in there from Farhan, thanks, was that Bo Mel had the keys.
I noticed that as well.
Okay, so to my point about things changing.
This was about the acquisition of Marcana. Farhan said, quote, Bob Melvin grabbed the keys to the car and got another one of his guys back.
Okay, well, that means Bob Melvin has a say in things. So there's a lot of the old regime left over right now. And the new regime's here. And Bob Melvin and Pat Burrell and Brian Price. And you just name the whole coaching staff. Matt Williams, Mark Hallberg, Ryan Christensen. And then there's other parts that are still lingering. So you just don't come in and clean house and say, hey, I'm the manager, I'm running things. But the fact that his influence is there and that he had something to do with this represents kind of a small shift for me. Not a complete changing of the guard, but the fact that Bob Melvin grabbed the keys or whatever the analogy was on this trade and had really big influence on this tells me that Farhan isn't running things way up here and then letting his coaches know that everybody's in on it and that Bob Melvin has an influence. And if Buster Posey has a big influence, which I hope he does and I've heard he does, and Bob Melvin has an influence, now things are trending. The ship is turning. It's not going to be a quick, what do you call it when they do the circles thing? In the intersection and they're burning all their tires?
A sideshow.
Sideshow. It's not going to be a sideshow. It's just going to be a big ocean liner turning around. And in my experiences, this is how it starts. Just little things like this. To me, the biggest thing that Farhan said is that Bob Melvin, this was his idea.
And that's great and all, and fan of change, especially when it hasn't been working. And while this, Bob Melvin and the coaching staff there are new, it's not as if this is the first season, second season, third season for Farhan. I mean, he's been here for a while now. And I think that's where some of the frustration for Giants fans, and I can speak for myself personally, that's where it comes out. It's the end of the old regime, the end of Sabian and Bochy and company. That's a long time ago now. And now there's some new faces in the organization now underneath Farhan with the coaching staff, but still being led by a regime that's been around for a while. And it almost feels like there's been net neutral from when he took over to where he is now. You've made one postseason, and it was a crazy year where you won 107 games. But besides that, you've just been mediocre almost every single season, especially the last 3 seasons. And maybe they turn it around and they are great in the final 2 months of this season. And we look back on this moment as the turning point. And I very much hope that is the case. But where I think my frustration comes from isn't necessarily just this season. It's that when I envision Farhan taking over and I looked ahead to 2024, I thought they would be a lot further along than we currently are right now. And that's where my frustration is. They've just been mediocre for too long, and I'm sick of it.
And net neutral record-wise, I think is fair, but I would look at what has happened with the farm system. And like right now on the farm, they are not a top 5 farm or a top 10 farm, but a lot of the guys who are now with the Giants came up underneath Farhan Zaidi. Now, he didn't draft them all, but they were developed, and now you have the promise of these young players has kind of always been lingering, and it's been hovering over the team, and now you have them here. You've got 6 to 8, maybe even more young, homegrown players who are major league players. Now, is it good enough to beat the Dodgers or the Padres or heck, even the Diamondbacks? Maybe not this year, but it at least feels like he took over a farm system that was in some state of shambles, and he's done a pretty good job of drafting and also developing to where, like you mentioned before, first guy since Chili Davis to be a homegrown outfielder, to be an all-star. That's
before my lifetime.
Correct. And Chili was when I was a kid. And, you look at all the things that he's done, they haven't been overwhelming smash successes. He's done some things right. This was the year where he spent big, and you hoped, okay, this great rotation, and Blake Snell, Cy Young winner, and when Robbie Ray comes back and all the rest of it, and it hasn't materialized yet. There still is some time for it to turn around, but I do think that if you look at it from a net neutral standpoint, it's a little unfair because where this team was in 2018 when Farhan took over, the farm system was not great, and you had an aging roster, and it took time to slowly offload those pieces and start to turn the thing around. And did we mention...
Dude, your resume is wins and losses, dude.
It is.
Bottom line. This is big boy baseball, man.
Mark's right about playoff appearances. If you don't make it this year, you're 1 for 6.
He knows more than some dork on the radio like myself knows that if they don't win, his job's in jeopardy. And Grandy, in your defense, and I've been riding you a little bit today on the air, all my friends are just like you. So maybe I'm talking to my friends, but they are all really disgruntled. Like I have friends that won't watch right now. I have friends that I offer free tickets to, and they won't go right now.
That is disgruntled.
No, that is. And it's still a blast on the corner of 3rd and King. I went Sunday with my son. We do father-son Sundays. We go to games together. We had a blast on Sunday. And it was a fun game to watch. Casey Schmidt go deep. They sweep the Rockies. There was some drama. Like, it's still a good product, but we have high expectations and high standards. And I'm in agreement with a lot of what my friends say, and I just shake my head and I say, I feel you, dude. I understand what you're saying. I get it. I've been gone for 10 years. I've been back for 3 now, and I missed out on a lot of things that you guys witness on an everyday basis. So my knowledge of what has transpired over the years here is probably a little less intense than you guys who have been here the whole time when I was focused on a team back east. But I grew up a Giants fan. So when my family tells me things and my friends tell me things and they won't watch and they won't like that's disheartening to me because, I've been a Giants fan since the 70s. And so when my friends and my family are just like, oh man, this is hard to watch. Oh man. It was more last year than this year, but there's still a lot of residual this year. Like that hurts because we want to all just be head over heels with these guys in the orange and black. I was saying to my son, I want the corner of 3rd and King to be the place to be again. Where like it's the hardest ticket in town to get, and every time you look down low, there's some celebrity there. There's somebody with like 4 hot chicks on his and there's a rock star here and an actor there, and it's just the place to be again. Like, you got Giants tickets? No way. How'd you get Giants tickets? Like, that's what I want. And how do you do that? It's not marketing. It's not giveaways. It's simple as winning. Just win. And so whatever you got to do to win and put that product out there, whether it's Farhan or a man from Mars, I really don't care. But I just want somebody that's going to get the best players out there, get the best out of the best players, and that we all fall in love with these guys. And the corner of 3rd and King is a place to be again. I mean, it's not the place not to be right now. There's great crowds. Like, you go there, there's a lot of electricity.
Yes, but if you compare it to other Bay Area attractions and entities, for a while there, 10, 12, and 14, it was the number one. And, we talk a lot about your entertainment dollars. Right now, if you've got $1,000 in your entertainment budget, are you thinking about a Niner game, a Warrior game, or a Giants game? And I know that the costs are not equal, but if you're allocating your money, right now, the Niners and the Warriors are more attractive properties than the Giants. And you're right, if the Giants win and you get into September and you're the third wild card and you got playoff baseball down at third and king.
Let's go.
Well, then it vaults up the list, certainly. And, it used to be where even temporarily 10, 12, and 14 coming off of 2010, attendance soared because you're the defending champs. And now everybody knows what you have. And it's Timmy and Kaner and Mad Bum and the rest of the guys. And it became a real attraction because they were winning, but also because there were a lot of homegrown players and players you knew. So that's what they're trying to build now, is having this young core of players that people are starting to get to know. But that doesn't matter if you go 78 and 84, right?
Do you remember that? The reason I brought up the guy with the hot chick, do you remember that guy? There was like a big dude that sat like those seats right behind home plate, like the low seats down there. And he used to roll in with like 3 or 4, and they were all dressed to the nines.
I don't
that was
remember
back
that.
in 2010. He looked like casting straight out of The Sopranos. And he would go to every single game, and we would all go like, "Who's with him tonight? Like, what's he rolling in with tonight?"
The only guy I recognize sometimes sitting behind home plate is Marlins man. The guy who always rocks with the orange,
so tired,
the orange Marlins jersey and the orange Marlins visor. It's the only guy I recognize sometimes behind home plate.
Remember the guy from our era, and this is way before you were born.
I know where you're going. Can I finish?
Please.
The guy with the afro, the rainbow afro.
The rainbow afro. In the 70s, there was a guy who had a gigantic afro, and it was like rainbow painted, and he was like Marlins man.
John 316? Did he have the John 316?
That was the other guy. Yeah, or he was the same guy.
Like, John had a good year. He hit 316.
Yeah. Anyway, just
show up behind home plate at
he would just
Candlestick
show
or
up
what?
at any game. Like all of a sudden, rainbow hair guy would be there, and it'd be like he was ubiquitous, which means he's iconic and everywhere.
Thank you.
Ubiquitous. Did we talk about the compensation for Mark Canha yet?
I mentioned it.
Eric Silva,
Yeah.
Double-A pitcher,
21 years old.
yeah, exactly, out of a 4th-round pick in the 2021 draft. So a Farhan pick. He's given up on Eric Silva for a Mark Canha rental.
Yeah, reliever, 28 appearances this year, 4.35 ERA. So probably similar to the prospect you got back from both Atlanta and from Cleveland in those 2 trades where you sent away Jorge Soler, Luke Jackson, and Alex Cobb. You also traded Mike Baumann. We barely even knew you. You got cash considerations back from the Angels for that. Those are the moves for the Giants, in addition to, as Dibs mentioned, bringing in Mark Canha. What do you think of the moves, Giants fans? 888-957-9570. Are you happy the youngsters are getting more consistent chances, or they should be getting more consistent chances now? Do you buy that the Giants are doing that while also firmly believing they're going to be fighting for a postseason berth? Let's find out what you guys think. 888-957-9570. Up next is Mike in San Francisco. Mike, appreciate you hanging out on hold. How you doing today, Mike?
I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself?
Oh, you're trying to make sense of this trade deadline. What do you think of it, Mike?
Yeah. Well, I'm fine with the moves for the most part, and I'm fine with playing the young guys. I think, though, I'd like to look at the Soler move in a little bit in context. As Dib said, Farhan admitted he made a mistake in the signing, and it's not good to throw good money after bad. Totally agree with that, but I think taking a step back further, we have to look at that. Unfortunately, in my view, that the bad free agent signing is the rule rather than the exception. And not to be seeming like a negative guy, as you guys keep talking about, which, by the way, Grandy, you're totally right. These guys are totally wrong. But putting that aside for a minute, let me throw out some facts. Last year, the
maybe work on the delivery a little.
No, I loved it, Mike. I loved it, Mike. Keep it up. Keep it going.
Yeah. No. Let's look at the last year. 4 free agents: Manaea, Stripling, Conforto, and Haniger. Can you tell me the only positive there is Haniger was part of the Ray move? 3 of the 4 guys are gone, and Conforto, I wish they would have moved because I kind of feel like he doesn't bring much, especially for what he's being paid. Now let's look at this year: Chapman, Soler, Murphy, Lee, and Snell. Lee will give a pass because of the injury, and I know there's a lot of excitement around him, but it looks like maybe a little overpay. But let's keep an open mind on that one. Chapman, great defense, mediocre hitting, maybe a C+, B-. Soler, we've already talked about, total miss. Murphy, before he got hurt, was horrible. And with Snell, the last few games we see positive, and it's almost like playing perfectly for the Giants the way things are going. He's going to end the year well, and then he's going to opt out And with all due respect, guys, he's not sticking with the Giants. Well, and with all honesty,
we don't know that.
Why would you?
We don't know that.
No, here's I'll tell you why. The last 2 games he pitched brilliantly, didn't get a win because they don't score enough runs, and they didn't hold the lead. And I know analytically wins and losses are not important, but when you're a pitcher, I bet it still is important, and that's got to be frustrating. So the other thing I'd like to point out, and look, I'm a Giants fan. I hope they do well. I do think the bullpen, even with the starters, the only guy that can go deep into games regularly is Webb. The other 4 guys are all 5, maybe 6 inning guys. Ray's coming back from Tommy John. He's not going to be pitching 7, 8 inning games. Snell never pitches more than 5 or 6 innings, even when things are going well. And the other 2 guys are at their innings total that they've had their whole career. It's not realistic to expect them going deep into games. So even if they pitch well, which I hope they do, there's still going to be a big reliance on the bullpen, which is stretched thin. And then the last thing I'd like to say is, as a fan, I agree it's great that we've got more regular players, although I think we're doing more platooning than you guys have sort of indicated. I think they're still kind of a boring team to watch. They're last in steals. They're at the bottom in home runs. And, when we look at, I was not a Kepler fan. I'm fine with the move to get rid of him, and everyone loves Bomel. But the truth is, they're not much more interesting to watch on the field, and they're not better. So what's the common denominator in all that? In my view, it's Farhan. And to say the ship is slowly turning, it's 6 years, man. 6 years.
Yeah, there was a lot to improve on, and thank you for the phone call, Mike. That was 3 last things as he hit us with the last thing. Mike,
I gave him a long leash because he was complimentary to me.
And of course, and I do think that he was making a lot of great points. And ultimately, if they don't make the playoffs, Farhan Zaidi will probably be the one who pays the ultimate price, even though he's not the guy taking at bats. I do think Mike was a little harsh with the assessment of a lot of the free agents. And, last year, I think it was a mismanagement of Sean Manaea. You jacked him around and you had him starting, and then you didn't have him starting. And last year, I think the team in general was not managed correctly. And as far as pitching deep into games, how many total complete games do you guys think that there have been in Major League Baseball this year?
4.
I was going to say like 10.
21 is the answer. 21 complete games across every single game that's been played. 2 pitchers have 2 complete games, and then you've got 17 guys with 1. So pitching deep into games now is a misnomer.
But the Giants, among starting pitchers, have the fewest innings pitched in all of baseball.
Right. And I think, though, part of that, and again, I'm not going to sit here and defend Farhan and company, but they used multiple openers because they had injured starters. You didn't have Blake Snell for basically 2 months, and you didn't have a 5th starter anyway. You were waiting on Cobb and you were waiting on Ray. So they used a lot of openers. And then you add to that mix, Keaton Wynn had 3 or 4 really, really bad starts. And I love Keaton Wynn, but he was
dinged up a little bit, though.
He was dinged up. And
now he's done for the year.
He was out in the 2nd inning a bunch of times, and so you had to go to the pen there. I do think that your rotation, and you have Jordan Hicks, who's being converted. Mike is right. Hicks and Harrison both up against their limit. So that might have to change next year. But I think that's partly why you needed so many bullpen innings. Plus, your starters weren't very good for the majority of the year. And yet, here you are, only 4 games out.
I do think Mike brings up a good point, and it's something I wanted to make sure to touch on before we got out of here today.
Because Mike was loving on you. That's why.
That is part of it, and I appreciate it. Mike, call again tomorrow, 888-957-9570. I'll always take your call.
You guys go just wallow in pity after the show together.
I'll go home, turn the Giants game on, and hope they kick the A's ass.
Throw your remote controls.
I'm a Giants fan.
Throw your remote controls at each other.
Just because I have high standards does not mean that I am eager to be upset by this team. I just want them to be better.
You're good.
But you look at some of what Farhan has done, and obviously there's so many, honestly, very impressive moves on the margins. Finding Mike Yastrzemski, who nobody wanted, that's very impressive. Same thing with Tyro Estrada. Lamont Wade Jr. they got for, I think, Sean Anderson from the Minnesota Twins. There's so many examples of those sorts of moves. But you look at some of the bigger moves and how the Giants have bounced back from them. It's Farhan Zaidi making a move like he did last night, trading away Jorge Soler 4 months into a 3-year deal that he signed. So many of these Farhan moves that we talk about as a quality move. You know, this is a player who, for whatever reason, isn't playing the way you wanted him to perform. He's either struggling or he doesn't want to hit cleanup in the middle of the order or whatever the case is. He found someone to take the money. Great. As you guys are both saying, just because you're paying him and you haven't been happy, no reason to keep paying him. Find someone else to pay him. But to Mike's point, so many of Farhan's better moves, the quality moves, getting off of some bad money is because he just simply signed the wrong guys or signed guys that didn't fit. I mean, it was Jorge Soler, 3 years, $42 million. You traded him after 4 months. Mitch Haniger, 3 years, $43.5 million. You traded him after 1 year. Ross Stripling, 2 years.
But he turned into Robbie Ray, as Mike pointed out.
Good move. I mean, fine.
So it's a good out. It's like when you hit your golf shot in a bunker and then you come out of the bunker and you hit it to 7 feet. It's like, that's a good out.
Eventually, and the 7-footer throws 97.
Yeah.
Eventually, I would like to, not go into the bunker in the first place.
Yes.
But he's gone into the bunker a number of times. Ross Stripling, 2 years, $25 million. After 1 year, you traded him to Oakland, and you had to attach money to the deal because he was so dang bad.
Yeah,
like, there's so many examples of those kinds of things where he's gone out and signed someone in free agency, and very quickly you realize, this was a mistake. And in order to capitalize on that mistake, you cross your fingers and hope there's someone else who's willing to pay the money that you suddenly are no longer willing to.
I'm looking at an article, and I was mentioned this before, FP. Sports Illustrated did the 70 Farhan Zaidi trades ranked. And this is from last year, and I think between then and now, he's probably made 70 more trades. So maybe there's a new article comes out.
140?
The 140 trades ranked, but there are some amazing deals. Now, free agency, to Grandy's point, Mark and Mike, it sounds like an ESPN show, but you're both right. Free agency has not done as well. Trades is where he's really made his most headway, and, trades getting Ray Black, and you trade Franklin Van Gerp for Alex Dickerson, and you mentioned
name some names though, dude.
Franklin Van Gerp. This article is hilarious. They traded Darren Ruff for J.D. Davis, Thomas Zapucki, Carson Seymour, and Nick Zwack. You remember that trade?
No.
That's a win for Farhan.
I mean, I remember J.D. Davis.
Of course, but you can go through all his trades. Most of them are micro deals like today. Free agency's been an area where he hasn't done it. And I do think that Jung-Hoo Lee, when he eventually plays and is healthy.
It's a shame he got hurt.
And I think that you're going to look at that deal. Mike thinks it's an overpay. I think by the time you get to the end of that deal and he's making about $20 million a year, that's going to be a bargain if he plays as well as it looks like he might.
Dude, there's more to a trade in picking up a player than the spreadsheet. There's more to signing a free agent than the computer.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just...
But hasn't it felt like it's been the spreadsheet and the computer that has directed many of these moves over the last 5 years?
That's my point. Yeah.
Which I think is where this frustration comes from. There's no... It's not human. There's no emotion involved. And sometimes, it's better to maybe not be emotional about things.
When Sabes called my parents, everybody gather around the campfire. It's time for FP stories. When Sabes called my parents in the winter of 1999, I came home and my mom and dad said, Brian Sabian called the house from the San Francisco Giants. Who is that? I'm like, that's the GM of the Giants.
It's kind of a big deal.
Like,
where were you at the time?
I don't know, out working out.
No, were you a free agent?
I was a free agent.
Coming off of the Expos?
Thanks for the reset. I was coming off the Expos, 2 knee surgeries, double scopes, couldn't even walk barely, and they released me. And I'm not, what's my baseball future? I just had double knee surgeries. Brian Sabian calls the house in December, and says that they're interested. And I went nuts. I grew up a Giants fan. Brian Sabian called the house. He had a way, and a special way about him, where you just felt like this almost presidential leadership back when that was a thing. Like he had this aura about him. You see a little shot I just took right there? He had this little aura about him where it was almost like you felt like it was an honor and a privilege to play for him, let alone the San Francisco Giants. And he had this confidence and this swagger about him where you were just like, oh my, a little bit intimidating. I'm not going to lie. I came from Montreal where the general managers were kind of goofy over there. And it wasn't like this presence, this kind of mafia presence that this guy had when he walked into a room. And so I talked to him on the phone, and he didn't say this outright, But it was more like it's an honor and a privilege. The vibe was it's an honor and a privilege, and you'd be lucky to play for the San Francisco Giants. In the way he worded things, to where you were just like taken in and hypnotized. And I didn't care what he offered me. I didn't care what the money. I wanted to play for the Giants because of him. And then I heard good things about Dusty Baker, and I grew up a Giants fan. And I started out in April hitting 190. And he walked up to me in the clubhouse and he put his finger in my chest and he says, "We don't make mistakes." And he turned around and walked out. And I was like, meaning like, we don't make mistakes on the people we sign. We do our homework. But I think the game has evolved differently than 20-something years ago, 25 years ago, where it's more about launch angle, exit velocity, projections with computer formulas versus the person inside the uniform. Sabes knew that I played hard. Sabes knew that I was going to play hard for him if I was healthy. He knew that I used to kill the Giants, and he just liked the way I went about it. He did his due diligence. He knew I was a good clubhouse guy, and he knew I'd be a good fit with this team. So it was more about the person than the player. Now, it's not a popularity contest like we've talked about, and you can't go in for the Giants and hit like 180 and be like, well, he's a good dude.
Or in your case, 130.
But he knew
you started out 3 for 23.
Yeah, and then Barry Bonds took me in the cage and taught me how to hit.
I'm trying to like put some context to the story. He was 3 for 23.
I was hitting 313 in August.
Well, we're not even August yet. April 29th and April 30th, you had a couple of knocks in each of those days. You turned that year right around, FP.
Well, Barry Bonds took me in the cage and goes, "Do you want to hit? Do you want to learn how to hit?" And I was like,
"No,
all
Barry,
right.
I'm busy."
No, and he grabbed the bucket of balls and showed me how to hit and locked me in. Maybe the best hitting coach I ever had. But the point is, I don't know if Brian Sabians exist anymore in baseball, where you have this presence from the front office that just comes down from heaven above and says, you're going to be a Giant. And you want to be a Giant. And you're going to be not just a Giant, you're going to help us win. And we're going to win. And we were, 10 games over, 12 games over that year.
I'm looking at your August. You hit 318 in August that year.
There you go. I mean, it's not about that. It's
I'd like to give context to the story.
The moral of this story is I just don't know if there's those kind of baseball people out there anymore. I think the game has evolved more into whatever the computer says about the player, which in my mind, and maybe I'm sounding old right here, is a recipe for making errors. Whether you know what you're doing or you don't know what you're doing, what kind of man is in that uniform? What kind of player is in that uniform? What kind of character is in that uniform? And if I can surround myself with character guys that can play a little bit, they're going to bust their ass for 3 hours every single night. And I have a pitching staff that's going to pitch it, and I have a defense that's going to catch it. And I'm going to have guys that fight, and they want to fight every single night. And I want to fight, and we're going to fight, and we're going to beat you and find a way to beat you. I'll win a hell of a lot of baseball games. And I don't think that formula is that archaic. I think that formula applies to any sport. I think that formula still applies to baseball. If you give me a bunch of guys that are character guys that want to win more than anything, they'll do whatever it takes to win, and they want to fight on a nightly basis, and I got 5 studs that throw 98, we're going to win. We're going to win way more games than we lose.
Yeah. I don't know if it exists as you're talking about, but it does seem for sure that the Giants are missing that, and it would be helpful to have that kind of aura, that presence once again. All right, we got to take a break. One final segment coming up on this Tuesday on Willard and Dibs. It's FP, Dibs, and Grandy with you in for Mark Willard on Willard and Dibs this week. We're sponsored by Safeway. More Willard and Dibs next on 95.7 The Game.